Upon opening her eyes, Jiang Fei found herself transformed into the calculating yet ultimately doomed female supporting character from a novel. In the original narrative, the entire Jiang family met a tragic end, with even the old guard dog failing to escape the calamity. This misfortune was all thanks to the madcap Prince Pei Jing, who held unchecked power in the realm. The mission assigned to her by the system was straightforward: follow the plot of the original story, leading to her family's demise at the hands of Pei Jing. Thus, Jiang Fei embarked on her reckless journey, publicly cursing Pei Jing, secretly lacing his tea with poison, and even announcing her intent to marry his archrival. Yet, this deranged prince did not adhere to the script. When she scolded him, he merely chuckled, while said, "Continue." When she poisoned his drink, he consumed it before her eyes, saying, "Want to sleep with me? No need for poison." When she declared her intention to marry, he took soldiers to abduct her. "How on earth can you ensure my family's demise?" Jiang Fei exclaimed in frustration. Pei Jing stepped closer. "First, marry me. Surely this is sufficient? Kiss me first." By the time Jiang Fei realized the increasingly dangerous glint in Pei Jing's eyes, it was far too late. Chapter 1. Surviving as a cannon fodder through rumors. Jiang Fei felt as though she were on the brink of death. A tremendous weight pressed upon her chest, making it difficult to breathe. In one moment, she was driving while listening to an audiobook, and the next, a collision occurred, leaving her trapped here. As she attempted to push away the heavy object pinning her down, a man's voice suddenly reached her ears. "Fei Fei, once we consummate our union, no one can force you to marry that Wei Sanlang." "Baboon? What on earth?" Jiang Fei abruptly opened her eyes, only to find a panting man above her, eagerly tugging at his garments. Instinctively, she threw a punch, and as the man cried out and rolled off the bed, she swiftly turned and hid in the corner, finally able to survey her surroundings. The room was adorned in an ancient style, and both the man and she wore traditional attire. "Who are you?" Jiang Fei inquired. The man, seemingly shocked, lowered his hands from his eyes and looked at her with bewilderment. "I am Zhao Xingbang." "Fei Fei, what has happened to you?" Zhao Xingbang. Jiang Fei recalled that name. It belonged to the male supporting character in the book she had been listening to before the accident. "What a coincidence." Pointing at herself, she asked, "Do you know who I am?" Zhao Xingbang appeared perplexed. "Jiang Ru Fei, what is wrong with you?" Jiang Fei closed her eyes tightly, realizing the gravity of her situation. She had transmigrated. She had entered the very novel she was listening to before her accident, not as the protagonist, but as the similarly named female Cannon-Fodder, Jiang Ru Fei. What sort of character was she? A beautiful but empty-headed fool, skilled in schemes yet incapable of executing them properly. Originally, her family had arranged a promising match for her with Wei Sanlang of the Dingyuan Marquis household, but she rejected it in favor of Zhao Xingbang, the untalented son of the prime minister, spurred on by her third sister. After inviting Zhao Xingbang for a clandestine meeting, she believed that after consummating their relationship, the Zhao family would come to propose marriage. However, Zhao Xingbang took his time, ultimately elevating her to the status of a concubine with promises of legitimacy upon bearing him a son. Zhao Xingbang soon grew bored of her, leaving Jiang Ru Fei to succumb to loneliness and engage in an affair with the steward's son, ultimately leading to her demise from a venereal disease, her body discarded in a mass grave. Realization struck Jiang Ru Fei. At that moment, she was alone with Zhao Xingbang in the very scenario she had heard about before her accident. The book had been one she listened to out of boredom while driving, and if her memory served her correctly, the next part of the story involved Jiang Ru Fei and Zhao Xingbang being caught in the act when someone kicked open the door. What to do? Just as she pondered, Zhao Xingbang approached her, shedding his clothing. "Hold on!" Jiang Fei shouted. Zhao Xingbang froze, bewildered. What is it?" Her mind raced. If she followed the script, her life would be forfeit. She could not afford such a fate. In the story, Wei Sanlang, her betrothed, and Zhao Xingbang were of equal standing, and whenever Wei Sanlang was mentioned, Zhao Xingbang was always compared alongside him, leading to a secret rivalry. Zhao Xingbang did not genuinely care for Jiang Ru Fei. He was merely seeking novelty, as Jiang Ru Fei, though lacking intellect, was a renowned beauty in the capital. Furthermore, he harbored resentment towards Wei Sanlang and sought to humiliate him by stealing his fiancée. As Zhao Xingbang drew nearer, arms outstretched to embrace her, Jiang Fei quickly sidestepped, inhaled deeply, and feigned reluctance, saying, "You are so deeply in love with me, yet I cannot bear to cause you harm." Zhao Xingbang blushed, excitement radiating as he lunged toward her once more. Fei, do not fear. That Wei San does not dare to retaliate against me. Even if I marry you, he can only suffer this silent indignation. In truth, he had no intention of marrying her. She was merely a means to humiliate Wei Mingjin. Jiang Fei felt her temples throbbing and suddenly had a brilliant idea. I fear that Pei Jing may take his anger out on you. Indeed, Zhao Xingbang's arms fell limp, his voice trembling. Who did you say? Jiang Fei gritted her teeth. Prince Zhaoning, Pei Jing. Pei Jing, the male second lead in the story, was a figure feared by all. Orphaned at a young age, he was granted the title of Prince Zhaoning at 8, with his uncle being the current emperor. The emperor, sympathetic to his plight, spoiled him excessively, to the point where even the other princes could not compare. Rumors suggested that Pei Jing was actually the emperor's illegitimate son, which explained the emperor's indulgence. Pei Jing wielded immense power, yet his temperament was erratic and unpredictable. Those who opposed him faced dire consequences. He once publicly beheaded a minister at a court banquet. The entire capital whispered that Pei Jing was mad, and it was best to steer clear of him. Zhao Xingbang's complexion turned pale. He had merely sought to use Jiang Rufei to humiliate Wei Sanling, never anticipating that Pei Jing's name would surface. How did you attract the attention of Prince Zhaoning? Zhao Xingbang's voice quivered as he instinctively stepped back. Jiang Fei lowered her head, feigning reluctance. A few days ago, I encountered him on the street, and he took a liking to me. Zhao Xingbang scrutinized her face, which was indeed captivating. It was rumored that Pei Jing delighted in tormenting beautiful women, so it was not impossible for him to have an interest in Jiang Rufei. Seizing the moment, Jiang Fei pretended to wipe away tears. If Pei Jing seeks to abduct me, I am helpless. However, while he may possess my body, he cannot have my heart. Zhao Langjun, my heart belongs only to you. Zhao Xingbang felt a jolt of panic and staggered backward. All his sordid thoughts evaporated in an instant, and he hastily waved his hands. Fei, no, Miss Jiang, we should reconsider this matter. Are you afraid? No. Zhao Xingbang quickly denied, fearing that Jiang Rufei would harbor resentment and spread tales of his betrayal, which would surely reach Pei Jing's ears, leading to his ruin. I simply cannot bear to wrong you without proper engagement, Zhao Xingbang babbled. Jiang Fei rejoiced inwardly, knowing her ruse had succeeded. This tactic could ensure that Zhao Xingbang would no longer pursue her or dare to speak of it to anyone. Pei Jing's name proved remarkably useful. Will you go to my family to propose? Jiang Fei winked at him. Zhao Xingbang swallowed hard. The thought of proposing was absurd. He feared that he would be maimed by Pei Jing before he could even make it to the door. Indeed. I shall certainly return and discuss this matter thoroughly with my parents, Jiang Fei said with a forced smile. Zhao Langjun has been exceedingly kind to me. Having resolved the issue with Zhao Xingbang, Jiang Fei felt no sense of relief. According to the original storyline, it would not be long before someone arrived to catch them in the act, and she needed to depart from this place swiftly. Did you hear any sound? Jiang Fei feigned concern. It seems there are footsteps approaching. At that moment, Zhao Xingbang was like a startled bird. If someone were to see him and report it to Pei Jing, it would be disastrous. He hurriedly replied, then we must leave at once. Jiang Fei, in full agreement, straightened her attire and approached the door, just as she was about to open it when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside. Chapter 2. Surviving the Palace Intrigue for 80 episodes. As fate would have it, Jiang Fei felt a strong desire to retract her previous words. Her heart tightened, and she quickly turned to glance at Zhao Xingbang, noting his pale complexion, clearly indicating he too had heard the commotion outside. They exchanged a glance, and Zhao Xingbang began to frantically look around for a hiding place. Spotting space beneath the bed, he crouched down to hide. Jiang Fei swiftly grasped his arm, asking sharply, do you wish to live? Terrified and disoriented, Zhao Xingbang nodded vigorously. Jiang Fei instructed, then do as I say. In the original tale, Jiang Ruf was entangled with Zhao Xingbang and had not heard the disturbances outside, nor was she aware that her third sister was inciting their mother to catch them in the act. Later, when Jiang Rulin pleaded for her, she expressed profound gratitude. Jiang Fei, possessing a godlike perspective, understood the extent to which her sister Jiang Rulin had schemed behind the scenes for this very day. Jiang Rulin had long harbored feelings for Wei Mingjin, yet the Wei family had already promised him to Jiang Ruf. To replace her sister, she intentionally facilitated an acquaintance between Jiang Ruf and Zhao Xingbang, secretly orchestrating their interactions while whispering in Jiang Ruf's ear, thus leading to the current predicament. Outside, Jiang Rulin's voice rang out. Mother, we must not barge in like this. How can we allow second sister to live her life afterward? Jiang Fei scoffed inwardly. This third sister, while feigning concern for her, was secretly delighted to see her reputation tarnished, hoping to take her place and marry Wei Mingjin. Jiang Fei swiftly opened the door and dashed toward the stately woman in the center. Mother! Yao Shi, initially enraged, found her fury somewhat abated upon seeing her daughter neatly attired. What are you doing here? Jiang Fei immediately surveyed those around her. Everyone mirrored Yao Shi's expression, save for a younger beauty whose shocked gaze indicated she was indeed Jiang Rulin. Third sister, Jiang Fei grasped her hand. You told me to wait for you here. Why have you taken so long? Instead, a young gentleman has arrived. Jiang Rulin's expression shifted abruptly. Second sister, what nonsense are you speaking? When did I instruct you to wait here? Jiang Fei tightened her grip, feigning innocence. Did you not tell me to come here to wait for you, claiming there was something important to discuss? I have waited for ages, yet you did not arrive. Instead, it was the son of the Prime Minister who came. Yao Shi furrowed her brows. Rulin, what is the meaning of this? Is what your sister says true? Caught off guard by Jiang Fei's accusations, Jiang Rulin's heart raced, and she quickly shook her head. Mother, second sister must be mistaken. I never asked her to wait for me here, nor did I mention any important matters to discuss. If you don't believe me, let Zhao Xingbang come out to confront her. Jiang Fei felt a wave of relief. The Jiang family seemed utterly foolish, lacking any wit. With her acquired knowledge from various palace dramas, she would soon reign over the Jiang household. Third sister. I never claimed that the person in the room was any son of the Prime Minister. There are 7 sons in the Prime Minister's household. How can you be sure that the person within is Zhao Xingbang? Jiang Rulin was momentarily speechless, her face draining of color. She never anticipated that Jiang Fei would turn the tables on her at such a critical moment. The onlookers began to believe Jiang Fei's words. Yao Shi's expression darkened further, her voice icy. Rulin, how do you know the person inside is Zhao Xingbang? Cornered by Yao Shi's gaze, Jiang Rulin pointed at Jiang Fei. It is second sister. She wishes to meet Zhao Xingbang in secret and asked me to convey the message. I felt this was inappropriate and would ruin my sister's life. Knowing I could not persuade her, I called for mother to prevent second sister from being compromised. Jiang Fei could not help but smirk internally. Having studied Zhen Huanzhuan, she had mastered the art of palace intrigue. Even if she found herself in such a drama, she could survive for 80 episodes. She quickly feigned shock and grievance. Third sister, how can you slander me like this? When did I ever ask you to convey a message? Very well, if you wish to confront me, let Zhao Gongzi come out. Zhao Xingbang, having been anxious within, finally emerged upon hearing Jiang Fei's voice. His back was drenched in sweat, yet he forced a calm demeanor, bowing to Yao Shi before turning to Jiang Rulin. Rulin. The sound of her name echoed in Jiang Rulin's mind, momentarily stunning her as she glanced between Zhao Xingbang and Jiang Fei. Zhao Xingbang knelt before Yao Shi, declaring, Madam, Rulin and I share mutual affection. I beseech you to grant us your blessing. All present were left speechless. Yao Shi's knees weakened, and her maidens steadied her. What did you say? Zhao Xingbang pressed his forehead to the ground. Please, madam, bless my union with Rulin. Jiang Fei breathed a sigh of relief. Zhao Xingbang was indeed performing well. One might mistake his feelings for Jiang Rulin as genuine affection. Zhao Xingbang bowed his head, believing his life was now secure. Jiang Fei had pointed him toward a clear path. As long as he distanced himself from her and proved he had not been involved with Pei Jing, he would preserve his life. You! What nonsense are you spouting? Jiang Rulin trembled with rage. When have I ever shared mutual feelings with you? It is clearly you and my second sister who are meeting in secret. Zhao Xingbang raised his head, his gaze resolute. At this point, why must we continue to conceal the truth? You instructed me to wait here for you, claiming there was something important to discuss. Jiang Fei, supporting Yao Shi and observing the unfolding drama, gasped in feigned astonishment. So, third sister arranged to meet Zhao Gongzi and asked me to wait here. Next time, do not schedule meetings in the same location. If I were to be discovered with Zhao Gongzi in a room, I would not be able to clear my name, even if I jumped into the Yellow River. The crowd reacted with a variety of expressions. Jiang Fei's words were so clear that anyone with a modicum of intelligence could deduce the implications. Yao Shi's countenance fluctuated, her gaze darting between the three of them. Confident, Zhang Fei sensed that the scales of victory had tipped in her favor. She was on the verge of achieving her first triumph in this narrative. Yao Shi clenched her fists and suddenly inquired, Zhao Gongzi claims you and Rulin are involved. Do you have any evidence? Zhao Xingbang replied, her summoning me here serves as evidence. Yao Shi sighed in relief, sneering, then there is no substantial proof. Without evidence, how can Zhao Gongzi tarnish my daughter's reputation with mere words? Zhang Fei's heart raced. How had she forgotten this? In the original tale, Yao Shi was exceedingly biased, having favored Zhang Rulin among her 4 children, thus neglecting Zhang Fei's upbringing and allowing her to become a fool. Chapter 3. Merely the death of the entire family. Zhao Xingbang was evidently taken aback by Yao's reaction, momentarily at a loss, instinctively seeking help from Zhang Ruf. Yet he restrained himself. Seizing the opportunity, Zhang Rulin immediately threw herself into Yao's embrace, exclaiming, Mother, see clearly. Your daughter is innocent. How could she have any illicit dealings with Master Zhao? It is unmistakably my elder sister who has been caught in a scandal with him, and they have conspired to malign me. Yao's heart ached as she held Zhang Rulin close, turning to glare at Zhang Ruf. Ruf, you have greatly disappointed me. Zhang Ruf cursed inwardly. Such blatant favoritism left little doubt. It was as if they were about to dump a bucket of filth on her head. Steadying her thoughts, she wondered, did her mother now only believe the words of her 3rd sister, disregarding all else? Yao's expression stiffened. Since you claim there is no affair with Master Zhao, simply provide evidence, and your mother shall naturally believe you. Zhang Ruf inwardly fumed, realizing that her previous assertions meant nothing to her mother. Whoever accuses must provide proof. Have you not studied the law? Suddenly, she had a flash of insight. While she could not prove her innocence regarding Zhao Xingbang, she could demonstrate that Zhang Rulin was indeed implicated. A smile crept onto Zhang Ruf's face as she regarded Zhang Rulin, who appeared to have come to a troubling realization. Her expression darkening. Turning to Zhao Xingbang, she queried, since my sister claims she conveyed messages between us, I presume Master Zhao possesses my letter? Zhao Xingbang hesitated, glancing at her with a troubled expression, words caught in his throat. Then present it, Zhang Ruf urged. Zhao Xingbang, his face pale, fumbled in his sleeve. The letter still in his possession. Having seen many reckless acts, she had never encountered someone so eager to expose their own indiscretions. Did he wish for his demise? Hand it over, Zhang Ruf insisted, her gaze unwavering. Zhao Xingbang finally produced the letter, trembling as he held it, and Zhang Ruf snatched it from him, unfolding it with haste. This is not my handwriting. Zhao Xingbang's eyes widened, while Zhang Rulin's complexion drained of color. Zhang Ruf scanned the letter, showcasing it to Yao. Mother, you should recognize your daughter's handwriting, yet this is not mine. The signature is, however, mine. What does this mean? Yao's hands trembled slightly as she took the letter. Scrutinizing it closely, her face growing increasingly grim. I am Zhang Rulin, she stammered, pointing at Zhang Ruf.
She forced me to write this.
Zhang Ruf did not refute her claim, but merely shook her head, addressing Yao. Given the circumstances, if you insist on placing the blame upon me, then I shall not contest it. Consider it a repayment of your nurturing. Her words struck heavily, causing Yao's face to blanch. Observing this, Zhang Rulin lunged forward, grasping Yao's sleeve, weeping profusely. Mother, your daughter is wronged. This letter was coerced by my elder sister. She claimed her handwriting was too poor and feared Master Zhao's disdain. Thus she had me write it. Zhang Ruf spread her hands, asserting, I did no such thing. The situation had reached a critical point. Yao could no longer shield her daughter. In a swift motion, she slapped Zhang Rulin across the face, reprimanding her, no matter how fierce the quarrel between sisters. It is unseemly to act in such a manner towards your elder sister. Zhang Ruf smirked, dismissing the notion of acting out of spite. Noting her daughter's displeasure, Yao continued, This is your fault. Return home and sincerely apologize to your sister. You are confined for a month and shall not leave the estate. Yao's blatant favoritism towards Zhang Rulin was evident, and Zhang Ruf, initially intent on avoiding being caught in a compromising situation, found an unexpected delight in diminishing Zhang Rulin's bravado. By the time she returned to the Zhang residence, evening had fallen. Yao informed Zhang Ruf that the following day would be the birthday of the matriarch of the Dingyuan Marquis' household, insisting she attend the banquet. After such a tumultuous day, Zhang Ruf felt utterly exhausted, collapsing onto her bed, devoid of any desire to move. The next day's affair at the Dingyuan Marquis' estate would likely entail an encounter with Wei Sanling. This was a stark deviation from the original storyline. Having altered its course today by avoiding Zhao Xingbang, might she still be fated to marry Wei Mingjin? Contemplating this, Zhang Ruf suddenly sprang upright, tentatively calling out, "System? System?" In the novels she had read, individuals who traversed worlds often brought along a system, akin to an assistant, providing guidance and support. However, some systems were merely foolish entities that could only laugh mindlessly. After a prolonged silence, just as she was about to give up, a voice echoed in her mind. "System, host." Zhang Ruf sighed in relief. "Why did you take so long to appear?" "System, I was unable to connect to the network." "What are our next steps?" Zhang Ruf inquired. The system hesitated momentarily. "Please hold on. I must load the storyline." After a brief pause, a sudden explosion of sound resonated in her head.
What?
This deafening exclamation startled Zhang Ruf, prompting her to leap from her bed, sensing a note of fear in the system's cold electronic voice. "It's over. System, it's all over." "What has happened?" Zhang Ruf's anxiety mirrored the system's. "System, you have inadvertently died in your original world. Your task here is to ensure the storyline progresses as intended, yet you have already disrupted the original narrative." Zhang Ruf felt overwhelmed. "You never mentioned adhering to the original storyline." "I was thrust into this world and nearly engaged in a scandal. Who could endure such a fate?" After a moment of silence, Zhang Ruf pressed, "What should we do now?" The system appeared to contemplate for a moment. "It's all right. You are merely a supporting character meant to accentuate the protagonist's journey, not particularly vital. Although the sequence is changed, as long as the conclusion remains intact and the protagonist's main plot proceeds smoothly, we can adapt. Since the storyline is disrupted, the tasks intended for Zhang Rulin will now fall upon you." Zhang Ruf nodded, feeling a surge of exhilaration as she transformed from a mere cannon-fodder character into a significant supporting role. However, her joy was abruptly interrupted as she stiffened. Recalling that the Jiang family was largely villainous, Zhang Ruf's brother coveted the female lead, while her sister harbored jealousy, conspiring to harm her, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of the second male lead, Pei Jing. Thus, Zhang Ruf's expression turned vacant, realizing that one of her tasks was to ensure Pei Jing annihilated her entire family, thereby allowing the storyline to progress as intended. "Indeed," the system confirmed, "you must ensure the narrative follows the original text." How utterly absurd. Zhang Ruf seethed inwardly. What kind of inhumane task is this? As a member of the Jiang family, I am expected to secure the death of my own kin. Sensing her anger, the system hastily offered. "The primary objective is to maintain the storyline's progression as outlined in the book. You and Zhao Xingbang were meant to be caught in a scandal, after which your third sister would marry into the Wei family, creating tribulations for the female lead. Now that everything is in disarray, while we cannot salvage the details, we can still influence the outcome. If Pei Jing eliminates your family, the narrative will resume its normal course." "How delightful," Zhang Ruf scoffed. "I either arrive in this world to engage in an affair or face the obliteration of my entire family." The system, self-aware of its shortcomings, consoled her. "Host, perhaps you could consider the situation from a different perspective. Now, you need not engage in any scandal. All that is required is the death of your family. Is this not an improvement?" Zhang Ruf replied, "I thank you for your kind consideration." Chapter 4. Author, are you confused? "I refuse," Zhang Ruf declared. "System, what are you refusing?" "Refusing the total annihilation of my family." The system pondered briefly. "The old dog guarding the back door of the Jiang residence may remain." Zhang Ruf was at a loss for words, contemplating, "And what if I refuse to cooperate? Surely there must be some benefit for me if I am to undertake your tasks?" If the system were tangible, it would have likely rolled its eyes skyward in exasperation. Having encountered numerous hosts, this was the first time it encountered such an obstinate individual. Not only had she disrupted the narrative upon her arrival, but she was also uncooperative. "Are you attempting to raise the stakes?" the system inquired. Zhang Ruf asserted confidently, "I am merely striving to secure the greatest advantage for myself." "System, if you refuse to cooperate, I will have no choice but to send you back, replacing you with a more compliant host." Zhang Ruf chuckled. "That would be splendid. Send me back, and I can return to my own life." "System, have you forgotten? Your original self has perished in the accident, and upon sending you back, you will not return to your body, but rather be trapped in a void forever." Zhang Ruf fell silent, contemplating before asking, "Then what benefits will I gain if I comply fully?" "You may live for 2 more years, and as the plot progresses normally, after this body perishes, I will find you a better vessel in the original world, allowing you to blissfully complete the latter part of your life. Jiang Fei agreed. System. Excellent. Task line modification successful. This is the only opportunity for change. The following morning, the Jiang family set off for the Dingyuan Marquise, where a long line of carriages awaited at the entrance. After a brief wait, they entered the Marquise' residence, which was bustling with guests, a scene brimming with joy. Jiang Fei, a sunflower from the 21st century, had never encountered such grandeur, having mostly attended rural gatherings. In the original text, Madame Yao harbored disdain for her daughter Jiang Ruf, seldom bringing her to such events, and as she was merely a supporting character, the author offered little description of her. Here, she had to rely on her own instincts to present herself as a refined lady, as seen in dramas. Madame Yao glanced at Jiang Fei, inquiring if she had not rested well last night. Jiang Fei nodded, assuring her mother that her concerns were unnecessary, merely feeling a bit anxious. Madame Yao regarded her with surprise. This daughter had always been unlikable, seemingly absent-minded, with a clumsy tongue and reckless behavior, possessing little beyond a pleasing appearance. Yet today, she suddenly seemed to grasp etiquette, and her eloquence yesterday did not resemble that of Jiang Ruf, almost as if she were a different person. As she pondered, a magnificently dressed lady approached, accompanied by two maids. It was the lady of Dingyuan, who exchanged pleasantries with Madame Yao. Madame Yao then suggested to Jiang Fei, I have some private matters to discuss with the Marquis' wife. The scenery in the garden is delightful. Why don't you take a stroll? The lady of Dingyuan smiled and added, There are some splendid blooming snowflowers by the water pavilion. I'll have a maid show you. Jiang Fei understood this was to facilitate a meeting with Wei Sanlang, aligning perfectly with her intentions, as she would eventually marry into the Wei family. It was prudent to meet him first and cultivate some rapport, while also seeking a chance to discreetly recognize the eccentric Pei Jing. Jiang Fei bowed to the two ladies and departed with the maid. The system had vanished after assigning her task, as it was said to manage thousands of hosts across various worlds, making it unlikely to oversee Jiang Fei in a short span. She had to rely on herself. She contemplated throughout the night that in order for her entire family to perish at Pei Jing's hands, she would have to gallop recklessly down the path of self-destruction. Desiring to live was arduous, yet seeking death was not. Jiang Fei contemplated berating Pei Jing or spreading scandalous rumors about him, perhaps even taking advantage of his good looks. As the author had described him as exceedingly handsome, sacrificing a little could be acceptable. However, none of these actions would be sufficient to incite the annihilation of her family. It likely required the involvement of the female lead to trigger Pei Jing's wrath. Thus, Jiang Fei was left with but one path, to follow the original author's narrative. Marry into the Wei family and wreak havoc upon the female lead, Wei Mingjin, Pei Jing's sister, inciting Pei Jing's profound animosity towards her. The maid led Jiang Fei to the edge of a pond and then halted, saying she would not accompany her further. As the third young master was waiting by the snowflowers, the Dingyuan Marquise was indeed expansive. What was referred to as a pond could be deemed a small lake, with pavilions and corridors lining one side and a pathway connecting to the garden on the other. As Jiang Fei walked ahead, she found herself bewildered. The lakeside was densely populated with trees. Which one was the snowflower? Turning back to find the maid, she realized she had vanished. As she strolled, she mused that snowflowers by their name should be white, surely not vibrant red or purple. She encountered no one by the lake until she reached a tree and spotted a gentleman seated with his back to her. The young man wore a jade hairpin, his ebony hair cascading like satin behind him, standing tall and solitary like a green bamboo in a secluded forest, exuding an air of cool detachment. Jiang Fei raised her gaze, noting the tree's expansive crown adorned with clusters of snow-white flowers, confirming the identity of the snowflower tree. Suddenly, her foot crunched upon a branch, prompting the man by the lake to turn and glance at her. Jiang Fei was momentarily taken aback, her gaze irresistibly drawn to his face. His brows resembled distant mountains, imbued with a touch of aloofness, and his eyes were as deep as a cold pond, seemingly sparkling with starlight yet veiled in a thin mist, rendering them unclear. The book merely described Wei Mingjin as a gentleman with a temperament as warm as jade. Yet she had not anticipated that the third young master of the Wei family would possess such an appearance. Such looks were fit for a leading man, not merely a supporting role. The author must be mistaken. He gave her a fleeting glance before returning his gaze elsewhere, clearly disinterested. Cautiously, Jiang Fei stepped forward, inquiring, "Might you be the third young master of the Wei family?" The young man turned his head, scrutinizing her for a moment, raising an eyebrow non-committally before resuming his focus on the lake. His expression implied tacit agreement. He seemed reluctant to engage in conversation, prompting Jiang Fei to step aside. Calculating in her mind that Madame Yao had advised her to make a good impression and avoid inciting Wei Sanling's disdain. However, he showed no inclination to converse. She could not simply rush in and act as a sycophant. She did not harbor intentions of serving Wei Mingjin with utmost reverence, as she would soon meet her demise. As long as she could marry him, maintaining a facade was sufficient. Jiang Fei was not one to beat around the bush. After hesitating for a few seconds, she directly stated, "Third young Master Wei, I am Jiang's second daughter, sent here by the Marquis's wife." Pei Jing paused, glancing at her with a hint of appraisal. "Jiang Ergua, and then?" Jiang Fei bit her lip. "Now that we have met, what are your thoughts on our marriage?" "Thoughts?" Pei Jing cast aside his fishing rod, remarking, "I find you somewhat short." Jiang Fei nearly choked on his words, almost revealing her inclination to confront him. Though this body did not match her modern height of 1.74 meters, it still stood around 1.65 meters, which could be considered tall and slender in ancient times. How could he call her short? Suppressing her irritation, Jiang Fei replied, "I merely inquired about your views on this marriage." Pei Jing smirked slightly, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "As for this marriage, I am not particularly fond of it." Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his scrutiny, Jiang Fei persisted. "Marriage is a significant matter. The matchmaker's words are paramount." She suddenly faltered, uncertain how to persuade Wei Mingjin to accept this union. Although he could not inherit the title, he was still the legitimate third son of the Marquis. If he truly did not wish to marry her, she would be powerless. Yet, she had to marry him. Without that, how could she progress the plot and bring misfortune to the female lead? Pei Jing observed her leisurely, his eyes darting as if pondering something. After considerable thought, Jiang Fei concluded that sincerity was her only weapon. She earnestly declared, "Please marry me. I wish to be your wife." "Pardon?" Pei Jing squinted, thinking he had misheard, as this was the first time he encountered such an audaciously forthright girl. "I want you to marry me." Once she began, the subsequent words flowed easily. Jiang Fei spoke rapidly, "I assure you that after marriage, I will never interfere with your freedom. If you wish to take concubines, do so. If you desire to visit brothels, go ahead. Whether male or female, it is entirely your pleasure, and I shall not complain." Pei Jing raised an eyebrow. "Moreover, my dowry is substantial, and I am quite skilled in the kitchen." Jiang Fei's enthusiasm grew. "If you find me bothersome, we can sleep in separate rooms. If you prefer tranquility, I promise to speak no more than 5 words a day. No, 3. He could no longer contain himself, interrupting, "Are you promoting yourself or attempting to scare me off to annul the engagement?" Jiang Fei fell silent, pondering that no noble lady in the capital could match her level of dedication. This was undeniably a competitive edge, capable of attracting suitors of all kinds in modern times. Pei Jing's gaze deepened, as if contemplating something. "What is your full name?" Jiang Fei slightly pouted, realizing he truly did not care enough to remember even her name. "Jiang Roof, the Jade S.Hu." After listening, Pei Jing chuckled softly and suddenly stood up, striding towards her. It was only when he stood that Jiang Fei understood why he had remarked on her height. This man was extraordinarily tall, at least 185 centimeters, if not more, and Jiang Fei barely reached his shoulder. Pei Jing looked down at her from his elevated position, prompting her to instinctively take a step back until her back pressed against the trunk of a tree. He rested his hand against the side of her face, leaning in slightly. "Xiao Cui, all these conditions sound rather agreeable, don't they?" Jiang Fei forced a laugh. "So, does that mean you agree?" Pei Jing's gaze circled her face before suddenly sharpening. "Why are you so eager to marry into the Wei family? Are you willing to promise such conditions?" A jolt of alarm shot through Jiang Fei. She certainly could not confess that her intention was to harm a sister, inviting Pei Jing's wrath upon her family. Thus, she feigned bashfulness, lowering her head. "Naturally, it is because I have long admired the third young master." Pei Jing sneered, abruptly gripping her chin. "You are lying." Jiang Fei was forced to meet his gaze, which was chillingly fierce, and she felt a shiver run down her spine. This was not a modern, law-abiding society where one could expect justice. High status and power could easily evade punishment, much like the deranged Pei Jing in the novels. "Let me guess," he mused, gently stroking her chin. "You are plotting something, aren't you?" Jiang Fei winced at his grip, her eyes brimming with tears. In a moment of inspiration, she squeezed out a couple of tears. I'm not plotting anything. I just want to leave the Jiang family as soon as possible. She sobbed, you may not know, but I am not well liked at home. Rather than suffer there, it would be better to marry here. I only seek a place to belong, and will not interfere with your private matters. Pei Jing squinted at her, seemingly contemplating the truth in her words. Seizing the moment, Jiang Fei wiped her tears and added, I am truly at my wit's end. If you don't believe me, feel free to ask any servant from the Jiang household. They will confirm my words. Releasing her chin, Pei Jing stepped back, taking a handkerchief to wipe his hands before discarding it onto the ground. Jiang Fei felt an urge to curse him. If you have a cleanliness obsession, then stop gripping my chin. If you think my face is oily, I find your hands sweaty. A suitable cry could evoke sympathy, but prolonged tears would annoy not only him but also herself. Jiang Fei wiped her tears and resolved to retreat strategically. Since we have reached this point, if you do not believe me, may I take my leave? The man before her remained unresponsive. Jiang Fei glanced at him once more before turning to walk away. The banquet was across the lake, and she did not wish to return just yet. She intended to secretly observe Pei Jing. After all, she was destined to meet her end at his hands. On the opposite bank, teeming with people, Jiang Fei walked a short distance and found a narrow spot along the lakeshore, hiding behind a cluster of flowers to peer across. The books described Pei Jing as having a beautiful facade concealing madness, making it difficult to discern his true nature. While reading, Jiang Fei had pondered how one could hide madness beneath such beauty, but it was evident that a handsome visage was undeniable. She scanned the crowd, noting that there were not many exceptionally attractive individuals. One was too youthful, another looked too aged, one smiled too broadly, revealing all 32 teeth as if ready to devour someone, while another had thinning hair, already beginning to bald at a young age. Suddenly, she felt a light poke on her shoulder. Deep in thought, she instinctively waved her hand back. Wait, I'm looking for that madman. Madman? The voice behind her echoed curiously. Realizing she had spoken, Jiang Fei snapped back to attention. Turning her head, she was startled to see Pei Jing standing behind her. Slightly hunched over, his gaze drifting past her to the distance before returning to her face. The smile that lingered on his lips did not reach his eyes as he asked, which madman are you searching for? Jiang Fei lacked the courage to admit that the madman referred to Pei Jing himself. If he heard that, her life would surely be at stake. She quickly clarified. You must have misheard. I'm looking for a cloak. Is that so? Pei Jing straightened, scrutinizing her with narrowed eyes. It is already April. And you're still searching for a cloak? Xiao Cui, you seem quite sensitive to the cold. Jiang Fei, under the glaring sun, forced herself to nod. I am a bit. Pei Jing chuckled softly, commanding, the second Miss Jiang is sensitive to the cold. Bring my cloak. There was no need for such consideration. Jiang Fei gave a forced laugh. A servant quickly approached, presenting a cloak secured by a belt. Pei Jing took the cloak, draping it around Jiang Fei's shoulders and adjusting the collar for her. Since we will be family in the future, I naturally wish to be a bit more attentive. Jiang Fei's eyes brightened. Are you implying that you agree to the marriage contract? Pei Jing raised an eyebrow. When did I ever say I would not marry? Stumped, Jiang Fei pondered before asking, are you certain you wish to marry me? Why not? Pei Jing replied. Jiang Fei's mind whirled as she seized his arm, pointing across. In that case, we are family from now on. Could you point out who is Prince Zhaoning, Pei Jing? Pei Jing lowered his gaze at her, contemplating her earlier words before breaking into a meaningful smile. So the madman you are seeking is indeed Pei Jing? Jiang Fei was taken aback. His comprehension was astonishing. She quickly shushed him. This cannot be overheard by anyone, lest it invites calamity. Pei Jing's gaze lingered on her face for a moment before he smirked. You certainly know how to fear for your life. Jiang Fei offered an awkward smile, thinking, I am afraid. However, I must still strive for survival. Pei Jing raised a hand, elegantly pointing towards a pavilion across the lake. Do you see that man in the jade-colored brocade robe, leisurely sipping tea? That is Pei Jing. Jiang Fei followed his gesture, spotting a man seated comfortably in the pavilion. His long fingers delicately held the teacup, sunlight filtering through the eaves, casting a refined glow upon him, making him appear like a meticulously crafted painting. That is Pei Jing, Jiang Fei murmured. Prince Zhaoning, Pei Jing. Pei Jing leaned closer, his voice laced with playful intrigue. a man who kills without hesitation, severing ties with kin. So, Xiao Cui, are you quite taken with him? Jiang Fei, unwilling to correct his terminology, kept her gaze fixed on the opposite bank. The text described Pei Jing as both righteous and malevolent, with madness concealed beneath a handsome facade, suggesting he appeared quite respectable and unassuming. Jiang Fei couldn't help but exclaim, "He looks just like the description in the book." "What book?" Pei Jing inquired, unable to catch her words. Just then, the man in the pavilion seemed to sense their gaze and turned towards them. His ink-like eyes locked onto Jiang Fei's across the shimmering lake, and he slightly furrowed his brow. Jiang Fei froze. Feeling like a prey caught in the gaze of a venomous serpent, she instinctively ducked behind the flowers. Afraid? Pei Jing observed her with a knowing smile. Jiang Fei's heart raced, and she retorted defiantly, "I just think he looks rather intimidating." Once she associated him with madness. Every normal gesture and glance from him felt exceedingly eerie, as if he could strike at any moment. Jiang Fei even felt that the gaze Pei Jing cast from across the lake was laced with daggers. Pei Jing chuckled softly. "Since you know he is not to be trifled with, it would be best to keep your distance and avoid conversing with him. He enjoys killing," with a smile. Jiang Fei nodded, while internally shaking her head. Avoiding him was not an option. She needed to ensure that 3 years hence, she would still be alive. Peering out from behind the flowers again, she found that the figure in the pavilion had vanished, and all around her had fallen silent. Jiang Fei turned her head, only to find no one behind her. She had not noticed when that person had slipped away. It was only then that she felt the heat. Under such a blazing sun, wrapped in a cloak, it was a stroke of luck that she hadn't succumbed to heat. Wei Mingjin clearly had a hint of malice in his demeanor, wrapping her in a cloak on such a sweltering day. As if he feared she might perish from the heat. She swiftly shed the cloak and tossed it onto a nearby stone, fanning herself with her hands. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps echoed from not far away. Jiang Fei assumed it was Wei Mingjin returning, and as she leaned out to inquire, she nearly stumbled over her own tongue. Approaching her was the elegant young master Pei Jing, the very person Wei Mingjin had pointed out to her earlier. Jiang Fei's legs weakened. She felt an instinctive fear of the madman and instinctively retreated behind the flower bushes. She intended to provoke Pei Jing, but not at this moment. She had yet to marry into the Wei family and hadn't begun to wreak havoc on the female lead. She absolutely could not die at Pei Jing's hands now. The footsteps drew closer, finally halting right beside the flower bushes. Jiang Fei maintained a composed demeanor, reflecting that if he did not call for her, all would be well. Yet if the madman summoned her, she would proclaim that the matriarch's birthday banquet was not a suitable occasion for bloodshed. However, in the original text, Pei Jing was depicted as a lunatic who would kill even at a palace banquet. How trivial was the matriarch's birthday in comparison? As she pondered, a warm voice emerged from beside the flowers, inquiring why she was hiding. Jiang Fei dared not disobey and slowly emerged from behind the bushes, shoulders slumped, hands hanging limply at her sides. Upon seeing her state, Wei Mingjin laughed, asking if she was frightened of him. "Is it that obvious?" Jiang Fei replied, raising her eyes to meet his smile. That smile was like the spring of March, refreshing and invigorating, instantly reminding Jiang Fei of his earlier words about Pei Jing, who enjoyed killing with a smile. She recalled the various gruesome descriptions of Pei Jing in the book. There were instances of him directly severing others' hands, and others where he had people whipped to death. His victims faced bizarre fates at his hands. A shiver ran down Jiang Fei's spine. Previously, she had been too far away to discern his true appearance, so she glanced up once more, only to lock eyes with him. In a panic, she quickly lowered her head, mumbling no. Despite her evident fear, she still managed to bite her lip and deny it. Wei Mingjin recalled the rumors he had heard about Jiang Ruf, his brows furrowing unconsciously. If she was not afraid of him, then she must be harboring guilt. Jiang Fei felt as though he had seen through her thoughts. Indeed, she felt guilty. Just moments ago, she had been telling someone that he was a madman. Have I hit the mark? Seeing her expression, Wei Mingjin's frown deepened. If one wishes to keep secrets, one must not engage in wrongdoing. You know best what you have done. Jiang Fei retorted defiantly. What have I done? Wei Mingjin gritted his teeth in anger. He had long heard from the maidservants about his future wife's lack of propriety, that she was secretly associating with Zhao Xingbang from the Prime Minister's family. His mother had summoned him to meet her by the lake, but he had no intention of going. He never expected that in such a short time, she would grow so close to Pei Jing, laughing and conversing with him. He desired a wife who adhered to decorum, not one who would bring him disgrace. With that thought, Wei Mingjin's gaze turned icy. "You're lying." Jiang Fei's legs began to tremble. She realized that this madman was indeed quite mad. Just from a glance across the bank, he had charged over with the intention of killing her. Suddenly, she recalled a passage from the book that described Pei Jing. The more one feared for their life, the more they begged for mercy. And the more exhilarated he became. He truly was perverse. Thus, to preserve her life, she had to act contrarily. In that moment, Jiang Fei felt a glimmer of hope. She straightened her back and summoned her courage, exclaiming, "What business is it of yours?" She perceived the shock reflected in his slightly narrowed pupils, adopting a facade of fearless bravado, though her hands trembled uncontrollably in her sleeves. "What did you say?" Wei Mingjin asked incredulously. He had merely heard that Jiang Roof was superficial and lacked substance. He never expected her to utter such coarse language in front of him. How had the Jiang family raised such a daughter? "I said, my affairs have nothing to do with you. Whatever I mutter in my heart is of no concern to you. If I do not voice it, consider it as if you do not know. If you did not see it, then pretend you are blind. Is that clear?" Jiang Fei spoke rapidly, finishing her tirade with an assertive "hm." For her own encouragement. Wei Mingjin staggered back 2 steps, taken aback. This implied that whether or not she engaged in clandestine affairs, as long as it did not occur before him, he was to remain oblivious? Such audacity was utterly shameless. He raised his finger at Jiang Roof. "You, what about me?" Jiang Roof lifted her chin defiantly. "Do I not have a name?" "I am Jiang." She paused, realizing she must not reveal her true name. What if Pei Jing later sought her out for retribution? "I am Jiang Hu Lu Ren, should fate allow us to meet again." With that, Jiang Fei fled, fearing Pei Jing might react and detain her. After running a distance, she suddenly remembered she had forgotten to retrieve the cloak Wei Mingjin had given her. It looked quite expensive, and she could not afford to lose it. She stealthily crept back, hiding behind a tree, only to see Pei Jing picking up the cloak and then putting it down, appearing to contemplate throwing it into the lake. But ultimately he did not, instead tossing it back onto the stone before leaving. Once he had gone far, Jiang Fei cautiously returned, seized the cloak, and departed. The birthday banquet had separated the male and female guests, and she did not encounter Wei Mingjin again until the feast concluded. On the way back to the Jiang residence, Jiang Fei shared a carriage with her mother, Yao Shi. Having been in the crowded environment of the Marquis's residence, where many matters were difficult to discuss, Yao Shi could hardly contain her curiosity and immediately inquired, "Did you see Wei Sanling?" Jiang Fei nodded, affirming that she had. "What was it like?" "Quite pleasant," Jiang Fei replied. Yao Shi, dissatisfied with her vague response, shot her a glance and remarked, "Wei Sanling is a fine young man, possessing both talent and virtue, unlike other young masters who merely engage in frivolities. Although he is not the legitimate heir to the title, he harbors great ambitions and will surely achieve remarkable feats in the future." Jiang Fei cared little for Wei Sanling's future accomplishments. After all, she would not survive more than 2 years after marrying him. She merely echoed Yao Shi's sentiments, saying, "I believe so too." Yao Shi, adjusting her sleeves leisurely, asked, "Did you manage to speak with Wei Sanling?" "I did," Jiang Fei replied. Yao Shi frowned. "Must I teach you everything? What did you discuss, and how did it go?" "You're like a gourd that has been sawed in half, unable to utter a word for ages." Jiang Fei pouted. "If I were to speak freely, I fear your heart might not withstand it." She recounted their conversation, omitting the part where Wei Mingjin had challenged her and where she had lamented her plight to demonstrate her undeniable worth, instead emphasizing that he had decided to marry her. And their discussion had gone exceedingly well. Yao Shi sighed in relief, warning her to stay indoors for a while to avoid causing any more trouble. Upon returning to the Jiang residence, Jiang Rulin was already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Yao Shi return, she enthusiastically rushed forward to assist her. The two seemed to have forgotten entirely about Jiang Roof, and by the time Jiang Fei dismounted from the carriage, they had already entered the gates. The engagement between Jiang Roof and Wei Mingjin had been arranged many years ago. Otherwise, Jiang Roof, as the less favored daughter, would not have had such an opportunity. The eldest branch of the Jiang family, led by Yao Shi, had produced 2 sons and 3 daughters. The original Jiang Roof was the 3rd daughter, with her elder brother Jiang Qingjin and elder sister Jiang Ryu having been married off long ago, leaving Jiang Roof and Jiang Rulin still in the marriageable age. Alongside a younger brother, Jiang Qingling, who was merely 6 years old. The Jiang family was prosperous and counted among the notable families in the capital, with a grand residence to match. Jiang Roof resided in a secluded west courtyard, yet she was directionally challenged, having only followed a maidservant once the previous day. She could not recall the exact location, only the general direction, so she was compelled to grab a maidservant at random to guide her. Just as she passed through the moon gate, a voice called out from behind, "Stop right there." Jiang Fei recognized the voice of Jiang Rulin, but chose to ignore it as the footsteps behind her grew increasingly frantic. "Jiang Fei, did you not hear me calling you?"
Huh?
Jiang Fei halted, glancing back at the maid and asked, "Have we gotten a dog in our household?" The maid shook her head. "No, we haven't." Jiang Fei feigned innocence. "Since we do not have a dog, how is it that I heard barking just now?" Jiang Rulin's face turned a deep shade of fury as she rushed forward, raising her hand to slap Jiang Fei. "You vile creature! How dare you insult me?" Jiang Fei swiftly seized her wrist. "Dear sister, why the anger? Stop pretending." Jiang Rulin struggled. "You deceived mother into believing that Wei Sanling would marry you. He knows about your affair with Zhao Xingbang. He would never marry you." Jiang Fei was about to respond when a thought raced through her mind. Few knew of her affair with Zhao Xingbang, so how could it have reached Wei Mingjin's ears? Indeed, Jiang Rulin did not want Wei Mingjin to marry her. And aside from exposing her with Zhao Xingbang, there must be other schemes at play. "You deliberately informed Wei Sanling, didn't you?" Jiang Fei's grip on her wrist tightened. "What evidence do you have?" Jiang Rulin yanked her hand away. Jiang Fei analyzed. "You cannot directly inform Wei Sanling. It would reveal your intentions, and he would resent you. Thus, you bribed a servant close to Wei Mingjin, letting slip a few tidbits during their idle chatter. He would not suspect you. He would think the news had spread widely, leading him to harbor even more disdain for me. Moreover, your restraint in spreading the news widely suggests you are aware that we are family. If I lose face in the capital, your reputation would suffer as well." Jiang Rulin stood frozen, astonished by Jiang Fei's astute deductions. How did she know this? Wasn't she usually dim-witted? It seemed Jiang Fei's suspicions had struck true, and a sense of satisfaction surged within her. Why hadn't she been cast into a palace drama? With such clarity of thought, she could easily outmaneuver two emperors. "So, what if you guessed right?" Jiang Rulin retorted. "You may as well report me to mother, but no one would believe you." "Who said I would report you?" Jiang Fei stepped closer with a smile. "Why not let me assist you?" Jiang Rulin was taken aback. "Assist me? Wait, Jiang Fei. Do you have some trick up your sleeve?" Jiang Fei beckoned her closer and said, "When I marry Wei Mingjin, you shall be my maid of honor, and I will reward you with a position of favor." "You dare to insult me?" Jiang Rulin was so enraged that she raised her hand to strike Jiang Fei again. This time, Jiang Fei evaded her grasp and sidestepped, extending her leg. Jiang Rulin stumbled over Jiang Fei's foot and fell flat on her face. Jiang Fei chuckled and retracted her leg, contemplating her next move. Fighting over a man did not align with her values as a modern woman. Men were mere clouds, and tasks were of utmost importance. Ignoring the fallen Jiang Rulin, Jiang Fei dusted off her hands and walked towards her courtyard. Upon entering, the courtyard was eerily quiet, save for a maid dozing under the corridor, who remained oblivious to Jiang Fei's entrance. Jiang Fei lifted the teapot from the table, finding it surprisingly light and devoid of tea. A glance around revealed that the flowers in the vase had withered into mere twigs, and the courtyard appeared to have been neglected. She slammed the teapot down with a resounding thud, startling the maid awake. Chapter 8. Killing two birds with one stone. The maid's previously tense expression relaxed upon seeing Jiang Fei, and she smiled as she stood. "Miss, you are back. I waited for you so long that I fell asleep. Did you encounter young Master Wei at the Ho residence?" Jiang Fei disregarded her question, simply stating, "Pour me a cup of tea." Yunxiang took the teapot to pour tea, only to realize it was empty. She quickly added, "Although summer is upon us, cold tea can harm the stomach. I waited for you to return to brew a pot of hot tea, so you could rest this afternoon." Jiang Fei watched her retreating figure, noting the maid's silver tongue. Her laziness had been spun into a show of thoughtfulness. The original Jiang Fei was indecisive, easily swayed by others, and had often been manipulated by this maid. Yet there was little to be done. She was merely a minor character, beautiful as she was. If the author had made her clever, she would overshadow the heroine. In the original narrative, Jiang Fei was depicted as a simpleton, a mere pawn led by the nose. Even her acquaintance with Zhao Xingbang orchestrated at the behest of Yunxiang. Remarkably, this maid became quite adept after Jiang Fei's dalliance with Zhao Xingbang. She accompanied him to the Zhao family, eventually becoming a concubine. Jiang Fei sat before the mirror and casually opened her jewelry box, revealing a sparse collection of trinkets. The original character was shockingly impoverished. Earlier that morning, Yao had criticized her for dressing too simply. Jiang Fei had countered that the Ho residence was affluent and had seen far grander adornments. Dressing ostentatiously would be ill-advised, successfully persuading Yao to relent. Even if they were not favored, the Jiang family had some semblance of pride. It was inconceivable to possess only these few ornaments. "Miss, the tea is ready." Yunxiang entered with a tea tray, a sycophantic smile plastered on her face. Jiang Fei did not take the tea, but instead focused on the hairpin atop Yunxiang's head. "That pin is quite lovely." Yunxiang instinctively touched her hair, smiling. "It was a gift from you, miss, out of your kindness." Jiang Fei seized her wrist. "This bracelet is also quite exquisite." Yunxiang noticed that Jiang Fei had been acting unusually lately, as she typically would return and discuss matters with her, seeking advice. Instead, yesterday she had returned and laid on the bed in silence, disregarding Yunxiang entirely. "Is this also a gift for me?" "Oh," Jiang Fei smiled. "What remarkable feat have you accomplished to deserve such a valuable gift?" Yunxiang forced a smile. "I merely do my utmost to serve you well and offer counsel, Mississippi." Lowering her voice, she added, "Miss, Wei Sanlang is not a suitable match. Perhaps we should send a letter to young Master Zhao." "What purpose would a letter serve?" Jiang Fei feigned ignorance. Yunxiang extended the tea again, to invite young Master Zhao to propose. Jiang Fei nearly laughed aloud. How could such a clever girl still manipulate the original character so effortlessly? It was indeed a battle of wits between two fools. Presently, Zhao Xingbang would scarcely dare to glance at her, let alone propose. Invite him to propose? "So, I can make room for your third miss?" Yunxiang's complexion paled, and she fell to her knees. "I am loyal to you, miss. How could you say such a thing?" Jiang Fei leaned down, gently pulling the hairpin from Yunxiang's hair and playing with it between her fingers. "Have I not treated you well? Have I ever deprived you of fine jewelry or delicacies?" "You are a traitor." Yunxiang shrank back. "Miss, you misunderstand me." Silence. Jiang Fei interrupted. "Return to me everything you have taken from me, intact." Yunxiang looked up. "But those were gifts from you. Gifts to my loyal servant. Are you one?" Jiang Fei placed the hairpin in the jewelry box and beckoned Yunxiang to remove the bracelet. Reluctantly, Yunxiang took off the bracelet, her eyes brimming with tears as she gazed at Jiang Fei. "I am utterly devoted to you, Mississippi." Jiang Fei accepted the bracelet and tossed it into the jewelry box, looking down at Yunxiang from a superior position. "Aside from what I have given you, how much have you taken from me over the years?" Yunxiang's heart raced, and she quickly shook her head. "Miss, I truly have not." Except for the items Jiang Fei had gifted her, she had indeed pilfered quite a few treasures. With only Yunxiang as her confidant, Jiang Fei had grown increasingly dependent on her, knowing full well that even if discovered, she would never expose her. How could she suddenly claim innocence? Jiang Fei chuckled lightly, stating that the items allocated to her by the household, along with those bestowed by her grandmother and mother, were all duly recorded. If they were not in her possession, they must be with someone else. She suggested summoning her mother for verification. Yu Xiang, finally flustered, hurriedly knelt and begged for forgiveness, claiming she had only acted out of confusion, believing that Jiang Fei had no use for the items. Storing them? Jiang Fei scoffed. "Pray tell, where are they now?" Yu Xiang stammered, unable to articulate a response. Some of the jewelry adorned her, while others had been covertly exchanged for money to support her family, and a few had even been gifted to the maids around Jiangru Lin, hoping to curry favor. Jiang Fei, uninterested in further dialogue, declared, "I shall grant you 3 days to return every item in full. Otherwise..." She leaned slightly forward, her voice soft yet laced with menace. "I will report your theft of my possessions to my mother." Yu Xiang trembled at the thought. Under Madame Yao's strict governance, the consequences could range from being sold out of the household to a far graver fate. "Please spare me, miss. I promise to return everything." Yu Xiang continued to bow, her forehead reddening. Jiang Fei, satisfied, nodded and returned to her vanity, coolly stating, "Very well. I shall not keep a disloyal servant. Since you are close to my third sister, you may serve her instead." After a prolonged plea from Yu Xiang, who sobbed as she departed, Jiang Fei seized the opportunity to request 2 maids from Madame Yao now that the west courtyard was devoid of attendants. For the next couple of days, Jiang Fei indulged in a leisurely existence, relishing the freedom from responsibilities such as work or cooking, waking naturally without a care. After all, she had been an orphan in her modern life, and were it not for her untimely fate within the narrative, her life as Jiang Rulin was rather pleasant. On the third day, Yu Xiang returned, carrying a box with her. This was something Jiang Fei had anticipated. Jiang Rulin would not accept a maid dismissed by Jiang Fei, as it would tarnish her reputation. Jiang Rulin, being particularly concerned with her image, would not degrade herself for a mere servant. Moreover, since Jiang Fei no longer trusted Yu Xiang, she had lost any value as a tool.
Yet,
Yu Xiang still held value for Jiang Rulin. Jiang Fei had deliberately dismissed Yu Xiang, waiting for her to be cast aside by Jiang Rulin to reclaim the jewelry, achieving two objectives simultaneously. Kneeling before Jiang Fei, Yu Xiang held the box with trembling hands, her eyes swollen from crying. "Miss, I realize my mistakes. Please show mercy, and allow me to return to serve you. I promise to be diligent and faithful." Jiang Fei took the box, glancing inside to find numerous pieces of jewelry, though she was uncertain of the exact amount the original owner possessed. "Is this all?" Yu Xiang hastily replied, "I couldn't gather the rest in time. Some have been pawned. And others." She bit her lip, hesitant to elaborate. Jiang Fei leisurely closed the box and, in a calm tone, remarked, "I am well aware of what is missing. Considering our history, I shall grant you a chance to stay here as a general maid, without the need to serve me closely." Yu Xiang looked up, eager to plead further, when suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed from outside. A stranger's voice called out, "Second miss. The old madam requests your immediate presence at Songha Hall." Jiang Fei furrowed her brow. What could the old madam want at this hour? "What is it that grandmother seeks me for?" Jiang Fei inquired. The maid, expressionless, replied, "You will know once you arrive." The household maids, adept at navigating social hierarchies, had been warm towards her recently due to the impending marriage with the Wei family, but today their demeanor had shifted. Could it be that there was trouble regarding the engagement? Following the maid into the old madam's residence, Jiang Fei heard hushed voices, occasionally punctuated by raised tones. Upon arrival, the atmosphere shifted to one of tension as the maid announced her presence. The room fell silent, and Jiang Fei stepped inside to find a number of individuals present. The old madam sat at the head, her expression stern, while Madame Yao wore a similarly disapproving look. Alongside Jiang Rulin, several other women, presumably aunts from the other branches of the family, filled the space. The atmosphere was so icy it felt akin to a courtroom. Jiang Fei respectfully greeted, "Grandmother, I pay my respects. Mother and esteemed aunts, I greet you." The old madam did not bid her to rise but scrutinized her coldly before speaking. "I am getting old and had not concerned myself with your marriage before. Today, feeling somewhat better, I wish to inquire about your meeting with Wei Sanling." Jiang Fei responded respectfully, "Young Master Wei is amiable, and our meeting went smoothly." At this, a faint scoff echoed from the room. Jiang Fei turned to see Jiang Rulin, seated beneath Madame Yao, wearing a smug expression. Given that Jiang Rulin had previously faced embarrassment at Jiang Fei's hands, whatever made her so pleased was likely tied to Wei Sanling. Jiang Fei frowned slightly, only to hear the old madam ask sternly, "Fei girl, do you realize your transgressions?" Alarm bells rang in Jiang Fei's mind. What had she done wrong? "I do not know." The old madam slammed her palm on the table. "I presumed your temperament was simply stubborn, but I had not anticipated your utter lack of shame. The Wei family has sent word, stating that your conduct is wanting, and the alliance with our family must be rediscussed." Jiang Fei's heart sank. In wealthy families, reputation was paramount. To directly accuse someone of lacking virtue was akin to an insult. Yet, Wei Mingjin had seemed agreeable by the lake. What had gone awry? Why the silence? Madame Yao exclaimed, indignant. "You even deceived me into believing your interaction with Wei Sanling was successful. The fact that they haven't sent a formal withdrawal of the engagement is merely courtesy due to the family's ties." Jiang Fei inhaled deeply, suppressing her tumultuous emotions, and met the old madam's gaze. "Grandmother, I am truly unaware of what I may have done incorrectly. My meeting with young Master Wei by the lake was indeed cordial, and he verbally agreed to the marriage. Should the Wei family suddenly have reservations, I would be willing to confront young Master Wei directly." The old madam's brow furrowed, but before she could respond, Jiang Rulin interjected eagerly, "Sister, are you still trying to argue your case?" The Wei family has already sent word stating that you were seen by young Master Wei engaging in inappropriate conduct by the lake.
What?
Jiang Fei was taken aback. Was it possible Wei Mingjin had witnessed her conversation with Pei Jing? Surely, he wouldn't be so petty as to misconstrue a mere conversation as inappropriate contact. What else do you have to say for yourself? The old madam prompted. After contemplating, Jiang Fei realized that refusing to marry Wei Mingjin would hinder her ability to fulfill the task assigned by the system. With this in mind, she addressed the old madam. Clasping her hands respectfully, "Grandmother, I dare to request your permission." The old madam regarded her with a mix of confusion and disbelief as Jiang Fei's posture shifted. Realizing this was not a martial arts drama, she hastily lowered her hands, requesting permission to personally clarify matters with him. The room erupted into a chorus of protests. Madame Yao slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, "Preposterous! What kind of unmarried young lady approaches a man to confront him? Are you intent on disgracing the Jiang family?" Another aunt chimed in sharply, "Indeed. If word gets out, others will think our Jiang girls are desperate for marriage." Jiang Fei maintained her composure, asserting, "I am not seeking to create a scene, but feel that since the Wei family holds a misunderstanding regarding my conduct, it is only right that I clarify the matter personally. If I do not address this, the Wei family may perceive our household as lacking propriety." This rationale silenced the other women, as the implications of Jiang Fei's situation could affect all unwed daughters of the Jiang family. After a moment of contemplation, the old madam inquired, "Who was the man you spoke with that day?" Jiang Fei quickly responded, "It was Pei Jing." The room fell into an eerie silence, as if a pin could be heard dropping. The old madam's teacup shattered on the ground, shards scattering, while Madame Yao turned pale. And the aunts gasped, covering their mouths. Who did you say?" The old madam's voice trembled. "Jiang Fei. Prince Xiaoning, Pei Jing. How could you possibly be involved with him?" The old lady exclaimed in shock. "It was merely a question for directions," Jiang Fei replied. "Grandmother, consider this. How could I possibly entangle myself with someone like Pei Jing? Such a person is one I would avoid at all costs. Young Master Wei must have misunderstood." The old lady seemed to ponder her words, and after a moment, she believed about 70% of it. "As for that man, the further you stay from him, the better. Do not get entangled with him in any way." Jiang Fei then cast her gaze towards the other individuals in the room. With so many members of the Jiang family, if Pei Jing were to harm her entire family, how much bloodshed would that entail?
Did you hear that?
Jiang Fei's thoughts wandered, and she snapped back to reality when the old lady's sharp voice cut through her reverie. "Did you hear? Is there a need for me to explain to young Master Wei?" "Explain what?" Jiang Rulin interjected suddenly. "Young Master Wei has already shown you some leniency with his words. If grandmother has not spoken, what right do you have to interject?" Jiang Fei shot her a glance. "Enough," the old lady interrupted. "It is certainly inappropriate for an unmarried girl like you to take the lead. I have my own considerations in this matter. Fei girl, you may leave now." Jiang Fei exited the main hall but had not wandered far when she heard voices rising from within again. They were discussing everything behind her back, evidently treating her like an outsider. It seemed that the original owner had indeed endured a difficult life in the Jiang family, otherwise she would not have viewed a maid as a lifeline, allowing Yunxiang to lead her by the nose. Several of the ladies emerged one after another from the old lady's chamber, with Yao Shi and Jiang Rulin being the last to exit. Once the crowd had dispersed, Yao Shi remarked, "You should learn to conceal your expressions. Your thoughts are all written on your face. Do you think your grandmother is easy to fool?" Jiang Rulin, already feeling discontent, felt even more disgruntled at Yao Shi's admonishment. "It's simply unfair. The engagement with the Wei family is meant for the second daughter of the Jiang family. It should have been mine." Yao Shi suddenly halted, casting a wary glance around. Fortunately, apart from her personal maid, there was no one else present. She lowered her voice, saying, "This matter should not be mentioned again. Be cautious, for there may be ears on the other side of the wall." "But no buts," Yao Shi interrupted, taking Jiang Rulin's hand in a comforting manner. "Rulin, you must understand that to gain something, one must also sacrifice something. If you acquire her possessions, you must offer something in return to maintain balance. Besides, marrying young Master Wei may not necessarily be a blessing." Just as they departed, a figure appeared around the corner of the corridor. Chapter 10. Come in. After Jiang Fei left that day, she was unaware of what the others discussed, but soon enough, The old lady issued an edict for her to reflect in solitude. Regardless, Jiang Rilin could still roam around the estate while reflecting, so Jiang Fei followed suit, wandering through the residence and scouting for a potential escape route. She had yet to explore the streets since arriving in this world. Being confined within the estate was driving her mad. Jiang Fei sat pensively beside a stone table. What did Yao Shi and Jiang Rilin's conversation mean? Was Jiang Rilin originally meant to be the second daughter of the Jiang family? What about her? Was she merely the third daughter? What significance did this rearrangement hold? Jiang Fei recalled carefully, realizing that the text of the book did not mention this matter. Was it due to her transmigration causing unforeseen changes? Or did the original author deem it unnecessary to elaborate on such minor characters? She attempted to call out to the system but received no response after a lengthy wait. She needed to devise a plan to escape. Remaining trapped within the estate was not a viable option. If Wei Mingjin truly intended to marry someone else, that would be utterly unacceptable. As Jiang Fei contemplated while nibbling on a pastry, a piece slipped from her fingers and rolled across the ground. Just as she bent down to retrieve it, a filthy little hand shot out from behind the rockery, swiftly snatching the pastry before retreating. Jiang Fei deliberately threw another piece to the ground. When the hand reached out again, she quickly seized it, pulling the person into view. It was a girl of around 13 or 14, curled up in the crevice behind the stone table, struggling to swallow a red date. Upon being discovered, she trembled in fear, nearly choking on the date. Jiang Fei promptly gave her back a firm pat, causing the date to fall from the girl's mouth. The girl instinctively reached for it again, but Jiang Fei stopped her. "Who are you?" The little girl shook like a leaf. "Miss, please spare me, miss, please." "What is your name? Which courtyard do you belong to?" Jiang Fei inquired. The girl spoke in a barely audible voice. "I am called Zhou Tao, a maidservant in the miscellaneous quarters." Jiang Fei noticed the girl's thin arms beneath her sleeves, as though she had never been well fed. "Are you very hungry?" Zhou Tao nodded vigorously. Jiang Fei held the pastry. "How long have you been in the estate?" "I was sold to the Jiang family when I was 6. Jiang Fei nodded, waving the pastry in front of Zhou Tao. "You have been here for many years. You must be quite familiar with everything in the estate." Zhou Tao's eyes lit up at the sight of the pastry, swallowing hard. "Very familiar. Then, let us make a deal." Jiang Fei glanced around and lowered her voice. "Do you know where one could slip out unnoticed?" Half an hour later, Jiang Fei strolled through the bustling streets of the capital, followed closely by an incessantly chattering companion. "Miss, if we are discovered, it will be disastrous." "Then let us not be discovered," Jiang Fei replied. Zhou Tao trailed behind, a rope tied to her wrist extending to Jiang Fei's, ensuring they remained together. This arrangement served two purposes: to prevent them from getting separated and to deter Zhou Tao from reporting back. The two wandered from morning till noon, their stomachs growling with hunger. Jiang Fei, with some silver exchanged for 2 pieces of jewelry, headed directly to a restaurant. The elegant dining room's south windows faced the street, allowing Jiang Fei to eat while observing the lively scene outside, sighing softly. On her way here, she had passed numerous shops, and with the knowledge she possessed, opening a shop in the capital to earn some silver should be feasible. With a stroke of luck, she might even become a wealthy merchant. Alas, her fate was short-lived. In 2 years, she would perish alongside the rest of the Jiang family. Earning money was futile if she had no time to spend it. Rather than toiling away, she would prefer to embrace a more leisurely life, aiming to marry Wei Mingjin soon, collect a dowry from the Jiang family, and squander it all before her untimely end, relishing the remaining 2 years of her life. Just as Jiang Fei prepared to withdraw her gaze, she unexpectedly spotted a carriage coming to a halt diagonally across the street. Upon seeing who disembarked, her eyes brightened suddenly. Was that not Wei Mingjin? Just as she was at a loss for how to meet him, he appeared before her. Jiang Fei waved to Zhou Tao, who hurried over, her hands full with a bun in one hand and a chicken leg in the other, her mouth stuffed. Jiang Fei pointed towards where the carriage had stopped. "What is that place?" Zhou Tao swallowed hard, managing to mumble, "That is Lu Fong Garden." "I see," Jiang Fei said. "A brothel, is it?" Zhou Tao shook her head vigorously. "No, it is a theater, a place for listening to music, accessible only to high-ranking officials and nobles." A theater was even better. There was no need to devise a plan to sneak in. Jiang Fei wiped her hands and pulled Zhou Tao along, who still lamented over the table of delicious food. "What about the food? Prioritize the important matters," Jiang Fei urged, dragging Zhou Tao hurriedly downstairs. Headed straight for Lu Fong Garden. Before the imposing bouncer at the entrance could question her, she swiftly utilized her monetary prowess, tossing out a silver ingot, and was allowed entry into Lu Fong Garden without hindrance. From the outside, the place appeared modest, but inside, it was a different world altogether. In the center of the theater stood a stage adorned with splendid red and gold decorations. Intricately carved tables and chairs were already filled with patrons, and 2 tiers of private boxes surrounded the area. Jiang Fei pulled Jiu Tao, searching for Wei Mingjin among the crowd. With his background, he likely would not be found in the main hall, but rather in one of the private rooms upstairs. Just as Jiang Fei was about to ascend the stairs, she was stopped by someone at the staircase. "May I inquire which private room the lady has reserved?" "The second floor," Jiang Fei replied vaguely, attempting to move past. The attendant blocked her path, eyeing her with suspicion and a hint of disdain. "If the young lady has not made a reservation, she cannot access our private room
Today?
The lower floor is also fully booked. It would be best for the lady to visit another day." The tone was reminiscent of a pompous eunuch from the palace. Jiang Fei regretted not adorning herself with all her jewelry before stepping out, wishing to dazzle him with her opulence and blind his condescending gaze. "I am looking for someone," Jiang Fei declared directly. "Who are you looking for?" "Wei Mingjin." Before the waiter could respond, Jiang Fei added, "I am his fiancé." The waiter inhaled sharply. Indeed, Wei's third son had made a reservation for a private room on the second floor. If she truly were the fiancé of Wei, he could not afford to offend her. If she dared to impersonate her, allowing her access would not be held against him. With this thought, the waiter quickly changed his demeanor, smiling, "Ah. So you are the fiancé of Master Wei. Please proceed to the private room. Master Wei's room is the 4th one on the second floor. I shall not accompany you further." Jiang Fei nodded and ascended the stairs, lifting her skirts. The private rooms on the second floor formed a semicircle around the stage below, offering the best view. The waiter only mentioned the 4th room, but did not specify whether to count from the left or the right. Jiang Fei walked along the corridor until she reached the entrance of the 4th room, peering inside to find it empty, then counted from the other end. Upon reaching the 4th room, she faintly heard the sound of a zither. Leaning against the door, she peered through the crack and indeed saw Wei Mingjin reclining on a couch, holding a folding fan in one hand, with a beauty seated on either side and another playing the zither within the room. One of the beauties offered him a cup of wine, which he waved away with his fan, then lifted his chin and took a sip. He appeared quite capable of enjoying himself, yet shamelessly claimed that he was entangled with men while indulging in such pleasures. A hypocritical scoundrel. Jiang Fei leaned against the door, cursing him from head to toe, her lips twitching as if she were a patient suffering from facial nerve disorder. Jiu Tao, witnessing this, was alarmed and tugged at Jiang Fei's sleeve. "Miss, your expression is becoming increasingly fearsome." Inside the room, Pei Jing turned his gaze towards the sound at the door the moment it was made, then waved his hand holding the fan, causing the door to swing open. "Who is it?"
Gomain.
Chapter 11. Roleplay. Jiang Fei maintained her position of eavesdropping and locked eyes with Wei Mingjin. What remarkable hearing and skill. Fortunately, the system only required her to complete the storyline without demanding she assassinate Wei Mingjin. Otherwise, she would never achieve her goal. Upon seeing the person at the door, Pei Jing was taken aback. He had previously amused himself by teasing this girl at the Duke of Dianyuan's residence, never expecting to encounter her here. Pei Jing leisurely waved his fan. "Are you looking for me?" Having been discovered, Jiang Fei boldly stepped into the room. What a coincidence, Wei Mingjin. The courtesans in the room all turned to look at her, astonished that she would call his name so directly, before hastily lowering their heads. Pei Jing was momentarily stunned, then suddenly chuckled. It seemed she remained unaware of his true identity, making the situation all the more intriguing. "Miss Jiang Er," Pei Jing sat up slowly, speaking deliberately. "You are not here to catch me in the act, are you?"
How could that be?
Jiang Fei feigned shock. "I have previously stated that regardless of how many people you pursue, be they male or female, I will not pry. I could even assist you in taking a concubine." Pei Jing lightly waved his fan. "Since you are not here to catch me, would you care to listen to the opera with me?" Jiang Fei, unreserved, sat directly opposite him. "Then I shall impose." Pei Jing gestured dismissively, and the nearby beauty gracefully exited, turning to Jiang Fei's companion. "You may leave as well." Jiu Tao hesitated, glancing at Jiang Fei, who nodded before she too exited the room. The room fell silent, and Pei Jing inquired, "What brings you here today to indulge in opera?" "I sneaked out. My grandmother has confined me to reflect on my actions." Jiang Fei fixed her gaze upon him, her anger flaring as she noted the lack of remorse on his face. Behind his back, he spoke of her entanglements with men, claiming her character was lacking, while outwardly he feigned indifference. What difference was there between him and a scheming seductress? Pei Jing paused momentarily. Why?
How can you even ask why?
Jiang Fei glared at him, her fury evident. Did we not have a good conversation the other day? You promised to marry me, yet you turned around and reneged on that promise. Now you speak of me being involved with Pei Jing? A flicker of understanding crossed Pei Jing's eyes.
So, it was…
Wei Mingjin had withdrawn his engagement with the Jiang family. Such an interesting person, confined within the rigid walls of the Duke's residence, would surely lose their charm. Life would be utterly dull. He had never encountered anyone quite like her, and he wondered how her blood differed from that of others. Pei Jing's half-lidded eyes glimmered with a fierce light. Are you saying I can do as I please? Precisely. After speaking, Jiang Fei noticed his unabashed scrutiny, suddenly feeling a sense of unease. She instinctively wrapped her arms around herself. I meant you can do as you wish outside. Pei Jing toyed with his cup, deliberately asking, what if I wish to play at home? Jiang Fei responded, or perhaps. Pei Jing drawled, you wish to join me for an outing? Jiang Fei pondered his words, questioning whether her heart had become tainted. Why did she feel there was an underlying insinuation in his words? In the narrative, the distinction between Jiang Rufei and Jiang Rulin was that one was the legitimate wife, while the other was a concubine. One had many lovers, while the other desired but could not attain. The path Jiang would traverse mirrored that of Jiang Rulin, where Wei Mingjin showed little care for his wife post-marriage, leading to their separation. However, under Wei Mingjin's cold indifference and suppression, Jiang Rulin descended into madness, ultimately falling for the charming prince Pei Jing. Driven by jealousy to scheme against Wei Xiying, the object of Pei Jing's affections. Logically, Wei Mingjin would never engage with her. He preferred to consort with numerous scholars rather than his own wife, likely intending to intimidate her. With this thought, Jiang Fei felt a surge of confidence. You must marry me first, otherwise, what right do you have to speak? Pei Jing was taken aback by her boldness, casting her a lingering gaze. Noting she bore little resemblance to a noble lady of the capital, instead exuding a hint of the martial world. Martial world? A face suddenly flashed in Pei Jing's mind, and his eyes turned cold. He lifted the fan to tilt Jiang Fei's chin. So you desire to marry into the Wei family? Jiang Fei raised her chin, attempting to retreat. However, Pei Jing was quicker, thrusting the fan forward, catching her off guard and pinning her to the ground, the cold fan bone pressing against her throat, causing her body to tense instinctively. You, Jiang Fei, she glared at the suddenly menacing Wei Mingjin. Are you out of your mind? Pei Jing scrutinized her for a moment, then suddenly chuckled. Indeed, I have a problem. Jiang Fei sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint the source of her unease. Just as she attempted to rise, she heard a faint sound, and the sensation at her neck turned icy. Lowering her gaze, her pupils constricted in horror. The tip of the fan had revealed a thin blade, poised against her throat. Pei Jing seemed to be examining her neck, noting its delicacy and pallor, as if it could snap with the slightest pressure. With a gentle stroke of the blade, it would carve a line across her fair skin, causing warm blood to spurt forth, beautifully contrasting against her complexion. Pei Jing's throat moved slightly, the corners of his eyes tinged with a hint of crimson, resembling uncleaned bloodstains, making his phoenix-like eyes appear all the more enchanting. Jiang Fei gasped, her breath and swallowing becoming cautious. If she were not mistaken, she recognized the murderous intent she had first encountered in his gaze. What do you intend to do? Jiang Fei stammered, her words faltering. Pei Jing leaned closer, staring into her eyes, his satisfaction evident as he observed her fear. The bloodthirst in his gaze intensified, and the blade edged closer, as he slowly articulated. I detest that martial world aura. Jiang Fei suddenly recalled that the character Wei Xiying in the book harbored affections for the male protagonist, who hails from the esteemed sword-forging pavilion, the foremost sect in the martial world. In the narrative, Wei Mingjin harbored a profound disdain for his sister's association with the male lead, believing that a lady of high standing marrying a man from the martial realm would surely lead to an unstable future. This must be the reason. The mention of her unsatisfactory future brother-in-law incited Wei Mingjin's wrath, culminating in a murderous rage. Upon reflection, this made perfect sense. Wait, don't be agitated, Jiang Fei hastily reassured. I merely read a story recently. If it displeases you, I have other tales in mind, and I can portray numerous characters. Her words momentarily halted Pei Jing's actions as he narrowed his eyes. Imitate? You mean to act? Jiang Fei swallowed nervously, cautiously explaining. I can embody the essence of a refined lady, ensuring grace and propriety. With a swift change in demeanor, she mimicked the decorum of a genteel lady before Yao Shi, saying, Young master, you have placed me in a compromising position. It may be considered rather reckless. Yet, before she could gauge Pei Jing's reaction, she felt an involuntary shiver run down her spine. This portrayal bore little resemblance to the virtuous ladies of yore. Instead, it resembled the coy allure of a courtesan. Pei Jing appeared to be entertained by her antics, suddenly bursting into laughter. After a moment's contemplation, he proposed, Shall we engage in a game? What game? Jiang Fei inquired. Pei Jing retreated slightly, declaring, I will count to 3. If you manage to escape this room, I shall spare you if not. His eyes narrowed ominously. With his formidable martial prowess, by the time she reached the door, he could swiftly close it, leaving her no chance of escape. It was evident he was toying with her. Jiang Fei, not lacking in wits, gestured to the binding around her neck. You must first release me. Allow me to prepare before we begin. Pei Jing retracted his folding fan, only for a figure on the ground to spring up, swiftly dashing for the exit. Jiang Fei felt this was undoubtedly the swiftest she had ever run, surpassing even her high school record of 13 seconds and 8/10 in the 50-meter dash. As she bolted from the chamber, she failed to notice Jiao Tao and headed straight for the staircase, anxious about losing a moment. As she descended a few steps, she abruptly halted. Below, a man preparing to ascend glanced up, frowning upon spotting her. Was this not the infamous madman Pei Jing? Jiang Fei, having drunk too much water at noon, nearly lost control of her bladder. This instinctive reaction stemmed from the author's portrayal of Pei Jing as disturbingly eccentric, leaving a lasting impression. Wei Mingjin was accompanied by several associates, one of whom had previously encountered Jiang Roof, pointing at her, Isn't she? Wei Mingjin cleared his throat, instantly silencing the man. It was indeed inappropriate to utter a lady's name in public. You all go ahead, Wei Mingjin instructed, slightly turning his head toward his companions. As they ascended, Jiang Fei stepped aside, lowering her head as she continued downward, praying he had not recognized her. Reaching the bottom of the stairs, she turned to slip past him, only for Wei Mingjin to extend his hand, resting it firmly on the railing. With a disapproving gaze, he questioned, What brings you here? I came to listen to the performance, she stammered. Where to now? Home. Wei Mingjin cast a glance upstairs, scoffing. What secretive deeds are you up to? Jiang Fei, perplexed, raised her head to retort, Why should I feel guilty? Wei Mingjin, vexed, shot back, Shouldn't you? Jiang Fei, standing her ground, replied, Is it not acceptable for me to nurture relationships with others? Wei Mingjin's face flushed with anger, his sleeve flaring dramatically. You are utterly unreasonable. Just as Jiang Fei was about to respond, footsteps echoed behind her. She turned to see Wei Mingjin, who had threatened her moments ago, standing on the stairs. One hand behind his back, twirling a concealed blade within his folding fan, his expression betraying a sense of amusement. Jiang Fei glanced at Pei Jing below. His expression had darkened further. This was perplexing. Hadn't the book depicted Pei Jing as the second male lead who harbored feelings for Wei Xiying, Wei Mingjin's sister? Logically, he should be eager to please Wei Mingjin, yet he appeared as if he wished to eliminate him instead. Jiang Fei was utterly bewildered, caught between the two, her gaze darting back and forth as though she were a pendulum. Wei Mingjin's face revealed an understanding as he regarded Jiang Roof coolly, stating, I was curious why Miss Jiang Er was here. It turns out you are once again with him. The words dripped with disdain, as if he were expressing disappointment in her choices. Jiang Fei thought to herself, He is my fiancé. If I am not with him, should I consort with a lunatic like you?
Come down.
Wei Mingjin commanded sternly. Jiang Fei trembled slightly, intimidated by the madman's authoritative tone. Despite her confusion, she dared not defy him, slowly descending the stairs. Just as she moved, Pei Jing's voice rang out lazily from above, Xiao Cui, if you leave, our agreement will be void. Jiang Fei found herself frozen, caught between ascending and descending. Wei Mingjin had genuinely intended to harm her. Had she not fled quickly, she might have met her end beneath his flamboyant fan. The characters crafted by the author were perplexing. Neither the male lead nor the second male lead exhibited any sense of normality. Choosing between two evils, whoever turned back would be a fool. This madman was currently the safer option. Resolutely, Jiang Fei descended the steps until she stood beside Pei Jing, earnestly inquiring, "Did you call me down for some instruction?" Wei Mingjin was momentarily taken aback, turning to scrutinize Jiang Roof. His eyes, too pure and deceptively sincere, conveyed a hint of perplexity. He glanced upward to find Pei Jing's smile had shifted to a chilling grin, one that sent shivers down the spine. Wei Mingjin understood Pei Jing's volatility, but could not fathom why he suddenly showed interest in Jiang Roof. He stepped forward, blocking her from Pei Jing's view, asserting, "You shall wait in the carriage for me. I have more to discuss." After a pause, silence enveloped them. Wei Mingjin turned back, frowning at Jiang Roof. She pointed at herself. "Are you speaking to me?" Wei Mingjin, exasperated, replied, "Who else could I possibly be addressing?" Jiang Fei was at a loss, pondering how absurd this was, talking to her while glaring at him. How could anyone decipher that? She forced a nervous smile, taking a tentative step forward, only to glance back at Pei Jing, inadvertently locking eyes with him. One was the son of the Duke of Dingyuan. Surely, Pei Jing would not act rashly. Given that Wei Mingjin was Wei Xiying's brother, one should not disregard familial ties. Pei Jing observed as her figure exited the establishment. If he was not mistaken, when she had glanced back at him, there had been a hint of worry in her expression, albeit misplaced. Jiang Fei stepped outside the tavern to find Jiao Tao squatting at the entrance. As summer transitioned into April, the sun blazed high in the sky, particularly oppressive at noon. Jiao Tao's cheeks were flushed from the heat, and upon seeing Jiang Roof, she quickly rose, exclaiming, "Miss, what brings you outside?" Jiang Fei inquired. "The innkeeper requested I wait outside," Jiao Tao replied, visibly relieved. "Miss, can we return home now?" Jiang Fei yearned to leave, but the madman had commanded her to wait, and she dared not defy his orders. A carriage was stationed to the right of the entrance. She could not discern whether it belonged to Pei Jing, but standing outside was preferable to enduring the heat indoors. "We must wait a while," she concluded. As the two sheltered beneath the eaves from the midday sun, Jiang Fei heard a loud rumble from Jiao Tao's stomach. Jiao Tao sheepishly remarked, "I am not hungry. It is my stomach that is being unruly." Remembering the meager meal they had consumed, Jiang Fei fished out a handful of coins, offering, "There is a vendor selling meat pies over there. Go buy a few to quell your hunger." "How many can I buy?" Jiao Tao asked, clutching the coins. "With such a sum of money, how many do you wish to buy?" Jiao Tao dashed back in no time. Jiang Fei stared in astonishment at the large bundle of pancakes Jiao Tao held. Strung together with a cruel string, at least a dozen, could one possibly consume so many? Jiao Tao, with a hint of embarrassment, replied, "Perhaps it won't be enough." Chapter 13. Will you still kill me? Jiang Fei was taken aback. No wonder she was perpetually hungry in the manner. For one individual consumed the rations of 4 or 5. With such an appetite, she could easily be a modern-day eating show star. "Aren't there any meat ones?" Jiang Fei inquired, eyeing the vegetarian pancakes in Jiao Tao's grasp. Jiao Tao lifted another pancake in her other hand, indicating, "These two are." Jiang Fei, suspicious, asked, "Why only 2?" Jiao Tao swallowed and explained, "If I bought all meat pancakes, I could only get 6. It wouldn't be enough, as 1 meat pancake is worth 3 vegetarian ones." Jiang Fei chuckled, how pitiful yet amusing. For the first time, Jiao Tao was free to eat openly, munching and speaking. That person is truly handsome. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze at Jiao Tao and asked, "Whom are you referring to?" Jiao Tao, chewing the pancake, mumbled, "The one from the stairs earlier. He is really good-looking." "Miss, who is he?" Seeing Jiao Tao relish her food, Jiang Fei was tempted as well, taking a pancake from her hand, and the two squatted side by side, munching. "You mean the one upstairs," Jiang Fei replied, taking a bite. "That is my fiancé, Wei Samling Wei Mingjin," Jiao Tao exclaimed with surprise, pondering for a moment before suddenly halting her chewing, asking in confusion, "But, miss, if the one upstairs is your fiancé, why did the one downstairs make you wait for him?" Jiang Fei glanced around and whispered, "The one downstairs is Pei Jing. You must have heard of him, right?"
Jiao Tao,
Having never seen a pig run but having heard of Pei Jing's renowned name, nodded in terror, knowing. Jiang Fei pointed to her head, saying, "Listen to me. He has issues. Do not provoke him recklessly, or he may go mad and commit murder." "Such a terrifying person," Jiao Tao exclaimed in horror. "Why don't you keep your distance from him? Do you think I don't want to?" Jiang Fei bit into her pancake furiously, feeling as if she were gnawing on Pei Jing and Wei Mingjin's flesh. "I have no choice. It is not I who provoke him. but he who continually seeks me out. I engage him merely to survive. My life is not easy, you know? Jiutao nodded in vague understanding. Oh, miss. You are so pitiful. Do you understand? Jiang Fei warned, if you encounter Pei Jing in the future, avoid him if possible, understood? Jiutao, fear etched on her face, nodded. I won't provoke him. Jiang Fei patted her head approvingly, took a bite of her pancake. And her gaze fell as she noticed two ornate shoes peeking out from beneath a brocade robe. Gradually lifting her head, the sunlight blinded her, obscuring the features of the person before her. Clutching her meat pancake, she slowly stood, and upon recognizing the person's face, nearly choked on her food. How can it be you? Not me, who did you think it was? Pei Jing inquired. Jiang Fei warily stepped back. I just ran out of the room. You cannot go back on your word. Pei Jing replied coolly, I was merely jesting. What benefit would it be for me to kill you? Really, you won't kill me? Jiang Fei remained skeptical. Not a chance, I keep my word. Jiang Fei released a breath of relief, peeking inside, and patting her chest, said, Thank goodness it was you who came. Otherwise, if Pei Jing heard what I said, it would have been disastrous. Pei Jing, rarely smiling, quipped, Are you referring to your remark about his mental state, that he would kill when driven mad, or the part where you said, he always provokes you?
Sure.
Jiang Fei pulled him aside, whispering, Don't let him hear that, or if he comes seeking retribution, I will say it was you who taught me. Pei Jing scrutinized her for a moment. What do you think would happen if he found out? Perhaps he would kill me, Jiang Fei answered, trembling. If I were to become your wife, would that mean I wouldn't be killed by him? Pei Jing chuckled darkly, not replying, instead asking, Where shall we go? I can escort you. Jiang Fei pointed towards a theater. He told me to wait for him. Should I still wait? Do not wait. And what if he seeks to kill me? Pei Jing glanced at her with indifference. With me here, he wouldn't dare. Jiang Fei felt reassured. Then I shall take my leave. There is no need for an escort. With that, she pulled Jiutao along and hurried away. Once her figure vanished into the crowd, Pei Jing shifted his gaze, and a guard armed with a dagger appeared beside him. My lord, Duan Jiu fixed his gaze on the direction the two had vanished. This girl is insolent and behaves disrespectfully. Should I eliminate her? After a prolonged silence without a response, Duan Jiu turned and met Pei Jing's cold stare. He hastily knelt, cold sweat trickling down his back. It was my transgression. What an amusing individual, Pei Jing mused, slightly lowering his gaze and twirling the folding fan in his hand. My fan has yet to taste blood. When would it be your turn to meddle? Jiang Fei could not linger outside for long and returned to Jiang Manor after a short stroll. In the corner of the backyard wall lay a dog hole, concealed by flowers and plants, unnoticed by the servants repairing the manor. Jiutao crawled through the dog hole first, while Jiang Fei, still unaccustomed, extended her hand inside. Pull me in. When Jiutao failed to pull her, she called out again, Can you please pull me in? At that moment, a hand grasped hers. But the touch felt peculiar, far too aged. Before Jiang Fei could comprehend, she was yanked inside. Upon seeing the courtyard, she was utterly stunned. In the yard stood several maids, with the one pulling her being Mama Wang, who served beside Yao Shi, while Jiutao was already restrained by two maids. Her face filled with sorrow as she looked at Jiang Fei. Mama Wang, hands clasped at her waist, raised her chin slightly. Since the second miss has returned, please go and inform the madam. Caught red-handed, there was no escape. Jiang Fei brushed off the grass clippings from her clothes and replied with composure, Release her. She is my maid. Mama Wang's face was as rigid as plaster, motionless except for her lips. Please, miss, swiftly go to the madam's courtyard. Jiang Fei remained steadfast. Release my maid, and I will accompany you to see the mama. After a moment of confrontation, Mama Wang finally relented, gesturing for the maids to release Jiutao. Jiutao hurried to Jiang Fei's side, and Jiang Fei lowered her voice, hastily conveying, Find a place to hide, and come back to me tonight. This girl was quite innocent, which Jiang Fei appreciated. If she were to accompany her to Yao Shi's courtyard, she feared she wouldn't be able to protect her. What about you, miss? Jiutao asked anxiously. Jiang Fei felt a sense of satisfaction. Just a few snacks and pancakes could keep this girl worrying for her own safety. I am fine, Jiang Fei reassured. Did you remember what I said? Jiutao nodded. I will remember. Jiang Fei gave her a knowing look, and Jiutao dashed off before the maids could react. Mama Wang paused for a moment, then immediately pointed toward Jiutao's fleeing direction. Quick! Capture her! Mama Wang! Jiang Fei called out loudly. It is I your mother seeks. I am right here. That girl was coerced by me. Surely, Mama Wang understands the urgency of the situation.
Mama Wang's faccia kid.
Her anger evident as she glared at Jiang Fei, ordering the maids to pursue Jiutao while she led Jiang Fei toward the Fushu garden where Yao Shi resided. The courtyard was eerily quiet, devoid of any presence, with the main door tightly shut. Mama Wang halted Jiang Fei in the center of the courtyard and turned to her. The madam is taking a nap. The second miss shall kneel here and wait. Chapter 14. Retreat to advance despite no longer being favored. Jiang Fei was still a lady. Were it not for Yao Shi's orders, a mere mama would not dare to treat her so haughtily or punish her by forcing her to kneel. Yao Shi, who already disliked her, would seize any opportunity to make her suffer. As Jiang Fei knelt, her knees met the sun-warmed stone, and she realized her misfortune. The ground was uncomfortably hot, and the sun blazed down mercilessly. Had she known, she would have returned later in the evening, allowing her more time to play. Avoiding the heat of kneeling now, Jiang Fei knelt on her legs, finding some relief in that position. In a brief moment, the inner garment became thoroughly soaked with sweat, and her cheeks burned under the sun's relentless rays. Outside, the heat was stifling, and old Madame Wang, disinterested, left her to rest in the ear room. Faint voices of conversation drifted from the main house, yet after a while, there was still no sign of Madame Yao coming out, deliberately prolonging her punishment. Suddenly, a flurry of footsteps approached from behind. A child dashed past her and ran straight to the front door. Jiang Fei looked up to see a chubby boy around 6 or 7 years old, presumably her younger brother, Jiang Chunling. He lifted his foot, poised to kick the door. But after a moment's thought, turned back and ran up to Jiang Fei, delivering a swift kick without a word. Bad woman. The unexpected blow caught her off guard. Despite his young age, the boy was as stout as a small grenade and kicked with surprising force, causing Jiang Fei to grimace in pain. You are a bad woman, Jiang Chunling exclaimed, pointing at her. Third sister said so, and so did the maid. You're a bad seed. Jiang Fei narrowed her eyes. Try kicking me again. If you dare. Go ahead. Jiang Chunling lifted his leg for another kick, but this time Jiang Fei, quick-witted, seized his leg and pulled him forward. He fell into a split, immediately clutching his groin and crying out loudly. The previously closed door of the main house swung open. Madame Yao emerged first, followed by a few maids from the ear room, who hurriedly helped Jiang Chunling up. What happened? Madame Yao asked in a stern voice. Jiang Fei spoke first. Fifth brother seemed displeased to see me kneeling here, and while kicking me, he accidentally hurt himself. She was already quite tactful, refraining from mentioning that Jiang Chunling had inadvertently struck a sensitive area. Madame Yao observed the maids suppressing their laughter, their faces contorted with effort to hold back mirth, likely contemplating the most painful thoughts of their lives. Jiang Chunling, unable to straighten his back from the pain, cried like a trumpet. Madame Yao felt a pang of sympathy. After all, he was just a child. If you hadn't provoked him, how could he have kicked you? Jiang Fei hesitated to respond. Madame Yao suspected there was more to the story. What is there to say? Madame Yao pressed. Jiang Fei lifted her head. It is like this. Fifth brother must have heard some gossip from somewhere, claiming that mother and third sister told him I am a bad seed, a maid. He must have been influenced by others, hence his disrespect towards me, his sister. That's not true. Jiang Chunling protested, still clutching his groin. It was when I kicked her, Chunling. Madame Yao interrupted sharply, fearing he might reveal something more inappropriate. Quickly, help the young master inside. Though she showed favoritism, it was understandable for any mother to struggle with being entirely impartial. However, if those words were to spread, it would be scandalous. Madame Yao glanced at the footprints on Jiang Fei's skirt, her initial plan to have her kneel all afternoon now thwarted. You may rise. Jiang Fei attempted to move but, without exerting effort, fell back to her knees. Why aren't you helping the young lady up? Madame Yao commanded before sweeping back into the house. The maids assisted Jiang Fei to sit inside, while Jiang Chunling, still tear-streaked, glared at her in resentment. Where did you go today? Madame Yao inquired. Jiang Fei leaned against the armrest of the chair. She wasn't feigning weakness. She genuinely hurt. While kneeling, the pain hadn't been as intense. But now that blood flowed back into her legs, the ache extended from her toes to her knees. Seeing her silence, Madame Yao's temper flared again. Are you mute?
Speak.
Does mother truly wish for me to speak? Just as Madame Yao was about to respond, she recalled how she had forced Jiang Roof to utter unpleasant words earlier in the courtyard, causing her to hesitate in her inquiry. Jiang Fei, however, would not indulge her. Since mother desires to hear, I will not conceal the truth. The servants in this household act according to their master's whims, accustomed to flattering the favored and belittling the uncherished. As I am not favored, the servants naturally disregard me, paying lip service to you while withholding my allowances. I never claimed I truly wanted to hear it, Madame Yao retorted. Jiang Fei paused to catch her breath before continuing. I had no choice but to consider selling some jewelry to get by, otherwise life in this household would be unbearable. Since this matter has reached Mother's ears, I believe they will no longer dare to withhold my provisions. It's not the maids. It's me, Madame Yao exclaimed. If you say it like that, how can I continue to withhold? Regret welled in her throat. She feared that as soon as she inquired about Jiang Ruf's situation, it would lead to trouble. The idea of a Jiang household daughter being reduced to selling jewelry to survive would be scandalous if it got out. The repercussions for her as the matriarch would be secondary. The primary concern was the implication that the Jiang family had fallen from grace. Clearing her throat, Madame Yao sipped tea to soften her tone. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? The household is complicated, with many people around. There's no telling who might be taking advantage of the situation. I'll investigate this further, but keep it quiet to avoid alarming the snakes. Jiang Fei understood that it wasn't the servants taking advantage. Madame Yao was strict in her management. If it hadn't been her instigation, no one would dare act so boldly. Noticing Jiang Fei's silence, Madame Yao forced a semblance of a compassionate smile. You child, suffering in silence, without saying a word, makes me appear neglectful as a mother. Jiang Fei lowered her gaze, her tone meek. The daughter does not wish to burden her mother. It is just that today I could no longer endure and had to resort to this desperate measure. Madame Yao harbored resentment, but maintained a facade of concern. You foolish child. In the future, speak up directly about any grievances. Why resort to selling jewelry? What kind of reputation does that give us? Really? Jiang Fei feigned wide-eyed innocence. Seeing that Jiang Ruf was not inclined to be polite, Madame Yao began to regret her words. Once spoken, even with tears, she had to accept them.
Yes.
With her objective achieved, a barely perceptible smile graced Jiang Fei's lips. Thank you, mother. Jiang Chunling, bewildered by the sudden shift in their mother's demeanor towards Jiang Fei, protested. Mother, she just got me into trouble. Cough, cough. Madame Yao continued. As the lady of the house, I must be fair in rewards and punishments. Although your actions today had cause, punishment cannot be evaded. Kneeling is but a small reprimand. Upon returning, you will also be tasked with copying lessons for women 10 times. With a sigh of relief, Madame Yao felt more at ease knowing Jiang Ruf had received her due punishment. Yet she was puzzled. It seemed that since the day Jiang Rulin brought Jiang Ruf to catch her in a compromising situation, Jiang Ruf had transformed entirely. Had she finally found her wits? You may return now.
Yes.
Jiang Fei extended her hand to the maids, relying on them to rise. Taking a few steps, she turned back. Mother, there is one more matter I forgot to mention. Madame Yao's previously relaxed demeanor tensed up again, her spine instinctively straightening. What else is there? Chapter 15 Current Favorability. It is like this. Jiang Fei said, the money for the jewelry was lost on the road today. Should this be reported to the authorities or... Madame Yao interjected. If you report it, not only will it embarrass you, but the entire Jiang household will lose face. She took a deep breath. The government was not idle. If it was lost, it was lost. Jiang Fei remained silent, fiddling with her sleeves.
Indeed.
It was easy to invite a deity, but difficult to send them away. Madame Yao clenched her teeth. How much? I will compensate you. Thank you, mother. Jiang Fei replied with a smile. 120 taels. Madame Yao gasped sharply. Jiang Fei had sold the 2 pieces of jewelry for 20 taels, spending a small portion on meals, with the remainder still tucked away. She had heard that Jiang Rulin's monthly allowance was only 5 taels. With this sum, she could consider herself a little wealthy. Jiang Fei gleefully pocketed the silver, only then noticing her knees were bruised and swollen from kneeling. A maid knelt by the bedside, applying ointment to her wounds, causing her to wince in pain. This maid had been sent by Madame Yao, having replaced Yunxiang, who was dismissed. Now that she had Jutao, she could send the maid back. Just as night fell, a commotion erupted in the courtyard. Jiang Fei, hindered by her legs, found it difficult to get out of bed and leaned forward to inquire. What is happening? The maid stepped outside for a moment and quickly returned, her face filled with urgency. Miss, something terrible has happened. There's a fight outside. Who is fighting? Yunxiang, and someone I don't recognize. Jiang Fei immediately guessed it was Jiu Tao. In the world of the affluent, everything is governed by decorum. Jiu Tao had previously worked in the auxiliary quarters and was not permitted to enter the inner courtyard, thus no one had seen her. Jiang Fei struggled to rise, requesting the maid's assistance to help her to the entrance. In the courtyard, it was not a fight but rather a one-sided onslaught. Jiu Tao had Yunxiang pinned down, twisting her hands behind her back. Are you going to submit? Yunxiang lifted her head and, upon spotting Jiang Fei, immediately began to wail, "Miss." Hearing the commotion, Jiu Tao turned to look, a broad smile spreading across her face. "Miss." Jiang Fei raised her chin slightly, commanding, "Release her and come inside." Jiu Tao let go of Yunxiang, who scrambled to her feet only to kneel again, feigning great distress. "Miss." She was wearing the badge of a lowly maid, and when I wouldn't let her in, she insisted on barging through and even struck me. Jiang Fei, feeling a twinge of pain in her leg, grew somewhat irritated at Yunxiang's sobbing. "Did you get hurt?"
No.
Jiu Tao was sensible enough to confirm there were no injuries. "As she is now one of my maids, you both must learn to coexist harmoniously." Yunxiang was momentarily silenced by Jiang Fei's words, biting her lip. Once, she had been the favored one before Jiang Fei, receiving all the good things and enjoying her complete obedience. How had everything changed so abruptly? Jiang Fei led Jiu Tao into her room, dismissing the other maids until only the two of them remained. Upon entering, Jiu Tao noticed Jiang Fei's gait was off. She assisted her to sit on the bed and anxiously inquired, "What happened to your leg?" Punishment kneeling, Jiang Fei winced. Jiu Tao hurriedly removed her shoes and propped her leg up, bringing a pillow for support. "Does it hurt, miss?" "It's manageable." Jiu Tao reached out, intending to massage her leg. But Jiang Fei quickly halted her. "If you press there, I might scream like a slaughtered pig." Reclining on the bed, Jiang Fei finally had the leisure to reflect on the day's events. She found Pei Jing's demeanor towards her rather peculiar. They had never met before. So, why the strange attitude upon their first encounter? It felt as though he harbored a possessive sentiment, resenting her interactions with other men. As this thought crossed her mind, Jiang Fei sat upright. Jiu Tao was about to lift her pant leg to inspect her injury when she startled at Jiang Fei's sudden movement. "Did I touch your wound?" Jiang Fei seemed to disregard her question entirely, gripping Jiu Tao's arm earnestly. "Tell me, do you think Pei Jing has developed feelings for me?" The abrupt shift in conversation left Jiu Tao momentarily confused.
Huh.
"I think that is possible." Jiang Fei leaned back, crossing her arms and continuing her musings aloud. "You see, every time I am with Wei Mingjin, he exhibits extreme discontent, his words dripping with jealousy." Jiu Tao nodded, albeit with only partial understanding.
Oh.
Jiang Fei chuckled. "A beauty brings disaster. It seems my allure is undeniable. What should we do?" Jiu Tao asked. Jiang Fei lay back down, burying her face in the pillow. "If Pei Jing truly likes me, how will I proceed with my mission? How can I compel him to commit murder?" Jiu Tao, bewildered, observed Jiang Fei alternating between laughter and frowns. "What mission? Murder? You're still young. You wouldn't understand the struggles of adulthood." Jiang Fei sighed. "You'll comprehend when you grow older." Jiu Tao acquiesced. "All right, if you say I don't understand, then I won't question it. Since you provide me with treats and spare me from punishment, everything you say must be right." Enveloped in her thoughts, Jiang Fei suddenly grasped a critical insight.
Wait.
Though Pei Jing speaks of my interactions with other men, his gaze reflects disdain. True affection wouldn't manifest that way. Thus, he cannot possibly harbor feelings for me. Realization struck her hard. Could it be that Pei Jing actually likes Wei Mingjin? Jiu Tao, poised to serve her tea, nearly dropped it in shock at Jiang Fei's declaration. The Prince of Zhaoning has feelings for Wei Sangongzi? This conclusion left even the dim-witted Jiu Tao astounded. She reached out to touch Jiang Fei's forehead, finding it slightly warm but not dangerously so. Jiang Fei succumbed to slumber, haunted by this startling thought. In the dead of night, a chime echoed in her mind. "Your system is now online." Jiang Fei, half asleep, felt the urge to curse. "Why disturb my dreams at this hour?" The system replied apologetically, "My apologies. I forgot about the time difference. What do you want?" "To check on your progress and see Wei Mingjin's level of affection towards you." "What? Affection level?" Instantly alert, Jiang Fei exclaimed, "You have that? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" The system shrugged indifferently. "You never asked. It's a standard feature of systems." Jiang Fei was at a loss for words. The system paused momentarily before continuing. Alright, here it is. Wei Mingjin's current affection level towards you is. Jiang Fei waited impatiently. How much? The system hesitated. First, tell me what exactly have you done? A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Fei. I haven't done anything.
Just the usual bonding.
Current affection level, 3,000. Jiang Fei nearly toppled from her bed in disbelief. What? That's absurd. It has increased now 3,001. How is this possible? The system shared her surprise. I recall the last time we connected, the level was only 20. What happened to cause such a leap to 3,000? Jiang Fei raked her fingers through her hair in frustration. Aside from his desire to kill me, everything else has been fine. He even said he would send me off when we parted. Her thoughts were muddled, completely unable to understand where things had gone awry. With her hair still a mess, Jiang Fei pondered, could that affection level lead him to marry me? The system corrected her. Now it's 3,002. Jiang Fei collapsed back onto her bed, feeling utterly defeated. After 30 years of hard work, I'm back to square one. Suddenly recalling her earlier analysis, she sat up again. Can you check Pei Jing's affection level for Wei Mingjin? The system responded incredulously. What a bizarre request.
Eve assisted countless hosts.
Yet no one has ever asked for such an absurd inquiry regarding the affection levels between male characters. Can't you do it? They're not in a romantic relationship. So we don't track such nonsensical metrics. We must respect their choices. But what if? Having grown up in Sichuan, Jiang Fei had seen her fair share of such situations. The system retorted, there's no what if, but I can check Pei Jing's affection level for you. This information did not interest Jiang Fei, as she had no intention of pursuing Pei Jing nor did she wish for his affection. A negative 10,000 would be inconsequential to her. Yet it was better than nothing. How much? The system paused again, eliciting a sense of dread in Jiang Fei. She trembled. It's not something like 100,000 or 1,000,000, is it? Something that would make him want to kill me? The system's voice trembled in response. What have you done? With a forlorn expression, Jiang Fei replied, just make me give up. 12. Jiang Fei exhaled in relief. Oh, that's not too bad. The system delivered a deadpan follow-up. Not too bad? When I last logged off, my affection level with Pei Jing was at 0. In just a few short days. Your charm has elevated his feelings towards you by 12 points. At this rate, by next month, you shall ascend to the position of Princess Zhao Ning, making him unable to marry anyone but you. Congratulations, dear host. Jiang Fei's jaw dropped in disbelief. She raised her hand to her chin and asked, are you certain your system isn't malfunctioning? The system replied, even if you were senile, my system would not err. Jiang Fei suddenly felt a profound malice from this world. With Pei Jing's rising affection, the probability of him slaughtering her family diminished, while Wei Mingjin's waning feelings rendered him unlikely to marry her. She had strayed far from the path of her mission. A part of her heart had begun to wither. Can I give up? She asked. The system responded, are you sure you wish to abandon your quest? A flicker of hope ignited within Jiang Fei. Is there a consolation prize for giving up? Perhaps a modest yet affluent family in the modern world? I could manage on my own. The system wore an expression of disbelief. No, giving up means immediate deletion. Jiang Fei exclaimed, heartless. Silence enveloped the room. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei forced herself to sit upright. There was still a plan. What if I treat Pei Jing as I do Wei Mingjin, and vice versa? If I simply reverse my approach, increments could become decrements and vice versa, right? The system pondered for a moment before analyzing. I believe this method could be effective. Jiang Fei nodded, her once dying spirit reignited. She slapped her thigh, filled with determination. Excellent. Starting tomorrow, I shall be as frosty as ice towards Pei Jing, and as warm as the sun towards Wei Mingjin. The system cautioned, just be careful not to overplay your hand. The following morning, Jiang Fei retrieved the lessons for women. Fortunately, it was concise, totaling just over 2,000 characters. 10 repetitions would amount to over 20,000 characters. Having endured grueling examinations before, Jiang Fei knew that rewriting this text 10 times would only take her 2 or 3 days. However, when she picked up the brush, she found herself struggling. She had never practiced calligraphy, especially not in traditional characters, and she could barely recognize them. Her handwriting resembled a child's scrawl, barely legible. And when using a brush with traditional characters, each character took up 2 lines, varying in length. Jiao Tao accompanied her, though illiterate. She could discern that Jiang Fei's handwriting was far from appealing, yet she could offer no assistance. Yun Xiang gently knocked on the door. "Miss, may I enter?" Jiang Fei, having left her waiting long enough, acknowledged her without looking up. Yun Xiang placed a tray on the table and peeked in, exclaiming, "Miss, your handwriting has improved." Both Jiao Tao and Jiang Fei turned to her with incredulous expressions. Yun Xiang remained unfazed, stating, "I am not flattering you. Previously, your characters took up 3 lines each." Jiang Fei retorted, "Bring out my previous writings. I wish to admire them." Yun Xiang retrieved a handwritten manuscript from the shelf, and upon opening it, Jiang Fei immediately shut it. In 4 words, it was utterly atrocious. How could she have forgotten? The original owner, Jiang Ru Fei, was utterly devoid of skill, which was why she was certain that the letter to Zhao Xingbang was not penned by her own hand. With such poor handwriting, it was unlikely to entice any man, let alone Zhao Xingbang, who probably wouldn't even recognize what she had written. Having been neglected for several days, Yun Xiang realized she had lost her usefulness to the 3rd young lady. Without a supporter in the household, her days would be quite difficult. Today, she finally seized an opportunity and would not let it slip away. "Let me transcribe it for you." Mississippi Jiang Fei raised her gaze. "What if someone discovers it?" "You won't be found out," Yun Xiang assured, already spreading out the paper. "As usual, you can copy the first 2 pages. I will take care of the rest." Understanding. Jiang Fei rubbed her sore wrist, stealing a moment of respite. The next day, a maid from the Fu Sui courtyard arrived, someone close to Lady Yao, whom Jiang Fei had seen before when she was punished to kneel. This maid lacked the haughty demeanor of Wang Mama and merely delivered a message. Miss Liu had sent her an invitation to a flower appreciation banquet in 2 days. "Who is Miss Liu?" Jiang Fei pondered, struggling to recall the name. "Green," he explained. "She is the only daughter of Lord Liu, the Minister of Rights." Jiang Fei, unfamiliar with ancient titles, only knew that those with titles such as Wang or He wielded power, but had never heard of this particular minister. Noticing her confusion, Green he elaborated, "Although Liu Taiju's position is not high, Miss Liu is renowned in the capital for her talent and shares a close friendship with Princess Anping. My lady wants you to attend and has instructed you to avoid any blunders." Jiang Fei recalled. In the book, Jiang Ru Fei, due to her liaison with Zhao Xingbang, ended up being replaced by Jiang Ru Lin in her marriage to Wei Mingjin. Because of the Wei family, several prominent families in the capital wished to curry favor before Jiang Ru Lin's wedding. As of now, the news of the Wei family's intention to call off the engagement had not spread, and everyone remained oblivious. In the narrative, Jiang Ru Lin attended the flower appreciation banquet, but it was marred by misfortune when Princess Anping accidentally fell into the water, leading to a miscarriage, which incited the wrath of the Grand Princess. Now, since the person marrying Wei Mingjin had not changed, it implied that Jiang Ru Fei was required to attend this banquet. Green he then brought forth a set of headwear, which had been retrieved from the storeroom by Lady Yao. She insisted that Jiang Fei adorn herself appropriately for the banquet to maintain her dignity. Jiang Ru Fei examined the ornate headwear, realizing that Lady Yao must have felt a pang of loss parting with it, yet was compelled to present it to her for the family's honor. Unbeknownst to Lady Yao, this very headpiece had brought considerable trouble to the Jiang family. Jiang Fei accepted the headwear and instructed Jiao Tao to secure it in the cabinet. On the day of the flower appreciation banquet, Jiang Fei selected a simple dress, ensuring she neither overshadowed others nor compromised her status. The Liu residence was modest, yet Liu Jiwei, being the only daughter of the minister, was cherished at home. An elegant soul, she had meticulously arranged the garden to be exceptionally exquisite. The original Jiang Ru Fei rarely attended such gatherings. Had it not been for the Wei family connection, she likely would not have received an invitation at all. The garden featured a wisteria arbor laden with blossoms, and a shaded pavilion by a small pond, with sheer white fabric fluttering in the breeze. Young ladies clustered in groups, chattering and laughing, none of whom Jiang Fei recognized. She was present to silence Lady Yao and to see if she could prevent Princess Anping from falling into the water. In the book, Princess Anping was portrayed as a virtuous person. Jiang Fei was not a saint, but if she could lend a hand, she would. Having never seen Princess Anping, Jiang Fei scanned the area, failing to spot anyone appearing to be with child. The maid who had previously attended to her, Liu Jiwei, did not seem to be the princess either. She casually pulled a maid aside and whispered, "Could you tell me who Princess Anping is?" Before the maid could respond, a light laugh came from behind. "Oh, Just arrived and already inquiring about the princess? You must be Miss Zhang Er. Jiang Fei turned to see a young girl in a pale yellow dress standing nearby, accompanied by several similarly aged young ladies, all regarding her with scrutinizing gazes.
Indeed.
Jiang Fei replied with a slight bow, uncertain of the young lady's identity. My father is one of the 9 ministers. The girl smiled. I have long heard of Miss Zhang Er's esteemed name. To meet you today is indeed a rare delight. Her tone dripped with insincerity, and the surrounding young ladies stifled their laughter, revealing their intent to provoke Jiang Fei. Although Jiang Fei was not well versed in the various titles, she had heard of the 9 ministers and recognized their significance. She calmly adjusted her sleeves, a slight smile gracing her lips. It turned out she was the esteemed daughter of Lord Fengchong, whom she had long admired. The young lady chuckled with pride, encouraging her sisters to make her acquaintance. For Miss Zhang Er would soon ascend to greater heights and frequently cross paths with them. The undertones of animosity in her words were unmistakable, and Jiang Fei was not oblivious to this. She responded with a composed smile, suggesting that the ladies visit the Marquis of Dingyuan's residence in the future. The young lady's expression instantly froze. Caught up in her own grievances, she had forgotten to consider the public humiliation of Jiang Roof, thereby disregarding the dignity of the Dingyuan Marquisate. It was no wonder that those around them remained silent, treating her as the scapegoat. One of the young ladies, Zhou Ruolan, proposed they head towards Miss Lu's side. Jiang Fei understood the source of her hostility. It was Zhou Ruolan, infamous in literature for her duplicitous nature. A surface friend to Jiang Rulin while harboring a dagger behind her back, with a notable presence throughout the narrative. Jiang Fei observed as they walked away, then casually settled onto a stone bench beneath a tree, keeping an eye on the surroundings of the pond. The sun began its ascent, the heat intensifying, and those who had been leisurely admiring the flowers by the lakeside gradually made their way to the wisteria trellis. As groups of people passed by, the area by the pond became increasingly deserted. Just as Jiang Fei prepared to rise, 2 maidservants accompanied a young lady clad in exquisite garments, passing in front of her. For reasons unknown, a mere glance sparked an instinctive recognition within her. This was none other than Princess Anping. Jiang Fei hastily followed, prompting one of the maidservants to glance back at her. The wisteria trellis lay diagonally opposite. One would have to walk halfway around the pond to reach it. Sunlight danced upon the stone pathway, casting fragmented glimmers that momentarily dazzled Jiang Fei's eyes. Instinctively, she turned her head to shield her gaze, but quickly refocused, noticing several scattered pearls that had appeared on the ground. Be careful, Jiang Fei exclaimed, just as the young lady in front slipped and began to tilt towards the pond. The 2 maidservants flanking Princess Anping, one leading the way and the other positioned closely, were unable to react in time. Jiang Fei sprang forward, seizing Princess Anping's wrist and pulling her back with force, yet her foot landed on a pearl, causing her to plunge into the pond with a splash. The sound startled onlookers, who quickly gathered at the pond's edge. Utilizing Jiang Fei's strength, Princess Anping regained her balance, her heart racing as she clutched her chest and called out, "Quick! Someone rescue her." At this time of year, the lotus leaves had begun to spread gently across the water's surface. Jiang Fei reached the bottom. The water was not too deep, approximately 5 feet. A proficient swimmer, she reached the shore in a few strokes, grasping a hand that extended toward her. Drenched, Jiang Fei climbed onto the bank, her hair disheveled. Wiping the water from her face, she met the concerned gaze of Princess Anping. Jiang Fei smiled reassuringly, declaring herself unhurt. At that moment, Lu Jiwei approached, offering, "I have a new outfit that has never been worn. If Miss Zhang Er does not mind, you are welcome to freshen up and change in my room." Jiang Fei graciously accepted the offer, thanking her before following the maidservant to Lu Jiwei's chamber. The maidservant soon fetched water, but Jiang Fei preferred to bathe alone, requesting the maidservant wait outside. After a brief moment, the door opened again. Jiang Fei assumed it was the maidservant bringing in her clothes and called out, "Just place them on the rack." After a while, the door closed once more. Chapter 18. Kill Me. Duanjiu swiftly returned to the alley. The sun hung high, casting shadows beneath an old, crooked locust tree where a carriage was parked. As he approached, a voice emerged from within. "Is the task accomplished?" Duanjiu bowed slightly, admitting to his subordinate's lack of efficiency and accepting punishment. The curtain was lifted slightly, revealing a face of exquisite grace, though its eyes held a chilling intensity at that moment. Duanjiu bowed his head deeper, explaining, all the young ladies are in the courtyards. Only one person is in Lu Jiue's room.
Who is it? The voice inquired.
It is Miss Jiang, the second daughter of the Jiang family, Duanjiu replied. The hand lifting the curtain paused momentarily before rising higher. Icy air wafted from the carriage. Duanjiu could not discern the prince's mood. Having followed Pei Jing for over a decade, he still struggled to understand him. In this world, it seemed that no one could truly comprehend Pei Jing. The curtain fell, and Pei Jing stepped down, glancing toward the courtyard, stating, I shall retrieve it personally. Jiang Fei, disliking the scheming dynamics among the young ladies, did not wish to linger too long in someone else's room. Should she misplace any items, she would never be able to clear her name. After washing up, she emerged from the basin, donned her undergarments, and combed through her damp hair, suddenly sensing something amiss. Jiang Fei abruptly turned toward the screen, where a tall silhouette was cast, unmistakably that of a man. Within a brief span, numerous questions raced through Jiang Fei's mind. When had he entered? The ability to sneak in undetected meant either the maidservants were compromised or they were all in cahoots. Was this a setup by Lu Jiue? What if he sought to rob her, or worse? While she had no riches, she possessed something of value. In this ancient setting, should word spread, would she ever find a suitor? Feigning ignorance of his presence, Jiang Fei averted her gaze, donning her outer garment as she contemplated her escape. There was a window through which she could climb out. She hurried to the window, pushing it forcefully outward, but it did not budge. She pushed again, still no movement. Damn it! Could it have been sealed from the outside? Pei Jing had been observing her behind the screen for quite some time, and her incessant rattling of the window was becoming unbearable. Finally, unable to endure any longer, he stepped out, maintaining a stoic expression as he said, It pulls inward.
Oh.
Thank you. Jiang Fei replied, her body suddenly stiffening as she turned her head. What are you doing here? Pei Jing leaned against the screen, replying, Why should I not be here? Jiang Fei exhaled in relief, recognizing the visitor as Wei Mingjin, alleviating her fears. Even if circumstances took a turn, others would merely assume they were hasty. Moreover, she secretly hoped for such an outcome, for it would eliminate the need to cultivate Wei Mingjin's affections. He would have no choice but to accept her. Are you following me? Pei Jing inquired, his expression suggesting disbelief at her absurdity. Oh, Jiang Fei realized. He was not stalking her, yet he appeared in Lu Jiue's room, which led her to wonder. She narrowed her eyes and raised an eyebrow. Pei Jing sensed her gaze was not entirely innocent and asked, What is it? Jiang Fei wore an expression of knowing, yet refusing to divulge, casually wringing a handkerchief to remove the excess water from her hair. Pei Jing approached slowly, a faint smile gracing his face as he took the handkerchief from her hand, gently drying her hair. Jiang Fei found herself unaccustomed to such sudden intimacy, instinctively wanting to resist. Yet, considering the possibility of marrying him, she realized that even more intimate actions lay ahead, compelling her to confront her discomfort. The handkerchief glided from the tips of her damp hair upward, movements slow and almost flirtatious. Jiang Fei's spine stiffened. Is it done? Not yet, Pei Jing's voice whispered in her ear. Then please hurry. Very well. He smirked slightly as he suddenly yanked the handkerchief around her neck. Jiang Fei was caught off guard, her back colliding with Pei Jing's chest. Cough, cough. The handkerchief tightened around her neck as Pei Jing leaned in closer, his breath warm against her ear as he murmured, Don't scream. I dislike it. Jiang Fei's pupils dilated, the sensation of suffocation instinctively causing her to grasp the fabric around her neck. Who are you trying to kill? Pei Jing furrowed his brow, loosening his grip slightly. Kill whom? Jiang Fei finally inhaled, her lungs filling with air as she gasped. Pei Jing, seemingly impatient for her response, urged, Quickly, tell me, whom do you intend to kill? Jiang Fei tilted her head back and struggled to say, Kill me. Pei Jing smirked with a hint of excitement, responding, Very well. The handkerchief tightened once more. Jiang Fei exclaimed, Wait, I haven't finished speaking. She hurriedly grasped Wei Mingjin's hand, her nails almost embedding themselves into his skin. I haven't finished. Pei Jing paused, loosening his grip slightly. What other words do you have? At that moment, Jiang Fei felt an overwhelming urge to curse his ancestors. If you kill me, you might lose your wife. She finally shouted this, causing Pei Jing to momentarily freeze, his grip instinctively slackening. Gaining her freedom, Jiang Fei quickly retreated to the window, watching Wei Mingjin with caution. He is utterly insane, even more so than Pei Jing. At least Pei Jing hides his madness. But he doesn't even bother to conceal it. Why do you always want to kill me? Jiang Fei rubbed her neck, fearing the force might leave a bruise by morning. Pei Jing replied, "Did you not ask me to kill you?" That was before I finished speaking. Jiang Fei shouted in frustration, "Why the rush? Is it a race against time? Just give me a moment to finish my thoughts." Pei Jing noted her agitation, and she continued, "Do you even know what it means to cherish a lady? To have a gentleman's demeanor? You could simply dry my hair, without strangling me. If you don't want to kill me, then why choke me?" Pei Jing fell silent for a moment, as if finally grasping the essence of her rapid-fire expressions. "I choked you to inquire about your suspicions." Jiang Fei's anger flared up again. "If you wanted to ask, why not do it properly? Wouldn't I speak if you didn't strangle me?" Pei Jing was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. People typically feared him, treading carefully around him, maintaining their distance. Over the years, he had concluded that only through instilling fear could he avoid being underestimated. Jiang Fei rolled her eyes and approached, jabbing her finger firmly into Pei Jing's chest. "From now on, speak properly. Stop trying to intimidate people. Communicate first. If that fails, then consider other methods. Our mouths are not just for eating, they can be used for communication. Do you understand?" She withdrew her hand, fiddling with her fingers, noting the pleasant sensation. Had she known earlier, she would have pressed both hands against him rather than just one finger. Chapter 19, Love You to Death. Pei Jing immediately dismissed her suggestion.
No.
Jiang Fei replied, "This is impossible to communicate with you." She attempted to walk past him, only to have her wrist suddenly seized. Jiang Fei turned, glaring at him.
What do you want now?
Pei Jing pressed his lips together. "You still haven't told me your suspicions." Defeated, Jiang Fei surrendered to the absurdity of her situation. Not only was this man troubled, but he was also obstinate. How had she ended up with such a fiancé? After causing such a ruckus, there was no sound from outside, indicating that he must have truly incapacitated everyone. If she didn't tell him, he likely would not let her leave. Jiang Fei decided to sit in a chair, crossing her legs. Pei Jing observed her movement, and as his lips began to move, she pointed at him. "If you want to listen, then don't speak." Pei Jing's fingers curled slightly, but he ultimately remained quiet. Satisfied, Jiang Fei leaned back in the chair and began her analysis. "You weren't following me, yet you appeared in Lu Jiwei's room and watched others bathe. I did not watch."
No interruptions.
Jiang Fei exclaimed loudly. "Are you going to listen or not?" Pei Jing gritted his teeth. "I will listen. You spied on me bathing. But not for my sake, which means you were there for someone else. Thus, I deduced that you were either there to meet Lu Jiwei in secret or to flirt." Pei Jing wondered what had possessed him to seek her analysis. What could this scatterbrained girl possibly deduce? Jiang Fei crossed her arms, smirking. "Am I correct?" Pei Jing's cold glare was her only response. Having nearly perished at his hands multiple times, Jiang Fei had developed a certain boldness. "Rest assured, I want to concern myself with you." At this point, she abruptly halted her thoughts. How could she have forgotten such an important matter? Had she not vowed to be fervent towards Wei Mingjin, now that he stood before her? Was this not the perfect opportunity to improve her rapport of over 3,000 points? Pei Jing glanced sideways at her. "What one do you concern yourself with?" Jiang Fei had initially intended to say she wouldn't care whom he associated with, but that was not in line with her newfound zeal. Though she had been single for 24 years and had never flirted with a handsome man, she had observed others do so. Thus, she pivoted her approach, batting her eyelashes at Wei Mingjin. "I don't care who occupies your heart, as long as I have room for you in mine." Seeing her fluttering lashes, Pei Jing's brow twitched. "Xiao Cui, are you unwell?" Jiang Fei nodded. "I believe it's love sickness." Just then, footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a knock on the door. "Miss Jiang, are you ready?" Pei Jing's expression hardened. Jiang Fei looked at Wei Mingjin and called out, "I'm ready."
Coming right now.
She took a couple of steps toward the door. When he did not stop her, she felt relieved. After walking a few paces, Jiang Fei paused and turned back, softly suggesting, "Hey, let us go fishing in a couple of days?" Pei Jing eyed her suspiciously. "What kind of fish?" Jiang Fei smirked, making a heart gesture. "Love you to death." Pei Jing replied, "Very well, I am somewhat nauseated." The door opened, and then closed, the footsteps fading away until silence enveloped the space. Pei Jing rounded the screen and stood by the door, momentarily lost in thought before suddenly breaking into laughter. Jiang Fei was baffled by how Wei Mingjin had managed to sneak into Lu Jiwei's room unnoticed, perhaps taking advantage of the absence of the maid. When she arrived at the Lu residence's garden, a banquet was already set beneath the wisteria trellis. At the head of the table sat Princess Anping with the hostess Lu Jiwei, while 2 rows of food tables were nearly filled, leaving only 2 tables at the end. Jiang Fei casually walked to the back, unconcerned about her position. Sitting at the end allowed her to eat without drawing attention. "Your Highness, Miss Jiang heir has arrived," a maid announced. A chorus of gazes turned towards Jiang Fei. Just as she prepared to sit, the multitude of eyes upon her caused her to retract her posture. Smiling decorously at everyone. Though sometimes a bit silly by nature, she could certainly feign decorum. Princess Anping waved her hand with a smile. "Why are you sitting all the way back there? I saved you a spot here." Only then did Jiang Fei notice the empty seat beside Princess Anping. She walked over to express her gratitude. "Thank you, Your Highness." As Jiang Fei took her seat, she scanned the surroundings. Some returned her smile, while others pretended not to see her, and a few displayed disdain or jealousy. Princess Anping lifted her cup. "You saved me today, so I should be the one thanking you." Jiang Fei also raised her cup, pondering. Could a pregnant woman drink? Or was Princess Anping unaware of her condition? "I will drink to this," she declared, "but you seem unwell, perhaps startled. Alcohol is harmful to health. Earlier, I noticed some mulberries by the pond that looked ripe. Why not send a maid to pick some for juice? It would nourish the liver and kidneys and enhance beauty." Upon hearing this, Lu Jiwei immediately instructed a maid to attend to it. Princess Anping set her cup down. "I've been feeling unwell these past few days, unable to eat. Hearing about mulberry juice has sparked my appetite. I heard your name is Ru Fei?" Jiang Fei nodded. "All my sisters have names that begin with Ru." Princess Anping had heard some unfavorable rumors about Jiang Ru Fei, but found her to be quite the contrary upon meeting her. This girl had a sense of decorum and grace. Unlike others who sought to take credit for the slightest favor, her concern for her seemed genuine. It appeared that the rumors were not entirely reliable. "Like Jade, gentle and wise," remarked Princess Anping with a smile. Jiang Fei, flattered, felt a blush creeping to her cheeks. As she turned her gaze, it collided with the ireful eyes of Zhou Ruolin across the table. Naturally, Zhou Ruolin would not contradict the princess's words. She concealed her expression and raised her cup, offering a faint smile. Fortunately, Miss Jiang was present, effectively rescuing the princess from an awkward moment, justifying the wait of an entire morning. This statement drew curious glances from the assembly, implying that Jiang Fei had been waiting solely for the princess to fall into the water, only to save her and claim glory. Princess Anping furrowed her brow, about to speak in defense of Jiang Fei, when Zhou Ruolin continued. "What a coincidence it is. Among so many, Miss Jiang just happened to follow closely behind the princess. When I brought a few sisters to greet her earlier, I distinctly heard her inquiring which of the maidens was the princess. Jishuang, do you not agree?" The faces of the onlookers shifted. This time, Princess Anping remained silent, her gaze drifting indifferently to the table. With her mother being a grand princess, many sought to attach themselves to her, and there were those who cunningly sought to claim merit. The princess was neither inclined to maliciously suspect Jiang Fei nor blindly trust others. Lin Jishuang, wishing to remain uninvolved, found herself unable to feign ignorance when Zhou Ruolin called her out. She nodded and replied, "There seems to be some truth to that." Not wishing to offend Jiang Fei, she added, however, "Merely inquiring about the princess does not imply anything." Zhou Ruolin, irked by Lin Jishuang's attempts at neutrality, interjected directly. "It was not just the two of us who heard. If you doubt it, we can summon that maid to ask her if Miss Jiang indeed inquired about the princess." Chapter 20. Accusation. Jiang Fei, having heard this, set down her wine cup. "So, what is it you wish to convey? Spare me the roundabout manner. If you have something to say, be forthright. Are you insinuating that my inquiry about the princess was a ploy to gain favor?" Zhou Ruolin scoffed. "I never claimed that." "Miss Jiang, why must you take offense? What then is your meaning, Miss Zhou?" Jiang Fei met her gaze with unwavering composure. "I am new here and unfamiliar with the princess, so I inquired of a maid to avoid offending her. Is there an issue with that?" Zhou Ruolin was momentarily at a loss. Feigning innocence, "I never suggested there was a problem. Merely curious how coincidental it is that you chose to leave just as the princess did, and that it was she who fell, while you were the one to rescue her." Jiang Fei smiled lightly, unperturbed. "Speaking of coincidence, I too find it curious. Zhou Rulin suddenly felt an ominous premonition. Jiang Fei continued, among so many who walked past the lotus pond, why was it precisely the princess who fell? Were the other young ladies ahead so keen-eyed that they managed to navigate around the pearls? Jiang Fei felt relieved she had not worn the pearl adornments gifted by the Yao family. As the narrative in the book indicated that when Jiang Rulin attended the flower banquet, the princess had slipped on pearls and suffered a minor mishap, while Jiang Rulin's own set was notably missing a few pearls. Huh, Zhou Rulin laughed, so you admit it. You must have intentionally scattered the pearls for the princess to trip and then swoop in to save her. What do I have to admit? Jiang Fei retorted. The princess slipped on pearls. How could you possibly know? You are incriminating yourself. By your own reasoning, you too hold suspicion. Zhou Rulin shot back, flustered. After all, someone examined the ground afterward, and I certainly know it was pearls. I have eyes, and I distinctly saw the reflections. Jiang Fei countered. Yet I have a question for you, Miss Zhou. If those ahead did not stumble, it implies the pearls only appeared after they passed. How then, being behind the princess, could I have stealthily tossed the pearls in her path? Zhou Rulin was momentarily silenced by her inquiry, seizing on one point. If you saw it, why did you not warn the princess? Jiang Fei remained silent, merely gazing at her with an enigmatic expression. Zhou Rulin prepared to press her advantage when Princess Anping cleared her throat softly. She did indeed warn me, the princess stated, causing Zhou Rulin's expression to freeze. Setting down her teacup, Princess Anping cast a cool glance at Zhou Rulin. Jiang Fei did caution me to mind my footing, yet by then, I had already stepped on a pearl. Zhou Rulin's face paled instantly, her hand tightening around her handkerchief. Your Highness, I suspected this only out of concern for your safety. For your esteemed self cannot afford any missteps. Enough. Princess Anping's voice, though gentle, bore an undeniable authority. Today is a flower banquet, not the time for such disheartening discourse. I am well aware of the situation. Let the festivities commence. With matters now laid bare, Zhou Rulin had thoroughly offended herself without gaining any advantage. The atmosphere gradually lightened, as all present donned masks of indifference, acting as though nothing had transpired. As the afternoon progressed, the temperature rose, causing the flowers in the courtyard to wilt. And the flower banquet soon concluded. When the feast dispersed, Princess Anping deliberately retained Jiang Fei, stating, I am heading to the southern part of the city. Miss Fei should accompany me. To be candid, Jiang Fei's act of rescuing Princess Anping did not stem from a purely altruistic heart. After all, having connections within the court is advantageous, and fostering relationships with the powerful could prove beneficial in the future. Jiang Fei entered the princess's carriage, which was notably spacious, capable of accommodating 4 or 5 people comfortably. She surmised that Princess Anping had not invited her merely out of convenience, indicating prior arrangements. Sure enough, as the carriage departed from the Lu residence, Princess Anping, her demeanor serious, spoke. You need not fear. I trust you. And I suspect today's incident was no mere accident. Jiang Fei regarded the princess intently, wondering if she possessed any leads. Princess Anping shook her head. It is merely a suspicion. After a moment's contemplation, Jiang Fei ventured, I have a theory. Should it prove incorrect, I hope your highness will forgive me. I know you are a good girl. Speak freely, the princess encouraged. This path is a requisite route to the banquet, Jiang Fei analyzed earnestly. Given the number of people who passed before, if the pearls had existed earlier, it would be rather implausible that none noticed or slipped on them. Princess Anping nodded thoughtfully, signaling her to continue. That leaves only one possibility. The pearls must have fallen shortly before the princess arrived there. Princess Anping seized upon her words. Those who walked ahead of me are all under suspicion. I shall have someone investigate. As she spoke, she caught Jiang Fei's worried gaze and could not help but smile. Do not concern yourself. This is merely routine within the royal family. Such occurrences are not uncommon. Jiang Fei was taken aback by the princess's perceptiveness, and she cautioned. Your highness should exercise greater vigilance. Princess Anping escorted Jiang Fei to the entrance of the Jiang residence, and as Jiang Fei alighted from the carriage, she hesitated but felt compelled to offer a reminder. I noticed your highness did not partake much during the banquet. It seems your appetite is not quite well. Princess Anping replied, the weather is sweltering. It has been like this of late. It is no matter. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Fei suggested, could it be that you are with child? My mother could not eat when she was expecting my younger brother. With this reminder, Princess Anping suddenly realized her period had been late this month. A flicker of joy blossomed within her heart, though she dared not express it too openly, fearing disappointment. When Yao Shi received news of the princess's visit and hurried out with her entourage to welcome her, she only caught sight of the princess's carriage stirring up dust as it departed. Such a lack of decorum. Why did you not invite the princess in for a visit? Yao Shi reproached in disappointment. Jiang Fei ascended the steps, replying, "The princess was unwell. I could not insist she stay." Yao Shi retreated, puzzled. "How did you return with the princess?" Jiang Fei recounted the events of the day at Lu's residence, omitting her encounter with Wei Mingjin. Yao Shi listened with trepidation, relieved that Jiang Fei had not worn that set of pearl adornments, or the situation could have been quite complicated. After all, she was the legitimate daughter of a grand princess, a member of the royal family. Seeing the princess personally escort Jiang Fei home, Yao Shi inferred that the princess held great fondness for her, and she subtly probed, while Jiang Fei deftly steered the topic away. Unexpectedly, the next day, Princess Anping sent a lavish gift to express her gratitude for Jiang Ruf's assistance the previous day. Both Madame Yao and Jiang Relin arrived, their eyes green with envy as they beheld the treasures on the table. Such is the privilege of royal relations. A casual gesture yields exquisite items such as golden-laid bracelets and rare Hetian jade ornaments, alongside fine shoe brocade and jade pillows for daily use. Jiang Relin was consumed by jealousy. Had it not been for the previous mishap during the witness of infidelity, she would have been the one to marry into the Dingyuan Marquise, invited to the flower appreciation banquet, and, consequently, the one to save the princess. All these gifts should have rightfully belonged to her. Madame Yao caressed the jade pillow with great fondness. Its smooth, cool texture was exquisite, and the craftsmanship was exceptional. This was indeed a rarity. As she examined the jade pillow, she hinted, "The weather is warming. This jade pillow would be perfect for those hot nights. Lately, the household affairs have been numerous, and my back aches from the toil." Feigning discomfort, Madame Yao pressed her shoulder, prompting Jiang Relin to assist her in sitting down. Tenderly massaging her neck, Madame Yao smiled and patted Jiang Relin's hand, praising her filial piety. Jiang Relin replied, "Mother, what do you mean? Is it not a daughter's duty to be filial to her parents?" She cast a glance at Jiang Ruf. Jiang Ruf pretended not to comprehend their veiled hints. With a sister like her, what was there to worry about concerning neck pain? She perused the gifts one by one, then beckoned Jiao to enter. "Mother, I am going to return home with the gifts from the princess." Madame Yao's expression stiffened, responding curtly. A child's willingness to give is a sign of respect. To take it by force would reflect poorly on them. Once Jiang Ruf had departed, Madame Yao could not help but spit out in disdain, an ungrateful thing. "Now, Mother knows." Jiang Relin, tired of the charade, sat beside Madame Yao, declaring that even if Jiang Ruf were to marry into the Dingyuan Marquise, she would never support her maternal family. Madame Yao's lips moved, yet she did not rebut. Jiang Relin remarked with irritation, "Then she truly will be like water poured out. Once married, there's no turning back. She is fortunate, indeed, to become a third wife without effort." Madame Yao cast her a knowing glance. "Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? My daughter is indeed self-serving." Jiang Relin continued, however, "If I were to marry into the Dingyuan Marquise, would it not be beneficial for the Jiang family? My mother and brother are still with the Jiang family. Would I not support them? And what of my fifth brother, who is still so young?" Madame Yao's greatest vulnerability was her youngest son, Jiang Chenglang, still so young. As she contemplated, Jiang Relin's words held merit. If Jiang Ruf were to marry into the Dingyuan Marquise, not only would she be unable to support the family, but she might also find herself subservient to Jiang Ruf in the future. Yet, the Marquise was intended for the second young lady of the Jiang family. Madame Yao found herself in a dilemma. Seeing her wavering, Jiang Relin quickly proposed, "Isn't Wei Sanling dissatisfied with her? Perhaps we should seize this opportunity to voice our concerns. Otherwise, if the Wei family truly calls off the engagement, it would not concern our family any longer." Madame Yao appeared swayed by Jiang Relin's words, her expression turning serious. "Allow me to ponder this." Meanwhile, Jiang Ruf had neatly arranged her belongings, leaving the jade pillow aside. She had already made up her mind. She could not indulge in the comforts of antiquity and did not understand why people favored such high, firm pillows that might lead to neck strain and cervical issues. The gifts bestowed by the princess were not suitable for sale, and it was clear to Jiang Ruf that Madame Yao cherished the jade pillow immensely. Yet, the more Madame Yao cherished it, the less inclined she was to give it to her. Better to present it to the old matriarch, where it might earn her some favor. Turning, Jong-Roof took the jade pillow to the old matriarch's Songha hall. Just waking from her afternoon nap, the old matriarch instructed her maid to invite Jong-Roof in. The old matriarch, seated on the couch and attended by an elder maid, gestured for Jong-Roof to sit. At my age, I always feel a bitter taste in my mouth upon waking. What brings you here today? Jong-Roof briefly recounted the events of the past 2 days and presented the jade pillow. As my grandmother's health has been frail, there is little I can do. I only hope for her to enjoy a good night's sleep, and that would be my greatest blessing. The maid took the jade pillow to show the old matriarch. After examining it for a moment, the old matriarch chuckled. You, my dear, have become much more astute than before. Jong-Roof smiled. In my youth, I was naive. Now, I aim to be less of a burden to my grandmother. She understood clearly that whether or not she could marry Wei Mingjin was still uncertain. To live in the household, she needed a reliable support. She could not afford to become a scapegoat, constantly struggling in a tight spot, draining her energy through incessant conflicts with various people. After careful consideration, she found that the old matriarch was her most suitable ally. Between mothers-in-law and daughters-in-law, there would invariably be some discord, making it easier for others to sow discord. Moreover, the old matriarch could certainly keep Madame Yao in check due to her status. Jong-Roof executed this plan beautifully, speaking sweetly. The old matriarch, pleased, beckoned her closer, gently patting her hand. Good child, your thoughtfulness brings me great comfort. Jong-Roof said, I have an unreasonable request. The old matriarch's expression remained unchanged, but a hint of dissatisfaction arose in her heart, having just received a gift. Jong-Roof was already asking for something. What is your request? Jong-Roof feigned difficulty. Mother has taken a liking to this jade pillow. Considering my grandmother's long-standing health issues, matters must be prioritized. If I care for my grandmother, I may have to be unfilial towards my mother. If she becomes upset, I hope my grandmother can speak a few good words on my behalf, for she does not listen to me at present. Upon realizing the situation, the old matriarch nodded in understanding. You need not worry about this. A mother should not hold such matters against you. She was aware of Madame Yao's excessive favoritism, yet she could only turn a blind eye. After returning, Jong-Roof meticulously reviewed the contents of the books she had read years ago. The passage of time had caused her to forget some plots. The books stated that following the flower appreciation banquet would be the Queen's birthday, and thereafter, the Wei family would formally propose marriage. However, Jong-Roof now felt uncertain, given the numerous unexpected developments. The one destined to marry Wei Mingjin had become her, while her rapport with him remained a deficit of over 3,000 points. As long as Wei Mingjin retained his senses, it was highly unlikely he would marry someone he found so distasteful. To her surprise, 2 days later, a eunuch from the palace arrived, inviting Jong-Roof to attend the Queen's birthday banquet. Upon hearing this news, Jong-Roof was momentarily bewildered. How had things changed again? In the books, the Queen despised extravagant celebrations. Those permitted to attend were usually nobles or esteemed officials, and even the old matriarch lacked such qualifications, let alone a young lady yet to be married. This was entirely out of the ordinary, making it difficult for her to follow the narrative. However, on second thought, this might be a divine opportunity. After all, the Dingyuan Marquisate was noble. Wei Mingjin might very well attend such an event. Even if he did not, the Marquis's wife would surely be present. If she could win over the Marquis's wife, even if Wei Mingjin were reluctant to marry, he would have no choice. The Jiang family was in high spirits, with the old matriarch personally summoning Jong-Roof to Songha Hall, where the ladies from the main and other branches of the family were also present, filling the hall to capacity. The old matriarch pulled Jong-Roof to sit beside her, a privilege reserved for the most favored, serving both to impress the other ladies and to show the servants. Jong-Roof did not believe that merely a jade pillow could earn her such favor from the old matriarch. It was undoubtedly due to the Queen's grace. Chapter 22. The banquet mishap. The elderly matron grasped her hand with a radiant smile, reminiscing about the illustrious past of the Jiang family, who had produced numerous esteemed officials. In those days, my mother-in-law was honored with a first-rank title and frequently accompanied the late empress in the palace, marking the pinnacle of our family's glory. Her excitement was palpable, her cheeks flushed with joy. Little did she expect that on the empress's birthday, Jong-Roof would be summoned to the palace, a gesture attributed to her heroic act of saving a princess. The elder princess and the empress had mentioned her, leading the empress to express a desire to meet the young lady. The aunts present chuckled in agreement, praising Roof for bringing honor to the Jiang family. If we can win the Empress's favor, it would be even better, remarked the second aunt, Cui. Certainly, the eldest sister is fortunate to have such a wonderful daughter. Yao, feeling a twinge of dissatisfaction, mused that if only her own daughter, Rulin, had been the one to receive such an honor. However, as the conversation continued, she found herself agreeing. After all, Roof bore her likeness, and there was no reason for her to harbor resentment. With a modest yet proud demeanor, she replied, "Oh, you flatter me. We are all family. When the children excel, it brings glory to us all." Cui, noticing Yao's self-satisfied demeanor, felt a surge of irritation. It was as if the Jiang estate was oblivious to the hardships Roof had endured since childhood. "You often claimed Roof was too flawed to amount to anything. Yet I always sensed a cleverness within her. Look how she has matured, proving my instincts right," Cui remarked with a pointed smile. Yao's expression shifted between shades of green and white, fully aware of Cui's blatant provocation. Jiang Roof recognized the underlying tensions among the various branches of the Jiang family. Unlike the former owner of this body, who might have been swayed by whispers, Roof understood that her relationship with Yao could not be mended. Any attempts at reconciliation would only embolden Yao's bullying. With the intent of forging an alliance with Cui, Roof replied, "Such praise is undeserved. My sister Rulin is truly the one deserving of commendation. Recently, at the flower banquet, someone remarked that she embodies grace and wisdom, which made me proud." Cui beamed at this compliment, turning to her mother. "See, mother? This girl is becoming quite charming with her words." The elderly matron nodded in approval, recognizing Roof's growth. "Upon entering the palace, you must be cautious and respectful, lest you squander the Empress's favor." Yao, feeling increasingly stifled, interjected, "Mother, since it is Roof's first visit to the palace, shouldn't Rulin accompany her for support?" The matron's expression darkened. "Nonsense. The Empress summoned only Roof. Do you think the palace is a place where one can simply bring others along?" Having received a reprimand, Yao's countenance soured further. Jiang Rulin, sitting nearby, cast envious glances at Jiang Roof, seething with resentment. She could not comprehend how Roof, once so naive, had suddenly become so astute. Roof, who had once obediently followed her lead, now seemed to overshadow her at every turn. Rulin pondered the folklore of possession and wondered if Roof had been enchanted. As the Empress's birthday approached, Roof contemplated what gift would be appropriate. The matron's words interrupted Rulin's musings. Roof, lacking experience in such matters, listened quietly as they deliberated for some time before settling on a set of gilded ornaments, an unremarkable yet acceptable choice. Soon, the day of the birthday celebration arrived. At the palace entrance, a designated attendant guided them, and upon reaching Fingy Palace, the attendant withdrew, replaced by palace maids. The banquet was set for the evening, with the sun casting a warm golden hue as the palace lights began to illuminate the surroundings, highlighting the gilded phoenixes poised to take flight upon the high pillars. Seated at a table, Roof noticed that the position was quite favorable, tucked away in a corner, shielded from scrutiny. As guests began to fill the seats, Roof scanned the room for Wei Mingjin, her gaze falling upon Zhou Ruolin and two young ladies from the previous flower banquet at the Liu residence. Zhou seemed to sense Roof's gaze, turning to meet it with a look of surprise, clearly not expecting to see her there. However, at the Empress's celebration, Zhou dared not make a scene, merely casting Roof a disdainful glance before averting her eyes. Suddenly, a girl in a pale purple dress caught Roof's attention. She possessed striking features and an innate grace, sitting alone but closer to the main table than Roof. Observing Roof's interest, the maid beside her whispered, "That young lady is from the Dingyuan Marquis' household. Would you like to greet her?" The mention of the Dingyuan Marquis' daughter sparked recognition. She was none other than Wei Xiying, a pivotal figure in Roof's mission. Roof promptly rose, but just as she did, a familiar figure approached Wei Xiying first, Pei Jing. The two exchanged words, and Roof watched as Wei Xiying reluctantly stood, her expression grave, and followed Pei Jing away. Alarm surged within Roof. In the narrative, Pei Jing harbored an infatuation for Wei Xiying, and his reckless nature posed a threat. Fearing for Wei Xiying's safety, Roof hurried after them. Outside, the flickering palace lamps cast shadows, making the surroundings seem dimmer. Roof kept her distance, but as she rounded a rockery, a sudden grip tightened around her wrist. Startled, she felt a familiar hand cover her mouth. It was Wei Mingjin. Pei Jing, releasing his hold, inquired, "Where are you off to?" Roof quickly gestured in the direction of Wei Xiying, whispering, A madman has taken her away. We must save her. Which madman? He asked, his brow raised.
Pei Jing.
Pei Jing's eyes, dark as unfathomable depths, narrowed slightly. Oh, he replied slowly. Roof found his calm demeanor unnerving. Aren't you worried? Not particularly. Well, I am, she retorted, brushing aside his hand and pursuing the direction in which Wei Xiying had departed. Pei Jing watched her retreating figure, an unexpected anticipation stirring within him, curious to see how Jiang Roof would react once she realized her mistake. Meanwhile, Zhou Rulin returned to her seat, trembling uncontrollably. Earlier, she had followed Jiang Roof, only to witness an astonishing scene. Roof was in the company of Prince Zhao Ning. The prince, renowned for his martial prowess, made her hesitant to approach. Yet their intimacy was unmistakable. When he embraced Roof from behind, she did not protest, and their interaction suggested a relationship beyond mere acquaintance. Regret washed over Zhou. She should never have provoked Jiang Roof or sought to trouble her. Roland, what ails you? Lin Jishuang inquired, noticing her pale complexion.
Zhou hesitated,
caught between the urge to divulge what she had witnessed and the realization that Prince Zhao Ning and Jiang Roof had deliberately chosen a secluded spot for their meeting to avoid public scrutiny. If this secret were to leak, it could spell disaster for her. No, nothing, she managed to smile weakly. Just feeling a bit dizzy. Chapter 23. Help. The Flower Maiden has been captured. Jiang Roof pursued the direction Wei Xiying had taken, eventually reaching a secluded area where she spotted the two. They stood close. Yet the wind shielded them from overhearing their conversation, though their escalating emotions were evident as they began to argue. Roof crouched behind some bushes, observing as Wei Xiying seemed unwilling to prolong the conflict, attempting to turn away. Pei Jing seized her wrist, and a struggle ensued.
To be candid,
Jiang Fei felt a twinge of fear. She instinctively recoiled from Pei Jing, primarily due to the portrayal of him in the book. After all, she was deeply impressed by the incident in which Pei Jing committed murder during a palace banquet. Throughout history, aside from emperors, she could scarcely conceive of anyone daring to do such a thing. Fortunately, Wei Xiying was present, and in the narrative, Pei Jing would not dare to act violently in front of her. Moreover, Pei Jing currently harbored a favorable impression of her, rated at 12. So, she should be safe from harm. Thus, it was an opportune moment to cultivate a good relationship with Wei Xiying. Resolute, Jiang Fei emerged from the thicket and declared loudly, "Let her go." The two individuals engaged in a struggle paused momentarily, only to see Jiang Rufei rush forward in quick strides, pushing Wei Mingjin back. Wei Mingjin staggered 2 steps backward, bewildered. "How did you end up here?" "That's none of your business." Jiang Fei glanced back at Wei Xiying, her concern evident as she asked, "Are you all right?" Wei Xiying, puzzled by her sudden appearance, replied, "Huh?
me fine."
That's good to hear. Jiang Fei, wishing to depart swiftly, took Wei Xiying's hand and said, "Let us go."
Wait.
Wei Mingjin blocked her path. "When did it become your place to interfere in our matters? Did you not see her reluctance? Why are you pulling her along? What's wrong with me pulling her?" Wei Mingjin retorted angrily. "This is a family matter of mine. Is Jiang Rufei out of her mind, jumping in like this?" Jiang Fei, steeling herself, responded, "Since I witnessed it, I cannot turn a blind eye. Besides, I am her future sister-in-law. Is it not my duty to protect her?" Wei Mingjin's eyes widened. When had he ever claimed he would marry her? How dare she assume the role of Wei Xiying as sister-in-law? You haven't even entered the Marquis' residence yet, and you are already meddling in family affairs. What will happen when you actually marry in? Eventually, she and I will be family. Of course, I must take responsibility." Jiang Fei insisted defiantly. The two were at an impasse when a palace maid hurried over. "The banquet is about to commence. May I request the esteemed guests to take their seats?" Were it not for the necessity of commencing the banquet at an auspicious time, Wei Mingjin would have relished the opportunity to confront her further. As an elder brother, he had the authority to manage his own sister. Why should this future sister-in-law, who had yet to even wed, interfere? With a dismissive flick of his sleeve, he turned and strode away. Jiang Fei let out a sigh of relief as she watched his departing figure, immediately comforting Wei Xiying. "Do not be afraid." Wei Xiying smiled at her. "I'm not frightened of him. Indeed, given that Pei Jing had affections for Wei Xiying, he would not resort to violence against her. At least during the time he imprisoned Wei Xiying out of jealousy in the book, he treated her well, providing her with abundant food and drink, asking only for the stars while denying her the moon. You are Jiang Rufei, my future sister-in-law, Wei Xiying remarked. Jiang Fei felt a bit embarrassed by her address. After all, it was rather presumptuous to assume such a title before the marriage had even taken place. You are truly beautiful, Wei Xiying observed. My third brother is fortunate. Jiang Fei forced a dry smile. Let us return quickly.
All right.
Wei Xiying linked her arm with Jiang Fei's as they made their way back. I like having a sister-in-law. If you do marry and we can be companions. Her sincerity made Jiang Fei feel a pang of guilt. Her desire to marry Wei Mingjin was largely for Wei Xiying's sake, and she intended to ensnare her in various schemes as dictated by the narrative. An overly strong sense of morality could be burdensome, leading to guilt over minor transgressions. Jiang Fei feigned a smile. Your brother seems rather displeased with me. Who knows if this marriage will even happen? It will surely come to pass, Wei Xiying replied earnestly. Sister-in-law, do not fret. Although my brother can be a bit cold, he values his promises. Since there is an engagement between our families, he will undoubtedly marry you. Upon their return to the banquet, nearly all the seats were filled. Jiang Fei took her place, noticing several rows of heads before her, obscuring her view. She turned her head to peer through the gaps between people and saw that Wei Xiying had already settled in. However, suddenly, her heart skipped a beat, nearly prompting her to rise. She fixed her gaze on the person seated beside Wei Xiying. It was Pei Jing. How had he ended up next to Wei Xiying again? Surely, he did not harbor any ulterior motives? Where was Wei Mingjin? How could he possibly feel at ease with such a dangerous figure so close to his sister? At that moment, a eunuch's sharp voice rang out in the hall. His Majesty has arrived. Her Majesty the Empress has arrived. Jiang Fei quickly lowered her head and followed the crowd in paying their respects. When she lifted her gaze once more, both the Emperor and Empress had taken their seats. The Emperor, clad in a bright yellow dragon robe, bore a placid expression, his eyes as inscrutable as a still pond, revealing no trace of emotion. The Empress, adorned in a splendidly woven gold and peony phoenix robe, radiated grace and elegance. The Emperor gestured to the assembly. No need for formalities today. It is the Empress's birthday, a day of great joy, and you need not be so constrained. As he finished speaking, his eyes scanned the lower ranks, and upon retracting his gaze, a hint of displeasure flickered in his eyes. The Empress remarked, Today is my birthday, and I am deeply honored by the presence of esteemed lords and noble families. I hope that today's festivities will bring joy to all and prosperity to our great Zhao nation. Raising her wine cup, she clinked it with the Emperor's and drank deeply. The ministers immediately erupted in cheers. Long live Her Majesty, wishing her eternal blessings and health. May our great Zhao nation prosper. The sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air as dancers glided into the hall, their sleeves flowing gracefully, while guests exchanged cups of exquisite wine. Jiang Fei, observing the dancers, understood why so many aspired to be emperors. She too yearned for power. If she were to become an empress, she would gather a troupe of muscular male dancers, instructing them to perform without clothing. Suddenly, the eunuch announced at the entrance, Prince Zhaoning has arrived. The dancers parted swiftly, and the once vibrant atmosphere in the hall fell silent. Prince Zhaoning? What was happening? Wasn't Pei Jing seated next to Wei Xiying? Jiang Fei's heart raced, a wave of foreboding washing over her as she turned her gaze toward the entrance. A man clad in a dark brocade robe strode forward, the golden embroidery on his garment glimmering under the candlelight. What a lively gathering, Pei Jing remarked, his unhurried steps accentuated by the rhythmic clinking of his golden scabbard against his jade belt, each sound resonating like a drumbeat against the spines of the onlookers. Chapter 24. He is Pei Jing. Jiang Fei felt as though she had turned to stone, utterly frozen. Her mind raced with myriad questions, swirling chaotically until she was thoroughly disoriented. He is Pei Jing? He is Pei Jing. He is Pei Jing. Jiang Fei's expression mirrored that of someone struck by lightning, her entire being fracturing under the weight of revelation. What the hell? She raged inwardly, reflecting on all she had done since entering this narrative. She had mistaken Pei Jing for her betrothed, Wei Mingjin, not only calling out to him but also flirting openly, even uttering corny romantic lines to him. How splendid! Every derogatory remark she had made about Pei Jing had landed squarely in his ears. It seemed she had been living with reckless abandon. It was akin to dancing a pole dance before the Grim Reaper and taunting him to take her life. Pei Jing cast a slow glance at Jiang Fei before diverting his gaze, seemingly regretting the timing of his entrance. The Empress quickly donned a bright smile, saying, "You have arrived at just the right moment. His Majesty was just inquiring why you had not yet arrived. I encountered a silly cat and played with it for a while." Pei Jing chuckled, disregarding the curious gazes of others, and took his seat. This position afforded him a clear view of Jiang Rufei, who was seated at the far end of the hall, staring blankly ahead. That silly cat truly appeared dazed, sitting with her cup of wine, mouth slightly agape, her eyes exhibiting a hint of vacuity. He seemed to regret revealing the truth too soon. Once a cat is startled, it becomes wooden, and that is far from entertaining. Jiang Fei struggled mightily to regain her composure. She yearned to confirm her suspicion once more, raising her trembling hand to point at the newly seated figure, asking, Who is he?" The palace maid startled, quickly pressing her hand down gently and whispering, "That gentleman is Prince Zhaoning. You must not point at the prince." Jiang Fei then raised her hand to indicate the man beside Wei Xiying. "And who is he?" The expression of the palace maid became increasingly peculiar. Was Miss Jiang Er truly rendered dumbstruck by Prince Zhaoning, to the point of failing to recognize her own betrothed? That was none other than young Master Wei San. Jiang Fei's heart sank completely. She replayed in her mind the events of recent days involving Pei Jing and Wei Mingjin. Alas, she could only blame Pei Jing for being so exceptionally normal that she never connected him to the deranged second male lead from the book. She also had to blame that tree, who said Wei Mingjin was waiting for her beneath it. The most blame should fall upon that cursed Pei Jing. When she inquired if he was Wei Sanling, he shockingly did not deny it. The sound of silk and bamboo music filled the air once more as the dancer resumed her performance. The palace maid at Pei Jing's side approached timidly to pour wine. He lazily propped his chin on his hand, his fingertips lightly tapping the table, yet his gaze remained fixated on Jiang Fei. She continued to maintain her foolish demeanor, sitting there with a hunched neck like a quail. After a while, Jiang Fei cautiously glanced at Pei Jing, only to collide with his gaze, prompting her to hurriedly avert her eyes and hide behind another figure. Zhou Rulin, who had been observing Prince Zhaoning and Jiang Ruf, naturally noticed the prolonged gaze the prince cast upon Jiang Ruf and how she shyly looked away after their eyes met. There must be an affair between them. This was a piece of leverage Zhou Rulin could use against Jiang Ruf, but Jiang Ruf's paramour happened to be Pei Jing, a figure she could not provoke. Yet, she could not simply let Jiang Ruf off the hook, as the indignation festered within her. Zhou Rulin's gaze shifted, suddenly landing on Wei Mingjin. His eyes were fixed upon Prince Zhaoning, then followed the prince's gaze to Jiang Ruf before he slightly furrowed his brows. Throughout the banquet, Jiang Fei was lost in a daze, not daring to glance at Pei Jing even once. The exquisite dishes before her held no appeal. After enduring until the emperor and empress withdrew, the emperor called Pei Jing away, and guests began to leave one by one. Jiang Fei slowly rose. Feeling as if her entire body was turning to jelly, her legs no longer felt like her own. She attempted to diminish her presence as she shuffled toward the palace exit, eager to depart, yet her legs seemed incapable of moving swiftly. Curse legs! Jiang Fei forcefully thumped her thighs, urging them to run. What was she waiting for? Would she just sit there and await her demise? Suddenly, a light chuckle broke the air. Jiang Fei turned her head swiftly to see Wei Xiying and the real Wei Mingjin standing beside her. The heavens conspired against her, she thought. If Pei Jing was the last person she wished to encounter, Wei Mingjin was a close second. What is wrong with sister-in-law's legs? Wei Xiying inquired. Jiang Fei felt utterly mortified, her legs weakening as if she might kneel. She forced out a smile more grotesque than tears. It's nothing. Just a bit numb from sitting too long. Wei Xiying stepped forward to support her. The banquet was quite lengthy. You should have moved about more. I noticed you sitting still from afar, and couldn't remind you. Would you like to sit down for a moment?
No, Jiang Fei hurriedly declined.
I just need to walk a bit. Encountering Wei Mingjin was already unfortunate. She certainly did not wish to slow down and run into Pei Jing again. Wei Xiying assisted her as they moved outside. Third brother, why don't we escort sister-in-law? No. Jiang Fei awkwardly withdrew her hand. You may call me by my name. I am Ruf, and calling me sister-in-law feels rather inappropriate. Wei Mingjin stood nearby with a cold expression, his gaze complex as he regarded her. Jiang Fei felt her scalp tingle under his scrutiny, wishing to escape swiftly. I just remembered I have soup simmering at home. I must take my leave. After uttering those words, she wanted to smack her forehead. What a pitiful excuse. Where had her brain gone? Come back. Wei Xiying chuckled. playfully slapping Wei Mingjin's arm. Don't look so grim. You've frightened sister-in-law to death. Wei Mingjin found it odd. Had she not been haughty earlier, claiming she would manage his family affairs? Why was she now too afraid to meet his gaze? Jiang Fei wished to find a crack in the ground to hide within. No, better yet, to return to the modern world and buy a ticket to flee this planet overnight. How humiliating. What had she done? When her betrothed was displeased with her association with another man, she told him to mind his own business. When her betrothed was upset about her relationship with another man, she confessed to him that she was developing feelings for someone else. Good heavens, any of these actions would have warranted severe consequences in this era. It was a miracle Wei Mingjin had not lost his temper. Jiang Fei nearly fled in distress, leaving behind a bewildered Wei Xiying and a strangely composed Wei Mingjin. Third brother, don't you think sister-in-law is rather adorable? Wei Mingjin recalled her thumping her leg, cursing her cursed legs, and his furrowed brow relaxed slightly.
Yet,
as he thought of her previous remarks, his expression darkened once more. Not at all, he replied coldly. Wei Xiying scoffed, you're so rigid. Whoever marries you will be unfortunate. The two continued toward the palace gates, just as a figure hurriedly approached from behind. Please, wait. Wei Mingjin turned around to find it was a young lady he had seen before, but did not know. Wei Xiying whispered, that is Zhou Fengchang's daughter, Zhou Rulin. Zhou Rulin stepped forward. By this time, the sky had completely darkened, and the palace gates were bustling with arriving and departing carriages, with few noticing them. Young Master Wei. Miss Wei. Wei Xiying returned the greeting, and Wei Mingjin nodded in acknowledgement. Zhou Rulin hesitated before speaking. Young Master Wei, may I have a word? Chapter 25. Defaming the innocent. Wei Mingjin looked at her in slight surprise. Miss Zhou, this is not proper etiquette. Zhou Rulin replied. It will only take a moment of your time. I have something important to discuss with you. Just as Wei Mingjin was about to refuse, she added, it concerns Jiang Roof. The words caught in his throat, and Wei Mingjin pressed his lips together, hesitating for a moment before stepping a few paces aside. Zhou Rulin quickly followed, glancing around cautiously before whispering, this matter is not my concern, but I cannot bear to see young Master Wei deceived. Wei Mingjin frowned, speak plainly. Do you know, young Master Wei, that Jiang Roof is involved with Prince Zhaoning? Zhou Rulin emphasized the last two words. Wei Mingjin's brows furrowed immediately. Miss Zhou, be careful with your words. You don't believe me? Zhou Rulin urged. I witnessed it with my own eyes. They were secretly meeting in the garden before the banquet. Wei Mingjin's expression darkened like stormy waters. Miss Zhou, he interrupted coldly, to slander another's reputation without evidence carries consequences. Zhou Rulin's face turned pale. What I said is the truth. Jiang Roof, silence. Wei Mingjin's anger surged as he coldly declared, I am aware of Jiang Roof's acquaintance with Prince Zhaoning, however. It is certainly not as you suggest. Although he had seen Jiang Roof with Pei Jing multiple times, it was always in public. It could never reach the level Zhou Rulin was implying. Moreover, who would be foolish enough to meet in the imperial palace? You know? Zhou Rulin was incredulous. If you know, you should realize that their relationship is far more complicated than mere acquaintance. I am already aware of that, Wei Mingjin said in a deep voice. Moreover, this does not concern you. I implore you, Miss Zhou, to guard your words and refrain from defaming the innocent. Zhou Rulin stood there, stunned. This was completely different from what she had imagined. She had planned to inform Wei Mingjin of this matter, knowing he was Jiang Roof's betrothed and would not tolerate being cuckolded. At that point, it would become a struggle between the Dingyuan Marquis' residence and the Zhaoning prince's estate, resulting in Jiang Roof's disgrace and her own gain as a bystander. Even if the Dingyuan Marquis' residence refrained from confronting the Zhaoning prince due to his power, they would not tolerate Jiang Roof. Yet, why had neither of those scenarios unfolded? Wei Mingjin, fully aware of the situation, remained so composed. Was he afraid of Pei Jing? Or was he deeply in love with Jiang Roof, willing to endure even being cuckolded? Zhou Rulin, feeling discontented, tightly clenched the handkerchief in her grasp, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. If young Master Wei could endure such indignities, then perhaps I have spoken out of turn. She turned and began to leave. Wait! A glimmer of hope ignited within Zhou Rulin, only to be met with Wei Mingjin's cold retort. Do you understand the consequences of your reckless words? A cold sweat broke out on Zhou Rulin's back, for she knew all too well. Pei Jing might very well take her life. And the Marquis of Dingyuan's household would not let her off lightly either. Wei Mingjin nodded and strode past her towards a carriage. Although he appeared nonchalant, Turmoil churned within him. Jiang Rufei was his fiancée. Any matters concerning her should be addressed by him alone, not a meddling outsider. He did not wish to harbor ill thoughts about Jiang Rufei, yet he had indeed witnessed her interactions with Pei Jing on several occasions. He had contemplated calling off their engagement, but feared that such a decision might ruin her future, as a woman who had been jilted would find it difficult to remarry, often only able to settle for a lesser match. Thus, he had hesitated. Wei Xiying was still waiting by the carriage and inquired upon seeing Wei Mingjin. "What did Zhou Rulin want to discuss about my sister?" "Nothing of importance," he replied, his tone softening. "Just some nonsensical chatter." His words immediately enlightened Wei Xiying. "This is precisely why I prefer to keep my distance from that group of young ladies. They spend their days gossiping behind others' backs. Brother, do not be easily swayed by their words." Madame Yao had not yet retired for the night, likely preparing to inquire about the banquet at the palace. She had instructed the guards at the main entrance to alert her as soon as Jiang Fei returned. However, after waiting for an extended period, the servants reported that the second young lady had returned to her courtyard and would come tomorrow instead. Upon hearing this, Madame Yao's frustration boiled over. "My dear husband, look at this child," she exclaimed angrily. Jiang Bingshi smiled in an attempt to defuse the situation. "Oh, tomorrow is tomorrow. There's no need to rush. It is quite late, let us all rest." Madame Yao found his lethargic demeanor exasperating. When she married into the family, she had believed his gentle nature would foster harmony, but she soon realized that his passivity left them vulnerable to bullying by the second and third branches. Were it not for her own cunning, she shuddered to think how the first branch would fare. As Madame Yao removed his outer robe, she continued her complaints. "Look at how she disregards me as her mother. After one trip to the palace, she returns thinking herself important. It is hardly a significant matter," she concluded, her ire rising. "I must see what that girl is truly up to." Jiang Bingshi quickly interjected. "My dear, it is quite late." "Late? What do you mean late?" Madame Yao retorted, shaking off his hand. "As her mother, am I not allowed to see her?" Jiang Bingshi, feeling defeated, chose not to press further, shedding his shoes and retreating to bed. Madame Yao, accompanied by her trusted maid, stormed into Jiang Fei's western courtyard. Upon entering, the lights within the room extinguished suddenly. Stunned, Madame Yao pointed to the doorway. "What does this mean?" Jiu Tao emerged, holding a basin of water and bowing respectfully. "Madam, the young lady has already retired." With a cold smile, Madame Yao replied, "Why did she choose to sleep so early, just as I arrived?" "She had indeed retired early," Jiu Tao clarified. "She came home and went straight to bed. I was only tidying up." Madame Yao glanced at the basin Jiu Tao held, then at the maid Yunxiang standing in the corridor. "Come with me," she commanded. Once outside, she questioned Yunxiang. "Did the second young lady come home and go straight to bed?" Yunxiang, a long-serving maid who had accompanied Jiang Rufei for many years, had always been honest, knowing that a reprimand would lead to Jiang Rufei confiding in her more. However, the dynamics had shifted and Yunxiang, though still at Jiang Rufei's side, no longer enjoyed her trust. The life of an overlooked maid was far from easy. Replying to Madame, the young lady returned and claimed fatigue, going directly to sleep. "The palace must have been taxing," Yunxiang answered. Madame Yao's expression softened slightly, yet she was still dissatisfied as she walked away. Once Madame Yao departed, Yunxiang hurried to the door of the room, eager to report, "Miss, I informed Madame that you had already retired, and she has now left." There was silence within the room, and just as Yunxiang was about to knock, the door swung open from the inside. Jiu Tao appeared, looking worried. Still no word from her, nor any explanation of what transpired at the palace. Chapter 26. An urgent task. Jiang Fei collapsed onto her bed upon returning from the palace, lying there like a half-dead being. Her mind was a tumultuous whirl of recent events, grappling with how to resolve the chaos. Yet, the mess was overwhelming. She could not fathom how to bring it to a close. Thus, she remained there until dawn, when the system's notification chime echoed in her mind. Jiang Fei was in no mood to engage. The system had been utterly unreliable, frequently disconnecting. If only it functioned like others, providing real-time updates. She would have realized her mistake sooner, avoiding the path of escalating tasks.
"Here I am again," the system announced.
Jiang Fei merely hung her head, unresponsive. The system, noticing her lack of reaction, raised its voice. "Host, urgent task."
"What?"
Jiang Fei finally stirred, irritated. In this chaotic world of written tales, she had yet to complete one task, and now another was being thrust upon her? Just kidding. The system chuckled cheerfully. Jiang Fei closed her eyes in resignation, unsure if the system would still be laughing once it discovered the truth. The system appeared in high spirits today. Its tone light. Would you like to check Wei Mingjin's favorability towards you? Not interested. Jiang Fei replied weakly. I suggest you refrain from looking as well, or your blood pressure may rise. The system, sensing an ominous premonition, swiftly pulled up the interface. Jiang Fei then heard the system exclaim in surprise. Wei Mingjin's favorability towards you has actually increased by 98 points, currently standing at 2917.
What?
Jiang Fei shot up from the bed. Given the circumstances of yesterday, how could Wei Mingjin's favorability have risen? Was this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? Renewed hope flickered within her. And what about Pei Jing? What is his favorability score? The system replied, it has increased by 2 points, totaling 14. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. It was only a minor increase, leaving her with the hope of turning it into a negative number. After yesterday, her tolerance had significantly risen. Nothing was more terrifying than misidentifying her fiancé and a madman. The following morning, Jiang Fei regained her fighting spirit. After washing up and having breakfast, she made her way to the old matriarch's quarters. Madame Yao and several aunts had already gathered, ostensibly to pay their respects to the matriarch. The atmosphere in the room was grave, the cause of their serious expressions unclear. Upon Jiang Rufei's entrance, Aunt Cui of the second branch immediately donned a smile. Rufei has arrived. Pay your respects to grandmother, and to your mother and aunts. Jiang Fei obediently performed her greetings. The matriarch beckoned her over.
Come, sit.
How was the banquet at the palace yesterday? Jiang Fei provided a brief account, but Madame Yao's expression darkened. I personally visited your courtyard last night, and seeing you asleep so early, I thought you must have been overwhelmed. Yet you merely indulged in food and drink, missing such a splendid opportunity to network. Truly, foolish as a pig, Madame Yao swallowed the harsher words that followed. Jiang Fei recognized that Madame Yao intended to seize this opportunity to reprimand her. She quickly lowered her head in contrition. Mother is right. As it was my first time in the palace, I was overly cautious and indeed neglected my duties. Aunt Cui, eager to mediate, interjected, Sister-in-law, do not be angry. Rufei is still young. Her first time in the palace is bound to be nerve-wracking. We, too, might not have fared better. Madame Yao's expression darkened further. She chastised her own daughter, wondering why the second branch felt the need to play the role of peacemaker. The matriarch, accustomed to such scenes, cleared her throat. Enough. It is rare for Rufei to attend the palace without error. Thank you, grandmother, Jiang Fei said sweetly, having always been favored by elders due to her charming demeanor. In truth, her visit had not been entirely fruitless. She had engaged in delightful conversation with the young ladies from the Dingyuan Marquis household. The matriarch nodded in approval. Building rapport with the Dingyuan household is indeed wise. Jiang Fei nodded obediently, recalling the anxious expressions of the crowd upon her entrance. Surely, something was amiss. When I arrived earlier, I noticed grandmother's solemn demeanor, but what could it be? The elderly lady was about to address the issue when she sighed and remarked, it is said that Princess Anping fell into the water just before leaving yesterday and unfortunately suffered a miscarriage. Jiang Fei's teacup trembled in her hand, splashing tea onto her skirt. She looked up in shock. What?
How could this be?
Cui Shi interjected. Isn't it quite a coincidence? She was almost saved from drowning by Rufei, thinking she had escaped disaster, only to fall into the water again at her own residence. Is this fate?
Indeed.
Aunt Wang of the third house echoed. How tragic. Princess Anping has been married for several years, and just when she finally conceived, she could not sustain it. The Grand Princess did not attend the Empress's birthday banquet because of this. Jiang Fei held the teacup, her thoughts in disarray. At the palace banquet yesterday, she had been completely stunned by Pei Jing and had not even noticed if the Grand Princess or Princess Anping had attended. What puzzled her now was how Princess Anping could have fallen into the water again. One would think that upon learning of her pregnancy, she would be more cautious. The elderly lady, noticing Jiang Fei's unusual expression, asked, Rufei, what is the matter? Jiang Fei set down her teacup. It's nothing. I just did not expect such an incident to occur. It feels rather unfortunate. Yao Shi looked at Jiang Rufei. Since you once saved the princess, why not take this opportunity to visit her? It would also help strengthen your relationship. A flicker of discontent crossed Jiang Fei's eyes. Such an action seemed inappropriate. The princess had just suffered a miscarriage and was surely in a state of sorrow, and it would not be right to force her to receive guests. This would be akin to offering help in a time of need. Jiang Fei detested Yao Shi's approach, her words becoming increasingly sharp. Visiting now would only make one appear opportunistic. Yao Shi was infuriated. She was only considering Jiang Ru Fei's well-being, yet her words were met with such disdain. How ungrateful. Jiang Fei continued, I shall visit once the princess's health improves. That is wise, the elderly lady concurred. I will have someone prepare a gift for you to take along. Jiang Fei agreed, and left after a brief stay. She recalled that after Princess Anping's miscarriage, she had shut her doors to visitors and struggled to recover from her grief, even contemplating becoming a nun. Eventually, Princess Anping visited the Jinglian monastery in the outskirts of the capital, hoping to be ordained but was unsuccessful. She returned with a lotus flower from the monastery, claiming it was to atone for the lost child, and only then did she begin to heal. Jiang Fei pondered. Princess Anping lacked nothing, and instead of sending her unnecessary items, it would be better to assist her in acquiring the lotus. After everyone departed, Jiang Fei discussed the matter with the elderly lady, who wholeheartedly agreed. However, she warned her that the Jinglian monastery was unlike others. The lotus was difficult to procure, and it might not be easy to obtain one, but it was worth a try. The Jinglian monastery was situated 50 miles outside the capital on Tsing Spring Mountain. Jiang Fei set out early the next morning and arrived at the foot of Tsing Spring Mountain by evening. The monastery was located halfway up the mountain, accessible only by a stone-paved path. At the foot of the mountain was a small market that opened on the 3rd, 6th, and 9th days of the lunar month, where local farmers would gather, along with a modest inn catering to the needs of travelers. Jiang Fei noticed a simple horse-drawn carriage in a grass shed as she passed by, the driver unhitching the horses. The carriage was particularly striking, its simplicity belied by the fine quality of the horses, which even Jiang Fei, a novice, could recognize as exceptional. It must belong to some noble who wished to conceal their identity. It seemed the individual had already ascended the mountain. Chapter 27. Seeking the lotus. Jiang Fei brought only Zhou Tao with her as she ascended to Jinglian Monastery, the sky having already darkened. The monastery had resting quarters for pilgrims, and given the hot season, there were few visitors, rendering the side courtyard exceptionally tranquil. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Jiang Fei rose to wash and dress. Upon opening the window, she was enveloped in mist, faint chants echoing from afar. Zhou Tao, still half asleep, asked, Miss, are we going to seek the lotus so early? The early bird catches the worm, Jiang Fei replied. You need not accompany me. Seeking the lotus with a maidservant would seem insincere. Oh, Zhou Tao murmured sleepily, then I shall wait for you to return for breakfast. Jiang Fei donned her outer garment. Do not wait for me. Seeking the lotus is no simple task and will take time. Zhou Tao, already drowsy, mumbled an acknowledgement and fell back asleep. Stepping outside the quarters, Jiang Fei immediately felt that the weather was significantly cooler than the previous day. The mountain mist was thick, with low-hanging clouds casting a gray-blue shroud over the darkened hills, a sign that rain was imminent. Upon reaching the temple entrance, she encountered a kindly old nun sweeping the steps. The nun, with a gentle countenance, greeted Jiang Fei with a prayerful gesture. Amitabha, dear benefactor, you have come early to burn incense? Jiang Fei respectfully returned the greeting. Good morning, honorable nun. I wish to seek a pure lotus. The nun scrutinized her for a moment. The pure lotus is cultivated by the pure lotus master and is not easily given away. I fear you may leave disappointed. Jiang Fei was well aware that seeking the lotus was no easy feat. The nun merely stated it was not lightly bestowed. Not that it would not be given at all. Perhaps I have a connection with the nun. After a moment of contemplation, the nun clasped her hands together. Your words have merit. Perhaps I have misjudged. If that is the case, I shall take you to meet the pure lotus master. However, her disposition is quite tranquil, and whether you can obtain the pure lotus will depend on your karmic connection. Jiang Fei felt a surge of joy and quickly bowed. Thank you, honorable nun, for your kindness. Following the nun through several courtyards, the tranquility deepened the further they ventured. The stone path was flanked by drooping bamboo, and upon passing through an archway, a simple thatched cottage by the water came into view, surrounded by a pond of unopened lotus blossoms. Kneeling on the stone path before the cottage was a tall figure clad in a dark brocade robe, dew still glistening in their hair, suggesting they had been kneeling there since nightfall. It was Pei Jing, Jiang Fei halted abruptly, instinctively retreating behind the wall. No matter how she had anticipated this encounter, she had not expected to see Pei Jing here. What was he doing? Was he also kneeling there to seek the lotus? Both the nun and Jiang Fei were equally astonished, seemingly unprepared for the presence of another visitor. The nun, hands clasped, spoke apologetically. There is already a pilgrim here. I ask you to wait a moment. She hurried over to Pei Jing. Jiang Fei dared not peek, fearing she might inadvertently reveal herself to Pei Jing. Only able to hear the nun's voice. You should take your leave. The Pure Lotus Master will not see you. Jiang Fei silently sweated for the nun. After all, this was the formidable prince of Zhaoning, Pei Jing, known for his violent temper. She feared any displeasure could lead to disaster. Pei Jing glanced toward the entrance, his gaze catching a glimpse of a corner of a skirt, indicating a female pilgrim. He rose without a word, casting a deep look at the window of the thatched cottage before walking deeper into the woods. After a long wait, Jiang Fei heard no sound from Pei Jing, but instead, footsteps approached. Benefactor, you may come out now. Jiang Fei sighed in relief, emerging through the archway only to find Pei Jing had vanished. It seemed the sanctity of the monastery had some restraining power over Pei Jing, at least enough to keep him respectfully kneeling. Jiang Fei could think of no other place that could accomplish this. The nun approached the thatched cottage. Pure Lotus Master, a young lady wishes to seek the lotus. She speaks of karmic connections, and I believe there is merit in her words, so I brought her to you. Having spoken, the nun departed, leaving Jiang Fei standing there alone. Pei Jing had been kneeling there since the night, and with such sincerity, the Pure Lotus Master would likely require some time to consider. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment, and, lifting her skirt, knelt in the spot where Pei Jing had been. Moments later, the window creaked open. Jiang Fei looked up, momentarily stunned. She had never encountered a woman of such exquisite beauty. Even the protagonist Wei seeing from her books paled in comparison. The woman inside the window appeared to be in her 30s, adorned in a monk's robe, yet unlike other nuns, she had hair, suggesting she practiced with her hair unbound. Jiang Fei stared in a daze as Qinglian, the recluse, gently pushed open the window. Her autumn-like eyes quietly regarded Jiang Fei, and although she wore simple garments, her elegance radiated an otherworldly charm. Dear benefactor, what brings you to kneel here? Her voice flowed like a mountain spring, melodious and soothing. Jiang Fei snapped back to reality and hurriedly prostrated herself. I come to seek the lotus. There is no need for such humility in seeking the lotus, Qinglian replied. Jiang Fei hesitated, recalling that the previous male benefactor had also knelt for quite some time. She assumed that Qinglian's gaze shifted slightly as she turned to gaze at the distant mountains. Fine rain fell like silk, and the mountains blurred into pale ink within the mist, transforming the layered peaks into a hazy, ink-washed painting. She gazed for a long time, and just as Jiang Fei thought she was being dismissed in silence, Qinglian finally spoke. The lotus has 3 conditions for bestowal. Those without connection shall not receive. Those without intent shall not receive, and those without sincerity shall not receive. Jiang Fei pressed her forehead against the cool stone slab, declaring, I am willing to kneel for 3 days to prove my sincerity. The recluse suddenly chuckled softly. You possess sincerity, yet alas, you are fated to be without this lotus. Jiang Fei's heart sank. I implore you to clarify, esteemed recluse. You harbor too many obsessions. You are not the one to whom the pure lotus should be entrusted. The rain intensified, dampening Jiang Fei's eyelashes. Reluctantly, she pressed on, but I am not seeking it for myself. The one I wish to aid is not me. And for whom do you seek the lotus? It is for Princess Anping. Jiang Fei steadied her heart. The princess has lost her beloved son, and I wish to help her through this tribulation. Qinglian frowned slightly, seemingly displeased. After a moment, she spoke softly. Your obsessions run too deep. This lotus is not for you. In seeking it for another, you fail to recognize that you are the one most in need of salvation. The window closed, and the unspoken words dissipated into the fine rain. Jiang Fei remained kneeling, contemplating the closed window before rising to retrace her steps. Did the recluse mean that her obsession was related to her mission, or was it something else entirely? The rain suddenly thickened, prompting Jiang Fei to hasten her return. After a while, she sensed something was amiss. She had clearly traversed a path of green bamboo on her way here, yet she had not encountered it upon her return. She turned back, the rain intensifying, leaves rustling as the surroundings grew murky and unfamiliar. Jiang Fei quickened her pace. Gradually, an eerie sensation enveloped her, as if countless eyes were watching her from the shadows. Amidst the sound of rain and her hurried footsteps, there was a faint rustling, reminiscent of a beast lurking in the woods, poised to strike. Chapter 28. The true madman. Jiang Fei's heart raced with panic. In this era of flourishing ecology, it was not unusual to encounter wild beasts. Perhaps wolves or leopards would devour her without a trace. She ran faster, yet the sound seemed to match her pace, a constant companion, neither quickening nor slowing, as if it were her shadow. She scanned her surroundings, yet found nothing. Her heart pounded like a drum. Could it be a ghost? Jiang Fei had never witnessed any supernatural beings, yet she maintained a sense of reverence toward such tales. Her back was drenched in cold sweat and rainwater as she suddenly halted, turning sharply to look behind her. The tall tree canopies above formed a dome, obscuring much of the rain and scattering the light, casting the stone path into deep gray shadows. Within that shadow stood a figure holding an umbrella, tall and upright, with their face concealed in the darkness. "You've noticed me. Perhaps you're not entirely foolish." Pei Jing's voice mingled with the rain, carrying an eerie gentleness. He slowly lifted the umbrella, revealing his handsome face, paler than Jiang Fei had ever seen, yet with an enigmatic smile curling at the corners of his lips. Pei Jing had been following her for a while, deriving a peculiar thrill from scaring her and watching her flee like a frightened cat. "Your Highness?" Jiang Fei exhaled in relief. Encountering Pei Jing instead of a beast alleviated her fear. Animals acted on instinct, but Pei Jing, though mad, still understood human speech. Moreover, he had a favorability rating of 14 with her, which should suffice for her survival. "What brings you here?" she inquired. "That question should be directed at you." Pei Jing advanced slowly. Jiang Fei instinctively stepped back, the cold fabric of her clothing clinging to her, sending chills down her spine. I got lost." Pei Jing's gaze bore into her, the feathered crown on his head slightly loosened, strands of hair cascading down, as if breaking free from restraint.
What did you see?
His voice was hoarse and inhuman. Jiang Fei felt a chill run down her spine, sensing danger, and instinctively replied, "I saw nothing." Pei Jing's gaze gradually shifted downward, landing on the hem of her garment. Following his line of sight, Jiang Fei noticed a torn corner of her skirt. Only then did she realize he gripped a piece of fabric that matched the color of her dress, likely a remnant from when a branch had snagged it.
What did you truly see?
Pei Jing pressed again. Jiang Fei struggled to hold his gaze. His eyes, typically inscrutable, now glowed with an abnormal crimson hue. There was something fundamentally off about him. This Pei Jing was unlike any she had encountered before, exuding an unsettling aura. It felt as though a wild beast was on the verge of breaking free from this form. Pei Jing took a sudden step forward, the edge of his umbrella nearly touching Jiang Fei's forehead. He leaned down, his handsome yet pallid face appearing particularly strange in the shadows. "Then why do you run?" Jiang Fei's throat tightened. "I fear there are beasts in the woods." "Beasts?" Pei Jing chuckled softly, the laughter emanating from deep within his chest, tinged with an unsettling tremor. "You should fear me far more than any beast." The rain intensified, large droplets hammering against the umbrella with a dull thud. Jiang Fei wiped the rain from her eyes, noticing the veins protruding on Pei Jing's hand that gripped the umbrella as though he were desperately restraining himself. "Your Highness," she ventured to take a cautious step back. "The rain is too heavy." Perhaps her words were abruptly cut off as she was forcefully pressed against a tree trunk. Pei Jing's grip on her throat was like an iron vice. Jiang Fei's pupils dilated. This was unlike any previous encounter. There was no jest, no testing. This was a palpable, almost suffocating intent to kill. How had it come to this? A warning blared in her mind. "Flee." But I still had a favorability of 14. Jiang Fei implored the system. The system responded swiftly, "I don't know. It vanished the moment I logged in. Now it's at -50 and still plummeting, 53, 54, 55. The pressure on her neck tightened, and Pei Jing's eerie smile deepened. "Let go." Jiang Fei struggled desperately, clawing at his hand, leaving bloody marks on his skin. Yet Pei Jing seemed impervious to pain. His eyes gleamed with madness. "Tell me, what did you see?" She lifted her gaze to meet Pei Jing's, struggling to articulate. "I only saw the prince kneeling before the recluse, seeking the lotus." "Seeking the lotus?" Pei Jing suddenly laughed. "Since you have seen it, you cannot leave here alive." You are quite intriguing, he remarked, discarding the umbrella and reaching to caress her cheek. Yet interesting things die swiftly. Jiang Fei's vision began to blur. Her ears filled solely with the frantic beat of her heart. Do not fear, he whispered, yet the force of his grip only intensified. Soon it will no longer hurt. Host! The system shouted desperately. Jiang Fei regained a moment of clarity from the shout, noticing the bloodshot in Pei Jing's eyes and the pale hand resting against her cheek. Suddenly, she turned her head with determination and bit down hard on Pei Jing's wrist, tasting the metallic tang of blood. The bite was fierce enough for Pei Jing to recoil in pain, glancing at his wrist where blood began to seep out. At last, Jiang Fei could breathe, gasping for air. Without pausing to observe Pei Jing's reaction, she turned and fled into the woods, the sound of rain accompanying her heavy breaths. Uncertain how long she ran, her foot slipped unexpectedly, sending her tumbling down the slope. Jiang Fei quickly shielded her head with her arms. Feeling the sharp pain of stones and branches scraping against her body, she finally came to a halt after crashing into a tree, curling up on the ground, struggling to catch her breath. System, I am here. Lying amidst the dead leaves and twigs, drenched by the rain, Jiang Fei wondered if she was on the verge of death.
Not yet.
The system replied, vital signs are stable, it's merely superficial injuries. I hereby designate you as the indestructible little cockroach. Jiang Fei chuckled, but soon coughed as the rainwater choked her. Slowly, she rose from the ground, exhausted, leaning against the tree trunk. What should I do now? System. How would I know? I'm merely an auxiliary system, not an encyclopedia of survival. By the way, how did Pei Jing's affection for you plummet so drastically? Jiang Fei pondered. Perhaps it was because he felt emasculated being seen kneeling and begging? But then she reconsidered. The abbess had witnessed it too, and Pei Jing hadn't harmed her. Chapter 29. I am lay foam enough of that thought. Your body temperature is dropping. You should find shelter from the rain and start a fire, the system advised. Jiang Fei surveyed her surroundings. Towering ancient trees loomed, shrouded in mist, leaving her disoriented. She glanced back up the slope from which she had rolled down, realizing she needed to climb back up to reach the pure lotus temple. Hoping not to encounter the madman Pei Jing again. This time, Jiang Fei truly witnessed a lunatic. No wonder the author wrote of madness hidden beneath a beautiful face. She steadied herself against a tree and found a stick to aid her ascent. Fortunately, she didn't twist her ankle or break a leg, otherwise she might very well perish in this remote wilderness. The rain-soaked earth was soft and slippery, forcing her to pause frequently to catch her breath. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached the top of the slope, only to find herself utterly disoriented, relying solely on instinct to choose a path. Thankfully, with the system by her side, navigating the forest felt less daunting. As time passed, Jiang Fei's steps suddenly halted, and the incessant chatter of the system ceased. A few meters away, Pei Jing's black oil paper umbrella lay abandoned on the ground, and beside it, leaning against a tree, was Pei Jing himself. Jiang Fei was exasperated. What absurd intuition led her to precisely stumble upon Pei Jing? You must be a radar, the system quipped. I am lay foam, Jiang Fei retorted with irritation. This was the location where Pei Jing had intended to kill her, and yet he remained there, as if waiting for her like a hunter. Jiang Fei cautiously tiptoed away, using the sound of the rain as cover, but just as she took a step, she slipped and fell hard to the ground. System. You're going to die. Jiang Fei trembled as she turned her head, bracing for Pei Jing's triumphant grin, but instead found him motionless, his head slightly tilted. System. He can't possibly be dead, can he?
Check.
Jiang Fei adamantly shook her head, terrified. You made quite a noise falling. He didn't even flinch. The system urged. After much deliberation, she picked up a small stone and tossed it at Pei Jing. The stone struck him, yet he remained as still as a statue. Jiang Fei grew bolder, cautiously approaching him. As she drew near, Pei Jing continued to show no sign of life, appearing almost lifeless. Finally, she reached Pei Jing's side and crouched down, imagining he might suddenly grab her by the throat and say, Hey, silly girl, got you. But upon squatting, she noticed the tension in his brow and the pallor of his skin. Her bite mark was still visible on his wrist, the bleeding had stopped, but the surrounding area was whitened by the rainwater. Jiang Fei extended a finger to poke him gently. Your Highness? Pei Jing remained unresponsive. Hey, Pei Jing, she prodded again. Still no reaction. One bite and he is dead? Could your saliva be toxic? The system speculated. Jiang Fei glared at the system, then checked for breath by placing her finger near Pei Jing's nose. He is still breathing. He is alive. She stood up, leaning on her stick, feeling the anger rising within her. Raising her leg, she kicked Pei Jing's side. Letting you kill me. Letting you choke my neck. Letting you go mad. After venting her frustration with several kicks, she turned to walk away, using her stick for support. The system remarked with a hint of concern, I was worried you might wake him up and he'd jump up to kill you. Please, Jiang Fei scoffed. You didn't see how he was gasping for breath. I bet even if he woke up, he wouldn't be able to stand. Having walked a distance, she turned back only to find Pei Jing's figure had vanished from sight. System. What are you looking at? You don't think he'll die here, do you? If he remains unconscious, he'll either die of illness or be devoured by wild animals. I don't know, the system pondered. This scenario doesn't exist in the original plot, so I have no knowledge of the outcome. Jiang Fei continued forward, her pace slowing, growing increasingly hesitant. The system couldn't help but say, if you wish to return and save him, then do so. I don't want to, Jiang Fei replied, yet her feet remained rooted in place. If you don't want to, then just walk away, the system urged. Jiang Fei stood there, cursing a green plant, before turning back angrily toward Pei Jing's direction. As she walked, she muttered furiously, how am I supposed to complete my task if he is dead? Pei Jing remained against the tree, his posture unchanged. Jiang Fei called out to him twice, but he responded not at all. Reluctantly, she grabbed his arm, draping it over her shoulder as she began to move, grumbling all the while. Madman, I'm telling you, if it weren't for completing my task, I wouldn't even want to save you. As she attempted to help him stand, she barely shifted him before collapsing back to the ground. She had greatly overestimated her strength. He was incredibly heavy, weighing at least 150 pounds. What now? Jiang Fei asked the system. The system replied, I don't know. Jiang Fei scanned her surroundings. The forest was filled with trees and bushes, but there were some dead branches scattered about. She gathered a few twigs and laid them on the ground, then tore strips from Pei Jing's clothing to fashion a makeshift stretcher, placing him upon it and dragging him through the woods. The towering trees formed a dark green barrier, fragmenting the sky and shielding them from the rain. The terrain was uneven, and the stretcher often snagged on rocks or dead tree stumps, requiring her to reposition it frequently. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon Jiang Fei, and she contemplated abandoning Pei Jing several times. You're so heavy, Pei Jing. You should eat less in the future. What's the point of being so tall? Is the air up there somehow fresher? As she dragged him along, she continued her incessant chatter until the system interjected. You should conserve your strength. Jiang Fei halted, hands on her hips, panting. You're a system. Don't you have any tools? What tools? Like a strength-enhancing pill, or something that could make me immensely powerful. The system rolled its eyes. What a whimsical dream you have. With no other option, Jiang Fei continued to pull Pei Jing along. Time passed, and the sky grew darker. Though she hadn't found a cave, she did come across a protruding rock formation. The space beneath was narrow, but sufficient for her and Pei Jing to take shelter. Jiang Fei dragged Pei Jing inside, leaning against the stone wall, utterly lethargic, unwilling to move even a finger. Her clothes were completely soaked. While walking, she felt no chill. But once she halted, a coldness enveloped her, causing uncontrollable shivers. She had no habit of carrying a fire starter, relying solely on the whims of the esteemed prince. Hoping he had brought one, in her search through his garments, she unexpectedly discovered a small pouch in his sleeve pocket, though it hardly qualified as a pouch. It was made of leather, and to her relief, the fire starter within remained dry despite the rain. In the crevice of the rock, some leaves and branches remained untouched by the downpour, now slightly damp. After a thorough search of her surroundings, she finally found a few surviving twigs. As the fire blazed to life, the sky darkened. Jiang Fei removed her outer garment, donning only her inner clothing as she nestled closer to the flames. Finally feeling a semblance of warmth, her teeth ceasing their chattering, the system had logged off while she was foraging for firewood, leaving her to fend for herself. Jiang Fei harbored a reasonable suspicion that the system merely sought amusement. For now, with Pei Jing unconscious, it had no entertainment to observe. Reclining against the stone wall, Jiang Fei resigned herself to resting there for the night, hoping to avoid any nocturnal beasts. At this hour, Ju Tao should have realized her absence and would likely be searching for her. Moreover, Pei Jing was also missing, despite many wishing for his demise. There were certainly others seeking him. Contemplating this, she cast a glance at Pei Jing, wishing fervently that he would not be found lifeless when others arrived, for that would herald her own demise. She shifted closer to Pei Jing, gently placing her hand on his forehead. It was not warm, but rather chilling to the touch, reminiscent of death. She then moved her fingers to his nostrils, relieved to find breath still lingering. Jiang Fei removed Pei Jing's outer robe, leaving him in only his inner garment, and positioned him near the fire for warmth. Beyond that, she felt powerless to do anything else. Though her stomach growled from hunger after a day without food, she lacked the skills for hunting, resorting instead to nibbling on the wild fruits she had gathered, their sour juices contorting her face. Turning her gaze back to the still unconscious Pei Jing, the firelight cast deep shadows on his features. The night wind whistled through the crevices, echoing like a mournful howl. Jiang Fei curled up, instinctively inching closer to Pei Jing. Having a living presence nearby bolstered her courage, a comfort amidst her solitude. As the night deepened, fatigue enveloped her, and her head drooped repeatedly. Uncertain of how long she had dozed, Jiang Fei was jolted awake, nearly colliding with her knees. Rubbing her eyes, she suddenly heard the sound of a twig snapping nearby.
Crack.
Jiang Fei froze, instinctively alert, gazing into the darkness. Beyond the fire's glow, two pairs of eerie green eyes were slowly approaching.
System. A system.
Jiang Fei shouted in her mind, but received no response. The green lights drew nearer, revealing their true form, a gray wolf. It bared its sharp, white fangs, drool dripping from its jaws, clearly famished. Cold sweat broke out in her palms. Quietly, she grasped a burning branch and nudged Pei Jing, urging him to awaken. Pei Jing, wake up. Her voice trembled, but Pei Jing remained unresponsive. The wolf, sensing her lack of threat, narrowed its amber eyes, its predatory instincts sharpening as it arched its back to pounce. In that split second, Jiang Fei sprang to her feet, brandishing the torch. Get back. The wolf recoiled for a moment, but instead of retreating, it began circling them. Jiang Fei soon realized there were more pairs of green eyes flickering in the darkness. A pack of wolves. They thrived in numbers, and where one appeared, many were sure to follow. Despair gripped her heart as the glowing eyes surrounded her. Frantically waving the torch, she pushed the advancing wolves back. But as she exhaled in relief, a gray blur leapt from the shadows, one wolf seizing the opportunity to attack. Instinctively, Jiang Fei raised her arm to defend herself, a sharp pain coursing through her left arm as she cried out in agony. Her left hand groped for a rock, and she struck down upon the wolf's head with all her might. Each blow was a reflex 1, 2, 3 strikes, until she realized her hands were drenched in blood. Uncertain whether it was her own or the wolf's, as the assailant lay motionless on the ground. Perhaps this act alerted the pack to the danger, or perhaps slaying this young wolf served as a warning. The alpha wolf howled mournfully and began to retreat, fading into the underbrush. Jiang Fei collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, pain radiating from her left arm as blood dripped from her fingertips. Trembling, she lifted her garment to inspect the wound, which was gruesomely torn and deep enough to expose bone. Tearing a strip from her clothing, she clumsily wrapped the fabric around her injury, tears threatening to spill as she gritted her teeth against the pain. Suddenly, she heard a rustling nearby. Instantly alert, she turned to see Pei Jing's fingers twitch, followed by his eyes slowly fluttering open. Jiang Fei instinctively recoiled, wishing to distance herself, but upon noticing her, Pei Jing's expression momentarily froze in confusion. He attempted to sit up, only to discover his wrists and legs bound tightly with strips of cloth. Pei Jing looked quizzically at Jiang Fei. Did you tie me up? With only the two of them present, it was evident that if she hadn't done it, who else could have? Her actions were purely precautionary, fearing he might harm her again upon awakening. Pei Jing reached out his hand, saying, "Untie me." His voice was hoarse, and the fierce glint in his eyes had dulled. Yet Jiang Fei remained wary. "Release you so you can kill me?" Pei Jing scrutinized her for a moment before breaking into a smile. "If you're afraid I'll kill you, why save me?" Jiang Fei pressed her lips together, unwilling to engage, her mind fixed on the fact that this man had nearly taken her life. Now she felt surrounded by danger on all sides. Suddenly, Pei Jing turned to the dark forest, a smirk playing on his lips as he murmured, "They're coming." Chapter 31. It is time to settle the score. Jiang Fei heard not a sound, suspecting that Pei Jing was merely trying to frighten her. Just as she was about to speak, a sudden illumination revealed a multitude of glowing green eyes in the darkness, followed by an echoing chorus of wolf howls that reverberated through the dense forest. Pei Jing fixed his gaze on the direction from which the wolves emerged, tauntingly inquiring if she still did not intend to release him. Jiang Fei seized a burning branch from the fire. In such perilous times, trust was a luxury she could not afford, especially not towards one who sought her demise. The thought that, upon unbinding him, he might offer her as a feast to the wolves haunted her. His act of killing her would then require no effort at all. Gripping the flaming branch tightly, the glow cast a harsh light upon her pale visage. The wolf pack had now advanced within 10 paces. The lead gray wolf was as large as a dog, its fangs glistening with what appeared to be drool. "This is your final chance." Pei Jing's voice resonated behind her, laced with a hint of amusement. "Release me, or we shall both be fodder for the wolves." Jiang Fei clenched her jaw, tightening her grip on the burning branch. She had no choice. It was either perish at his hands or succumb to both him and the wolves. Pei Jing suddenly chuckled, the sound eerie amidst the cacophony of howling. Jiang Fei dared not divert her attention, focusing solely on the advancing pack. She felt an overwhelming sense of dread, acknowledging that this battle could very well lead to her demise. She could only hope that, by some stroke of fortune, she might slay a wolf and repel the pack long enough for help to arrive. The wolves wasted little time in assessing their prey and charged at her directly. A wave of despair washed over Jiang Fei as she swung the burning branch, sparks flying like fragments of gold, tracing an orange-red arc through the night rain. Just as one wolf lunged at her, a sudden sound of fabric tearing erupted from behind her. A white figure surged forward like a specter, rushing towards the pack. The wind created by its movement causing the flames of the bonfire to leap a foot higher. Pei Jing moved with incredible speed. His fingers transformed into claws as they plunged into the wolf's eye socket. The beast let out a heart-wrenching scream, blood gushing forth as he withdrew his fingers, staining the pristine fabric of his garments. He casually discarded the lifeless wolf and, in a flash, seized another by the neck. A sickening crack echoing as the creatures had hung at an unnatural angle. The remaining wolves, enraged, lunged at him in unison. Yet, Pei Jing merely laughed lowly, bending backward to an extraordinary angle as one wolf leaped towards him. Seizing the wolf's tail midair, he hurled it violently against the ground. Jiang Fei stood in stunned silence. This was no ordinary combat style. It was as if he were born for slaughter. Clutching the burning wood, she watched him weave through the pack, each strike erupting in a spray of crimson. He was more ferocious than the wolves themselves. Suddenly, one wolf attempted to sneak up behind Pei Jing. Without a moment's thought, Jiang Fei raised her burning branch and charged forward, shouting for caution. The branch struck the wolf's head with a resounding thump, sparks flying. In pain, the wolf turned and lunged at Jiang Fei's throat, but Pei Jing swiftly intervened, grasping the beast by its throat and flinging it several meters away. The last few wolves finally sensed the danger and, tucking their tails, prepared to flee. Pei Jing's eyes glinted with a cold light as he picked up the burning branch from the ground and hurled it. With a swift whoosh, the branch pierced through one wolf's abdomen, pinning it firmly to the muddy earth. He turned to Jiang Fei, his crimson gaze still ablaze, his dark eyes swirling with emotions she could not comprehend. Now, Pei Jing advanced step by step, his voice low and menacing. "It is time to settle our score." By dawn, the torrential rain had abated, and the puddles reflected the gray walls and dark tiles, illuminated by lanterns hanging from the eaves. A black horse galloped through the puddles, and as it rounded the corner of the alley, its rider abruptly pulled the reins tight, landing in front of the vermilion gates of the Jiang residence, nearly rolling off the horse as he rushed to knock on the door. The gates of the Jiang residence were swiftly opened, and the visitor hurried inside. Jiang Bingshi and Yao Shi, just awakened, were summoned by the servants to the front courtyard. The messenger, drenched from his overnight journey from the Pure Lotus Monastery, had no time to drink tea before announcing that the second young lady was missing in the mountains. Yao Shi, unfazed, replied, "I thought it was something serious. It seems she is merely frolicking about." The messenger, the family's horseman, insisted urgently, "Madam, the second young lady is truly missing. She initially went to seek a lotus from Master Qinglian, but by afternoon she had not returned." The second young lady's maid went to search, and found that she had left the master's residence early. No one at the Pure Lotus Monastery has seen her since. I set out last night to bring this news, and by then, people had already gone to search for her in the back mountains. Yao sure shot him a glance. Since she went to the back mountains, she will surely return. There is no need for such panic. I thought it was a matter of great importance.
But
The horseman interjected, there are wild beasts in the back mountains. Wild beasts? Jiang Bingshe exclaimed, oh dear, what shall we do? Yao Shi's expression finally shifted. Still not found? Not yet, the horseman replied. Yao Shi frowned. This is truly worrisome. She is such a grown person. Why would she choose to go to the back mountains? Jiang Bingshe pondered for a moment before rising. Gather the household servants. I will borrow some men from Lieutenant Liu to search the mountains. Yao Shi quickly grasped his arm. My lord, isn't this commotion too great? What if the girl is merely playing around? Before Jiang Bingshe could respond, the horseman interjected. My lord need not go. Someone has already gone to the palace to report, and Lieutenant Liu has already set out with men. Both Jiang Bingshe and Yao Shi were taken aback. To report to the palace. Why must we go to the palace? The horseman explained, because there is another missing person, Prince Zhao Ning. Yao Shi collapsed back into her chair. They are both missing? The horseman discreetly glanced at her. Someone saw Prince Zhao Ning following the second young lady to the back mountains. An immediate silence fell over the hall. With both Zhang Rufei and Pei Jing missing, even if they were found, should word get out that a lone man and woman spent the night in the deep mountains, no matter what transpired, the gossiping tongues outside would have much to say. Jiang Bingshe, lacking resolve, panicked upon hearing this. Madam, what shall we do? Yao Shi comforted him. My lord, do not rush. We shall hold off on sending the servants for now. I will first inform my mother and see what she thinks. Jiang Bingshe nodded repeatedly. Yes, 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 madam. Please go quickly. Chapter 32. What tricks are you playing? Yao Shi skipped breakfast and hurried to the pine crane hall of the old Madame Jiang. The old madam was fond of rising early for prayers, and by this time, she had already risen. Seeing Yao Shi arrive so early, she instructed her maid to invite her inside. Upon entering, Yao Shi immediately declared, Mother, something has happened. The old madam inquired sharply, what has happened? Yao Shi recounted the horseman's words, embellishing the urgency of the situation. Have we sent anyone to search? The old madam's expression darkened. Yes. And it has even reached the palace. This matter is likely to spread. The old madam pondered for a moment, then stated, Our immediate priority is to prevent this from reaching the Dingyuan Marquis' residence. The palace may not leak the news of Prince Zhao Ning's disappearance. So as long as our household keeps quiet, it should not escalate. Yao Shi nodded, managing a strained smile. Mother, you truly have a way. You have us both in a frenzy. A maid brought in tea, and the old madam took a sip. Though the emperor has dispatched people, we must still send a few household servants to search, ensuring they are tight-lipped. Anyone who dares to say a word will face severe punishment. Yao Shi nodded in agreement, intending to rise and quickly make arrangements, yet she remained seated, as the old madam, seasoned in the intricacies of the manner, sensed that Yao Shi had more to say. What else is troubling you? Yao Shi smiled faintly. I have some concerns. I wonder if mother remembers the previous correspondence from the Dingyuan Marquis' residence. What of it? Yao remarked, upon reflection, I find myself increasingly unable to manage this child, Ru Fei. Especially after rescuing Princess Onthing, she has grown even more dismissive of me, her mother, emboldened by the support she has behind her. As Yao continued to speak, she failed to notice the old lady's peculiar gaze. When Jiang Ru Fei had brought her the jade pillow that day, she had mentioned Yao's dissatisfaction with her, indicating that jealousy had indeed taken root in Yao's heart. This child has been under my care since her infancy. I must admit, my failure to guide her properly has contributed to her unruly behavior. As she matures, her lack of decorum only intensifies. Just the other day, she crawled out to play through a dog hole in the wall. I concealed this from you, fearing it would anger you. Now that Yao presided over the household, the old lady, however, was no fool. She was well aware of the events transpiring within the estate, including Jiang Ru Fei's punishment of kneeling and transcribing texts. The old lady replied coolly, I know you have never favored this child. Yao's face stiffened momentarily before she forced a smile, admitting, as a mother, I confess I have not treated them equally. This is my failing. But you are aware of the reasons behind it. Moreover, who does not favor a well-behaved daughter? Would you not agree, mother? The old lady remained silent. Yao continued, now, with this incident having occurred, we cannot rely on others to keep their mouths shut. It is better to be cautious. If word reaches others, it would be too late. The old lady regarded Yao with suspicion. And your point is? Yao thought, given the strict rules of the Dingyuan Marquise, Ru Fei's temperament could lead to trouble if she were to marry into such a family. The old lady sipped her tea, saying, she is not yet married. What trouble could she cause? If trouble arises, it will indeed be too late. Yao pressed on, moreover, with this incident, it reflects poorly on our Jiang family. Ru Fei's entanglement with Prince Zhao Ning is not someone we can afford to offend. The old lady's expression darkened, yet Yao seemed oblivious. Considering that since such a situation had arisen, and given that the Dingyuan Marquise was dissatisfied with Ru Fei, perhaps she should suggest to the matriarch to replace her with Ru Lin. Absurd. The old lady slammed her teacup onto the table. News has not yet spread, and you, as her mother, are hastily attempting to cast blame upon Ru Fei. If this marriage were to be switched to Ru Lin, how would others perceive Ru Fei? How would she ever marry in the future? Startled by this unexpected rebuke, Yao shivered. Mother, please calm your anger. Were it not for this incident, I would not have even considered such a thought. The old lady's expression remained grim. This is a marriage, not a mere transaction that can be swapped at will. Do you believe Ru Lin is more suitable than Ru Fei for this union? Or do you think that by associating with the Marquise, our Yao family will benefit? Yao hastily knelt, tears streaming down her face. I have no such intentions. If this matter remains undisclosed, it would be for the best. But if it does get out, and the Marquise withdraws the marriage proposal, how will Ru Lin fare in the future? She grasped the old lady's garment. Mother, while Ru Fei is your granddaughter, Ru Lin is your own blood. You must consider her as well. The old lady pointed to her own wrinkled face. You can think of changing brides. But what of my dignity? For years I have turned a blind eye to how you have treated Ru Fei. Now you dare to toy with the Marquise's marriage? I see you have lost your senses. In her lifetime, the old lady had never spoken to Yao in such a manner. Remembering the news she had received, that Jiang Ru Fei had given the jade pillow to the old lady, it seemed the latter had been easily swayed. Observing Yao kneeling and weeping, the old lady extended her hand to help her up, softening her tone. You should know who I cherish most. However, this concerns the face of the Jiang family. Unless it is absolutely necessary, we cannot proceed in this manner. Do you understand? Yao's heart seethed with resentment, yet she dared not voice her thoughts. And she left after acquiescing. Now it was time to reckon our accounts. As Pei Jing approached step by step, Jiang Fei instinctively retreated until her back pressed against the cold stone wall, leaving her only the option of brandishing a burning stick at Pei Jing. Stay back. What are you afraid of? Pei Jing's face broke into a smile, a hint of mockery glimmering in his eyes. If I wish to kill you now, do you think this flimsy torch could stop me? He seized the wooden stick from her grasp. Jiang Fei was no match for him, and the stick was effortlessly thrown into the flames. Jiang Fei watched helplessly as he continued to close the distance, leaving only half a meter between them. Realizing she had no escape, she instinctively closed her eyes as Pei Jing reached out toward her. Yet his hand halted abruptly in front of her, suspended in midair. Pei Jing scrutinized her face. Her tightly shut eyes, pursed lips, and trembling eyelashes all betrayed her fear, yet she did not plead for mercy. Such stubbornness, he mused. Not a domestic cat, but a fiercely independent mountain cat. He chuckled softly. If you don't open your eyes, how will you tend to my wound? Jiang Fei hesitated, slowly opening her eyes, her gaze warily fixed upon the hand before her. On the pale back of his hand were 2 deep claw marks, likely from a wolf, with droplets of blood trickling from his fingertips and staining the earth darkly. Pei Jing tilted his head. You saved me, and I saved you in return. Our debts are settled. Now, the injury I sustained while saving you should be treated by you, don't you think? Jiang Fei stared at the gruesome wound, pondering what trick this man was playing. She hesitantly raised her hand, slowly reaching out, and upon seeing that Pei Jing made no move to stop her, she grasped his wrist through her sleeve. Chapter 33. Indeed a madman. The two of them settled beside the fire. The clothing hanging on the wooden stick had dried, and Jiang Fei intended to continue tearing fabric from Pei Jing's outer robe. However, with his eyes fixed on her like a shadow, she had no choice but to turn her hand and tear a piece from her own dried outer garment. In this place, there were no conditions. She could only perform a preliminary treatment to staunch the bleeding. As Jiang Fei pulled Pei Jing's hand closer, ready to wrap the fabric around his hand, he suddenly jerked his hand back, looking at her with a strange expression. Is this how you plan to bandage my wound? How very perfunctory. Jiang Fei held the cloth strip with an innocent expression. What else can I do? Given these dreadful conditions, can I offer you a rabies vaccination instead? Pei Jing's gaze swept over her arm, where a black cloth strip, matching the color of his outer robe, was wrapped, making it difficult to discern whether it was soaked in blood. You didn't wrap your own arm like this, did you? Jiang Fei remained silent, but her expression gave him the answer. Pei Jing glanced at the skin pouch on the ground. You took my belongings yet only know how to use a fire starter? The pouch indeed contained 2 bottles of medicine, but with no labels indicating their contents. Jiang Fei had no way of knowing if they were poison. Pei Jing lifted his chin, indicating for her to pick it up. Jiang Fei complied, just in time to see Pei Jing squeeze her hand tightly, causing more blood to ooze from the wound on the back of his hand, dripping onto the mud below. Is this man a masochist? Hand it over.
Oh.
Jiang Fei obediently passed the pouch to him. Pei Jing opened it, retrieving one of the porcelain bottles, and with a flick of his thumb, he removed the cap, shaking out some pale blue powder onto his wounded hand. What miraculous effect that medicine possessed, for as the powder settled, the bleeding remarkably ceased. Pei Jing then extended his hand back toward Jiang Fei, and she dutifully wrapped the cloth around his injury. After the bandaging was complete, as Jiang Fei was about to withdraw her hand, Pei Jing suddenly grasped her wrist, his fingers cold yet unyielding. His gaze fell upon the wound on her arm. Untie it. Jiang Fei, unwilling to be at odds with her own body, trembled as she slowly began to loosen the bindings. Earlier, she had been focused solely on survival, with no energy to spare for anything else. Now that her life was secure, the pain from her injuries began to wash over her. Her movements were too slow, and Pei Jing, growing impatient, seized her hand and tore away the remaining black cloth strip. Upon seeing the sight, he was momentarily taken aback. The wounds on her arm were gaping and grotesque, flesh torn and edges beginning to turn a faint shade of blue. You certainly can endure, Pei Jing remarked, casting a glance at her. Jiang Fei could not discern whether he was complimenting or criticizing her, and thus refrained from responding, cautiously attempting to withdraw her hand. Pei Jing's grip suddenly tightened, his other hand seizing her shoulder and lifting her off the ground. What are you doing? Jiang Fei exclaimed in a panic as she was dragged outside. She had witnessed this person's capriciousness too many times. She feared he might toss her out to feed the wolves. The rain had yet to cease, water cascading down the stone walls, shrouding the dim surroundings in dark veils. Pei Jing halted at the edge of a crevice, pulling her arm forward. Jiang Fei nervously recoiled. Don't move. Pei Jing's voice was cold. Are you so reckless as to bandage your wounds without clearing the wolf poison first? Do you wish to court death? Jiang Fei desperately retreated. What are you doing? The rainwater will kill me. Pei Jing let out a cold laugh. You know pain? I thought you only feared death and not the sting of pain. Yet, you're not moving away from the rain. Jiang Fei attempted to step back, but found her back pressed against Pei Jing's chest. I will wash it with blood. If this wound were to be cleansed with blood, I fear you would already be cold before it was cleaned. Pei Jing's grip was like iron as he pulled her arm forward. Rainwater streamed down the crevice, washing over the wound, instantly igniting a sharp pain. Jiang Fei gasped, instinctively struggling. No, I can't do this. Pei Jing remained unmoved, holding her firmly as he coldly stated, endure it. If the wolf poison isn't cleared, you might as well lose this hand. Rainwater trickled down her arm, mingling with dark red blood that dripped onto the ground. The sensation was akin to countless burning needles piercing her flesh. Jiang Fei's fingertips trembled as she bit down hard on her lower lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Suddenly, Pei Jing grasped her chin. Open your mouth. Forced to comply, Jiang Fei's teeth had already drawn blood from her lower lip. As the rain washed over her, the congealed blood and bruises gradually faded, revealing the originally bright red flesh. Pei Jing scrutinized her arm, and once he was satisfied with the rinsing, he released his grip and pulled her back to the fire. Jiang Fei collapsed to the ground, utterly drained, her lips pale, damp hair clinging to her face in a pitiful state. The moment the medicinal powder touched the wound, a burning pain surged through her, leaving her disoriented, a muffled groan escaping her throat. Pei Jing glanced at her, his tone indifferent. Now you feel pain? Weren't you quite brave when killing wolves? Jiang Fei's eyes reddened from the pain, glaring fiercely at him. Pei Jing feigned menace, glaring at me again, and I'll gouge out your eyes. Jiang Fei turned her face away, focusing on the fire and ignoring him. Her wound was severe, and the entire bottle of medicinal powder was nearly emptied. Pei Jing remarked, this medicine costs 1,000 taels per bottle. I'll count you for 800 taels for what I used. You will repay me when we return. I don't have that much money, Jiang Fei replied. How much do you have? Pei Jing queried. Jiang Fei calculated quietly. I only have a little over 100 taels of private savings. Pei Jing raised his gaze to her. The Jiang family is this impoverished? A legitimate daughter can only produce a little over 100 taels? How pitiful. Jiang Fei pressed her lips together, thinking that this was already what she had painstakingly saved. The original owner couldn't even come up with 5 taels. Pei Jing discarded the empty porcelain bottle and pulled out another green porcelain bottle from his satchel, extracting some dark red ointment. Jiang Fei watched warily. He hadn't used this on himself before. What was it? This is a heart-rending powder, Pei Jing replied without flinching. The kind that seals the throat with blood. Then use less, Jiang Fei said, genuinely fearing the pain. It's too expensive for me to afford. Pei Jing glanced at her before lowering his head. If you scream unnecessarily, I'll cut out your tongue. Jiang Fei stiffened, expecting excruciating pain, but to her surprise, this ointment was surprisingly cool, instantly alleviating the burning sensation, her tense shoulders relaxing. The wolf's saliva is poisonous. It must first disperse the congealed blood. His fingers applied the ointment to her wound with unexpected gentleness. He lowered his head slightly, his outline sharp in the firelight, the coldness in his brows and eyes still evident. Pei Jing, as if sensing her gaze, asked without looking up, "What are you staring at?" Jiang Fei blinked, nothing. She truly could not comprehend this person before her. She could see his furrowed brow and focused eyes, entirely different from the man who had once threatened to strangle her. Why don't you feel pain? Pei Jing paused, lifting his gaze to her with a devilish smile. I enjoy pain. Jiang Fei replied, all right, you really are a madman. Chapter 34. Xiao Cui, you are ripening. When we return, have the doctor treated again. Otherwise, prepare to have your hand rot and await death. Pei Jing spoke coldly. Yet his movements were swift as he rewrapped her arm with a clean cloth. Jiang Fei looked down at her arm, murmuring, thank you. Pei Jing did not respond, merely sitting across from her, donning a dry robe and beginning to rest. The firelight cast a momentary silence between them. Stealing glances at Pei Jing, Jiang Fei noticed that the tension in his brow seemed to ease slightly in repose, revealing a rare tranquility. Gradually, discomfort surged within her. She began to feel cold, her head spinning. She wrapped herself in a thin outer robe and inched closer to the fire, shakily pulling out a few fruits, wiping them on her clothing before popping one into her mouth. The wild fruits were sour and astringent. Jiang Fei forced herself to swallow. Hearing the crunching sound of her chewing, Pei Jing opened his eyes, observing her as she finished one fruit and began another, unable to restrain himself. Aren't you afraid of being poisoned? Jiang Fei swallowed the wild fruit. I saw some that had been gnawed by beasts. They should be safe. Pei Jing chuckled softly, sometimes finding her foolish, yet at other times, acknowledging her cleverness. Are they that delicious? Would you like some to fill your stomach? She offered, wiping one on her clothing and extending it toward him. Pei Jing stared at the wild fruit in her hand. After a long pause, just as Jiang Fei thought he would refuse, he abruptly snatched the fruit from her grasp. He examined it for a moment, and as Jiang Fei finished her second fruit and reached for a third, he slowly brought it to his mouth and took a bite. The sour juice exploded in his mouth, and Pei Jing grimaced, barely holding back the urge to spit it out. Is this what you call food? He asked through gritted teeth. Jiang Fei looked at him innocently. I never said it was delicious. It's merely something to fill the belly. Pei Jing tossed it aside. You can stomach this? I have no choice. Jiang Fei took another bite. I must eat. Otherwise, I'll suffer from low blood sugar. Low blood sugar? Pei Jing asked, puzzled. Jiang Fei hesitated, unsure how to explain, succinctly stating, it's when there's not enough sugar in the blood, causing dizziness and palpitations. After saying this, she regretted it, as Pei Jing's gaze fixated on her injured arm, revealing great interest, even causing his Adam's apple to slightly move. How could she forget that this person was a madman who didn't adhere to common sense? Jiang Fei instinctively shifted back, but Pei Jing was quicker, suddenly leaning forward and gripping her wrist with such force that it caused her pain. What are you doing? Jiang Fei panicked, trying to pull her hand away. Don't move. Pei Jing's voice was terrifyingly low as he stared intently at her arm, his gaze deepening. Since there's sugar in your blood. Jiang Fei froze, alarm bells ringing in her mind as she desperately struggled. Have you lost your mind? Let go of me. There's no sugar. I don't have any sugar in my blood. However, Pei Jing remained unmoved, leaning in closer, his nose trailing along her wrist toward the wound. Jiang Fei could feel his warm breath against her skin, sending a shiver down her spine. Pei Jing. She trembled. Calm down. After all, he was a madman. And the possibility of him drinking blood was not out of the question. Just when Jiang Fei thought he might actually bite her, Pei Jing suddenly released her wrist, leaning back and bursting into laughter.
Ha ha ha.
He laughed so hard his shoulders shook. Your expression just now. Jiang Fei finally realized she had been played. Infuriated as she grabbed a wild fruit from the ground and hurled it at him. You're insane. Pei Jing tilted his head to avoid her gaze, a lingering smile dancing in his eyes. What, are you afraid I'll drain your blood? You madman. Jiang Fei's cheeks flushed with anger as she crossed her arms, shifting aside, eager to distance herself from him. Observing her indignant demeanor, Pei Jing felt an unexpected surge of happiness. As the rain began to subside and the sky brightened, birds flitted between the treetops, shaking off the remnants of rain from their wings, their chirps gradually filling the valley. Sunlight trickled through the forest gaps, heralding the dawn. It was time to leave. Awakened by the sounds, Jiang Fei blinked groggily, realizing daybreak had arrived. Pei Jing stood with his back to her at the stone crevice, glancing over his shoulder to say, "Get up, we're leaving." The fire pit had long extinguished, leaving only wisps of white smoke swirling upwards. The few fruits they had were of little sustenance. Jiang Fei leaned against the stone wall. As she rose, darkness clouded her vision, and a wave of weakness washed over her. Gathering her strength, she picked up a stick for support and asked, "Your Highness, can you find the way back?" Pei Jing ignored her, picking up his cloak from the ground. After taking a few steps, he halted abruptly, looking down at his garment. The once ankle-length robe now barely reached his knees, the lower half mysteriously absent. He turned to Jiang Fei. "Did you do this?" She recoiled slightly. "You're too heavy. I couldn't carry you. We need a litter to drag you. Your life is certainly more important than your clothing." Pei Jing took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and tossed the remaining length of his robe over her head. After the heavy rain, the temperature had dropped significantly, and Jiang Fei, feeling cold, quickly donned Pei Jing's robe. The garment, once excessively long, now fit her perfectly after losing a portion. Rain dripped from the trees, and the forest floor, soaked with moisture, felt like spongy earth beneath her feet. Pei Jing walked briskly, soon creating a distance between them. Not hearing the footsteps following, he paused. "What are you dawdling for?" Jiang Fei hurried to catch up. There was no camaraderie between them. They were merely forced to journey together due to circumstance. Jiang Fei understood that even if Pei Jing chose to abandon her, she would be powerless to stop him, so she endeavored not to become a burden, fearing he might leave her behind. Alone, she knew she would not see the sun rise again. Summoning her resolve, she followed Pei Jing, her steps uneven. After an indeterminate time, her vision began to blur, and Pei Jing's silhouette flickered amid the shadows of the trees. She clenched her teeth, attempting to quicken her pace. But suddenly her legs gave way, and she stumbled forward. The anticipated pain did not come, as a warm hand steadied her shoulder. Pei Jing had returned, a tone of clear disdain in his voice. "Can't even walk properly?" Jiang Fei wished to retort but found her lips trembling, unable to form a coherent sentence. Pei Jing's hand pressed against her forehead, and he chuckled. "Xiao Cui, you're almost cooked." Jiang Fei thought, if only she had the strength, she would have liked to boil water for him to experience what it truly meant to be cooked. Before Jiang Fei could react, Pei Jing bent down and swept her into his arms. Instinctively, she grasped his robe and murmured, "You could carry me on your back instead." She always felt that being cradled in his arms was more intimate than being carried on his back. "You don't get to choose." Pei Jing replied coldly as he continued forward, "I would never entrust my back to anyone." After a while, he added, "You're really heavy." "Not as heavy as you." Jiang Fei retorted weakly, "Do you know how much effort it took to drag you that far?" Pei Jing glanced down at her. "You're just slightly lighter than a wild boar." Jiang Fei forced a smile. "You've carried a wild boar before?" Pei Jing jostled her slightly. "Now you're being held like one." She pursed her lips, too exhausted to continue their banter, her body swaying with emotion, her head growing dizzy. After a moment, she cautiously rested her head on Pei Jing's shoulder, unwilling to oppose her own body. This was far more comfortable. Pei Jing paused, casting a glance at her pale face, and swallowed the words he was about to say. Jiang Fei's unfocused gaze settled on Pei Jing's sharp jawline, and she mused, despite his biting words, His embrace was unexpectedly warm and reassuring. It was fortuitous that had she not saved Pei Jing, allowing him to fend for himself in the forest, she would have lacked the means to warm herself or fend off beasts, and she wouldn't have had Pei Jing to lead her down the mountain. Perhaps this was what the Buddha referred to as karma. Her act of kindness ultimately saved her life. After a considerable time, Pei Jing abruptly halted, saying, "We're close." Jiang Fei strained to listen. Amidst the rustling of the wind through the trees, she heard faint shouts, marveling once more at Pei Jing's keen hearing. He set Jiang Fei down on a still damp rock and whistled. Soon, the forest echoed with responding calls. Pei Jing extended his hand towards her. Jiang Fei stared at the palm before her, momentarily taken aback, before slowly placing her hand in his. Pei Jing frowned and turned around, seeing her grasping his hand. He shook it off. "What are you doing? Aren't you going to pull me up?" Jiang Fei replied innocently. "Give it back." "What?" she asked, bewildered. "My robe." Pei Jing raised an eyebrow. "What? Are you reluctant to return it after wearing it for so long?" Only then did Jiang Fei remember she was still draped in his clothing and hurriedly removed it. Several guards clad in sturdy attire had already pushed through the underbrush. The leader, Duanjiu, visibly relieved upon seeing Pei Jing, exclaimed, "We finally found you, Your Highness. Are you injured?" "No harm done," Pei Jing replied nonchalantly, reclaiming the half-robe from Jiang Fei's hands, causing her to stumble as she hastily grasped a nearby tree for support. Duanjiu hesitated, glancing at Jiang Fei. "Miss Jiang." "No need for questions," Pei Jing interrupted, tossing the outer garment to Duanjiu. He donned the clothing offered by the guards and instructed, "Send 2 people to escort her back to Jinglian Temple." With that, he strode purposefully in the direction the guards had come from. Duanjiu quickly designated several individuals to accompany Jiang Fei, then hurried to catch up with Pei Jing. Has the prince had another episode? Pei Jing remained silent. His silence spoke volumes. After a moment, he suddenly asked, "If a conscious person encounters a pack of wolves alongside an unconscious one, how should the conscious individual ensure their escape?" "Naturally, the unconscious one should serve as bait," Duanjiu answered without hesitation, then realized the implication, his expression shifting. "Are you suggesting that Miss Jiang?" Pei Jing's gaze darkened, his fingers unconsciously fidgeting. "She could have left me to fend for myself. She could have abandoned me to perish alone, yet she exerted every effort to drag me into the crevice to shelter from the rain. She could have used me as bait to secure her own escape, yet she chose to shield me from the wolves with her frail arms. And, just moments ago, she had nearly perished at his hands. What should one say about such a person, foolish or wise?" Duanjiu understood his master's thoughts and proceeded to report on the events following Pei Jing's disappearance. The emperor was alarmed by her absence. Pei Jing paused but did not interrupt. Duanjiu continued, "Last night, the emperor dispatched Lieutenant Liu to lead the northern army in a search of the mountains." Pei Jing frowned. "He came personally?" "The emperor did not come himself." The furrow in Pei Jing's brow gradually relaxed as he continued onward. Duanjiu followed closely. Hesitating for a moment before speaking again, it was a message relayed by Qinglian Jusher. Pei Jing's pace slowed, a subtle stiffness enveloping him. 2 guards rushed through the forest, carrying Jiang Fei swiftly. The guards, all men, dared not carry or embrace her. Instead, they fashioned a makeshift chair from felled trees to bear her away. In modern times, foot binding has ceased, and surprisingly, Jiang Fei did not mind being carried, for in the event of drowning, artificial respiration is but a natural response. Before long, 2 figures appeared ahead. Given how swiftly Pei Jing had fled, Jiang Fei had presumed he had long returned. Little did she expect him to be pursued so quickly. She had intended to express her gratitude before he departed, but just as she was about to speak, she noticed the tension in Pei Jing's shoulders, taut as a bowstring. Even from a slight distance, she could sense the chilling aura emanating from him. The surrounding guards felt it too, falling silent as if gripped by an icy fear. This atmosphere lingered until they exited the forest, where the landscape opened up to reveal the sparse structures of the Jinglian monastery nestled on the mountainside. A few monks and nuns stood at the entrance, hastening to greet Pei Jing with respectful bows. Amit Ba. May the prince be blessed. Pei Jing remained silent, advancing forward, causing the nuns to part hastily, revealing a woman dressed in a plain monk's robe, adorned solely with a jade lotus hairpin. Standing quietly on the stone steps of the monastery, none other than the Qinglian laywoman Jiang Fei had previously encountered. Pei Jing's steps abruptly halted. Jiang Fei clearly observed his pupils dilate in shock, his entire being seemingly frozen in place. The eyes, typically filled with mockery, now betrayed an unmistakable astonishment, while his hand gradually clenched into a fist. The Qinglian laywoman's detached gaze fell upon Pei Jing's trembling hand, then slowly ascended to meet his face, before she turned silently and retreated into the monastery. Jiang Fei watched as Pei Jing's shoulder sagged, as if his spine had been wrenched away, revealing a despondency she had never witnessed before. He stood rooted, his gaze fixated on the direction in which the Qinglian laywoman had disappeared, until her figure vanished completely behind the door. Chapter 36. Deep affection. Prince Duanjiu approached cautiously. Pei Jing glanced at Jiang Fei, his voice laced with coldness, instructing her to seek medical attention. Miss Jiang, Duanjiu murmured, allow me to escort you inside for treatment. Jiang Fei nodded, assisted by the nuns as she made her way into the monastery. After walking a short distance, she could not resist glancing back, only to meet Pei Jing's piercing gaze. Within those eyes lay a vulnerability that had yet to be concealed, transforming into a sharp blade that pierced Jiang Fei's heart upon their brief contact. Startled, she quickly turned away. Duanjiu led the way, prompting Jiang Fei to inquire, is your prince? Miss Jiang, Duanjiu interjected without looking back. It would be wise not to pry into the prince's private matters. Jiang Fei fell silent, her mind replaying the earlier scene. Clearly, the Qinglian laywoman held a unique significance for Pei Jing, given their age difference of at least a decade. And considering Pei Jing's affections for Wei Xiying as depicted in literature, what then was his sentiment towards the Qinglian laywoman? Jiang Fei shook her head vigorously, questioning her own thoughts. Was she not meant to focus on winning over Wei Mingjin, to incite his fondness for her and ultimately marry her? Why squander her time pondering others? Since her escape from the back mountain, Jiang Fei had fallen ill. This illness struck her with the ferocity of a landslide, wind chill, fever, and infection culminated in a high temperature that persisted for an entire day before finally subsiding. During this time, the system had activated, mockingly commenting on her feverish state, likening her to a boiling kettle and suggesting she might become foolish. Fortunately, the monastery housed skilled medical nuns, and when the Jiang family sent someone to fetch her home, they advised against travel due to her illness, allowing her to recuperate in the monastery instead. After 3 days of rest, Jiang Fei finally managed to rise from her bed. On the 5th day, 2 new pilgrims arrived at Jinglian Monastery, promptly ushered into the courtyard where Jiang Fei resided by the abbess. Jiang Fei, in the midst of taking her medicine, was greeted by Jiao Tao, who introduced them. Wei Xiying entered, dressed in a soft lotus-colored silk gown, accompanied by a maid. Sister-in-law, she addressed her, a title that initially felt awkward to Jiang Fei but had become familiar over time. What brings you to Jinglian Monastery? Jiang Fei, unable to entertain guests while drinking her medicine, instructed Jiao Tao to prepare tea, while Wei Xiying dismissed her maid. I visited the Jiang family to find you, but the household informed me of your illness and that you were here recovering. Since I had nothing else to do, I decided to come. Why have you lost so much weight? Wei Xiying grasped Jiang Fei's hand, her gaze shifting to the bandages wrapped around her arm. What happened? I was wandering the back mountain and encountered a small wolf, Jiang Fei explained. Wei Xiying gasped, a wolf. Jiang Fei nodded, relieved that she had fortuitously met Wang Zhaoning, who had rescued her. She had anticipated that this incident could not be concealed for long, rather than shrouded in secrecy and invite suspicion. It was better to speak openly. As long as the Ho residents held no objections, the rumors would naturally dissipate. Wang Zhaoning? Wei Xiying pondered, clearly surprised by this unexpected side of him. Wei Xiying was a pivotal character, responsible for instigating conflict between her and Pei Jing, thus propelling the narrative forward. Seizing a moment, Jiang Fei inquired, do you know Wang Zhaoning? Wei Xiying shook her head, stating that they had no interactions, though she had seen him from a distance a few times. My brother advised me to avoid him. Wei Xiying's expression suggested sincerity, which intrigued Jiang Fei. In the stories, did Pei Jing not have affections for Wei Xiying? How could they have never exchanged words? Was it possible that Pei Jing had fallen in love at first sight, harboring a secret crush? Noticing Jiang Fei's contemplative silence, Wei Xiying waved her hand before her. Sister-in-law, what are you thinking? Jiang Fei snapped back to reality. Nothing. I was just a bit distracted. Wei Xiying teased. You're not upset with my brother for not visiting, are you? Jiang Fei forced a smile. Of course not. Third Master Wei has his duties to attend to. He is not busy, Wei Xiying retorted, pointing outside. Look who it is. Jiang Fei gasped. No way, he really came? She pushed open the window, and the figure standing in the courtyard turned at the sound, nodding at her.
Miss Jiang.
Jiang Fei immediately donned a mask of delight. Third Master Wei. Upon seeing her expression, Wei Mingjin paused momentarily. Jiang Fei hurried to the door, opening it wide and striving to appear both surprised and honored. After all, she needed to correct the previous missteps and transform the negative impression into something favorable, making Wei Mingjin willingly desire to marry her, or at the very least, believe that her affections for him were profound. Jiang Fei considered her acting skills to be adequate, yet conjuring feelings of love from thin air proved challenging. Third Master Wei. Please come in and take a seat. Wei Mingjin stood with one hand behind his back, seemingly at a loss. Your sister is here. There's no inconvenience.
Upon saying this,
he stood at the door, looking expectantly at him. Wei Mingjin hesitated for a moment before stepping inside. I apologize for the intrusion. Wei Xiying stood. I mentioned I wanted to visit her, and my brother insisted on accompanying me. He must be using me as a shield, but truly, he came to see you, sister-in-law. Wei Mingjin's brow furrowed, ready to counter, yet Jiang Fei had already manifested an expression of unbridled joy. Really? Third Master Wei is genuinely here to see me? Jiang Fei nearly found her own exaggerated performance nauseating. She was well aware that Wei Mingjin had no intention of visiting her. In the narrative, he was on the verge of marriage, while Wei Xiying and the male lead, Zhang Lingyuan, were already acquainted and in love. The latter half of the story revolved around their struggles against family opposition to be together. The entire Duke of Dingyuan's family opposed their union,
keeping a close watch on Wei Xiying.
Thus, Wei Xiying had to use the excuse of going up the mountain to worship, allowing her to meet with the male lead. Wei Mingjin's lips moved, casting a sidelong glance at Wei Xiying, and with a heavy nod, he affirmed. Jiang Fei smiled, knowing that Wei Mingjin would not dare to say it outright, thus providing her with the perfect opportunity to play her cards. I knew it, Jiang Fei feigned shyness. Lowering her head, her fingers twisting the hem of her garment as she silently congratulated herself. Wei Mingjin's expression grew more troubled, as he seemed on the verge of speaking several times but held back. Once a lie is uttered, it necessitates a cascade of additional falsehoods to conceal it. He seemingly misled Jiang Rufei into believing he harbored feelings for her. How then could he reject her? Young Master Wei, Xiying. Jiang Fei remarked. I have been cooped up in my room for several days. Why don't I take you for a leisurely stroll? The scenery at Jinglian Monastery is quite delightful. Before Wei Mingjin could devise a polite refusal, Wei Xiying had already grasped Jiang Fei's arm, exclaiming that it was fortuitous for her sister-in-law to accompany them for a breath of fresh air. Jiang Fei led the two on a meandering walk nearby. As Wei Mingjin urged Wei Xiying to return home, Wei Xiying insisted on staying at the monastery. With no choice left, Wei Mingjin acquiesced to remain on the mountain. However, Jinglian Monastery lacked lodgings for male visitors. One could only stay temporarily for worship, necessitating a stay at an inn at the foot of the mountain, which was precisely why Wei Xiying was so adamant about remaining. Jiang Fei understood that evening might be the moment for the protagonists in the tale to meet. Chapter 37. The Man in Black. As the sun gradually sank in the west, its afterglow drenched the layered mountains, turning the blue stone slabs before the door into a warm golden hue. As Wei Xiying entered, she found Jiang Fei tending to her wound. The injury on her arm had begun to heal, yet it was destined to leave a lasting scar. It's going to scar, Wei Xiying remarked, her brow furrowed. Jiang Fei smiled reassuringly. It's merely a scar. As long as your brother doesn't mind, it's of little consequence. He wouldn't dare, Wei Xiying replied. Moreover, my brother isn't one to judge based on appearances. In truth, Jiang Fei was not entirely indifferent. She was aware that this body would not be hers for long. Once her mission was complete, she would meet her demise at the hands of Pei Jing, leaving her with little concern over the scar. The weather was sweltering, and the wound could not be bandaged too thickly. After dressing it, she found that even with her sleeves down it was hardly noticeable. Jiao Tao and Wei Xiying's maid entered with food and then withdrew. The monastery prohibited the consumption of meat, and after days of bland vegetables, Jiang Fei found herself yearning for something more substantial. Had it not been for Wei Xiying and Wei Mingjin's unexpected arrival, she would have planned to descend the mountain the following day. During dinner, Wei Xiying frequently glanced out the window, watching the sun dip lower, her impatience growing with each passing moment. Jiang Fei surmised she was eager to meet the male protagonist, Jiang Lingyuan. After the maid took away the remnants of their meal, Wei Xiang grasped Jiang Fei's hand, imploring, "Sister-in-law, please help me." Wei Xiang succinctly recounted her predicament with Jiang Lingyuan and the various obstacles posed by her family. Jiang Fei, having read the book twice, was familiar with the narrative, though she had not yet revisited the latter chapters before being thrust into this world. "How can I assist you?" Jiang Fei inquired calmly. Wei Xiang explained, "Zifu is a maid sent by my mother. I am to meet Lingyuan at the third watch, but I cannot leave my current situation. I wish for you to impersonate me, sleeping in my room until I return." Jiang Fei remained silent. She had already discerned that the maid was not particularly close to Wei Xiang. Her role was merely to supervise her. For the sake of her future tasks, Jiang Fei understood the necessity of cultivating a bond of trust with Wei Xiang. However, this plan was fraught with peril. If discovered, not only would Wei Mingjin refuse to marry her, but the entire Dingyuan Marquis household would oppose the union. Good heavens, how could you dare to secretly meet a man? Jiang Fei feigned astonishment, her voice lowered to a whisper. "If anyone finds out, your reputation will be ruined." Wei Xiang bit her lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I care not for my reputation, sister-in-law. Please, I am at my wit's end." She clutched Jiang Fei's hand tightly. "Lingyuan and I are truly in love." Jiang Fei was well aware of the depth of her feelings during her university days. She had stayed up late reading this very book, shedding tears over the forced separation of the protagonists, harboring a deep-seated resentment towards the Jiang family. Little did she know she would soon embody one of them. "Sister-in-law, please help me," Wei Xiang pleaded, tears streaming down her beautiful face, resembling a rain-soaked pear blossom. Having been educated in modern times, Jiang Fei found it difficult to witness such an impediment to love, especially after experiencing the constraints faced by women in ancient times. Wei Xiang's plight stirred her compassion. Women of the past were often ensnared by the shackles of propriety, their fates as fickle as dandelion fluff. Many decisions were beyond their control. Marriages were arranged by parents and matchmakers. Even when one encountered true affection, yearning in silence was the norm. In the grand halls, springtime hearts are locked away, and beneath the red candles' glow, many lament their fate. Despite profound love, it often succumbs to the tide of societal expectations, leaving behind only a cup of sorrow to face the moon and a half-rolled poem to accompany solitude, amidst countless regrets in the lofty courtyards. With a heavy sigh, Jiang Fei acquiesced. "Very well, I shall help you." Setting aside her own mission and calculations, she was moved by the shared plight of another young woman, considering it a means to unite a pair of star-crossed lovers. Jiang Fei handed over a handkerchief to wipe away Wei Xiang's tears, urging her to conceal her distress from Zifu. Wei Xiang quickly dried her tears and managed a hesitant smile. "However, I have two stipulations," Jiang Fei stated. Wei Xiang eagerly grasped her hand. "Sister-in-law, speak your conditions." "First, you must return before dawn." Jiang Fei held up two fingers. "Second, you must tell me the location of your meeting." Noticing Wei Xiang hesitate, she quickly clarified, "In case anything goes awry, I need to know where to find you." Wei Xiang bit her lip, murmuring, "At the Listening Rain Pavilion halfway up the mountain. It's secluded and rarely visited at night." With the location being relatively close, Jiang Fei felt a slight sense of relief. As dusk deepened, lanterns flickered to life under the eaves, and the sky turned completely dark. There was a bathing room available for the pilgrims in the side courtyard. After bathing, the two donned their nightclothes and entered Wei Xiang's room, claiming they wished to share some intimate thoughts. Zifu had no option but to retreat to the courtyard and wait. Zhou Tao sat outside, nibbling on a peach. Following Jiang Fei's instructions, she was to keep Zifu occupied. She had never been entrusted with such a significant task, and her heart raced with anticipation. As night deepened, Zifu glanced several times toward the room. At the appointed hour, Jiang Fei's voice emerged from within. "Sister-in-law, you may return now. Tomorrow morning, I shall join you for breakfast." Zifu promptly rose, intending to enter, only to be halted by Zhou Tao, who grasped her arm. "Peach, for Miss Wei." Zifu regarded the foolish maid, who seemed solely preoccupied with food, having devoured 5 bowls without a hint of fullness. "My lady does not care for peaches. Keep it for yourself." She attempted to pull away. "Not sour," Zhou Tao insisted earnestly. "Just a bit small." Seeing Zhou Tao's determination, Zifu relented and accepted the peach. As she turned, she caught sight of Miss Jiang with her hair down, clad in nightwear, retreating into her own room. Upon entering, Zifu placed the peach on the table, noticing the curtains drawn around the bed, where Wei Xiang lay covered with a quilt. "Miss, are you going to sleep?" Zifu whispered. Jiang Fei faced the wall and responded with a muffled After Zifu completed her washing, she extinguished the solitary lamp in the room and nestled on the small couch in the corner. Soon, the calm sound of Zifu's breathing filled the room, followed by the creaking of the door next door, presumably as Wei Xiang exited. Jiang Fei peeked through the curtain and then lay back down. Fearing Zifu might wake in the middle of the night to check on her, Jiang Fei held off sleep and attempted to summon the system for conversation, but received no response. A wisp of white smoke drifted through the window's crack, and after a quarter of an hour, a figure clad in black pried opened the door and entered. Inside the room, only the soft snores of the maid could be heard. The man in black approached the bed and lifted the curtain, revealing the sleeping figure. He produced a black cloth bag covering the person's head and rolled them up in the quilt before hoisting them onto his shoulder and swiftly departing. Chapter 38. The uninvited guest in her hazy state. Jiang Fei felt a gentle push on her shoulder. She slowly opened her eyes, and before her stood Wei Xiang, with the first light of dawn filtering through the window. Jiang Fei propped herself up and sat up slowly, feeling a dull heaviness in her head, with no recollection of when she had fallen asleep the previous night. She quickly glanced toward the bed by the window, where Zifu was soundly asleep, completely unaware of Wei Xiang's entrance. The two hastily exchanged garments, and Jiang Fei returned to her own room. After a while, Wei Xiang appeared with a refreshed Zifu, ready to accompany Jiang Fei for breakfast. The table was set with a simple congee and side dishes. With Zifu present, the two refrained from discussing the events of the previous night, opting instead for light conversation. "When do you plan to return?" Jiang Fei inquired. Wei Xiang replied, "I think I'll stay a few more days." "What about you, sister-in-law?" Jiang Fei, craving meat, secretly longed to return home for a hearty meal, but as long as Wei Xiang remained, it was likely Wei Mingjin would not leave. Not wishing to miss this excellent opportunity to get closer to Wei Sanling, she decided to endure a little longer. "I will leave when you do," she stated. Wei Xiang assumed her decision was to provide cover for her and gazed at her with gratitude. Zifu cleared the table and brought water for Wei Xiang to rinse her mouth. Noticing the dark circles under Wei Xiang's eyes, she asked, "Miss, did you not sleep well last night?" "It wasn't that I didn't sleep well, I simply didn't sleep at all," Wei Xiang replied, casting a disinterested glance at Zifu. "You, on the other hand, seem to have slept soundly." Zifu lowered her eyes, acknowledging her fault, perplexed by her deep slumber last night. Wei Xiang waved her hand dismissively. "You may go." Zifu exited with the spittoon, and Jiu Tao, outside in the corridor, was nibbling on a bun. Upon seeing Zifu, she asked, "What is wrong with you?" Zifu rubbed her neck, feeling unexplainably fatigued and dizzy after a night of sleep. Could it be a stiff neck? Their conversation drifted into Jiang Fei's ears. She pressed her forehead with her hand and, once Zifu had walked far enough away, remarked, "It's strange. In your room." I lay down and fell into a deep slumber, without realizing it. Now my head feels a bit foggy. Perhaps it's the pillow you're not accustomed to? Jiang Fei shook her head, uncertain. The pillows and bedding in the guest rooms were identical. She had been sleeping in her own room for several days without encountering such a situation. What happened last night? Wei Xiang lifted her gaze. Was there anything intimate? Wei Xiang's expression turned puzzled. What do you mean by that? You know, that kind of intimate thing, Jiang Fei struggled to articulate. Wei Xiang blinked, seemingly comprehending, and her face flushed. No, we did not overstep. Lin Yuan respects me. Jiang Fei nodded in acknowledgement. After finishing breakfast, Wei Xiang took a brief rest. In the morning, Wei Mingjin was to come up the mountain to see her, so she needed to gather her energy to avoid revealing her fatigue. Upon learning that Wei Mingjin would ascend the mountain, Jiang Fei meticulously groomed herself, donning a light blue skirt and adorning her hair with a single white jade hairpin, exuding an air of elegance and freshness. She examined herself in the bronze mirror, nodding in satisfaction. This attire was neither overly ostentatious nor lacking, perfectly showcasing her delicate post-illness appearance. She had to seize the opportunity to enhance Wei Mingjin's favor towards her. The distant mountain contours grew clearer as the sun shone, the pale blue mist dissipating in the breeze, and light filtered through the leaves, casting golden dapples on the ground. This serene villa was situated not far from the Jinglian Monastery, constructed by Pei Jing years ago. The environment was tranquil, and it was conveniently close to the capital, where he occasionally retreated for a brief respite. Duan Jiao ascended the stone steps and paused beneath a gnarled pine tree. Not far away, there was a cliff's edge where a solitary figure sat, their robes billowing in the mountain wind, their silhouette appearing desolate and lonely. Duan Jiao silently kept the figure company for a long time until the mountain mist cleared, prompting the person to turn around. Has she been sent back? Miss Wei was sent back long ago, Duan Jiao replied. Rest assured, Your Highness, no one has discovered anything. Pei Jing fell silent for a moment, pondering the need to investigate her background more thoroughly, especially concerning her years around 6 or 7. Duan Jiao acknowledged. Pei Jing rose and adjusted his sleeves, likely intending to stay at the monastery for some time longer. Let us go and visit Jinglian Monastery. Wei Mingjin did not ascend the mountain in the morning. Instead, he had sent a servant to convey a message. Owing to his official duties, he had received documents that required his review. Thus, he could not come until later in the afternoon. Wei Xiying was pleased, while Jiang Fei felt a tinge of regret, lamenting the wasted time she had spent preparing. Jinglian Monastery was built against the mountains. Its trees were primarily native, preserving the original landscape during construction. Jiang Fei and Wei Xiying strolled along a cobblestone path, while Jiao Tao had been sent down the mountain by Jiang Fei. It seemed that Wei Xiying intended to remain on the mountain for a few more days. And as the weather grew warmer, she instructed Jiao Tao to send a message home for lighter clothing. Under normal circumstances, her family might not have paid her any mind. But with Wei Mingjin present, they would likely be eager to send her new garments at once. Turning a bend, they spotted a honeysuckle climbing the branches of a tree. Its green leaves adorned with white flowers, releasing a delicate fragrance as the wind blew. It smells wonderful, Wei Xiying exclaimed. Jiang Fei reached out to pluck a bloom, inhaling its scent. When I was young, I loved to gather these to make flower dew. Wei Xiying, astonished, asked, Does the Jiang household still cultivate honeysuckle? Jiang Fei paused, glancing at the flower in her hand. ISNT this honeysuckle? So this is what it is. Ancient people truly had a way with names. In reality, Jiang Fei had grown up in the mountains, gathering them every year, and the Jiang household did not cultivate honeysuckle, nearly letting the truth slip. That was in the past. Jiang Fei offered an excuse to deflect. Wei Xiying, inspired, suggested, Let us gather some to take back and make flower dew. Agreed. Wei Xiying turned to Zifu. Go fetch a basket. Zifu looked troubled. Miss cannot be without someone to attend to her. I should stay with you. This was not about needing someone to attend to her, but rather about ensuring she did not find an opportunity to meet Jiang Linyuan. Noticing Wei Xiying's displeasure, Jiang Fei encouraged, It's all right. I'll go back to get one. I haven't gone far. Then I'll accompany you, Wei Xiying replied. You pick the flowers. The half-open ones are best. After saying this, Jiang Fei turned back toward the path. Wei Xiying cast a faint glance at Zifu. Zifu was someone her mother had sent, acting under orders, so she did not wish to be too harsh. The honeysuckle they had picked was tucked into a handkerchief, carefully selected by Wei Xiying, who did not allow Zifu to intervene, as she intended to present the finished flower due to Jiang Linyuan, wanting to avoid involving anyone else. Suddenly, footsteps echoed at the end of the stone path. Without turning her head, Wei Xiying remarked, You're back so soon? When she received no response, she sensed something was amiss. Turning around, she saw not Jiang Fei, but Prince Pei Jing, with Zifu already kneeling respectfully on the ground. Chapter 39. The Halo of the Female Protagonist. Wei Xiying quickly composed herself and bowed. Your Highness. Pei Jing regarded Wei Xiying, his gaze softening in an unusual manner. No need for excessive formalities. What are you doing? Wei Xiying straightened, unconsciously adjusting her handkerchief. I was hoping to gather honeysuckle to make flower dew. You know how to make flower dew? Pei Jing expressed interest as he plucked a bloom. Wei Xiying replied, Honestly, I do not know how. I wish to ask my sister, Miss Jiang, to teach me. Pei Jing's eyebrows twitched slightly, intrigued by the notion that she could make flower dew. Jiang Fei borrowed a bamboo basket from the abbess in the monastery and returned, collecting some green leaves along the way to line the basket for the honeysuckle. This secluded path, located at the back of Jinglian Monastery, saw few pilgrims passing through. As Jiang Fei approached the bend, someone suddenly emerged from the forest, brandishing a knife and blocking her path. She recognized him as Duan Jiao, Pei Jing's personal guard. Just as Jiang Fei was about to speak, she heard the voices of Pei Jing and Wei Xiying conversing from the other end of the path. This flower should be picked with the stem. Pei Jing's voice was warm and soothing. Is that so? Indeed, are you going to pick that one? Seizing the moment when Duan Jiao was distracted, Jiang Fei bent down and slipped past his outstretched arm. As Duan Jiao reached out to grasp her, he noticed Jiang Fei paused after taking a few steps, peering curiously towards another direction. Beneath the tree, Pei Jing was descending from a height, plucking a branch of honeysuckle, and was assisting Ren Weizi in gathering the blossoms. Wei Weizi's cheeks flushed slightly as she grasped the tendrils, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, but I shall do it myself." Pei Jing did not relent, responding gently, "No trouble at all. I happen to have some leisure time and can lend you a hand, as it would be difficult for you to reach from up there." During her convalescence at the monastery, Jiang Fei had not seen Pei Jing and had assumed he had returned to the capital. It turned out he was still present. Just as described in the books, he indeed harbored affection for Wei Weizi. He gazed at her with refined elegance, offering her another branch to collect after she finished with the first, displaying a tender attentiveness. Wei Weizi exhibited an unusual shyness and unease, leaving Jiang Fei momentarily speechless. Look at this. The treatment of the female lead is such that even a madman conceals his true nature in her presence. If Jiang Fei had not been aware of his character, she could have easily been deceived by his current demeanor. She couldn't recall whether the scene was in the book. Should she intervene for Wei Weizi, or allow the plot to unfold? Jiang Fei hesitated, contemplating whether to disturb them, when suddenly her garment was tugged. She turned back, glaring fiercely at Duan Jiao, pointedly gesturing towards her neck to signify a threat. Duan Jiao was taken aback by her gesture, then shook his head, subtly indicating that she should not approach. Jiang Fei leaned out again to steal a glance. Wei Weizi's panic was intensifying, her handkerchief nearly overflowing with honeysuckle. As she frequently glanced in Jiang Fei's direction, presumably wondering why she had not yet arrived. Rising to her feet, Jiang Fei deliberately stomped her foot a couple of times and called out, "Weizi, I've found the bamboo basket." As she maneuvered through the thicket and spotted Pei Jing, she feigned surprise. "Oh, the prince is also here." Pei Jing's expression remained neutral, his gaze drifting behind Jiang Fei to where Duan Jiao stood, a flicker of displeasure evident in his eyes. Upon seeing Jiang Fei, Wei Weizi visibly relaxed, offering a curtsy to Pei Jing before hastening towards Jiang Fei. "Sister-in-law?" The term elicited a short, incredulous chuckle from Pei Jing, imbued with a hint of something ambiguous, perhaps mockery or derision. Wei Weizi bit her lip, positioning herself behind Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei approached with the basket, greeting, "Your Highness," after which she began to gather flowers. Pei Jing seemed content to remain nearby, observing the two as they collected blossoms, occasionally exchanging remarks with Wei Weizi. "Miss Wei, did you ever visit Jiangnan during your childhood?" Wei Weizi, with her eyes cast downward, replied softly, "Yes. I went when I was 6 or 7 years old to visit relatives." Jiang Fei reflected thoughtfully. It was clear that Pei Jing had invested considerable effort in pursuing Wei Weizi, even uncovering details about her childhood. Pei Jing nodded. "Were there any unforgettable people or events during your time in Jiangnan?" Wei Weizi hesitated. "Unforgettable people? Not really, but there was one memorable incident." Jiang Fei had been attentively observing the two, and she noticed a fleeting chill in Pei Jing's gaze. She became alert, questioning why someone would become agitated over a lack of unforgettable people. Perhaps her scrutiny was too palpable as Pei Jing cast a sidelong glance at her. "What about you?" Taken aback by Pei Jing's sudden inquiry, Jiang Fei stammered. Having traversed into this narrative, she could not possibly know the answer, as the story had not chronicled her childhood. "I do not have any." Jiang Fei settled on a safe response. "I grew up in the capital, never." Yet Pei Jing seemed indifferent to her answer and immediately turned back to Wei Weizi. Jiang Fei thought to herself, what a troublesome situation. After exchanging a few more words, Pei Jing excused himself to attend to other matters. Once he departed, both women exhaled in relief. Jiang Fei patted her chest, grateful to have seen the back of him. Wei Weizi looked at her. "Are you afraid of Prince Zhaoning?" Jiang Fei found it difficult to articulate her feelings towards Pei Jing. There was indeed a hint of fear, primarily due to his unpredictable temperament, though she also sensed he was not as malevolent as the rumors suggested. She deflected the question. "What about you?" Wei Weizi pondered for a moment. "I feel that Prince Zhaoning is not as fearsome as the tales depict." The basket was nearly full. sufficient for their floral preparations. The two returned, borrowing the kitchen from the abbess and toiling until afternoon, finally completing their task, storing the concoction in bamboo tubes and earthen jars. Wei Mingjin arrived at the mountain in the afternoon. After visiting Wei Weizi, he promptly descended again. Jiang Fei had merely taken a brief nap, missing her opportunity to encounter her target. She heard Wei Weizi mention that Wei Mingjin would return the following morning. On the next day, Wei Mingjin arrived near noon. Jiang Fei had risen early, determined to showcase her domestic skills to him through her culinary endeavors. With her left hand still injured, cooking took longer than usual, yet she managed to prepare the meal just in time. Directing Jiao Tao to serve it in the side courtyard, setting a bountiful table beneath the locust tree. As the final dish, the delicate Wensi tofu, was placed on the table, Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction and instructed Jiao Tao to invite the Wei siblings outside. The first principle of winning over her target: showcase her strengths. Wei Weizi approached from the corridor, her eyes widening at the sight of the abundant spread. Is today's vegetarian fare so lavish? Jiang Fei smiled, thinking of Wei Sangongzi's arduous journey up the mountain. I prepared some home-style dishes especially for you. Did you make all of this? Wei Weizi exclaimed, turning to pull Wei Mingjin, who had just stepped out, back inside. Third brother, come quickly. Sister-in-law made this for you. Wei Mingjin, clad in a deep blue long robe, exhibited a hint of discomfort when pulled back by Wei Weizi. Jiang Fei surmised it was likely due to her previous enthusiasm, deciding to temper her approach henceforth. Slow and steady would win the race. She was determined to thoroughly engage Wei Mingjin. Chapter 40. The disruptor arrives. His gaze fell upon the stone table, revealing clear astonishment. Did you prepare all of this? Jiang Fei felt a surge of pride, though she maintained an air of humility. Oh, it's just some simple fare. Please don't find it lacking. As they settled down, the teapot rested to Jiang Fei's left. As she reached for it, her wrist trembled slightly. Be careful. Wei Mingjin swiftly took the teapot from her grasp, their fingertips brushing momentarily, causing a barely noticeable tremor in his hand. A gentle smile flickered in Jiang Fei's eyes. The second principle of winning over her target: creates subtle physical contact. Every aspect of this meal, from the ingredients to the arrangement of the teapot and utensils, had been meticulously crafted by her. She had never been so diligent even for her college entrance exams. Noticing Jiang Fei's left hand still wrapped in bandages, Wei Mingjin frowned slightly. You are injured. Why go to such lengths? It's nothing. Jiang Fei feigned humility. The vegetarian dishes in the mountains are rather bland, and I feared you might not find them to your liking. You have pressing matters and still took the time to visit. How could I not express my gratitude? Wei Mingjin regarded her, a hint of unease surfacing in his eyes. He was acutely aware that his visit was not solely to check on Jiang Rufei, but rather out of concern for Wei Weizi. Yet here she was, injured and preparing a meal just for him, clearly having put in considerable effort. He softened his tone. Miss Jiang, you are very considerate. Jiang Fei noted his reaction with quiet delight. Wei Mingjin was still too much of a paragon of virtue. Had she known that a simple meal could elicit such a response, she would have happily cooked for him every day until he was stuffed. I'm nearly starving. Wei Weizi interjected, shattering the slightly awkward yet subtly intimate atmosphere between them. She clattered her chopsticks against the bowl, playfully glancing at the two. If you keep being so polite, the dishes will get cold. Wei Mingjin furrowed his brows, and Wei Xiying interrupted him, saying, I got it. Can't we just eat? She casually picked up some dishes from the table and popped them into her mouth, her eyes widening in surprise. What's wrong? Is the taste off? Jiang Fei asked, intentionally, as she had a degree of confidence in her culinary skills. Wei Xiying shook her head, swallowing before exclaiming, It's just too delicious. Sister-in-law, your cooking is so remarkable. Feel free to eat more if you like. The ancient stone pavilion nestled deep within the bamboo grove resonated with the clear chime of copper bells as the mountain breeze passed by. Your Highness, it's time for the vegetarian meal, the abbess said, carrying a black lacquered food box to the stone table. Pei Jing cast a glance over the spread, which included a plate of fried spring rolls, a bowl of Wensi tofu, a platter of stuffed bamboo shoots, and a bowl of luohan vegetarian dish. The daily offerings at the temple for visitors typically consisted of simple rice porridge accompanied by seasonal vegetables, but today's selection was notably different. Pei Jing picked up a pair of ebony chopsticks and lifted a piece of bamboo shoot to his mouth. The tender shoot, infused with the essence of vegetable broth, surprisingly resembled the sweetness of crab meat. He raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unusual flavors presented today. The abbess, about to leave, paused upon hearing his thoughts. A patron cooked today and prepared a little extra. I feared we might neglect your highness, so I took the liberty of bringing some for you to sample. Indeed, the culinary skills are commendable. Pei Jing looked up. Patrons can cook in your temple? The abbess replied. It is the third young master Wei from the Dingyuan Marquise who has come to the temple. Jiang Shizhu wished to use the kitchen to prepare a vegetarian meal. We simply facilitated the request. Pei Jing's chopsticks froze above the luohan dish, and his appetite vanished. He tossed the chopsticks aside. Are you suggesting I eat what they have left behind? The abbess, flustered, clarified. Your Highness, there has been no misunderstanding. It was not leftovers. Jiang Shizhu prepared extra on purpose. Pei Jing abruptly stood, sweeping his sleeve across the stone bench before striding a few steps and halting. Duanjiu. Duanjiu immediately stepped forward, bowing at your service. Pei Jing tilted his head slightly, a smile curving his lips. You shall assist me with a task. The atmosphere in the side courtyard was just right. The monks had arranged for the remaining patrons to stay in another section of the temple to allow Jiang Fei to recover in peace. Thus, this meal was particularly tranquil. With only Jiang Fei and Wei Xiying present, it was evident that the Dingyuan Marquise cherished Wei Xiying deeply. Her lively spirit was a testament to the indulgence she received. Take her relationship with Jiang Lingyuan, for instance. Had she belonged to another family, she would have been confined, yet the Marquise feared she might fall ill from boredom, only assigning a maid to keep her company. Now, with Wei Xiying already won over by Jiang Fei, securing Wei Mingjin's affection would pave the way for her to enter the Dingyuan Marquise, using Wei Xiying's trust to her advantage. The plan appeared flawless. As Jiang Fei pondered this, a figure entered through the archway. Duanjiu, his hand resting on his waist knife, stepped into the courtyard and greeted them. Young Master Wei. Miss Wei, Miss Jiang. Wei Mingjin put down his chopsticks. What brings you here? Duanjiu clasped his hands. I come bearing a message from my lord. To convey his thanks. The group looked puzzled, still unclear about the nature of the gratitude, when Duanjiu clapped his hands together, and another guard entered, carrying a lacquer tray. As Duanjiu glanced towards Jiang Fei, a sense of foreboding surged within her. Miss Jiang. A chill ran down Jiang Fei's spine. Duanjiu respectfully stated, His Highness has enjoyed the vegetarian meal you prepared, and was quite pleased. He has sent this as a token of appreciation. Jiang Fei was taken aback. Wait, that meal was intended to win over Wei Mingjin. How did it become a gift for Pei Jing? Not so fast. Duanjiu interrupted, lifting the silk cloth covering the lacquer tray. Inside lay a wooden hairpin, intricately carved with lifelike peach blossoms. This was personally crafted by my lord. Though it may not be of great value, I hope it meets your approval. Jiang Fei felt as if the world was spinning. Pei Jing was clearly stirring trouble. She swiftly turned to Wei Mingjin, only to find his expression darkened, his gaze fixed on the vegetarian dishes, his hands clenched into fists. Even Wei Xiying, sitting opposite, frowned disapprovingly at Jiang Fei. Chapter 41. Misunderstanding I did not. Jiang Fei hastily clarified. I didn't specifically send it to His Highness. I merely made extra for the kitchen. Perhaps the abbess delivered it to him. Wei Xiying relaxed her frown, seemingly convinced, while Wei Mingjin maintained his inscrutable expression. After all, Jiang Fei had a history. Wei Mingjin had caught her with Pei Jing multiple times, and although it was due to mistaken identity, he remained unaware of the details. Duanjiu added, His Highness also mentioned that Miss Zhang's injury was due to him, and he will seek renowned doctors to find a way to heal your scar. So please do not worry. Jiang Fei felt despair wash over her, as if she had jumped into the Yellow River without hope of being cleansed. What was Pei Jing trying to achieve? Did he not have feelings for Wei Xiying? Making such gestures in front of the Wei siblings was akin to digging a grave for himself. Jiang Fei's anger surged, nearly overwhelming her. She raised a hand to her forehead. Duanjiu placed the lacquer tray down and departed. Wei Mingjin's gaze shifted slightly. The peach blossom hairpin was exquisitely crafted. Even the stamens were meticulously detailed, clearly a labor of love, not something hastily completed. Miss Jiang, do you know the significance of the peach blossom? What? I do not. Jiang Fei shook her head. Wei Mingjin looked at her. The peach blossom signifies springtime affection. Jiang Fei. Wei Mingjin then stood and addressed Wei Xiying. I shall descend the mountain first. If you wish to return home, simply send someone to notify me. With that, he turned and left without a backward glance. Jiang Fei knew that if Wei Mingjin left like this, the Jiang family would likely receive a letter of annulment from the Dingyuan Marquisate by tomorrow. She could hardly blame him. If their positions were reversed, she would annul the engagement even more swiftly. She hurried back to her room, grabbed her belongings, and rushed out after him. Jiang Fei, clutching her skirt, ran all the way to the entrance of Jinglian Monastery, catching up with Wei Mingjin. "Young Master Wei, please wait." Wei Mingjin paused but did not turn around. There were still a few patrons lingering at the gate, making it an unsuitable place for conversation. Jiang Fei stepped forward to stand in front of him. "If you are descending the mountain, allow me to accompany you for a while." Breathless from her chase, her cheeks flushed and hair slightly disheveled, Wei Mingjin's initial refusal lingered on his lips, yet he eventually nodded. It was crucial to clarify matters, and walking together for a bit wouldn't he hurt. The two walked along the descending path, the cobblestone road strewn with delicate leaves that crunched beneath their feet. Jiang Fei glanced back, noticing the path was devoid of other travelers, allowing her to speak freely. "Young Master Wei." After a few steps, Wei Mingjin, not hearing her follow, turned around and said, "Miss Jiang, please speak your mind. If you wish to annul our engagement, I accept." Wei Mingjin looked up in surprise. He had thought she was there to dissuade him. Jiang Fei continued, "However, there is something I would like to clarify to avoid any misunderstanding. You saw me with Prince Zhaoning. It was merely a case of mistaken identity. On the day of the matriarch's birthday, the Marquis's wife mentioned you were waiting for me by the snowflakes, yet you never came. I mistook Prince Zhaoning for you and subsequently confused you for him." The shock on Wei Mingjin's face was unmistakable. If what Jiang Rufei said was true, reflecting on that day, her avoidance and fear were not due to guilt, but rather because she believed he was Pei Jing, hence her fear. And during their second encounter at Lufeng Garden, her assertive claim of wanting to foster a connection suddenly made sense. Wei Mingjin. On the day of the palace banquet, Jiang Fei lowered her head slightly. "And I mistook you for Prince Zhaoning, worrying that Ci Ying might encounter danger. Thus, you were concerned for Ci Ying." Wei Mingjin's voice suddenly caught in his throat, a flicker of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. It was he who had first heard the gossip from the maidservants and had preconceived notions, mistakenly believing her to be a woman of loose morals, interpreting all her actions through a tainted lens. No wonder she dared not meet his gaze even once when the banquet concluded. "I have already explained the matter of the vegetarian dishes," Jiang Fei continued. "As for the wound on my arm, I do not deny Duanjio's assertion. When the prince was in peril, I could not stand idly by and let him perish. I would have done the same for anyone. I apologize for the earlier misidentification, but I do not believe I am in the wrong regarding this matter. Nor will I change my stance in the future." After finishing her words, Jiang Fei handed him the bamboo tube filled with honeysuckle dew, smiling at him. The sun was harsh on the mountain path. This honeysuckle dew was made by Ci Ying and me to alleviate the heat. "Please take it with you to drink on your journey." Wei Mingjin, still immersed in the shock of knowing the truth, numbly accepted the bamboo tube. Jiang Fei bowed to him, saying that while she and the prince may not be fated to be friends, she and Ci Ying could forge a friendship, which is another kind of fate. "Take care, my lord." Wei Mingjin stood there, watching her ascend the stone steps, momentarily rendered speechless. It was only when that slender silhouette vanished at the end of the mountain path that he turned and slowly made his way downhill. After rounding a bend, Jiang Fei sat down heavily on the steps. Acting was no easy task, especially when one had to calculate while performing. She was juggling both the roles of actor and playwright. A purely aggressive approach was evidently ineffective, particularly since Wei Mingjin had begun to harbor a sense of aversion towards her. Every action appeared to him laden with ulterior motives. The tea she offered seemed like a bid for favor, her inquiries about his well-being carried hidden intentions, and even her ordinary smile would be misconstrued. Through the lens of Wei Mingjin's prejudice, all her actions morphed into tactics aimed at marrying him. Therefore, Jiang Fei had taken a significant step back by accepting his proposal to withdraw from their engagement. Of course, she was merely feigning this acceptance to ensure that her subsequent explanations would not appear to be driven by ulterior motives in Wei Mingjin's eyes. Wei Mingjin was a man of great integrity. If he believed her words, he would likely feel a sense of guilt towards her. Jiang Fei propped her chin on her hand, reflecting that she had never gone to such lengths for a man in her life. Suddenly, a leaf fell from a tree, landing perfectly on her shoulder. As she raised her hand to brush it away, another leaf fell squarely into her palm. Looking up, she saw Pei Jing leaning against the tree, idly toying with a vibrant green leaf. She sprang to her feet, momentarily tempted to curse him out but forced the words back. Why is His Highness here? If it had been anyone else, she would have kicked them down the mountain without hesitation for disturbing her. Is the first thing you say upon meeting me always this?
Pei Jing replied.
His gaze fixed on her as he suddenly leaped down from the tree and leaned in closer, whispering in her ear, "You truly know how to perform. Your tactic of retreating to advance is remarkably clever." His breath was warmer than the mountain breeze, causing Jiang Fei to instinctively take a step back, only to trip on the stone steps and fall backward. She reached out to steady herself, and when she finally regained her balance and saw the scene before her, her vision momentarily darkened. Chapter 42. The Allure of Male Beauty. What eclipsed her view more than the darkness was Pei Jing's face. His outer robe hung askew, exposing half of his shoulder and revealing a broad, well-defined chest, a pallor that spoke of years spent away from the sun. Muscles. Such impressive muscles. Jiang Fei stared in shock at the sight before her. I knew it. The last time I poked it with my finger, it felt remarkable, and I regretted not touching it. Now, upon seeing it, my assumptions were confirmed. Jiang Fei's gaze was uncontrollably fixated on his chest. Forgive her for looking starved. Although she had always been single, she had had her share of male admirers in modern times, who generously showcased their bodies without charge, a truly benevolent act. Moreover, Pei Jing's physique was simply extraordinary. If he were in modern times, countless men and women would be drooling over him, vying to be his elder siblings. What a miscalculation! Why hadn't she thought to undress him for a better look when he was unconscious in the mountains? Jiang Fei's mind had drifted far away, oblivious to Pei Jing's increasingly darkening expression. Have you finished looking? The warning tone echoed in her ears. Jiang Fei snapped back to reality, struggling to pull her gaze upwards, finally locking onto Pei Jing's face, darkened with displeasure. I've seen enough. Pei Jing's cheeks twitched, his gaze falling to Jiang Fei's hand. She hastily withdrew, realizing that his shoulder was still exposed, and quickly reached out to pull up his robe to cover the pale skin, her fingers brushing against his collarbone. Pei Jing tilted his head, clicked his tongue, and grasped her wrist. What are you doing? I apologize, truly. I did not mean to touch you. She genuinely meant it, not a word of deceit, despite her glance possibly resembling that of a famished wolf. I see no sign of embarrassment. Pei Jing replied coldly. Not only was there no shame, but I even stared at your chest for quite a while. Jiang Fei conceded this point, but how could she be blamed? When faced with male beauty, she wasn't blind nor foolish. Wasn't it only natural? She tried to pull her hand back, but Pei Jing's gaze dropped to her injured arm. The bandaging was layered thickly, as if to ensure that no one would overlook her injury. He frowned, tugged at the bandages, and they fell away, leaving only a thin layer behind. For Wei Mingjin, you've put in quite an effort. The tactics of seduction, the art of feigned weakness. What else do you know? Jiang Fei retrieved her hand, bundled the bandages, and tucked them into her sleeve, murmuring, if it weren't for His Highness's interference, things would have gone much more smoothly. Are you blaming me? Pei Jing asked. I dare not, my lord. She fell into a contemplative silence, hesitantly speaking, Your Highness.
Speak.
Jiang Fei glanced along the stone path, ensuring no one was around, and quietly inquired, Your Highness. Your interference. Could it be that you are jealous of Wei Mingjin and have feelings for me? Pei Jing's expression was one of utter disbelief. Jiang Ru Fei. See, Your Highness. You even remember my full name, so it must be. Pei Jing narrowed his eyes, a mix of coldness and mirth dancing within them. As he slowly ascended the steps, Jiang Fei instinctively retreated, stepping onto a stone step, only for Pei Jing to grip the back of her neck and pull her forward. Oh my,
was he really going to kiss her?
She had merely used a provocateur's tactic to annoy him, intending to deter him from seeking her out unnecessarily in the future. Pei Jing's face was mere inches from hers, their noses almost touching. Jiang Fei's heart raced uncontrollably. That face was simply too perfect. Why couldn't such a visage belong to her intended target, Wei Mingjin? Although Wei Mingjin would also be a heartthrob in modern entertainment, Pei Jing's looks were truly ethereal. Their breaths mingled in the close proximity, and Jiang Fei's eyes fell into the shadows cast by his lowered lashes. Just as she thought Pei Jing was about to kiss her and pondered her next move, a glint of mischief flashed in his eyes. He suddenly squatted down and hoisted her up onto his shoulder, striding up the mountain. Caught off guard, Jiang Fei found herself dangling upside down, nearly drooling. No way. Is he really going to force himself on me?
Hey.
What are you doing? Jiang Fei exclaimed. Pei Jing moved swiftly, and I, the prince, perceive that your mind is somewhat askew. Allow me to pour out the water muddling your thoughts. Jiang Fei, jostled to the point of nearly retching her midday meal, wished to thump Pei Jing's back but dared not. Instead, she clutched at his attire. All right, enough. Let me down quickly. Is this satisfactory? Jiang Fei covered her mouth, mumbling, I am about to be sick. Pei Jing unceremoniously tossed Jiang Fei from his shoulder, and she struggled to regain her balance, suppressing dry heaves. Pei Jing stepped back, regarding her with evident disdain. After a moment, Jiang Fei managed to recover, patting her chest, and remarked, I was merely speculating. If the prince had no ulterior motives, why provoke me? Pei Jing shot her a glance. Has this prince ever sought your counsel? That hairpin was not carved by your hand, was it? Pei Jing looked at her as if she were a fool. Do you think I am so idle? Jiang Fei nearly ground her teeth in frustration. If you were not so idle, why then create trouble? She had never encountered anyone so brazen, having already deceived her and yet remained unrepentant. She bit back several scathing remarks that danced on her tongue, feeling a fury that surpassed even that of her overbearing boss at work. Could it not have been fashioned from gold or jade? Jiang Fei could not help but voice her complaint. Pei Jing quirked an eyebrow. You desire gold or jade? Jiang Fei nodded earnestly, perhaps a small compensation for my emotional distress, as that wooden piece holds little value. Emotional distress? The phrase rolled off Pei Jing's tongue, and he suddenly laughed. Very well. Jiang Fei raised her gaze, about to inquire further, but was met with Pei Jing's sinister grin. If you adore gold so much, how about I slay you and place you within a golden coffin? Jiang Fei thought to herself that having taken advantage of him, she should be content to withdraw unscathed, lest she provoke Pei Jing further. If the prince has no pressing matters, I shall take my leave.
No gold?
I dare not accept it, she replied. Pei Jing chuckled lightly and strode up the stone steps, quickly leaving Jiang Fei behind. Chapter 43. Taking risks upon returning to the Pure Lotus Monastery. The stone table in the eastern courtyard had been tidied up, and Jiao Tao was dozing on the threshold. Jiang Fei approached the door, a sudden thought striking her, and she turned her steps toward Wei Xiying's room. She hesitated at the door for a moment, then raised her hand to knock. Xiying, it's me. Wei Xiying, who had sought Jiang Fei's cover to meet Jiang Lingyu on the previous night, was preparing to catch up on sleep. Upon hearing Jiang Fei's voice, she called out, Sister-in-law, come in. Jiang Fei entered to find Wei Xiying lounging on her bed with her hair down. Have you caught up with my brother? Jiang Fei nodded. I have clarified everything. That's good then. Xiying, I have something to tell you. Jiang Fei paused before continuing. I plan to return home. Wei Xiying sat up abruptly. Why do you wish to leave so suddenly? Did my brother say something? Wei Gongzi said nothing. Jiang Fei replied with a smile. I just feel a bit homesick. Wei Xiying did not believe this explanation. Even Jiao Tao had remarked that the Jiang family was quite biased and treated Jiang Fei poorly. So, how could she possibly be longing for home? It must be that Wei Mingjin had said something hurtful. Don't defend him. He is just like that. Sister-in-law, don't take it to heart. Jiang Fei gently patted her hand. It's not his fault. I've been away too long and should return. Wei Xiying, uncertain of the events that transpired, struggled to offer counsel, instead silently cursing Wei Mingjin, vowing to reprimand him properly when he returned to the mountain the next day. The following day, Wei Mingjin ascended the mountain early. Wei Xiying's door stood wide open, while Jiang Fei's remained tightly shut. Wei Mingjin entered Wei Xiying's room, where she was eating breakfast. She cast a glance at him, but continued to eat without greeting him. This girl has been spoiled rotten at home and has quite the temper, Wei Mingjin thought. He took a seat. Zifu, please bring an extra set of utensils. Zifu set the table, and the only sound was the occasional clinking of dishes. After breakfast concluded, the courtyard remained silent, with no activity from next door. Wei Mingjin stood up and stepped onto the porch, glancing toward the adjacent room. When do you plan to return? He called out. Wei Xiying replied from within. I'll leave shortly. With Jiang Ru Fei gone, she had no one to cover for her, making it impossible to meet Jiang Lingyuan again. And staying at the Pure Lotus Monastery would only lead to tedious exchanges with Zifu. Wei Mingjin paused, turning to Wei Xiying. Shortly? I thought she would stay here for at least 10 days or half a month. It's your fault. Wei Xiying placed her fan down on the table. You've driven my sister-in-law away. How am I supposed to entertain myself on the mountain? Wei Mingjin furrowed his brow, glancing at the closed door. It was no wonder there had been no sounds this morning. Jiang Fei had already departed. When did Miss Jiang leave? She left yesterday, Wei Xiying replied. Her cheeks puffed in annoyance. She packed her things and went down the mountain in the afternoon. Surely you didn't see her? I did not. Wei Mingjin pondered, stepping into the room and lightly tapping his fingers on the table. Did she say anything before she left? Of course she did. She said you lack understanding and are thick-headed. The girl came to explain herself, and you remained stone-faced. You nearly drove her to despair. Did you say that? Wei Mingjin inquired. Wei Xiying huffed, resting her chin on the table, saying nothing but, I don't blame you. Wei Mingjin fell silent, his brow furrowing deeper. The carriage swayed along the mountain path. Miss, we will soon reach the main road. It will be smoother and less bumpy, the driver announced from outside. Jiang Fei leaned against the carriage wall, drowsy from the sun, her mind filled with the incessant chatter of the system. Once you leave, it will be much harder to see Wei Mingjin again. You could still turn back now. I want tea, Jiang Fei replied lazily. The system continued to persuade. Do not act on impulse. After yesterday's events, Wei Mingjin's fondness for you is rapidly increasing, rising from a previous -3,000 to -2,000. However, the system hesitated. It is still quite unstable, fluctuating between several hundred and back to 2,000 or 3,000. Jiang Fei's eyes widened. Really? Current affection level, 963. 2196, 547, 1999. Jiang Fei propped her chin on her hand, lightly tapping her cheek with her fingers. Though still in the negative, the rapid fluctuations indicated his inner turmoil. Indeed, the system affirmed. So will you return? Perhaps that will rectify things. I want tea, Jiang Fei stated firmly. I have little time. I recall that in the narrative, Wei Mingjin is to be wed by late autumn or early winter. Only a few months remain. Delaying any further would mean missing the auspicious date. And I cannot afford to derail the plot. The system contemplated. That is true, but your strategy is fraught with risk. It has been prolonged too long. You must deliver a strong stimulus to Wei Mingjin to prompt the Dingyuan Marquis' residents to propose sooner, lest you miss the wedding date. Jiang Fei's approach was indeed a gamble. This abrupt withdrawal was intended to provoke reflection in Wei Mingjin, to remind him of her worth. By evening, the carriage halted before the Jiang family residence. As Jiang Fei dismounted, she spotted a figure clad in a blue official's robe disembarking from another carriage. He appeared taken aback upon seeing her. You've returned. I thought you would need more time to recuperate. Jiang Fei offered a respectful salute. Elder brother. Jiang Qingjin raised his hand slightly. If you are still unwell, do not bother with formalities. It's hot outside, hurry inside. This natural concern left Jiang Fei feeling somewhat uncomfortable, trailing behind Jiang Qingjin as they entered. After all, in the narrative, Jiang Qingjin was also a villain, having long coveted Wei Xiying, and there were few virtuous individuals in the Jiang family. Have you recovered your health? Jiang Qingjin inquired as they walked. Jiang Fei remarked, It's much better now. Jiang Qingjin abruptly halted his steps, having heard that the two siblings from the Dingyuan Marquis' residence had also ascended the mountain. Indeed, they have gone. Jiang Fei replied vaguely, discreetly observing Jiang Qingjin's expression. Seemingly casually, Jiang Qingjin brushed his sleeve and inquired, How is Miss Wei faring of late? As expected, Jiang Fei rolled her eyes inwardly. No wonder Jiang Qingjin had greeted her today. This half-brother of hers certainly did not conceal his feelings for Wei Xiying in the slightest. Xiying is quite well, Jiang Fei intentionally stated. It seems that good fortune is imminent. Jiang Qingjin's countenance shifted drastically. How could she still be thinking about that commoner? Why is my elder brother so agitated? Jiang Fei asked with feigned innocence. Realizing he had lost his composure, Jiang Qingjin quickly regained his demeanor. I merely heard about this matter from elsewhere and found it rather inappropriate. One is a daughter of a marquis, while the other is a mere commoner. They are utterly incompatible. If you happen to see her later, it would be best to counsel her wisely. Jiang Fei praised, You speak truly, brother. But Xiying is rather headstrong. She is unlikely to heed anyone's advice. She sighed seemingly without intention. If only there were a brother as steady and reliable as you to guide her. Jiang Qingjin's expression softened slightly. I have only met Miss Wei a few times. How could I? Why must my brother be so modest? Jiang Fei's eyes sparkled with sincerity. You are a man of integrity and vast knowledge. Xiying would surely hold someone like you in the highest esteem. Jiang Qingjin was flattered, his face glowing with pleasure, as if he had grown a tail that might soar to the heavens. Upon returning to the courtyard, Yunxiang immediately approached, exclaiming, "Miss, you are back." Jiang Fei replied, "Is everything well at home?" "All is smooth at the residence," Yunxiang said. "However, we heard you went missing on the mountain, which frightened the entire household. It is good to have you back." Jiang Fei walked into the house and nodded, asking, "What about the third miss?" Yunxiang's smile faded instantly. "I haven't had contact with the third miss. I am unaware of her situation." Ever since Jiang Rufei no longer trusted her, Jiang Rilin had deemed her useless and ceased to pay her any mind. Even the maid who had once been kind to her no longer treated her with kindness.
Now,
Jiang Rufei was her only avenue. "Very well," Jiang Fei said. "I will have you look after the courtyard. I appreciate your efforts. Please prepare some simple meals and fetch a pot of water." Once Yunxiang left, Jiu Tao, with a puzzled expression, asked, "Why did you tell the young master something you did not wish to share?" Jiang Fei sat before the vanity, checking for any missing jewelry as she inquired. "How did you know it was something I did not wish to share?" Jiu Tao tilted her head. "You gagged a few times after saying that." Jiang Fei mused. It seems her acting skills still require refinement. Her conviction is insufficient. After all, she must proceed with the plot and draw closer to Jiang Qingjin, ultimately collaborating to bring misfortune upon the female lead. "And why did you choose to keep Yunxiang?" Jiu Tao questioned. "I could serve you alone." Jiang Fei glanced at Jiu Tao, assigning her the more laborious tasks. "You only eat and drink every day. Is that not enough?" "Not at all," Jiu Tao huffed, raising her arm. "I am strong and wish to do labor. I eat so much to work." Jiang Fei chuckled, ruffling Jiu Tao's hair. "You truly do not know how to enjoy life." She gazed at Jiang Rufei's reflection in the mirror, having seen this face many times and still finding it beautiful, her brows like verdant mountains, her lips rosy without paint. Truly more exquisite than any beauty's adornment. Keeping Yunxiang was certainly for the future matters concerning marriage into the Dingyuan Marquis' residence. Those were unsavory affairs. Jiu Tao was too naive, and Jiang Fei did not wish to stain the girl's heart with her own plot. It was better to let Yunxiang handle certain things. As night fell, Jiang Fei had her meal and retired. The next morning, she rose early, preparing to pay her respects to the matriarch and report on recent events. Just as Jiang Fei completed her grooming, a maid entered the courtyard, stating that someone from the Pure Lotus Monastery was seeking her. Jiang Fei followed the maid, accompanied by Jiu Tao, to the front gate. There stood a humble cart, beside which a nun quietly awaited, exuding an aura of transcendent detachment. Jiang Fei hurried down the steps, clasping her hands in prayer, and greeted the abbess. "You have traveled far. Please come in for some tea and rest." "Amitba," the nun returned the gesture. "Jiang benefactor is compassionate, but I have urgent matters and do not wish to disturb the tranquility of the secular world. You left in such haste the other day that you forgot something at the monastery. The Pure Lotus Master specifically sent me to deliver it to you." Jiang Fei felt quite embarrassed, as she had not brought anything of value and had troubled someone to make a special trip. "You need not have come all this way for something I misplaced." The nun approached the cart and lifted the curtain, revealing a ceramic jar within, from which several vibrant lotus leaves protruded. "Isn't this the lotus that the Pure Lotus Master ejected for me?" Jiang Fei momentarily faltered, unable to comprehend why the master, who had previously turned her down, would now suddenly change her mind and send someone personally to deliver it. The nun stated, "The master said that although you are fated to be without the lotus, you are destined to have a connection with her. This lotus is a gift for you, a reflection of the karma you have sown. The master also instructed me to convey a message to you." "What message?" Jiang Fei inquired. The nun fiddled with the prayer beads in her palm. "The master wishes you to remember that all encounters in this world are rooted in the karma of past lives." This statement left Jiang Fei utterly perplexed. She had only met the master twice, and she had not seen her during her stay at the Pure Lotus Monastery. How had their relationship transformed from one of no fate to one of connection? What, then, did the latter part of the message signify? "Thank you, master." Jiang Fei joined her hands in gratitude. "I will certainly ascend the mountain to thank the master in person on another day." The nun nodded in acknowledgement. As the nun prepared to move the ceramic jar, Jiu Tao rolled up her sleeves, declaring, "I will do it." The jar's opening was over a foot wide, filled with water. Yet Jiu Tao effortlessly lifted it with ease. "Let us move it to my courtyard," Jiang Fei instructed. "Be careful, do not break it." "I won't," Jiu Tao assured. carrying the jar back to the courtyard without a hint of exertion, not spilling a single drop of water. Is it heavy? Jiang Fei asked. Not at all. Jiu Tao brushed off the dust from her hands. I could actually lift it with one hand, but I was afraid of breaking the jar. Jiang Fei mused. It seems I have underestimated Jiu Tao. I thought her claims of strength were mere boasting, yet she truly possesses boundless vigor. The Songha Hall was bustling with activity, as several ladies and young misses had already gathered, chatting with the matriarch. The day grew increasingly warm. Cui Shi fanned herself, saying, I recall it did not get this hot so early last year. We should prepare some ice for Mother S' room. The second branch could afford to take it easy. Yao Shi peered outside, noticing Jiang Rufei's tardiness, her expression darkening. Seated nearby, Jiang Rulin consoled her. Do not worry, mother. Perhaps second sister simply overslept. She did not come to pay her respects yesterday, and now she keeps so many elders waiting for her today. This is utterly unacceptable, Yao Shi expressed impatiently. Cui Shi and Yao Shi had always been at odds, yet in this instance, they found Yao Shi's words reasonable and refrained from commenting further. Jiang Rulin continued. Second sister went to seek a lotus for Princess Anping, though she failed and nearly encountered trouble on the mountain, as long as she is safe. It is not a significant matter. Cui Shi paused her fan. She did not succeed? Indeed not, second aunt. Jiang Rulin replied with a smile. The lotus from the Pure Lotus Monastery is not easily obtained. I intended to remind her before she left, but since she had the heart to try, it was not in vain even if the outcome was the same. As she spoke, Jiang Rulin felt a delight in her misfortune. If Jiang Rufei had managed to procure the lotus for the princess, it would have granted her an additional ally. Heaven had eyes, allowing her to return empty-handed. Chapter 45, Miscalculations. Cui Shi and Wang Shi from the third branch exchanged a furtive glance. Jiang Rufei's recent troubles have escalated significantly. If she could seek help from Lianhua, perhaps she might redeem herself. However, if she fails to do so, the old lady may not fare well either. Cui secretly felt relieved that she had refrained from defending Jiang Rufei's earlier. At that moment, a maid announced the arrival of the second young lady. Jiang Fei, adorned in a moon-white silk dress, entered and bowed respectfully to the old lady. Grandmother, I beg your pardon for my tardiness. The old lady's expression darkened. Traditionally, juniors should wait for their elders to rise. It was quite inappropriate for so many to wait for one younger member. Indeed, it was unacceptable. The moment she showed a hint of leniency towards this girl, she began to take liberties, becoming increasingly presumptuous. She has arrived, the old lady replied languidly. Jiang Fei then greeted Yao and her two aunts, even acknowledging her other sisters, striving to leave no room for criticism before she settled beside Jiang Rulin. Yao held her breath and glanced at the old lady. Mother, please do not be angry. This child is a reflection of my poor upbringing. I shall educate her more thoroughly. Is it true that my sister returned empty-handed from Jinglian Temple? Jiang Rulin suddenly inquired. Jiang Fei turned her head. How did you come by this news, third sister? Naturally, from the servants in the household. Jiang Rulin chuckled softly behind her handkerchief. I heard that when you returned yesterday, you carried a bundle. Sister, do not be upset. Failing to obtain the lotus is not a grave matter. It's merely... Merely what? Jiang Fei pressed. Jiang Rulin deliberately elongated her words. It is just that Prince Zhao Ning has gone missing at Tinkwan Mountain. Such a significant event must have stirred the palace. I heard that Princess Anping is aware you went to Jinglian Temple on her behalf to seek the lotus. She was quite moved. But now that the lotus has not been procured, how shall we explain this to Princess Anping? Jiang Fei looked at Jiang Rulin, puzzled. Isn't this matter known only to our family? How could it possibly reach Princess Anping's ears? Jiang Rulin's face momentarily stiffened before she quickly regained composure. Since it has caught the emperor's attention, it is only natural that all who entered and exited Jinglian Temple will be scrutinized. What is so strange about that? Is that so? Jiang Fei maintained her gaze on her, scrutinizing until Jiang Rulin's smile began to falter.
Why do you stare at me?
Jiang Rulin snapped. I am merely reminding you with good intentions, so that you might devise a plan in advance, lest you bring trouble upon our family. Yao interjected sternly, roughy eyes. Having promised this matter, returning empty-handed would render our Jiang family untrustworthy. The others in the hall exhibited disapproving expressions, while Cui remained silent, taking pleasure in the unfolding drama, as it was a matter pertaining to their main branch, and did not concern her. The old lady's brow furrowed deeply, her prayer beads spinning rapidly. Jiang Fei calmly lifted her teacup and took a measured sip. Third sister, your information is indeed astute. You are genuinely kind-hearted. However, one might think you are waiting to see a spectacle. She raised her gaze, a hint of pride in her eyes, yet those anticipating a performance may find themselves disappointed. Jiang Rulian's expression shifted. The old lady asked first, what do you mean? You have indeed procured the lotus? Precisely, Jiang Fei nodded. The expressions of those in the hall varied dramatically. Cui gasped in disbelief. Did you truly obtain it? I have heard that the lotus at Jinglian Temple is exceedingly difficult to acquire. That esteemed Qingsong layman. Jiang Fei corrected her. It is Qingsong layman. Yes, yes. Cui replied, I have heard that the layman seldom meets anyone. Many esteemed officials have failed to gain an audience. Did not the Duchess of Pingyang visit last year? She spent half a month there without ever seeing the layman. The Grand Princess has also gone and… Cui rambled on, unable to contain her words. The old lady felt annoyed. Her second son was taciturn, resembling a closed jar, while his wife was like a chatterbox, incessantly clucking. Enough, the old lady declared. Cui immediately fell silent, offering Yao a smile while purposely exclaiming, Sister-in-law, congratulations. Yao's cheek twitched slightly. What is there to celebrate? A mother and daughter not united in purpose. As Jiang Rufiai's gains favor, to outsiders it appears as though she has brought honor to our family, yet only she knows how stifling it truly is. Jiang Rulian could no longer contain herself and scoffed, Sister, are you out of your wits? You returned empty-handed yesterday. From where did you procure the lotus? Surely you did not dig it up from some wild pond to pass off as the real thing? Jiang Fei, rather than becoming upset, chuckled softly. Your insinuation suggests you would prefer that I be unsuccessful. Jiang Rulian tightened her grip on her handkerchief. She was aware that Jiang Fei could not have acquired the lotus, for the carriage driver had taken her money and had already inquired about the matter on the mountain. How could someone like you, when even the Grand Princess and the Duchess could not obtain it, manage to succeed? Jiang Fei smoothed the folds of her sleeve, responding with poise. Third sister, your words are misguided. Buddhism speaks of fate, not status. The Qingsong layman has deemed that I share a connection with her and has bestowed the pure lotus upon me. What could be more fitting? Jiang Rulian found herself momentarily speechless, her face flushed with indignation. The old lady, skeptical, questioned, is that truly so? Indeed, Jiang Fei affirmed. The lotus is currently housed in the ceramic jar in my courtyard, and I shall personally deliver it to the princess tomorrow morning. The old lady exhaled in relief. Reclining back in her chair, the princess is reasonable, possessing a gentle disposition. It is merely the Grand Princess who is challenging to appease, but having the lotus is fortunate. Cui felt an inexplicable mix of emotions. She relished seeing Yao's discomfort, yet the main branch's connection was now strengthened, leaving her feeling unsettled. Perceiving that the old lady had begun to believe Jiang Fei, Jiang Rulian gritted her teeth. Grandmother, you must consider this carefully. If second sister casually presents a wild lotus in place of the pure lotus from Jinglian Temple to Princess Onping, the consequences upon exposure will be dire. The old lady's expression shifted, her previously relaxed demeanor now tense. She turned to Jiang Fei, roughy eyes. Your third sister's concerns are valid. If the lotus is indeed false, the repercussions would be unimaginable. Pray tell, how did you come to acquire it? To speak the truth, I am uncertain, Jiang Fei replied. The reason for my tardiness this morning was that the abbess of Jinglian Temple informed me I had left something behind and personally returned it to me. To my surprise, it turned out to be the lotus gifted by layman Qingsong. Since it was personally delivered by the abbess of Jinglian Temple, it must indeed be genuine, the old lady remarked, her furrowed brow finally relaxing as a smile of relief spread across her face. I see. Then there's no cause for concern. Jiang Rulian was incensed, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. What gives her the right? She is merely an impostor. After departing from the old lady, Jiang Rulian accompanied Yao to Fusa courtyard. Yao dismissed the maids. Rulian, do you have something to say? Jiang Rulian took a seat. Mother, I've been pondering whether what that old Taoist said was indeed true, or if he was merely deceiving you. Chapter 46. Should I marry? Yao's eyes deepened with contemplation. To be honest, she had found herself reflecting on this matter more frequently of late. Whenever Jiang Rufiai's encountered misfortune, she felt the old Taoist's words might hold merit. Yet when Jiang Rufiai's thrived, she felt deceived. When you and Jiang Rufiai's were young, she indeed shielded you from several calamities. Have you forgotten? Shortly after she arrived at her home, there was an incident when you fell from the swing. It should have been you who suffered. Yet when you fell, you landed on her instead, leaving you unscathed while she bore the brunt of the fall. That incident had occurred when they were around 7 or 8 years old, and Jiang Rilin had some recollection of it. In truth, there were several similar incidents. It was she who should have faced danger. Yet Jiang Rufi's endured the suffering each time. However, Jiang Rilin bit her lip. Now it seemed entirely the opposite. Jiang Rufi's was enjoying a smooth life, while she found herself consistently overshadowed. Yao suddenly remembered something and quickly asked, "What about the talisman I gave you? Do you still carry it?" "I have always kept it with me," Jiang Rilin replied, promptly retrieving the talisman from her pouch. The talisman appeared quite worn, its corners slightly curled, and the red symbols had faded somewhat. Could it be that the symbols have faded, diminishing its potency? Or perhaps the one buried in the West Cross courtyard has lost its efficacy? Yao felt it made sense. Only by inviting the Taoist priest for a visit could they ascertain whether it had truly failed. 8 eunuchs steadily lifted the palanquin, slowly entering through the crimson palace gates. The leading eunuch held his breath, utterly focused, not daring to let the tassels of the whisk sway, even slightly. Those serving in the Qianyuan Hall were well aware that the Prince of Zhao Ning was unpredictable, a master capable of storming out even in the presence of the emperor. Pei Jing reclined against the soft cushion, his long fingers rhythmically tapping the armrest, the tempo fluctuating, as if responding to an inaudible melody. "Stop." Pei Jing suddenly spoke. The leading eunuch promptly halted, taking small steps to the side, respectfully inquiring, "Your Highness, do you have any commands?" Pei Jing did not respond but rather directed his gaze toward the palace wall, where the silhouettes of the flying eaves and bracketed beams were elongated by the setting sun, along with his own shadow, which inexplicably stirred feelings of annoyance within him. "Forget it. I have no desire to go. Let's return to the manor." The eunuch was taken aback, cautiously saying, "Your Highness, we are almost at Qianyuan Hall. The emperor is awaiting you." Pei Jing seemed to chuckle lightly. "What does it matter to me that he is waiting?" The eunuch broke into a cold sweat. Such words were exceedingly disrespectful. If uttered by another, they would surely face imprisonment. Only this Prince of Zhao Ning could consistently astonish them each time he entered the palace, leaving the rotating eunuchs in a state of panic. "My prince." The eunuch's voice quivered, his knees buckling as he knelt on the blue stone. "Please have pity on us." There was a moment of silence in the palace corridor. "Enough," Pei Jing finally said. "We have come this far. Let us proceed." The eunuch exhaled in relief. The Prince of Zhao Ning was unpredictable, and no one could foresee his next move. The palanquin halted at the stone steps before Qianyuan Hall, and Pei Jing stepped inside. The eunuch softly announced, "Your Majesty, His Highness the Prince of Zhao Ning has arrived." Emperor Zhao was busy reviewing memorials, and, upon hearing this, lifted his gaze momentarily before lowering it again to pen the final few words, setting down the brush. "It is indeed not easy for me to see you. Has the eunuch not conveyed my message at least twice?" Pei Jing stood in the center of the hall. "Had the emperor sent a general to escort me, I would have arrived much sooner." Emperor Zhao pressed his forehead, seemingly accustomed to Pei Jing's demeanor, and did not express anger. "I have heard you injured your hand. Is it better now?" Pei Jing's right hand was behind his back, already healed. "I shall have the imperial physician check it again," Emperor Zhao said, "to avoid leaving behind any lingering ailments." Pei Jing smiled faintly. "Are there not enough ailments afflicting me already?" Zhao furrowed his brow but gradually relaxed his expression. "Did you meet anyone during your visit to the temple?" Pei Jing's expression darkened. The temple was filled with the emperor's people. Should he not know best whether he had encountered the emperor? "Must you provoke me?" Zhao Wen's voice deepened. "If the emperor insists on seeing me, I actually do not wish to disturb you. If you desire longevity, it would be best to summon me less frequently." "Pei Jing." Zhao Wen slammed the table, causing the teacups to clatter. The eunuchs inside and outside the hall were frightened, all kneeling on the ground, the atmosphere thickening to the point of suffocation. After a long while, Zhao Wen took a deep breath and slowly leaned back into the dragon throne, maintaining an indifferent posture. The air was so thick it felt as if it could drip. After some time, Zhao Wen inhaled deeply. "I have heard that during your time on the mountain, you were close to Lord Dingyuan and the daughter of the Jiang family. You are now of an age to seek a spouse. The Jiang girl, however, is said to be betrothed to Wei Sanling, while Lord Dingyuan's maid has yet to be engaged. If there are other maidens you fancy, Your Majesty." Pei Jing raised his gaze. Are you implying that I cannot pursue those whom Wei Samling has chosen? Must you so misinterpret my intentions? The emperor's voice brimmed with suppressed anger. I am considering your future. Pei Jing wore a barely there smile. It is regrettable that your concern comes rather late. Had you thought of me when I was younger, outside the hall, the eldest prince, Pei Yi, had yet to ascend the steps when the eunuchs at the entrance greeted him. We pay our respects to His Highness, the King of Jing. Pei Yi stepped up. Is father still reviewing the memorials? The eunuch lowered his voice. Your Highness, the Emperor is in discussion with the Prince of Zhaoning. It seems. Pei Yi raised his hand to halt the eunuch's words, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It is fine. I will wait here. He stood with his hands clasped behind him, when suddenly, the sound of shattering teacups echoed from within the hall. Is this not allowed to be said? Pei Jing's voice dripped with sarcasm. Had the Emperor given me such consideration in my youth, would we be in this predicament today? The doors of the hall creaked open, and Pei Jing met Pei Yi's eyes, hesitating slightly in his steps. The fresh scar on his neck was stark against the evening light. Pei Yi caught sight of it. You are injured. Pei Jing raised his hand to wipe his neck, his fingertips stained with blood, likely from the shards of porcelain that had splashed when Emperor Zhao Wen threw a cup. As he prepared to leave, Pei Yi suddenly spoke. Father is growing old. Why must you? Why must I what? Pei Jing stepped closer, the lingering hostility evident in his demeanor. Why must you provoke him? Or, why must you continue to exist? He let out a low laugh, brushing past Pei Yi while leaving behind a parting remark. Worry less about others and focus on whether you, as the legitimate heir, can secure your position. The atmosphere as he departed was more oppressive than when he arrived. Although the sun had set and the air had cooled, the leading eunuch still found himself drenched in sweat. Bowing his head beside the palanquin, he suddenly spotted a piece of pure white gauze falling. Hastily, he picked it up, cradling it in his hands as he looked up. He saw the left hand of the Prince of Zhaoning, which had been bandaged earlier, now hanging by the palanquin, slowly clenching into a fist. The wound, which had seemingly healed, began to split open, blood oozing forth and dripping onto the ground. Oh dear, the eunuch stammered, holding the gauze, unsure of what to do. Pei Jing appeared oblivious, gazing at the darkening sky, suddenly asking, Do you think I truly ought to marry? The eunuch dared not respond, yet could not pretend not to hear, cautiously saying, If your highness has such intentions, surely all the maidens in the realm would flock to you. Pei Jing tilted his head and chuckled lightly. They ought to avoid me like the plague. Chapter 47. The peculiar powder. The night deepened, and insects buzzed around the lanterns beneath the eaves, with rain seeming imminent. Cui Ru rushed into the room, lantern in hand, quickly shutting the door to prevent moths from entering. Jiang Rulin was at the mirror, removing her earrings, and turned upon hearing the sound. Have you gathered the news? Cui Ru nodded. I have heard that this afternoon, the second young lady sent an invitation to Princess Anping, who responded that the second young lady should come tomorrow. Jiang Rulin furiously tossed the earrings into her jewelry box. What should we do now?
Cui Ru asked.
Jiang Rulin gritted her teeth. If Jiang Ruf managed to pull this off, Princess Anping and the eldest princess would become her steadfast supporters. This absolutely could not be allowed to happen.
Go.
Fetch that useless thing, Yunxiang. The time has come for her to be of use. After a long while, Yunxiang timidly entered, bowing to Jiang Rulin, 3rd Mississippi. Why are you so late? Jiang Rulin inquired. I waited until you had fallen asleep before coming. Yunxiang twisted the hem of her garment, unable to meet Jiang Rulin's gaze. Yunxiang. Jiang Rulin personally rose to assist her. I have not seen you in quite some time. Yunxiang was taken aback, 3rd Mississippi. Jiang Rulin pulled Yunxiang to sit on the embroidery stool. Have you been well with my second sister these days? Yunxiang replied, honestly. The second young lady does not trust me as much as before, but I have not been mistreated. That is good, Jiang Rulin remarked. It was not in vain that I was harsh and sent you back. Yunxiang suddenly looked up. Do you mean? Jiang Rulin sighed. Silly girl. You have done so much for me. Do you think I truly wanted to send you away? If I had not been resolute, how could my second sister have taken you back? How could you continue to assist me? Upon hearing these words, Yunxiang's eyes reddened slightly, her voice trembling with emotion. As your maid, I feared you had truly abandoned me. Jiang Rulin gently reassured her, aside from Sueru, you are the one I trust the most. However, given the pressing circumstances, I must ask you to endure a bit longer by my second sister's side. As she spoke, Jiang Rulin retrieved a silver ingot.
Take this.
I cannot accept it, protested Yunxiang. You must take it. Jiang Rulin insisted, pressing it into Yunxiang's hand. Bewildered, Yunxiang accepted it and replied softly, "Whatever the third miss commands, I shall do my utmost to fulfill." Jiang Rulin smiled faintly. "You are quite understanding. Tomorrow my second sister is to meet Princess Anping, and I am not particularly keen on this. With your perceptiveness, I trust you will help alleviate my concerns." Jiang Rulin glanced at Sueru, who promptly produced a yellow paper package, presumably containing some form of medicinal powder. Yunxiang hesitated, clutching her hands, thinking, "Is the third miss instructing me to poison the second miss? How could I be so malicious?" Jiang Rulin laughed, though secretly wishing she could, knowing that such actions would complicate matters, especially since Jiang Ruf had her uses. She needed to wait for that old Taoist to arrive, ensuring her future prosperity. "You need only sprinkle this into her lotus tub, and she shall be unable to present the lotus." A short while later, Yunxiang returned to the west courtyard. The lamps inside had been extinguished, with only those in the corridor still aglow. The lotus tub rested at the steps before Jiang Ruf's door. It was the perfect opportunity. Yunxiang approached, gently placing her hand on the edge of the tub, her other hand trembling slightly as she held the paper package. After a moment of steeling her resolve, she slowly extended her hand holding the package. Following a night of rain, the sky had cleared by morning. Jiang Rulin rose early, aware that Jiang Ruf was to visit Princess Anping and deliver the sought-after lotus. She had arranged everything the night before and imagined that the poor lotus had likely wilted, leaving Jiang Ruf in a state of panic. Such a delightful turn of events was not to be missed. After freshening up and having breakfast, Jiang Rulin left the courtyard. On such a fine day, she had taken special care in her appearance, even adorning herself with her favorite hairpin. As she passed through the corridor leading to the garden, she noticed the steward Lu Chong hurrying towards Jiang Ruf's courtyard, accompanied by someone carrying a medicinal box. Jiang Rulin stifled a laugh, whispering, "Fool, after soaking all night, there's no time to change the water. What use is calling a doctor?" Sueru, standing behind her, chimed in with a laugh. "The miss has a way. The west courtyard must be in chaos, not to mention the old lady must be in a frenzy. Grandmother truly is rather muddled," Jiang Rulin mused, her smile fading as she reflected that those truly connected by blood could be so blind, aiding an outsider instead. Sueru quickly reassured her, fanning Jiang Rulin with a hand fan. "Do not be upset, miss. Jiang Ruf cannot gloat for long." Jiang Rulin scoffed, quickening her pace. "Let us go see the commotion." By the time Jiang Rulin arrived, several maids and matrons had already gathered outside the west courtyard, including an elderly matron from the old lady's courtyard. It was evident that the situation was quite serious, for the loss of the lotus meant a missed opportunity to ally with a powerful figure. "Zhang matron," Jiang Rulin called out. Zhang matron turned. "The third miss has arrived." Jiang Rulin feigned ignorance, inquiring, "What brings you here, matron?" Zhang matron frowned. "The old lady is anxious. I am here waiting for news to report back." Jiang Rulin felt a surge of pride, though she masked it with a casual demeanor, stepping further inside. What has caused such a stir? The maids parted, creating a path. As Jiang Rulin advanced, her expression suddenly froze. The lotus remained pristine in the earthen tub, thriving after the night rain, its verdant leaves swaying gently, adorned with droplets of rain. She stared in disbelief. How could this be? Where is Yunxiang? What has she done? Jiang Ruf is unwell, Zhang matron interjected. She awoke this morning with severe abdominal pain. The doctor has gone in to examine her. Ill? Jiang Rulin turned, astonished. How could she suddenly fall ill? As her words fell, a maid assisted the old lady into the courtyard. Zhang matron quickly approached. Why have you come? It rained last night. The paths are still damp. The old lady sighed. I noticed you hadn't returned for a while. How is Ruf? Zhang matron replied. I checked on her earlier. Her complexion was pale, and she was drenched in sweat. How could she have fallen so ill so suddenly? I must go and see, said the old lady, leading Zhang matron inside, with Jiang Rulin hastily following, eager to uncover the truth behind the lotus's safety and Jiang Ruf's sudden ailment. Inside the room, the doctor had completed his examination and was now inquiring about the situation. Jiang Ruf lay weakly against the headboard, her complexion as pale as paper, her lips devoid of color. Doctor, how is my granddaughter? The old lady implored. The doctor clasped his hands, his expression grave. Madam, it appears the second miss may have inadvertently consumed something contaminated. Contaminated? What could it be? The doctor inquired. Has the young lady eaten any undercooked river delicacies or chilled fruits? Jiu Tao immediately replied, no. The young lady dined on the kitchen's offerings last night and seemed well this morning. The doctor frowned. If she was well this morning, did she consume breakfast or tea?
She has not eaten yet.
As for the tea, Jiu Tao recalled, this morning, the young lady mentioned feeling thirsty. So, I poured a cup of water for her. At the time, she remarked that it tasted a bit off. Upon hearing this, the doctor hurried to the table, scrutinizing the teacup. Some murky residue remained at the bottom. He dipped a fingertip into the liquid, brought it close to his mouth, and paled dramatically. This water has been mixed with lime powder.
What?
The old lady exclaimed. How could lime powder be in the water? Jiang Rulin's legs weakened, her palms slick with cold sweat. She had only instructed Yunxiang to sprinkle the lime powder in the lotus tub. How could it have ended up in Jiang Ruf's water? Calm down, madam, the doctor urged. Fortunately, the amount is small and the second miss consumed little. With some care, she will recover in a few days. Had the mixture been stronger, we would be facing serious trouble. Jiang Ruf opened her eyes weakly, saying, Grandmother, I fear I cannot attend the princess's residence today. The old lady grasped her hand. You foolish child, even at such a time, you still think of that.
I shall send someone in my stead.
However, we must investigate what kind of foul substances found their way into your system. What is your name? The old lady asked, addressing Jiu Tao. Jiu Tao, my lady. She stammered. The old lady's voice turned sharp. Speak. How did the lime-infused water come to be ingested by the young lady? And how did the lime powder end up in the water? Terrified, Jiu Tao fell to her knees. I do not know. I did not prepare the water. Who else was in this room besides you? Yunxiang was here too, Jiu Tao replied. Jiang Rulin immediately scanned the room for Yunxiang, realizing she had not seen her since entering the courtyard. The servant searched high and low but found no trace of Yunxiang. As a maid took the prescription to brew medicine, the old lady turned to Jiang Rulin, her gaze scrutinizing. Rulin, with such a grave situation unfolding, where's your mother? Jiang Rulin had no time to ponder others. Her mind was consumed with the fear that Yunxiang might implicate her if caught. She had longed to leave and seek Yunxiang but feared that a sudden departure would arouse suspicion. Now, she had the perfect excuse. Grandmother. I too wonder why mother has yet to arrive. Perhaps I should check her courtyard. The old matron waved her hand dismissively and said, You may go. I shall no longer concern myself with this matter. It is essential that she, being in charge, manages the situation regarding the maid's treachery. Jiang Rulin acknowledged her with a nod and promptly withdrew. Observing Jiang Rulin exit the room, Jiang Fei turned to the old matron and reassured her, Grandmother. There is no need for you to worry about me. The doctor has assured me that my condition is not too severe. Please, return to your rest. Soon the sun will rise, and this room will become uncomfortably warm for you. The old matron surveyed the modest room, lamenting its simplicity. This is hardly suitable for a young lady. Even Mother Zhang's quarters are far superior. Yao's conduct is quite unacceptable. I truly feel for you. I recall that there are vacant rooms in Rulin's courtyard. I shall instruct your mother to prepare one for you to move into. Jiang Fei smiled faintly and replied, Thank you, Grandmother. You are indeed the one who cares for me the most in this household. The old matron had never shown great affection towards Jiang Fei. She merely refrained from treating her as harshly as Yao did. Now, witnessing Jiang Fei's newfound politeness and understanding, she felt inclined to show her a bit more consideration. I shall take my leave now, she said. Jiu Tao, Jiang Fei called, Please accompany Grandmother. The old matron nodded and, as she reached the door, glanced back to see Jiang Fei lying alone on the bed. With Jiu Tao gone, there would be no one to attend to her. As even servants have their moments away. No need to escort me, Yunyang. You should remain to lend a hand. Later, you can fetch 2 trustworthy maids. The one who attempted to poison should not be kept. Yunyang, the name of Mother Zhang, complied and returned to Jiang Fei's bedside, saying, If the young lady has any commands, please do not hesitate to ask. I am still capable of assisting. Jiang Fei offered a gentle smile. Mother Zhang has been by grandmother's side for many years. As a junior, I cannot impose upon you. I have grown accustomed to Jiu Tao service. You should return to grandmother, who cannot do without you. Hearing this, Mother Zhang felt a surge of joy. As a personal maid to the old matron, she had devoted her life to serving her without ever marrying. Although the old matron treated her like family, she remained a servant. And no other mistress had ever shown her such respect. This is the old matron's command. How could I disregard it? Mother Zhang gazed at Jiang Rulin, noting that among the numerous young ladies of the Jiang family, none possessed such beauty. Who would have thought that the dirty little maid brought in from outside would blossom into such a lovely young woman? One could only speculate from where she had come. Perhaps she was originally a noble lady. Jiang Fei added, Mother Zhang, you should return now. I have noticed that grandmother's health has not been well these past few days. Still concerned for the old matron, Mother Zhang took her leave. Jiang Fei watched her retreating figure and smiled faintly. Zhou Tao, you may go now. Just as Mother Zhang stepped out of the courtyard, Zhou Tao rushed out. Where are you going, girl? Mother Zhang called out. Zhou Tao, looking somewhat dazed, replied. The third miss dropped her handkerchief. The young lady asked me to deliver it. Just a handkerchief? If you leave the second miss unattended, who will be there to assist her? Hand it to me. I shall deliver it to the third Mississippi. Jiang Rulin, upon exiting the courtyard, nearly collapsed to the ground, saved only by Cui Ru's quick reflexes. Miss, are you all right?
Cui Ru inquired softly.
Jiang Rulin grasped Cui Ru's arm tightly, her nails nearly digging into flesh. Quickly, find Yun Xiang. We must locate that wretched maid before she is discovered. Jiang Rulin quickened her pace, with Cui Ru following closely. As they turned a corner by a rockery, suddenly a figure sprang from the bushes, startling Cui Ru into a scream. The person knelt on the ground, lifting their head. It was none other than Yun Xiang, the very one everyone was searching for. Miss, Yun Xiang said, drenched in sweat and smeared with dirt. I have completed the tasks you assigned me. You must save me. Jiang Rulin's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked around, seeing no one else. She hastily pulled Yun Xiang behind a tree. Do you have any idea how many people are searching for you? How dare you ask me to save you? Did the third miss not say that if I completed this task, I would be allowed to serve in her courtyard? Jiang Rulin retorted sharply. When did I ever ask you to carry out this particular task? Yun Xiang's face turned pale at her words. Did you not instruct me to put lime powder in the water? Jiang Rulin questioned in a low voice. When did I tell you to put lime powder in Jiang Fei's water? Yun Xiang's eyes widened in confusion as she stammered. Did you not say to put it in the jar? I followed your instructions to put it in the jar, and then brought water for the second miss to drink.
Fool!
Jiang Rulin exclaimed, striking her across the face. I instructed you to put it in the lotus jar, not in the water jar. Yun Xiang covered her reddened face. But miss, you clearly told me to put it in the jar for her to drink. Do not dare speak such nonsense. Jiang Rulin threatened, raising her hand again. Yun Xiang quickly ducked her head. Jiang Rulin was panting with frustration. How could she fail at such a simple task and create such a significant mess? She felt a surge of anger towards Yun Xiang. The deed has already been done. Discussing it now is futile. What should I do now? Yun Xiang knelt down in desperation. Jiang Rulin's gaze darted in confusion, and she inhaled deeply, saying, You must admit to the charges. But if I confess, I could be executed for poisoning my mistress. Yun Xiang clutched Jiang Rulin's skirt, pleading, Please save me. Listen to me, Jiang Rulin urged. Although you have failed in your task, I will ensure your safety, considering your loyalty to me. Jiang Rulin leaned down to wipe the sweat from Yun Xiang's brow, whispering, If you betray me, I will also face punishment, and no one will be able to save you. For now, simply admit to poisoning the water jar, claiming it was due to the second Mrs. mistreatment of you, and I will ensure your life is spared. Yun Xiang hesitated, but will the old matron believe me? How could she not? After this incident, you cannot remain in the household. I will ensure your safe departure and provide you with 300 taels of silver for your journey. Tears streamed down Yun Xiang's face as she understood. Jiang Rulin sighed in relief, nodding, All right, go now, and remember what I have just told you. A glimmer of determination shone in Yun Xiang's eyes as she whispered, I will remember. Jiang Rulin slowly closed her eyes, pressing her hand to her chest, hearing Yun Xiang step away from the thicket. However, the footsteps soon ceased, replaced by the sound of someone kneeling on the ground.
What now?
Jiang Rulin asked impatiently. As she stepped around the thicket, she froze in her tracks. Mother Zhang stood there, holding a handkerchief. Mother Zhang. Jiang Rulin's voice trembled. She wondered just how much of their conversation Mother Zhang had overheard. With a slight bow, Mother Zhang said, The third Mrs. handkerchief was found with the second Mississippi. I have made a trip to return it. Jiang Rulin's mind was a whirlwind as she reached out to take the handkerchief, realizing it was indeed hers. Something felt amiss. Had she not just used the handkerchief to wipe Yun Xiang's sweat? How could it be with Jiang Fei? Before she could ponder this further, Mother Zhang continued, Now that this girl has been captured, I will take her to report to the old matron. Mother Zhang turned to leave.
Wait.
Jiang Rulin exclaimed, grabbing her sleeve. Mother Zhang turned back. What is it? Third miss? Jiang Rulin tried to steady her voice. How long have you been here? Mother Zhang gently brushed her hand away. I have served the old matron for many years. I know her character well. I advise you to confess. Perhaps you will receive a lighter punishment. Watching Mother Zhang walk away, Jiang Rulin's legs weakened, and she sank to the ground. Cui Ru attempted to assist her, but was pushed away. It's over, Jiang Rulin murmured. Her face ashen, it's all over. Unbeknownst to them, a glimmer of satisfaction flickered in Yun Xiang's downcast eyes. As the clock struck last night, Yun Xiang slowly extended her hand, clutching a paper package, before hurling it forcefully to the ground. Jiang Rulin had treated her like a fool. Previously, she had begged earnestly to remain by Jiang Rulin's side, only to be dismissed with disdain, labeled as a useless waste, with the command to leave her courtyard. Yet now, the narrative had shifted to one of keeping her close to the second miss to continue her servitude. She may have been a lowly maid, but she was far from a mindless simpleton. Suddenly, a faint creak interrupted her thoughts as the window swung open. Startled, Yun Xiang looked up to see Jiang Roof leaning against the windowsill, igniting the lamp with a fire stick, illuminating the room. After extinguishing the flame, Jiang Roof cast a fleeting glance at Yun Xiang and coolly instructed her to pick up the fallen item and enter. Heart pounding, Yun Xiang complied, retrieving the package and timidly stepping inside, where she immediately knelt down and stammered. Second Mississippi Jiang Roof, having extinguished the fire stick, inquired. Show me what Jiang Rulin gave you. I do not know. Yun Xiang trembled as she presented the yellow paper package with both hands, bowing her head even lower. Jiang Roof accepted the package, delicately prying it open to reveal a grayish-white powder within. As she examined it, she noticed its slippery texture, slightly coarser than flour. And before even bringing it closer, she caught a whiff of a pungent odor. Lime powder? Jiang Roof raised an eyebrow. Did she instruct you to pour this into my lotus tub? If this substance were scattered in the tub, by morning, the leaves would likely be yellowing and withered. Fortunately, her instincts had prompted her to feign sleep after extinguishing the lamp, suspecting Jiang Rulin would not easily relent. Indeed, not long after, she had seen Yun Xiang leave the courtyard, only to return and stand by the tub. Yun Xiang pressed her forehead against the cold tile floor, affirming her guilt. Lift your head. Jiang Roof's voice was neither warm nor cold. With trembling hands, Yun Xiang raised her gaze, locking eyes with Jiang Roof's icy stare. What benefits did Jiang Rulin promise you? 10 taels of silver. Yun Xiang stuttered. Upon completion of the task, I would return to serve in her courtyard. Jiang Roof let out a soft laugh. Is that all? How unimpressive. Yun Xiang bit her lip and suddenly bowed her head deeply, insisting, Second miss, I may have taken the silver, but I harbor no intention to harm you. I have already disposed of the powder. I am well aware, Jiang Roof replied. Or, do you think you could still kneel here conversing with me? Given this, I shall grant you an opportunity. First, tell me why you did not follow Jiang Rulin's orders. Yun Xiang explained, the third miss would burn her bridges. Once she has done it once, she would do it again. If I had followed her instructions, she would have shifted all the blame onto me. Jiang Roof nodded slowly. You are not entirely foolish. However, what if I were to ask you to perform a task for me? Yun Xiang lifted her head. I am willing to serve the second Mississippi. Jiang Roof instructed her to rise. Just as she began to outline her plan, Yun Xiang knelt again, exclaiming, No. I would be beaten to death. Jiang Roof countered, Given your actions tonight, no one would contest if I were to punish you severely. I present you with two choices. Either you follow my instructions and I spare your life, or I inform the matriarch that you attempted to poison me.
Miss.
Make your choice, Jiang Roof said. If you choose the latter, no one here can protect you. Do you believe Jiang Rulin will defend you? In doing her bidding, she will place the entire blame upon you to save herself. However, should you work for me, while I cannot guarantee your complete safety, I can ensure you retain your life. You will certainly face punishment, but upon success, I will reward you with 200 taels of silver, which will far surpass your current existence as a maid. Yun Xiang contemplated this. With her monthly earnings barely amounting to a single tael, 200 taels was a sum beyond her wildest dreams, requiring 2 decades of service in the Jiang household to accumulate. Have you made up your mind? Jiang Roof inquired. Will you comply? Yun Xiang raised her head. I shall heed your command. Second Mississippi.
Meanwhile,
as a maid from the matriarch's courtyard sought to summon Madame Yao to the west courtyard, Yao initially hesitated. Once the maid departed, she along with Mama Wang and another maid, began to voice her grievances. The doctor has been consulted, and the matriarch has gone as well. In this sweltering heat, why must I make a trip? It seems the entire family revolves around Jiang Roof, as if she were on the brink of death. Mama Wang soothed her. Do not let such a little wretch provoke your anger, madam. It is hardly worth it. In the west courtyard, several maids stood, and steward Lu Chong awaited at the entrance. Oh, Yao remarked, such a grand assembly. What ailment is at play? The steward, his expression stiff, urged, Madam, perhaps it would be best to enter and see for yourself. Yao ascended the steps, but her pace slowed before she reached the door. Inside, the matriarch sat, her face ashen, while Zhang Rulin and two maids knelt on the ground. As Yao crossed the threshold, Zhang Rulin crawled towards her, clutching her leg and weeping, Mother.
Please help me.
The matriarch slammed her teacup onto the table, exclaiming, How dare you plead for assistance from your mother? Yao, utterly bewildered, questioned, Mother, what has happened? Rulin is young and does not understand. If she has offended you, I apologize on her behalf. The matriarch scoffed. Young? She is a 16-year-old young lady. And yet she instructs her maids to poison her own sister. She seems quite resolute. Yao's heart sank, fearing she had misheard. What? Surely there must be some misunderstanding. Mother, Rulin is the most obedient. How could she? What misunderstanding? The matriarch thundered. Yunxiang has confessed. This girl admitted that Rulin ordered her to poison the water tank with lime powder and even offered her 10 taels as payment. Yao's vision blurred, and she was nearly supported by Mama Wang to avoid collapsing. This cannot be true. She gazed at the tear-streaked face of Zhang Rulin, who shook her head. I did not poison my second sister. The matriarch, incensed, swept her sleeve, shattering the teacup upon the ground, and stood up, pointing an accusatory finger at Zhang Rulin, yet her words were choked by fury, forcing her to sit back down. Mama Zhang fanned the matriarch while attempting to calm her, urging, At this juncture, we must determine how to proceed. Even if you allow your anger to consume you, the matter will not resolve itself. Exhausted, the matriarch leaned against her forehead, addressing Yao in a softer tone. You are the mistress here. You must decide how to handle this. Yao sighed. Having arrived late and lacking the full context, she requested Steward Lu to provide a brief overview. As she listened, a cold sweat broke out on her back. Rulin had been caught red-handed by the matriarch's side, and Yunxiang had firmly implicated Zhang Rulin. There was no possibility of brushing this matter aside. Yao paused, a glimmer of insight flashing in her eyes. Mother, I suspect there is more to this than meets the eye. Since Yunxiang is a maid of Roof, how could she suddenly heed Rulin's command? I fear someone has orchestrated this scheme to ensnare Rulin. The matriarch furrowed her brow. What do you imply? Yao stepped forward, her tone earnest. Consider, Mother, Rulin is the most timid of children. She would not dare crush even an ant. How could she commit such a vile act? Furthermore, if she truly intended to harm someone, why not poison the tea directly, instead of the water tank? She then turned towards Zhang Roof, suggesting, Roof, your maid has committed this act. Do you not have any knowledge of it? Zhang Roof coughed weakly. I am unwell and will not engage in this circumlocution. Are you implying that I commanded Yunxiang to harm myself? I did not say that, Yao replied. Since you believe that the third miss is a victim of deceit, perhaps you should explain why Mama Zhang distinctly heard Rulin threaten Yunxiang to confess? Yao was momentarily at a loss for words, unable to refute the statement. Jiang Fei's tone shifted subtly as she whispered, Third sister, I am at a loss as to how I have obstructed your path, prompting your relentless targeting of me. First, you feigned my endorsement to summon Zhao Xingbang, attempting to tarnish my reputation. Despite my mother's defense on your behalf, I found myself powerless. Now, with this latest incident, if your desire to marry Wei Sanlang is the cause, I am willing to concede to you, provided the Duke of Dinyuan and our family agree. The old matriarch, unaware of the Zhao Xingbang affair, was so enraged that she nearly fainted.
Silence.
Zhang Rulin suddenly shrieked, This is all your scheme. Enough. The old lady's cane struck the ground with a heavy thud. Grandmother, please remain calm. Jiang Fei interjected. I do not wish to see this family descend into chaos. I long for the tranquility of the countryside. I am still alive, the old lady retorted. As long as I draw breath, no one shall dare to cast you aside. Jiang Fei mused. Living in the countryside would be preferable, free from these vexations and more convenient for my plans to pursue Wei Mingjin, while also guarding against Pei Jing's constant meddling. Chapter 51. Illness. After pacifying Jiang Fei, the old lady turned her gaze toward Yao Shi. It seems you have not been impartial in this matter. You need not intervene any further. My old bones still have the strength to act. From this day forth, Rulin shall be confined to the ancestral hall for reflection, not permitted to step outside. Yao Shi immediately knelt, pleading for leniency. Mother, the old lady raised her hand, dismissing her. This family remains under your stewardship, but should you continue to be obstinate and fail to manage it, I shall entrust it to another. Yao Shi fell silent, knowing that she had long been receiving financial support from the family. Jiang Fei blinked, slightly dissatisfied with this resolution, yet upon reflection, a young lady of her status could not be subjected to corporal punishment. And what of this maid? Yao Shi inquired. What do you propose? The old lady responded. Yao Shi gritted her teeth. Let her be beaten to death. Yun Xiang suddenly looked up, instinctively glancing toward Jiang Rulin, only to see Jiang Rulin motioning her to remain calm. The instigator merely faced confinement for reflection, while the accomplice was to be punished severely. Jiang Fei smiled lightly, her expression laced with irony, yet she refrained from finishing her thought. What do you wish to do? Yao Shi demanded angrily. This is your grandmother's decision. Jiang Fei replied. I do not dispute the merit of grandmother's decision. I merely find the disparity between the two punishments to be unjust. The old lady recognized Jiang Fei's suffering. Such a light resolution might not suffice to ease her grievances. Then, Jiang Fei, what do you suggest? She asked. Yun Xiang should be beaten, while the instigator receives a light punishment and is confined for reflection. That seems reasonable, Jiang Fei proposed. Yao Shi gasped. Mother, please do not rush. I have not finished speaking, Jiang Fei continued. If grandmother is merciful and chooses to show leniency toward third sister, then this maid should also be treated with the same mercy. If she is punished by mother, it might appear as if you wish to silence her. After considering, the old lady agreed that Jiang Fei's reasoning held merit. Indeed, if we are to show leniency, let it be so. Rulin shall remain confined for reflection, kneeling for an additional hour daily. As for Yun Xiang, she cannot remain. Let her be beaten and sold. Jiang Fei nodded, somewhat satisfied. She did not intend to drive Jiang Rulin to her demise. She merely wished to demonstrate that Jiang Rulin was not to be trifled with, ensuring that any future provocations would be considered carefully. As the farce concluded and the occupants of the room dispersed, Jiang Fei rose from her bed, rubbing her stomach. She was not foolish enough to poison herself with lime water, but she needed to feign illness for the physician. Illness, after all, was a matter of both reality and performance. Yet, she regretted indulging in hot pot and chilled fruits the previous night. Her current constitution was far weaker than her former robust self, leading to 3 urgent trips to the restroom during the night. As Pei Jing exited the palace, the sun was already blazing. A young attendant held an umbrella for him, escorting him to the carriage and watching it depart before exhaling in relief. The emperor repeatedly summoned Prince Zhao Ning to the palace, only to be left infuriated each time. Yet in a few days, they would have to endure another encounter, subjecting themselves to needless aggravation. The carriage slowed as it reached the bustling market. Following a recent rain, the days grew increasingly hot, prompting street vendors to erect sunshades, occupying much of the road. As the carriage crawled, Duan Zhou entered and reported, regarding Miss Wei, the matter you instructed me to investigate has yielded some findings. A flicker of emotion crossed Pei Jing's previously cold expression, his eyelids lifting slightly in invitation for Duan Zhou to continue. Duan Zhou explained, last year, you ordered me to look into Miss Wei, but the Duke of Dingyuan has tightly concealed the events from a decade ago. I began my inquiries in Jiangnan, which led to some information. The Duke publicly claims that 10 years ago, Miss Wei went to Jiangnan to visit relatives, staying for half a year, but in truth, she was gone for less than a month. It seems she went missing for a time, and upon being found, the Duke erased all traces of the incident. Pei Jing raised an eyebrow. The erasure indicated that the incident was disgraceful, while being lost in itself held no shame. It might be another matter if she had been destitute and begging on the streets. Duan Zhou glanced at Pei Jing, hesitating before adding, there is yet no concrete evidence to prove whether Miss Wei ever begged. Perhaps there were other circumstances. Begging. Pei Jing murmured, a morbid obsession swirling in his gaze. If she had indeed resorted to begging, then it was undoubtedly her. Observing Pei Jing's demeanor, Duan Zhou grew cautious. This was a sign of his impending episode. The prince had been searching for the truth for over a decade, and unraveling the mystery had become an obsession. Only last year had he begun to grasp some leads, akin to clutching a lifeline. Sometimes he would declare that she should be killed upon discovery, or that her legs should be broken. Other times he would reminisce about the kindness she had shown him, vowing to repay her 100-fold. Indeed, Duanjiu soothed. It must be as you suspect. The dark crimson beginning to pool in Pei Jing's eyes gradually receded. Just as Duanjiu sighed in relief, the carriage jolted to a stop, and a commotion erupted outside. The driver apologized. "My lord, forgive me." A child suddenly dashed into the street, nearly causing an accident. Pei Jing lifted the curtain, and a wave of heat surged through the gap. He turned his head just in time to see a boy being dragged to the side of the road by a burly man, who without hesitation lashed out with his whip. "You little beast!" The man snarled, his yellowed teeth bared as the whip struck the boy. "After searching high and low for a good buyer, you run off and ruin my business. Do you intend to sever my livelihood?" As the carriage prepared to move, Pei Jing rapped on the window.
Stop.
Duanjiu tensed. "My lord, perhaps we should." Pei Jing raised his hand to silence him, glancing at the sign of the pawn shop hanging near the entrance before turning his attention back to the boy. The child, no more than 7 or 8, was emaciated and crumpled on the ground, yet he bit his lip in silence. The man continued to berate him. "Run, will you? I'll sell you to a brothel, where the madam will chain you up. Let us see if you dare to misbehave again." The boy stifled a groan of pain as the man struck him again with increasing fervor. "You worthless creature, in my care, you're less than a dog." A woman leaning against the doorway, snacking on seeds, chimed in. "Be careful. If you bruise his face, he won't fetch a good price." Pei Jing's expression darkened, bloodlust spilling forth from the depths of his gaze, a thin smile curling at the corners of his lips.
Duanjiu sans cette danger.
Realizing that Pei Jing was on the verge of another episode. Chapter 52. The Mad King. As Duanjiu prepared to intervene, Pei Jing had already thrown aside the curtain and leapt from the carriage. The man, still facing away, continued to strike the boy. Pei Jing delivered a powerful kick to the man's back, sending him stumbling forward. The man cursed. "Who dares to kick me?" Upon turning around and seeing Pei Jing clad in fine garments, he swallowed the rest of his words. In this capital city, one encounters nobility every few steps. Observing the demeanor and the fabric of this individual, it is clear that he is not someone one should provoke. Even when angered by a kick, he must swallow his pride. Before the man could speak, the matron at the eaves suddenly shoved him aside, her face adorned with a somewhat greasy smile.
"Ah, esteemed guest.
Please come in. I am the head of our establishment. Are you here to purchase a maid or a clever cook? We have an abundance of choices, ensuring that we can find the perfect person for your needs." "How delightful." Pei Jing, with his elongated eyes slightly raised at the corners, unexpectedly revealed a smile that left the matron momentarily dumbfounded. Such demeanor, such stature, such grace. Could he be a celestial being descended from the heavens? In her years of selling people, she had never encountered anyone who could match the elegance of this nobleman. Pei Jing entered the establishment, followed by Duanjiu, who wore a sword at his waist. Upon seeing this, the matron's smile broadened even further. In this city, only 3 types of individuals are accompanied by sword-wielding guards, those of royal lineage, high-ranking officials, or military protectors. This young gentleman, with his extraordinary presence, could not belong to the latter 2 categories. He must be of royal blood. It is rare for a member of the royal family to personally select someone from their establishment, as such matters are typically handled by subordinates. However, should the task be executed flawlessly, one can expect a generous reward. "What sort of person does the nobleman wish to acquire?" the matron inquired, eager to assist in selecting suitable candidates. "I assure you, I would never bring any unsavory individuals before your discerning eyes." Pei Jing surveyed the room, where several long tables and benches were set for business discussions, while the matron and other staff busily attended to guests, creating a rather bothersome clamor. Perhaps sensing the nobleman's displeasure, the matron quickly added, "We have private rooms in the back, dedicated to esteemed guests like yourself." "No need," Pei Jing replied, his gaze shifting to the man who had previously whipped another. "I wish to purchase him." Both the matron and the man froze momentarily. The man then burst into laughter, saying, "Noble sir, you must be jesting. I am merely a merchant. How could I sell myself?" "Indeed," Pei Jing sighed softly. Yes, the matron smiled apologetically. "Look at his age. He is just an unsightly man. We have plenty of clean and handsome young women in our establishment." "I shall not sell him," Pei Jing stated. That would indeed be a pity. The matron found the nobleman's voice so melodious, it felt as if he lamented the imminent demise of a wilting flower. Just as she was about to speak, a flash of cold steel appeared before her eyes. The man's laughter abruptly ceased as he looked down in disbelief at the knife now embedded in his chest, the hilt still visible, gripped by a hand as white as jade. Pei Jing released the hilt, and the man staggered back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. The establishment fell silent for a brief moment before erupting into chaos, with shrieks filling the air. Guests scrambled to escape, overturning tables and chairs, pushing and shoving towards the exit. Murder! Murder! The matron screamed as she crawled backward, only to have her skirt caught under Duanjio's foot. Duanjio, pressing his hand against the empty sheath at his waist, felt a throbbing headache. The man had indeed deserved his fate, but with the prince committing murder in broad daylight, it was certain that the censors would be in an uproar, and there would be consequences at the morning court. Pei Jing, unhurried, retrieved a pristine white handkerchief to wipe his fingers, casting a gentle yet chilling gaze at the matron. Alive, he is not for sale. Dead, we can negotiate a price. The matron collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably, the scent of urine spreading from beneath her skirt. Noble sir, please spare me. She quivered, her forehead striking the ground as she implored, "This wretch has offended you. His death is justly deserved." With a flick of his finger, a copper coin landed on the matron. "Shall I buy him? Is this sufficient?" The matron nodded fervently. "Yes, yes, it is more than enough." Pei Jing chuckled softly as he crouched down. "Now, let us discuss the price of that boy." The matron followed his gaze to the corner, where a boy, bruised and beaten from the whip, cowered in fear. "No, no, please. It is a blessing for him to have caught your eye." Pei Jing's voice suddenly turned icy. "I wish to purchase him." He extended his hand, and Duanjio promptly produced a gold ingot. Pei Jing placed it gently before the matron. "Is this sufficient?" The matron nodded repeatedly, her teeth chattering. "Yes, yes, it is enough." "Very well," Pei Jing said, standing and walking towards the corner where the boy stood, trembling. The boy recoiled in terror, but Pei Jing gently grasped his wrist. "Do not be afraid," he whispered softly. "From this day forth, no one shall harm you again. Duanjio, take him home." "Yes," Duanjio replied, bowing, before lifting the boy into the carriage. Pei Jing remained, gazing at the lifeless body of the man, whose eyes remained wide open, blood pooling beneath him. Slowly, he blinked, and memories from a rain-soaked night a decade ago flooded back. Rain mixed with blood coursed across the ground, mirroring how he had once lay in the mud, watching the whip rise high before descending again and again. He could only clutch his head tightly, curling up like a wounded animal, whimpering and hoping for someone to come to his rescue. The sounds of rain in his memory intertwined with the present chaos, causing his fingertips to tremble involuntarily. He could almost smell the dampness mingled with blood and earth, feeling the searing pain of the whip tearing into flesh. No one came to save him. No one ever did. On that day, the Jiang family only sent lotus flowers to Princess Onping. Upon learning that Jiang Ruf was ill, Princess Onping sent supplements the following day. For several days thereafter, Jiang Fei did not see Yao Shi or Jiang Rulin, relishing the peace. However, aunts and cousins from the second and third branches visited her a few times. After feigning illness for several days, Jiang Fei finally could not contain herself and decided to pay a visit to Princess Onping in person. As the carriage progressed down the long street, its pace slowed until it ultimately came to a standstill. "Miss," the driver called from outside. "The road ahead seems to be blocked." Inside the carriage, the heat was stifling. "What is happening?" Jiang Fei lifted the curtain to look outside, witnessing chaos in the streets. Passers-by were fleeing in panic, knocking over vendors' wares, with fruits rolling across the ground, trampled and ruined. It appeared something serious had occurred. Others were running in the opposite direction, likely drawn to the commotion. Jiang Fei stepped out of the carriage and grabbed a passerby. "Miss, what happened over there?" The woman, clutching a child, shook her head anxiously and ran away. Jiang Fei then seized another individual fleeing in the opposite direction. "Sir, what is happening over there?" "I have no idea," the middle-aged man replied. "I was just about to go see for myself." Jiang Fei followed closely behind him, while Jiao Tao anxiously tugged at her. "Miss, perhaps it would be best not to join the fray." "What nonsense!" Jiang Fei retorted, for she had always relished a good spectacle. She had feigned illness at home to the point of nearly becoming genuinely ill, and now that she had the chance to venture out, she could not miss this excitement. Jiao Tao held tightly to her. There are so many people. What if you get jostled? Jiang Fei nearly laughed aloud. She had once squeezed through the morning rush hour in the subway, becoming flattened like a pancake. Could this crowd possibly compare? You're with me, she reassured. With your strength, if anyone comes near, you can just throw them away. Jiang Fei pushed her way into the throng, and as she ventured deeper, the crowd began to thin out, while those fleeing grew in number. Jiang Fei even spotted the earlier man who had expressed interest in the commotion, now anxiously retreating. He caught sight of her and, as he passed, kindly warned, "You should run. That mad prince is inside." Before he could finish his sentence, he had already dashed away. Jiang Fei was startled. The mad prince must refer to Beijing, right? After all, when it comes to madness, no one in the capital can rival him. Miss, are we still going? Jiao Tao asked nervously. Jiang Fei hesitated for a moment, then grasped Jiao Tao's hand and quickened her pace away from the crowd. Turning the corner, Jiang Fei slowed her steps. In the center of the street stood Beijing, his head bowed, as if frozen in time. There were no corpses strewn about, nor was there a river of blood, yet the surrounding citizens retreated in fear, and even his guard, Duan Jiao, dared not approach. "Hey," Jiang Fei called out, "Pei, what are you doing here?" Beijing's ears buzzed, filled with the sharp crack of whips and the twisted laughter of broken teeth. "You little beast. Let's see if you dare to run again. I'll beat you to death. Why aren't you running now? Can't you move?" Amidst the curses and derisive laughter, a distinct voice broke through, saying something he could not quite hear. Beijing shook his head, struggling to regain clarity, and looked ahead. The cacophony faded, leaving only the sound of his own heavy breathing. The blood-soaked world was torn open by that voice, revealing a figure bathed in light, reminiscent of the filthy little girl who had once awakened him with a bun when he was on the verge of starvation on the street. "Grass sprout," Beijing murmured. "Save me." As Jiang Fei caught sight of his face when he lifted his head, she noted the flickering emotions in his phoenix eyes. There was no madness, only a fragility that resembled a plea, his thin lips quivering as if he were enduring immense pain. Instinctively, Jiang Fei took a few steps toward Beijing when a shadow suddenly rushed toward her, colliding with her still-healing left arm. Jiang Fei winced, clutching her arm. And once the pain subsided, she looked back at Beijing, only to see someone else had already reached him faster, Wei Xiying. "Your Highness, what is wrong?" Wei Xiying inquired. Beijing finally regained a semblance of clarity and gently called out the name he had murmured. "Grass sprout." He then collapsed forward. Wei Xiying instinctively opened her arms, nearly being toppled over, but Duan Jiao rushed in just in time to catch Beijing. Beijing's eyes were tightly shut, his complexion pale as paper. Wei Xiying looked at him. What has happened to the prince? Duan Jiao hesitated. Their prince cared deeply for Wei Xiying, and if she were to witness the corpse of the man, she might very well become enraged. The prince is unwell. It is too chaotic here. The northern army responsible for maintaining order in the capital will arrive shortly. Miss Wei, you should leave quickly. Wei Xiying nodded, watching as Duan Jiao lifted Beijing onto a carriage. She turned and spotted Jiang Fei standing not far away. "Sister-in-law," Wei Xiying exclaimed joyfully. "What are you doing here?" Jiang Fei stepped forward, explaining that she intended to visit Princess Anping, but upon encountering a blockade, she came to see what was happening. "How about you?" Wei Xiying pointed. "I was buying something over there. I had no idea everyone was running away." She was a person who loved excitement, yearning for the world of rivers and fields. Otherwise, she wouldn't have taken a liking to Jiang Linyuan. Jiang Fei was still perplexed. Could Beijing truly possess such power? That mere presence should not be enough to send the populace scattering. Stretching her neck to survey the surroundings, just as she was about to retract her gaze, it fell upon a dental shop, sending a chill surging through her bones. Inside lay a man, a gaping hole in his chest, a pool of blood spreading beneath him, his chest motionless. He had likely ceased to breathe. "Sister-in-law?" Wei Xiying noticed her change in demeanor and followed her gaze. "Don't look." Jiang Fei quickly covered Wei Xiying's eyes, her voice trembling. "We must leave now." She finally understood why the citizens were so terrified. That capricious King Zhaoning was indeed as the tales described. He would kill in the streets. "What's wrong?" Wei Xiying asked, puzzled. Jiang Fei forced herself to remain calm, pulling Wei Xiying away quickly. "There's a fight. The northern army will arrive shortly. We must hasten our departure to avoid being questioned." Duan Jiao watched the two ladies leave, then turned his gaze back to the unconscious Beijing in the carriage, lost in thought. When the prince fell ill, others must keep their distance to avoid being inadvertently harmed. That was why he had dispersed the crowd and waited for the prince to regain consciousness or succumb to sleep. Yet, the moment Wei Xiying appeared, the prince instantly quieted and even leaned toward her. Could it be that she was indeed the person from years past? Jiang Fei remained restless, Pei Jing's face and the corpse flashing through her mind until the carriage came to a halt. Miss Weavy arrived, Zhou Tao announced, jumping down first. Jiang Fei took Zhou Tao's hand to descend, and upon looking up, she realized they were at the Zhang residence, not the princess's. And the entrance was rather unassuming. A maid awaited them at the gate, approaching Jiang Fei upon seeing her. The princess sent me to welcome you, Mississippi. It's hot. Please come in. Jiang Fei nodded, following the maid into the Zhang residence. After walking a short distance, she noted that although the Zhang residence was not grand, it exuded elegance. The winding bluestone path was flanked by lush green bamboo. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, providing a rare coolness, indicating the homeowner was a person of taste. Please, this way, Mississippi. The maid led them through a moon gate into a small courtyard. Princess Anping was reclining by the window, holding a scroll. Ah, Fei, you have arrived. The maid quickly closed the window and apologized to Jiang Fei before ushering her inside. What kind of service is this? The princess cannot be exposed to the wind, and you don't know? The other two maids lowered their heads, afraid to respond. Princess Anping smiled and said, It's no trouble. I just wanted some fresh air.
Ah Fei, come sit.
Your Highness. Jiang Fei approached and sat on an embroidered stool before the bed. She surveyed the room. Although she lacked knowledge of antiques, everything in Princess Anping's chamber was exquisitely crafted. Albeit the space was somewhat cramped. The maid served tea and then exited. Princess Anping's complexion appeared slightly pale. Her condition worse than when Jiang Fei last saw her at the Lu residence. Jiang Fei intended to offer words of comfort, but felt that such reassurances would be futile. Don't wear that expression, Princess Anping said with a smile. I'm much better now.
But what about you?
Have you not recovered from your illness? Why do you look so unwell? Jiang Fei touched her face. Her illness had been largely feigned, and she had long since healed. Yet her mind was preoccupied with images of Pei Jing and the corpse. Perhaps the heat is too intense, she suggested. Princess Anping took her hand. Thank you for your warning last time. Regrettably, it was still not enough to save him. Jiang Fei had also wondered about this. She had clearly saved the princess. Yet events continued to unfold as written, leaving her to ponder whether the narrative was correcting itself automatically. If that were the case, did it mean that no matter her actions, she could not alter the fates of the characters in the story, including her own? Are the maids around you reliable? Jiang Fei asked. Princess Anping nodded. They are reliable now. After this incident, my mother replaced all the maids around me, leaving only the two who accompanied my marriage. That's good. Jiang Fei grasped Princess Anping's hand. Do not overthink it. Your health is what matters most. You are still young. There will be other children in the future. Princess Anping shook her head, her eyes suddenly reddening. There will be no more. Jiang Fei's heart jolted, regretting her words, realizing she had unwittingly opened a wound. Let us not speak of that. Princess Anping interjected. Thank you for the lotus flowers you sent. I plan to plant them in the pond at the princess's residence as a means of offering peace for the deceased child. Jiang Fei was puzzled. Wouldn't it be better to plant them here? Princess Anping shook her head, expressing her discontent with the place. I do not like it here. That child likely does not either. It is almost noon. Stay and keep me company for lunch. Why are you so late today? I was delayed on the road. Jiang Fei replied hesitantly. I encountered Prince Zhao Ning along the way. Princess Anping's expression shifted slightly. In the future, you should keep your distance from him. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, glancing at the princess, who, being of royal blood, might possess insights beyond what she, as a mere reader, could glean from books.
Why?
Princess Anping furrowed her brow, contemplating. To speak of it, he is also a pitiable soul. Jiang Fei recalled Pei Jing, who stood in the middle of the road, not in a frenzy of excitement or madness, but rather lost and helpless, a profoundly contradictory individual. What makes him pitiable? It is a long story, Princess Anping began. If you wish to hear it, I shall recount it. Jiang Fei nodded eagerly. I want to listen. After a moment's reflection, Princess Anping decided to start from the very day of his birth, which foretold his unfortunate fate. Pei Jing's father, the Prince Ping, was a brother to the current emperor. But he tragically passed away young, leaving behind the Princess Ping and the unborn Pei Jing. 6 months after the prince's death, Princess Ping died in childbirth, and Pei Jing became an orphan, devoid of either parent. The wet nurse who cared for him, seeing that he had no adult protection, ruled with an iron fist in the prince's residence, often beating and scolding him, even forcing him to kneel and eat dog food from the ground. Hearing this, Jiang Fei couldn't help but ask, why did he not tell anyone? Princess Anfeng lamented, he grew up this way. How could he know it was wrong? He only understood that obeying the wet nurse meant he would have food to eat, even if it came with beatings. And what happened afterward? Jiang Fei inquired softly. With a sigh, Princess Anfeng continued, until he was 6 years old, when the emperor happened to visit the Prince Ping's residence and discovered him curled up in a doghouse, covered in wounds. When the emperor tried to pull him out, he resisted, fearing that doing so would leave him without food. Enraged, the emperor launched a thorough investigation, uncovering that the wet nurse had not only embezzled his resources, but had also subjected him to severe beatings, often locking him in the woodshed. Most disturbingly, she had deceived him into believing that all children grew up this way, that only those who were beaten would grow tall, and he believed her. As steam rose from the teacup, forming a delicate mist between them, Jiang Fei suddenly recalled that rainy night on Listening Spring Mountain. When she had asked Pei Jing if it hurt, his response had been that he liked the pain. At the time, she thought it a jest. Now it seemed possibly true. For young Pei Jing, pain equated to sustenance, a royal child living as an ordinary person. Princess Anfeng continued. The emperor, furious, executed the wet nurse and hundreds of servants in the prince's residence, bringing him to the palace to raise him. However, life in the palace was hardly better, as he was still bullied by the other princes. Jiang Fei strained to recall the descriptions of Pei Jing in the books. She remembered that he had usurped the throne, eliminating all of the late emperor's offspring, seeking vengeance for the powerless Pei Jing of his youth. Did the emperor not care for him once he was brought to the palace? He did, Princess Anfeng replied in a lowered voice. However, the harem is controlled by the empress, as you can imagine. The emperor is busy with state affairs and lacks the time to pay constant attention to Pei Jing. To him, the bullying he endured there was not much compared to his previous life. A boy who has only recently learned that food need not be mixed with sand and that blankets can be soft and fluffy, who does not need to kneel to eat, can endure such mistreatment. Those who have known only suffering, upon tasting a hint of sweetness in life, will cherish it deeply. Jiang Fei fell silent for a long while, remembering the sight of Pei Jing standing in the center of the long street, his eyes filled with anguish. It dawned on her that he had lived this way since childhood, alone in darkness, licking his wounds, unaware of what a normal life should be. She began to comprehend why he had become a madman. Had she endured such a life, she might have gone mad herself. When he was 10 years old, he vanished from the palace, only to be found 6 months later. No one knew what had transpired during that time. After his return, he underwent a drastic change. No longer residing in the palace, but returning to the Prince Ping's residence, where the emperor conferred upon him the title of Prince Zhaoning. Chapter 55. The Phoenix Man. A fleeting image flashed in Jiang Fei's mind. It was during her time at the Pure Lotus Monastery when she and Wei Xiying had encountered Pei Jing while gathering honeysuckle flowers. Pei Jing had once asked Wei Xiying a question. Had she ever traveled to Jiangnan at the age of 6 or 7 and encountered anyone unforgettable? Jiang Fei still remembered the fleeting chill in Pei Jing's eyes when Wei Xiying replied that there was no one memorable. Jiang Fei? Jiang Fei? Noticing her daze, Princess Anfeng gently tapped her shoulder. What are you thinking about? Jiang Fei snapped back to reality. Oh, it's nothing. I was just wondering if Prince Zhao Ning went to Jiangnan when he disappeared at the age of 10. Princess Anfeng looked puzzled. Why would you think such a strange thought? Isn't it possible? Princess Anfeng shook her head. That is impossible. When he was found, it was in the capital, and Jiangnan is miles away. How could a 10-year-old child travel to Jiangnan and then return? Jiang Fei frowned slightly. After the emperor found him, he never mentioned where he had been during his disappearance. Once he was back, no one pursued the matter further, and it was left in the past. However, you mentioned Jiangnan. He did visit there 2 or 3 times afterward. Although Princess Anfeng had completely dismissed Jiang Fei's speculation, she felt an instinctive certainty that Pei Jing had indeed gone to Jiangnan, not during the well-known visits later, but during the time he was missing. Wei Xiying's trip to Jiangnan at the age of 6 or 7 coincided perfectly with Pei Jing's disappearance, and Pei Jing's question to Wei Xiying only added to her suspicions. After dining at the Zhang residence, Jiang Fei prepared to leave, wishing not to disturb Princess Anping's nap. Princess Anping took a liking to Jiang Fei, appreciating her sincerity and straightforwardness, unlike some of the delicate and pretentious noblewomen in the capital. As Jiang Fei departed, she was escorted by a maid named Qing Xing. The midday sun blazed fiercely, its rays reflecting off the stone slabs, creating a dazzling glare. Upon reaching a corridor, they encountered a woman sitting with a maid, casting fish food into the pond. Qing Xing's expression changed instantly. She performed a slight curtsy. Aunt Zhou. She had barely finished her greeting when she attempted to walk away. Isn't this a guest of the princess? The woman, still quite young, scrutinized Jiang Fei closely. You are the Miss Jiang who saved the princess at Lu's residence, aren't you? Jiang Fei smiled and nodded. What a fortuitous meeting. Since the sun is so bright, why not sit down for a cup of tea? Qing Xing bit her lip. Miss Jiang is in a hurry to return home. We shouldn't impose. Aunt Zhou glanced at Qing Xing. The princess's maid is indeed different. Even before Miss Jiang can speak, someone is already making decisions for her. Qing Xing, being the princess's personal maid, often represented her sentiments. Since the princess did not favor Aunt Zhou, Jiang Fei, as her guest, naturally should not grow too close to Aunt Zhou, especially since she personally disliked the woman's conniving demeanor. Qing Xing speaks for me, Jiang Fei said.
Come.
Qing Xing, let us go. Aunt Zhou's expression darkened, and once they left, she threw all the fish food into the pond in a fit of frustration. As Jiang Fei followed Qing Xing for a while, the maid said, in the future, if you encounter Aunt Zhou, just ignore her. The princess favored Miss Jiang, and Qing Xing was fond of her too. Coupled with Jiang Fei's earlier attitude towards Aunt Zhou, Qing Xing felt a sense of satisfaction. Jiang Fei was puzzled. If you dislike Aunt Zhou so much, why do you still bow to her? Qing Xing replied indignantly, it is the princess's command, otherwise. Aunt Zhou would complain to the marquis, saying that the princess is so noble that even her maids look down on her. That does sound quite scheming, Jiang Fei remarked. Can the princess endure it? From the perspective of the mansion, the Zhang family hardly qualifies as an affluent household. The princess is marrying beneath her status. Shouldn't she command respect within her husband's family? It is quite understandable that the princess's maid holds disdain for a concubine. Qing Xing hesitated for a moment, sighed, and reflected that the princess wished to avoid conflict with the county lord, hence her constant forbearance. How could a mere county lord dare to dispute with the princess? Jiang Fei remarked, what an absurdity. This sentiment left Qing Xing feeling both relieved and frustrated. It was not so much a matter of argument, but rather that the county lord would subsequently distance himself, leaving them in silence for several days. This was nothing short of emotional cold violence, which left Jiang Fei exasperated. Qing Xing continued, moreover, concubine Zhou is the cousin of the county lord, having shared childhood bonds that differ from others, and she is the epitome of feigned fragility. If the princess were to confront her, it would only serve to portray her as overbearing. Was residing in the Zhang residence also the county lord's preference? Yes. He claimed he had grown accustomed to living there. Qing Xing hesitated, ultimately whispering, in truth, the princess has considered returning to her own residence. But each time she broaches the topic, the county lord retorts that his colleagues in court would mock him for being dependent on his wife's family. Out of concern for his reputation, she refrains from mentioning it again. Jiang Fei frowned upon hearing this. Upon her arrival, she had already suspected as much. For moving into the princess's residence would render him a son-in-law. The princess's disposition was rather too gentle. What was she afraid of? She should insist that concubine Zhou kneel daily to pay her respects and teach her the rules. Qing Xing could only sigh, and Jiang Fei understood. Since it was indeed a marriage beneath the princess's status, she likely sought out this match herself rather than having it arranged by the eldest princess. The Anping princess was fond of her husband, which is why she tolerated so much. This man, who married the princess, still harbored affections for his cousin and treated her poorly, all while seeking to maintain an air of scholarly detachment, truly hypocritical. He clearly coveted the prestige of being married to the princess, while simultaneously refusing to lower himself, insisting instead that the princess accommodate him. Suddenly, she recalled concubine Zhou's earlier pretentious demeanor and felt a wave of disgust. Upon exiting the princess's residence, Jiang Fei boarded the carriage. This was utterly outrageous. Is this how you perceive it? Before Jiang Fei could settle into her seat, the system's sudden voice startled her, nearly causing her to tumble. When did you arrive? Why was there no warning sound? I noticed that the alert sound startled you, so I turned it off, the system replied with a sigh. I've been quite busy lately. There were significant issues with a timeline that delayed me for a few days. Upon my return, I overheard some gossip. Jiang Fei rolled her eyes. Your system seems to have a rather leisurely job, but you are quite eager for gossip. The system chuckled. Isn't it just a professional hazard? I can't help but be drawn to melodramatic plots. Jiang Fei now regretted not having thoroughly read the book. Had she known she would be transported into it, she would have memorized it to avoid forgetting crucial plot points. Would the princess eventually divorce this county lord Zhang? The system replied, apologies, host, but we cannot divulge spoilers. Jiang Fei was speechless. But I've read it. How can that be considered a spoiler? If you've read it, why ask me? Jiang Fei retorted. What purpose does this system serve? It's the most inferior system in all of book traversing. However, the system shifted its tone. It's not impossible for me to share, but it comes at a small price. Chapter 56. A unique affection. Jiang Fei instinctively sensed that this troublesome system was up to no good. Surely the cost was not as trivial as it claimed. Do tell, she urged. I can provide you with pivotal turning points in the lives of every character within the book. But you must exchange it for affection points, 10 points for each individual. Jiang Fei sighed in relief. All right, I believe the Anping princess holds me in good favor. I'd like to exchange for her points. The system replied flatly. You cannot exchange using each person's own affection points, but rather those of key figures closely related to you, namely Pei Jing and Wei Mingjin. Jiang Fei felt an urge to curse. After some contemplation, she asked, can I exchange using Wei Mingjin's affection points? After all, there's little difference between -2,000 and -1,000. I might as well exchange for the entire book. The system fell silent for an extended moment. What's wrong? Jiang Fei inquired. The system remarked, would you go to a real estate office and declare your intent to purchase an entire building, even if you lack the means? Jiang Fei replied, that's quite a crude analogy. She would never do such a thing. She was a quintessential wage slave. Buying a building was far beyond her reach, let alone a restroom. The system continued. You do recall that Wei Mingjin's affection points are in the negatives, don't you? You owe him. Where would you acquire points to exchange? However, Pei Jing does have a few points remaining. Would you like to exchange for those? Absolutely not. Jiang Fei retorted. Those points are my lifeline. Without them, I might as well be dead if I encounter Pei Jing next. Speaking of, Pei Jing reminded Jiang Fei of the scene she had witnessed earlier that day. She furrowed her brow, tapping her fingers against the window frame. System. What history do Pei Jing and Wei Xiying share? Suddenly, the system became serious. Host. That information requires an exchange of 66 affection points. Jiang Fei nearly lost her temper. Why don't you go steal it? Do you think I'm wealthy enough for such expenditures? This is a hidden plot line, the system teased, dragging out its tone. But since you have shown such diligence in completing your tasks, I can offer you a friendly hint. Jiang Fei perked up. When Wei Xiying was 7, she did indeed encounter Pei Jing, who was 10 in Jiangnan. I knew it, Jiang Fei exclaimed, sitting up excitedly. Yet, as she pondered further, she felt somewhat vexed. It was a conclusion she had already deduced herself. The crucial point remained unclear. What specific interactions had occurred between them? Observing Jiang Fei deep in thought, the system queried. Why are you so curious about Pei Jing? ISN, to your current task focused on Wei Mingjin? This question momentarily left Jiang Fei speechless. It was a wake-up call. Why was she so preoccupied with Pei Jing? She was tasked with completing Jiang Rilin's objectives. Yet the book indicated that Jiang Rilin had minimal interactions with Pei Jing, while she herself had inadvertently encountered him frequently. After much contemplation, Jiang Fei concluded that Pei Jing was indeed a critical element in her quest. Yes, that must be the reason. Rubbing her forehead, she mused that this was likely a common ailment among book travelers, an incessant desire to unravel every mystery within the narrative. And she had yet to fully transition from her identity as a reader. Her primary focus should remain on winning over Wei Mingjin to fulfill her goal of marrying into the Dingyuan Marquise. The carriage felt stifling, akin to an oven during the peak of summer. Jiang Fei instructed Jiao to draw the curtains on both sides, finally feeling a slight reprieve from the heat. Shijiao Street had transformed from its earlier chaotic state. The bustling crowds had dissipated, and many street vendors had departed. A cluster of pedestrians gathered at one spot, their expressions filled with the anticipation of gossip. As the carriage passed by the former pawnshop, it bore a seal on its door, with 2 officers standing beneath the eaves. while the townsfolk kept their distance. However, the tea house diagonally across was packed with patrons, creating a lively atmosphere. Unable to resist her curiosity, Jiang Fei, accompanied by Jiutao, ventured into the tea house. The first floor was bustling, with every table crowded and patrons whispering animatedly, as if discussing some scandalous news. Jiang Fei yearned to rush over and join them, but her striking appearance made it impractical, so she followed the attendant upstairs to a private room. Once the door closed, the clamorous voices below faded into silence. "Do you usually have such a thriving business?" she inquired. "Not really. Today's commotion is due to the incident on Shichiao Street. Everyone has gathered to share in the excitement," the attendant responded, wiping down the table. "Please have a seat. It seems you have heard about the royal family scandal too." Jiang Fei settled in, realizing that discussing royal matters could lead to severe consequences. "It seems our esteemed guest is aware of the situation," the attendant continued. "We cannot control what others say. Patrons whisper among themselves, and when officers patrol, they simply change the subject. Without concrete evidence, the officers are powerless." Jiang Fei took out a piece of broken silver and tossed it towards the waiter, who caught it with both hands and asked with a smile, "What would the esteemed guest like to order?" "I shall not order anything," Jiang Fei replied. "I am merely fond of lively chatter. If you are aware of today's events, this silver will be yours." The waiter's eyes sparkled as he rubbed the silver in his hands before stashing it away. "Miss, you have indeed asked the right person. I am right here across from the tooth shop, and I am fully aware of what transpired there." Lowering his voice intentionally, he continued, "This morning, Prince Zhao Ning killed someone at the tooth shop, a steward, to be precise. Business was slow that morning, and I was standing at the door watching. So I saw everything clearly. A child had fled the tooth shop last night, and the steward was whipping him at the entrance when Prince Zhao Ning happened to pass by and took a liking to the boy, killing the steward in the process." Jiang Fei furrowed her brow slightly. If that is the case, why was it that he took a liking to the child? Was it not an act of righteous indignation to punish the steward? The waiter looked perplexed. The child belonged to the tooth shop. Isn't it only natural for the steward to deal with his own property? Jiang Fei fell silent for a moment. The stark contrast between ancient and modern values became painfully evident. In contemporary times, such a trafficker would be universally condemned. "Never mind, do continue," she urged. "I am not speaking without basis," the waiter insisted earnestly. "You may not be aware, but Prince Zhao Ning has a penchant for abducting children, specifically boys around the age of 10 and girls around 7 or 8. He shows no interest in those older." Rubbing his fingers together, he added, "It is said he has some unspeakable proclivities." Jiang Fei was so startled that she nearly dropped her teacup. "Surely you are not fabricating tales." The waiter, equally alarmed, waved his hands in protest. "Miss, please do not be angry. These are merely rumors from outside, but there are indeed reports of Prince Zhao Ning taking children." Jiang Fei interjected, "System," but before she could finish, the system interjected, "You need not inquire further. I cannot divulge this information, as it pertains to a hidden storyline." Chapter 57. Old Dreams Yet. From the system's words, Jiang Fei grasped a crucial point, and a sudden insight illuminated her mind. The hidden storyline was related to an encounter in Jiangnan 10 years prior. The children taken by Pei Jing were all boys around the age of 10 and girls about 7 or 8, precisely matching the ages of Pei Jing and Wei Xing a decade ago. "And what became of those children?" Jiang Fei inquired of the waiter once more. "No one knows," he replied. "Perhaps as they grew older, Prince Zhao Ning lost interest and simply killed them, burying them somewhere inconspicuously." Jiang Fei frowned at his words. "If you claim ignorance, then refrain from spreading unfounded rumors. Such baseless gossip only exacerbates misinformation." The waiter nodded vigorously. "Indeed, miss, your admonitions are well taken. I merely relay what I have heard. None of it is of my own invention." Jiang Fei waved her hand dismissively. "Very well, you may leave." After the waiter departed, Jiang Fei found little enthusiasm to remain. Even if she were to venture downstairs, she would likely encounter nothing but hearsay and idle chatter, devoid of any genuine truths. Pei Jing slept unusually long, as if he could never awaken. The palace corridors stretched endlessly, pursued by a throng of ghostly figures, some older than him by 2 or 3 years, and others younger by a year or 2. The shadows of these figures elongated grotesquely in the flickering candlelight, their necks and spindly arms reaching toward him. Thus, he could only run, endlessly fleeing, until he found refuge in a swaying carriage. The carriage rattled on for what felt like an eternity, long enough for him to nearly succumb to hunger until it finally halted at the foot of a mountain. His uncle, the exalted king, ascended the steps accompanied by personal guards, and after an interminable wait, he did not return. Pei Jing decided to follow the path they had taken up the mountain. The surroundings were cloaked in darkness, with kneeling monks and nuns silently awaiting orders, along with vigilant guards, none of whom dared approach the small courtyard. 10-year-old Pei Jing ventured forth. Life had not been kind to him. He had not grown much, and at 10, he resembled a child of 7 or 8. Stealthily, he evaded the monks and guards and slipped into the courtyard. In the dream, the window seemed both shut and ajar. Pei Jing craned his neck to peer into the thatched cottage, where a tender voice, faint and distant, reached out to him, saying, "Onion, do not look." Obediently, Pei Jing complied and refrained from gazing further. Yet, he could not find the source of that voice, and his heart grew increasingly anxious. For the voice seemed to emanate from within his mind, reminding him that she was not truly present there. He would have to endure a long and arduous period of solitude before encountering the little girl who momentarily pulled him from the depths of darkness. Outside, dusk had descended, and the silence within the room was punctuated only by the faint crackle of candle flames. Pei Jing suddenly opened his eyes, drenched in cold sweat, his chest heaving violently. "Has the prince awakened?" Duanjiu, hearing the commotion, hurried into the room with a bowl of medicine. Noting that the prince had been in a deep slumber for an entire day, Pei Jing stared at the patterns on the canopy, his voice hoarse. "I believe I just heard the voice of Chaoya." Duanjiu assisted Pei Jing into a sitting position. "Does the prince recall what transpired today?" Pei Jing occasionally experienced brief lapses in memory and would forget events leading up to his fainting. Duanjiu asked to ascertain his recollection. "Are you referring to the matter of killing that beast?" Pei Jing hesitated, then suddenly asked, "Who was it that appeared before me at that time?" The person Pei Jing had seen before losing consciousness was Miss Wei. Duanjiu replied, "Miss Wei even assisted the prince. I did not dare to approach at that moment." A look of mild shock crossed Pei Jing's face. It truly was her? He took the medicine bowl, brought it to his lips, but then abruptly changed his mind and handed it back to Duanjiu. "Will the prince not take the medicine?" Pei Jing rose from the bed. "There is no purpose in drinking it. It has been less than half a month since my last episode." Duanjiu bit his lip as he held the bowl. The last episode had occurred at Tingquan Mountain, and only a few days had passed since his return. The frequency of his episodes was indeed increasing. In previous years, they had occurred only once every few months. Pei Jing wandered to the window. The final rays of the setting sun painted the window frame crimson. His fingers traced the windowsill, the wood's grain dulled by years of exposure, reminiscent of faded old dreams. "Duanjiu," Pei Jing suddenly spoke, "before I completely lose my sanity, I wish to see her once more, to confirm something." His episodes were becoming more frequent, and he feared that one day he would entirely succumb to madness, becoming unrecognizable to anyone. Duanjiu hesitated before asking, "But has the prince not already seen Miss Wei?" Pei Jing shook his head. "That does not count as a true meeting." He did not wish to remain as strangers, nor to harbor any distance or estrangement. He yearned to see the little girl who gently called him Onion, to ask her why, despite their promise to gather refuse and care for him, she had silently abandoned him, leaving him to wait alone in that leaky, drafty temple for a month, enduring the coldest winter, nearly succumbing to death there. Duanjiu observed his lord standing by the window, the silhouette appearing particularly lonely. Summoning his courage, Duanjiu asked, "Why does the prince not speak directly to Miss Wei?" This time, Pei Jing remained silent for a long while. Even as the maid lit a lamp in the room, he did not respond. It was fear of the answer. If she had left him intentionally, it would mean he was once again abandoned, and he feared he might not restrain himself from killing her. Yet if her departure had been compelled by circumstances, he was afraid that one day he would lose his mind entirely, becoming the very person who broke promises. The maid quietly retreated after lighting the lamp, and Duanjiu inquired, "Prince, shall I summon a meal?" He hoped, with all his heart, that there was indeed a compelling reason for her actions. Pei Jing murmured, "Otherwise I will surely kill her." Duanjiu took a moment to process, realizing that the prince remained fixated on the prior issue. He gestured to the maid waiting nearby to signal for the meal to be served, then continued, "Your Highness, it seems that tomorrow the censorate will again bring charges against you for the incident of killing in the street." Pei Jing's lips curled into a cold smile. the candlelight casting a small shadow between his deep-set brows and eyes. Let them bring the charges. What have they done these years besides flapping their lips? I should thank them, for without these noisy crows, life would be unbearably dull. The more they accuse, the angrier he becomes. I relish seeing the supreme ruler rendered powerless. Chapter 58. The encounter of the scoundrel and the betrothed. 3 days later, Jiang Fei received an invitation from Wei Xiying, asking her to visit the Duke of Dingyuan's residence for a chat. Naturally, Jiang Fei could not refuse, for since parting from Jinglian Monastery, she had not seen Wei Mingjin. Having left him in such a long wait, it was essential to meet again. A delicate balance was necessary, lest he grow distant. A chance encounter at the Duke's residence would be ideal. If not, Wei Xiying would surely mention her to Wei Mingjin. Jiang Fei specifically chose a simple yet elegant light lotus-colored silk gown, adorned with only a white jade hairpin, striking a balance between modesty and highlighting her ethereal grace. Before stepping out, she adjusted her hairline in the bronze mirror. The system's voice echoed in her mind. Host, Wei Mingjin's current affection level towards you is stabilized at 1200. Please proceed with caution. The rise from 3000 to 1200 was indeed a remarkable leap. Such prowess in finance would have been a waste. Jiang Fei felt invigorated, her fists clenched in determination. This equates to settling a debt of 30 million immediately, rounding off to 18 million. In essence, Wei Mingjin has secretly penned half a diary of unrequited love for me. Watch how I, Jiang Fei, turn the tide today. The system, perplexed by the mathematical reasoning, noted that she was still in debt by 1200, yet somehow concluded it as a diary of secret affection. However, it was unwise to argue, for the host was usually quite dramatic. Such enthusiasm was rare. Upon arriving at the Duke's residence, a maid promptly ushered Jiang Fei inside. The estate was vast. The previous banquet area was merely the tip of the iceberg. As they entered the rear courtyard, the winding corridors twisted more than Wei Mingjin's thoughts. After passing through several flower-laden gates, the maid led Jiang Fei to a pavilion by the water. Wei Xiying was brewing tea within, and upon seeing her, she smiled and waved. Sister-in-law, come quickly. This rain before Longjing has just been brewed. Jiang Fei stepped into the pavilion, where the freshly poured tea still exuded steam. She pondered, isn't it customary to drink something chilled in this heat? Why do the ancients prefer such scalding tea? Wei Xiying dismissed the maid, feeling safe to speak candidly with Jiang Fei. Lingyuan has returned to the sword-forging pavilion to prepare for his parents to propose marriage. Jiang Fei nodded. In truth, the story had only reached its midpoint, with the protagonists still facing numerous obstacles before achieving their happy ending. However, seeing Wei Xiying immersed in happiness, it seemed unkind to dampen her spirits. After chatting for a while, the conversation unexpectedly turned to Pei Jing. Did you know? That day we encountered Prince Zhao Ning. He was the one who committed murder. Jiang Fei responded with an acknowledgement. This was already common knowledge, as the day after Pei Jing's act, the censorate jointly petitioned for his punishment, kneeling before the emperor in the Qianyuan Hall, pleading for justice. It was said that the emperor summoned Pei Jing to the palace, scolding him before soothing the officials of the censorate, and the matter ultimately faded away. The emperor's leniency towards Pei Jing was indeed commendable, leading even Jiang Fei to suspect that Pei Jing might be the emperor's own progeny. You covered my eyes to prevent me from seeing the dead, didn't you? Wei Xiying mused, resting her chin on her hand. No wonder you seemed off afterwards. Are you afraid? Jiang Fei inquired. Are you asking if I fear the dead or Prince Zhao Ning? Wei Xiying pondered, then replied, I am somewhat afraid of the dead, but certainly not of Prince Zhao Ning. He is not a bad person. Jiang Fei gazed at Wei Xiying, realizing why Pei Jing was drawn to her. It seemed that only she could firmly declare that Pei Jing was not a villain. Why do you believe he is not a bad person? He certainly isn't. Wei Xiying replied, her brows raised. Those who deserve to die should die. Jiang Fei, rarely seeing such indignation in Wei Xiying's eyes, probed further. Your unwavering trust in Prince Zhao Ning, does it stem from a past connection in Jiangnan? Wei Xiying looked perplexed. I never encountered Prince Zhao Ning in Jiangnan. Did he visit there as a child? Her eyes sparkled with innocence, devoid of any deceit. Jiang Fei pressed on. Did you enjoy yourself while in Jiangnan? Wei Xiying gazed at her for a moment, then turned her head and smiled. It was all right, I suppose. Jiang Fei sensed that Wei Xiying's excitement had waned, as if she had touched upon a painful memory she wished to avoid. Her eyes held a depth of meaning that was hard to decipher. It was too enigmatic. Jiang Fei felt overwhelmed, wondering why the author could not simply clarify the hidden lines in the narrative instead of leaving gaps until the end. The two continued their conversation for a while longer, and once Jiang Fei ceased mentioning Jiangnan, Wei Xiying's mood slowly improved. By noon, Wei Xiying invited Jiang Fei to stay for lunch. However, before they could finish their meal, a maid rushed in, breathless. "Miss, there's trouble." Wei Xiying set down her chopsticks, startled. "What happened?" The maid, sweating profusely, exclaimed, "The third young master's servant has just returned with news that the third young master has fought with the son of the prime minister."
What?
Wei Xiying sprang to her feet. "Isn't today the banquet hosted by young Master Chu? How did a fight break out?" "I don't know," the maid replied. Wei Xiying, remembering Jiang Fei was still present, said, "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry, but I must go see. This matter cannot reach my father or elder brother, or they will punish the third brother." Jiang Fei nodded and rose to accompany her, thinking it wise to have someone by her side in case of trouble. Yet in her heart, uncertainty lingered. If Wei Mingjin had fought with the prime minister's son, could it be that this son was none other than her first encounter upon arriving here, the original owner's scoundrel, Zhao Xingbang? If it were because Zhao Xingbang let something slip, she felt she was once again veering far off the path to marrying Wei Mingjin. The two hurried to the tavern where Chu Xiao was hosting the banquet, only to find the fight had already concluded. Today, Chu Xiao had booked the entire venue, filled with young masters and their servants, the place in disarray. Zhao Xingbang, with a bruised face and cloth stuffed in his nose, shouted loudly, "I will sue you. I will take this to the higher authorities." As Wei Xiying entered, she caught this outburst and shot a glare at Zhao Xingbang before rushing to check on Wei Mingjin. "Third brother, are you all right?" Wei Mingjin pressed a cloth filled with ice to his head. Though he bore some injuries, they were not as severe as Zhao Xingbang's. Upon seeing Wei Xiying, he frowned. "What are you doing here? You shouldn't be in a place like this." Wei Xiying's eyes brimmed with concern. "If I hadn't come, this would have reached father and elder brother. What on earth happened? How did this fight break out?" "Ah, so you Wei Sanling have called your sister for backup." Zhao Xingbang interjected sarcastically, covering his nose while sneering. "The third son of the distinguished Duke of Dingyuan, causing a ruckus and calling his sister to defend him? How laughable." Wei Mingjin's expression turned icy, and he slammed the ice cloth down on the table. "Zhao Xingbang, do you want another punch?" Chapter 59. Supporting the betrothed, Zhao Xingbang instinctively recoiled, realizing that with so many witnesses present, he could not afford to appear weak, lest he become a laughingstock and lose face in the capital. He straightened his neck and stepped forward defiantly. "Come on. If you have the guts, do it again in front of everyone. Let us see just how capable you, Wei Sanlang, really are." Wei Mingjin scoffed coldly and moved to step forward. But Wei Xiying quickly interposed herself, while the crowd also restrained Zhao Xingbang, urging him to calm down. "Today marks the banquet for the celebration of Ziqing, and it would be courteous for everyone to show a little respect. Wouldn't you agree?" Wei Mingjin clasped his fists toward Chu Xiao, acknowledging that today's events had dampened the festive mood. He promised to host a banquet at a later date to apologize to everyone. After saying this, he cast a cold glance at Zhao Xingbang, warning him to mind his words. Otherwise, he might not see the day coming when he would meet his demise. Chu Xiao hastily waved his hand, suggesting that it was not a grave matter and that their relationship did not necessitate such tension. "Did everyone hear that?" Zhao Xingbang exclaimed dramatically, proclaiming that Wei Sanlang was threatening him, and if anything were to happen to him, it would surely be linked to Wei Mingjin. Jiang Fei, hiding at the door, had listened for a while. Earlier, Wei Xiying had rushed in, and by the time Jiang Fei exited her carriage, she had already entered the tavern. Jiang Fei, unsure of the situation, hesitated to enter. She overheard Wei Mingjin admonishing Zhao Xingbang to keep his mouth shut, wondering if Zhao Xingbang had said something about her. The original owner, Jiang Roof, had a history, which made Jiang Fei feel guilty. Just as she was contemplating whether to enter, she heard Wei Xiying scolding Wei Mingjin for causing a ruckus that frightened his sister-in-law into coming over.
Huh.
Where was she? Wei Mingjin abruptly turned his head, asking what she was doing there. Well, now she had to enter, whether she wanted to or not. Jiang Fei steeled herself and walked into the tavern, slightly bowing to Wei Mingjin. "Third young master." Wei Mingjin's face turned ashen. This matter had nothing to do with Miss Jiang, and it would be best if she returned home. The system chimed in. "Wei Mingjin's favorability towards you has decreased to 1600. Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei had no doubt that Zhao Xingbang had likely spoken about her, which had incited Wei Mingzhen's anger upon seeing her. It was easy to guess that the words were not flattering. Either she was involved with Pei Jing or with Zhao Xingbang. Zhao Xingbang had been frozen in place since Jiang Fei entered, having initially wondered about Wei Xiying's sister-in-law when he saw Jiang Fei walk in. He turned pale. Like a chicken caught by the throat, his face shifting between shades of green and white. His quarrel with Wei Mingzhen stemmed from his insistence that Zhang Ruf was involved with Prince Zhao Ning, and despite his good intentions, Wei Mingzhen had responded with a punch. Now that the main party was present, he dared not speak, fearing the consequences if Prince Zhao Ning learned of his gossip. Zhao Xingbang swallowed hard, his earlier bravado vanished. He muttered to himself that it was best to let it go. But who was really letting things go? Jiang Fei suddenly interjected, remarking on how the third young master was known for his decorum and questioning what could have provoked him to resort to violence. Surely, Zhao Gongzi must have said something quite significant, right? She wagered that Zhao Xingbang would not dare to respond. Even if he did, confronting him in front of everyone would lend her credibility in Wei Mingzhen's eyes. The system chimed again. Well played. Wei Mingzhen's favorability towards you has increased by 200. Jiang Fei was left speechless. Wei Mingzhen's favorability was indeed fickle, rising swiftly and falling just as quickly. Zhao Xingbang met Jiang Fei's cold gaze, wanting to spill everything, yet lacking the courage, as he was dealing with Prince Zhao Ning, Pei Jing. As Jiang Fei pressed forward, she asked, "What's wrong? Wasn't Zhao Gongzi quite talkative just now? Was he not able to articulate his thoughts about a gentleman who is cultured, graceful, and distinguished?" The system, nearly bursting with excitement, notified her of Wei Mingzhen's favorability continuing to rise. 1300, 1200, 1100. Be quiet. Jiang Fei admonished the system, completing her thought. Surely, a gentleman of such virtue and talent would not resort to violence without just cause. Zhao Xingbang's jaw nearly dropped, his mind buzzing at the barrage of phrases. He had never been fond of learning, and this overwhelming use of idioms felt akin to the cryptic texts recited by the master at the academy. The previously tense atmosphere dissipated instantly. Seizing the opportunity, Chu Xiu stepped forward to mediate, assuring everyone that it was merely a misunderstanding. He smiled as he patted Zhao Xingbang's shoulder, stating that Zhao had perhaps drunk too much, and his words were uncharacteristic. Wei, don't take it to heart. Wei Mingzhen, willing to concede to Chu Xiu, allowed Zhao Xingbang to take the opportunity to defuse the situation. He waved his hand, agreeing that it was best to let it go. But how could it simply be dismissed? A cold voice suddenly interrupted from the entrance. Turning to see Pei Jing standing there, clad in a dark brocade robe that accentuated his commanding presence, the tavern fell silent, followed by a flurry of bows. The atmosphere shifted dramatically as Zhao Xingbang turned pale, nearly collapsing to his knees. Pei Jing entered with measured steps, a folding fan in hand, tapping it lightly against his side. Jiang Fei recognized that fan. It was no ordinary fan, having previously threatened her with a blade. As Pei Jing's gaze settled on Jiang Fei, then flickered to Wei Xiying, he remarked, "I happened to pass by and heard there was a disturbance." Wei Xiying quickly shook her head, denying any conflict. "That is good." Pei Jing turned his attention to Zhao Xingbang, inquiring with curiosity about what he had said earlier. Sweat beaded on Zhao Xingbang's forehead as he stuttered, unable to articulate a single word. Jiang Fei shared in his anxiety, fearing Pei Jing's omnipresence would thwart her efforts to sweep this matter under the rug. She nervously fidgeted with her sleeves, her greatest concern being that if Zhao Xingbang succumbed to Pei Jing's pressure and revealed everything, he would discover that she had used him as a scapegoat. Pei Jing, notorious for his ruthless nature, had also been unjustly accused of forcibly abducting a maiden. What to do? Jiang Fei's mind raced. Yes, she would deny everything outright. Zhao Xingbang was infamous, and more people would likely believe her than him. What are you doing? Wei Mingzhen's voice suddenly broke through her thoughts. Chapter 60. The withdrawal of engagement. Jiang Fei looked up to see Wei Mingzhen staring at her with an expression of bewilderment. "What's wrong?" she inquired. "I am curious about what you were doing," he replied, gesturing with his chin. Jiang Fei glanced down to see what she was holding. Unbeknownst to her, she had tightly bound the sleeves of Wei Mingzhen and Chu Xiu together, as if preparing to usher them into a bridal chamber. In her nervousness, she had inadvertently entwined their sleeves instead of her own. Wei Mingzhen, perplexed, asked, "Why have you tied our sleeves together?" Jiang Fei could not confess that it was an unconscious reaction to her anxiety, so she hastily fabricated an explanation. Well, though this incident has caused a stir, true brothers should not let such matters drive a wedge between them, nor should they sever ties. Hence, I have bound you two together, as brothers for life. Chu Xiu chuckled. Ah, Mingjin, your sister-in-law is quite amusing. Indeed. Wei Mingjin turned his face away, adding, this is utterly ridiculous. Perhaps Jiang Fei's ears were deceiving her. She heard no reprimand in his words, only a hint of affection. It seemed that Wei Mingjin was susceptible to flattery. After all, everyone enjoys kind words. And with a little playful charm, she could easily win him over. If only she had known this sooner. She could have praised him 100 times in a day. Jiang Fei extended her hand to untie the two, but Wei Mingjin raised his hand to stop her, saying, let me handle this. Pei Jing withdrew his gaze from the group and asked, what is your name? Zhao Xingbang, crouched and, trying to hide behind others, froze at the question. His buttocks still protruding. I am Zhao Xingbang. Zhao Xingbang. Pei Jing methodically repeated the name, his folding fan lightly tapping his palm. You have yet to answer my earlier question. Zhao Xingbang, in a state of panic, stammered, I did respond. I told the prince my name is Zhao Xingbang. Wei Xing stifled a laugh, covering her nose. Jiang Fei felt exasperated with Zhao Xingbang's dim-wittedness, his memory akin to that of a fish, unable to recall previous inquiries even a moment before. But perhaps it was for the best that he could not remember. Pei Jing was not about to let him off the hook so easily. Duan Jiu, standing nearby, interjected, my lord is asking why you had a conflict with young Master Wei.
Oh.
Zhao Xingbang was drenched in sweat. We had a disagreement. Wei Mingjin timely interjected, we had differing opinions on a matter, and our discussion became somewhat heated. Jiang Fei finally let out the breath she had been holding. She had been so tense that she almost sparked a scandal with Pei Jing. Although Pei Jing did not believe Wei Mingjin's excuse, he was not inclined to waste time on it and remarked, in that case, let me remind you that words can lead to trouble. Your father must have taught you this. He fixed a steady gaze on Zhao Xingbang, who felt as if he might burst, repeatedly nodding in agreement, yes. My father taught me. I will remember. The farce concluded, and Jiang Fei wished she could sprout wings and fly away, but there was still an important matter to address. Young Master Wei, Jiang Fei inquired, may I have a word? Wei Mingjin hesitated briefly before nodding. The two moved to the corridor at the back of the tavern. Jiang Fei looked at his injury and asked, is your injury all right? Wei Mingjin bore some bruising on his face, turning away awkwardly as he replied, it's nothing serious. It was somewhat embarrassing for a young master from a prominent family to brawl in a tavern like a reckless youth. That is good to hear. Jiang Fei lowered her head slightly. There are matters I ought not to broach, but I must speak. Wei Mingjin gently urged, please, just say what you need to. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Fei said, I hope young Master Wei will come to my house to annul the engagement soon. Wei Mingjin was taken aback, his face displaying shock. Why the sudden change? It's not sudden, Jiang Fei replied with a rueful smile. I know you are reluctant about this engagement. Rather than forcing a union, it is better to dissolve it sooner. Wei Mingjin frowned, hesitating to respond. Jiang Fei concluded her remarks with a bow and returned to the tavern. Pei Jing remained, and no one dared to leave. Jiang Fei informed Wei Xing that she would be departing first. As she passed by Pei Jing, she heard him mutter, what scheme are you concocting now? Jiang Fei pretended not to hear, walking straight out of the tavern. Wei Mingjin took a while to return, and Wei Xing, worried, glanced toward the corridor, contemplating going to find him, when she saw Wei Mingjin returning with a dazed expression. Pei Jing narrowed his eyes, his gaze lingering at the entrance where Jiang Fei had disappeared, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. Your Highness, shall we return? Wei Xing asked. Pei Jing nodded and stepped out of the tavern, prompting the others to disperse. Wei Mingjin and Wei Xing exited the tavern, accompanied by a few friends. Chu Xiu patted Wei Mingjin on the shoulder, chuckling, Mingjin, your fiancée is quite the character. Bringing her home would turn it into a stage, with daily performances. She has courage and wit, and she protects you so well. Someone beside him chimed in, she can also recite a plethora of idioms. Enough, Wei Mingjin reprimanded. Though his tone was not harsh, he pondered that if he were to marry Jiang Rufei, their home would be filled with her lively spirit, far more vibrant than his current monotonous life. However, she had just suggested he annul their engagement. Even as he boarded the carriage, Wei Mingjin continued to contemplate this issue. Wei Xiying, both concerned and scolding, said, "If father and brother find out, you'll be in trouble. They'll likely make you kneel at the ancestral hall or whip you. Why are you mimicking second brother-esque behavior?" Among the entire Dingyuan Marquis household, she was closest to this third brother. The eldest brother, as heir, loved to flaunt his authority, and the second brother was a reckless fool. But this third brother was sensible. "You, the most courteous of us, resorted to fighting publicly today. If word gets out, the young ladies in the capital will be heartbroken." Noticing Wei Mingjin's distracted demeanor, Wei Xiying waved her hand in front of his face. "Third brother? Are you even listening?" Wei Mingjin snapped back to reality. "What did you just say?" Wei Xiying sighed, unwilling to repeat herself. "What did sister-in-law say to you in the back courtyard?" Wei Mingjin furrowed his brow, hesitated for a long moment, then finally spoke. "She asked me to annul the engagement soon." Chapter 61. Stubborn as a dead duck. What? Wei Xiying exclaimed, jumping up from her seat, her head hitting the roof of the carriage. Ignoring the pain, she clutched her head and asked, "Why would you want to annul the engagement?" "I don't know." Wei Mingjin's expression darkened. Could it be that she already has someone in her heart? What exactly did sister-in-law say? Wei Mingjin recounted Jiang Fei's exact words. "And what was your response?" Wei Xiying anxiously tugged at her brother's sleeve. Wei Mingjin paused. "I had not thought of a reply before she left." Wei Xiying fumed, striking him with her fist. "You are usually so astute in your investigations. Why are you so muddled when it comes to your own marriage? You sent a letter to the Jiang family, then hesitated about proposing or annulling, dragging it out as if you were forcing her to retreat. Don't you realize how precious a girl's time is? Delaying like this. Sister-in-law will be 18 next year. If you wait until later, how will she find a suitor? If you don't wish to marry her, there are plenty who do. Such a good sister-in-law, and she defended you today. Chu Gongzi and the others are envious to the point of jealousy." Wei Xiying stomped her foot in frustration. Wei Mingjin pondered her words seriously, his expression growing grave.
"What are your thoughts now?"
Wei Xiying asked, "If you wish to annul the engagement, do it quickly. I stand with Ru Fei, understood?" Wei Mingjin's lips moved. "I do not wish to break the engagement." "Then why not say so sooner?" Wei Xiying exclaimed, exasperated. "Do you have feelings for sister-in-law?" "Not at all." Wei Mingjin immediately denied. "It doesn't matter to me whom I marry, since I have delayed her. I shall take responsibility." Wei Xiying regarded him with skepticism. "You can be as stubborn as you like." In another, more luxurious carriage, Pei Jing lounged against a soft pillow, idly toying with a white jade chess piece. "Did you hear everything?" "Indeed," Duan Jiu replied. Miss Jiang inquired about young Master Wei's injury, then requested he annul the engagement. Pei Jing paused, his gaze lifting slightly. "Annul the engagement? Are you certain you did not mishear? Was it annul rather than propose?" Duan Jiu confirmed. The shadow guards overheard everything. It was indeed an annulment. The chess piece clacked against the board as Pei Jing suddenly chuckled, a determined move, risking everything. "This girl has many tricks up her sleeve. That fool Wei Ming is likely to bite the bait." Duan Jiu hesitated to speak. "What is it you wish to say?" Duan Jiu hesitantly asked, "If I may be so bold, why does the prince persistently seek trouble with Miss Jiang? Why is there a need to oppose her?" Pei Jing was momentarily taken aback, the daze in her eyes quickly dissipating.
"Why?"
"Because she had been the one to provoke the prince first. And he simply found her displeasing." Duan Jiu silently scoffed. "Displeasing? If you truly found her so, given your temperament, you wouldn't even spare her a glance. If you truly found her displeasing, why did you send your hidden guards to eavesdrop on Miss Jiang and Wei Mingjin in the courtyard? Is it truly that you find her unappealing, or is it that you find her too appealing?" Yet, Duan Jiu lacked the courage to voice his thoughts, only daring to mutter a few words to himself. Pei Jing cast a sidelong glance at him. "What expression is that?" Duan Jiu quickly composed his features, adopting a serious tone. "What are your plans moving forward, Your Highness?" Pei Jing lightly traced the pieces on the chessboard, her gaze suddenly sharpening with cunning. Since she wished to play a game of retreating to advance, he would indulge her. "What plans does the prince have?" Pei Jing tossed the piece aside. Momentarily, without a plan, Duan Jiu could only sigh inwardly. Meanwhile, Zhao Xingbang departed, nursing his injuries. Initially startled by Pei Jing, he regained composure on his way back. But the more he pondered, the more he felt something amiss. If Pei Jing truly had feelings for Jiang Rufei, he ought to be at odds with Wei Mingjin. Earlier, upon entering, Prince Zhaoning merely cast a cursory glance at Jiang Rufei while he gazed at Wei Xiying several times, even inquiring if she had been frightened. His subsequent demeanor leaned towards Wei Mingjin, suggesting that his affections were clearly directed at Wei Xiying. "Ah, I see," Zhao Xingbang exclaimed, slapping his thigh, inadvertently aggravating his wound and grimacing in pain. The young servant tending to his wounds was startled, nearly dropping the medicine bottle. "Young master, be careful." Zhao Xingbang, disregarding the pain, seized the servant's arm. "Did you notice the way Prince Zhaoning looked at Miss Wei today?" The servant scratched his head. Wasn't he the prince always wearing a cold expression?
Fool.
Zhao Xingbang slapped the servant's forehead. When the prince asked if Miss Wei was frightened, his gaze was so gentle. The more Zhao Xingbang thought about it, the more convinced he became. Although Wei Xiying was not as striking as Jiang Rufei, she excelled in grace and held a more noble status. He slapped his thigh again. "I've been deceived by that little vixen Jiang Rufei."
What?
"How did she deceive you?" the servant asked. Zhao Xingbang lowered his voice, as if fearing eavesdroppers. "She tricked me into believing Prince Zhaoning had an interest in her, causing me to hesitate, and she even used me to set her sister up. She's treating me like a pawn." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his forehead veins bulging. "How dare Jiang Rufei toy with him?" the servant cautiously asked. "Young master, what do you intend to do? Since Prince Zhaoning has no interest in her, I cannot let my earlier efforts go to waste. That delicate flower shall be mine." Zhao Xingbang's eyes sparkled with mischief. "He. The servant, bewildered, wondered what he meant. Zhao Xingbang slapped the servant's forehead again. He means he. There's no deeper meaning." The servant, rubbing his head, asked, "What will you do after? He. With Miss Jiang?" Zhao Xingbang replied with pride. "Of course, I'll discard her like a worn-out shoe." "You mean like an old shoe," the servant corrected. Zhao Xingbang kicked the servant. "Do I need your reminders? I simply didn't want to use idioms." The servant hastily agreed, then asked, "What if Wei Sanling comes to settle the score? Am I afraid of him? If he confronts me over a mere shoe, can he afford to lose face?" The servant cautiously added, "What if Prince Zhaoning comes to settle the score?" Suddenly, Zhao Xingbang fell silent. Indeed, he had been so absorbed in his own deductions that he had not considered the possibility of Prince Zhaoning confronting him. "Your words have reminded me of a crucial point. You do possess some utility," Zhao Xingbang said, his eyes lighting up. Since Prince Zhaoning was interested in Miss Wei, he would surely be averse to seeing her upset. If Miss Wei's future sister-in-law were to embarrass herself. The servant nodded eagerly, realizing that the young master was finally grasping the situation, understanding the chain reaction of events. Since Prince Zhaoning favored Miss Wei, he would not overlook matters concerning the Dingyuan Marquisate. Zhao Xingbang clapped his hands in excitement. If Jiang Rufei were to disgrace herself, Miss Wei would surely be heartbroken, providing the perfect opportunity for the prince to comfort her. With such a chance, the prince would be delighted. As he spoke, even he became convinced by his own logic, believing his plan to be flawless. The servant looked at his young master, feeling as if he were serving a fool. Why had the heavens placed him in the service of such a simpleton? If Zhao Xingbang stirred up trouble, they too would face punishment. The servant, feeling weary, suggested, "Perhaps we should investigate thoroughly before acting. What if Prince Zhaoning still holds some regard for Miss Jiang?" Hoping to dissuade this simpleton, Zhao Xingbang considered the servant's words reasonable. Given the stakes involving Prince Zhaoning, it was wise to proceed with caution. It seemed he would need to seek another opportunity to further test the waters. If Prince Zhaoning truly had no feelings for Jiang Rufei, he would not hold back. Meanwhile, Jiang Fei sat in the carriage returning to the Jiang residence, engaging in a desultory conversation with the system. The system exclaimed excitedly, "That move of yours was quite impressive. Wei Mingjin's affection for you has returned to a positive 3 points." The system standards were evidently lowering, akin to a failing student suddenly scoring 20 points, a cause for celebration, praising her for her excellence. 3 points of goodwill were hardly sufficient to even fill a gap. "Only 3 points? Jiang Fei pouted. "When I was in the negative, it dropped by hundreds, yet it only increases by 3s now. Is there something wrong with you, system?" It was no wonder she harbored doubts, particularly since the system had repeatedly proven to be ineffective. To glean information about the plot, one had to exchange goodwill. At this rate, she might not even see the hidden storyline by the time she met her demise. "That's quite normal," the system explained. "To change a person's perception of another, one merely needs to clarify misunderstandings. However, To make someone genuinely like another is not as simple as exchanging a few words. Jiang Fei pondered for a moment, finding some truth in that statement. As the carriage navigated through the bustling market and into a quieter street, its speed increased. And soon they arrived on the street where the Jiang family resided. As they progressed, the carriage slowed again, the driver announcing, "Miss, it's the young master." Jiang Fei lifted the curtain and spotted a small child by the roadside. The sturdy figure, squarely built, was unmistakably Jiang Qingling, weighing around 120 pounds. Just as she was about to lower the curtain, Jiang Qingling turned his head, saw her, and indignantly averted his gaze. As the carriage passed, Jiang Qingling turned his face towards the wall, seemingly unwilling to look at her at all. Jiao Tao nudged Jiang Fei. "Miss, he seems to be crying." "Is he?" Jiang Fei leaned forward, and Jiang Qingling immediately turned his back to the wall, fearful that she would catch him. Jiang Fei chuckled. She hadn't intended to engage with him, but the more he tried to hide, the more she wanted to look. "Stop the carriage." As soon as it halted, Jiang Fei leapt out and approached Jiang Qingling, feigning surprise. "Oh, is this our little young master?" Jiang Qingling pressed his face against the wall, his entire body taut like a prickly hedgehog. "Hey, little chubby, why are you crying?" "None of your business," Jiang Qingling shouted through a choked voice, hastily wiping his face. "Go away." Jiang Fei crossed her arms. "I want to leave. Someone must have bullied you, right?" Jiang Qingling turned his head, glaring at her with a flushed face still marked by tears. Who got bullied?"
Yum.
Jiang Fei playfully mimicked his stammering. "Could it be that you were unable to best someone and are now hiding here crying?" Jiang Qingling let out a louder wail. Jiao Tao tugged at Jiang Fei's sleeve. "Miss, perhaps it would be best to stop teasing him. Otherwise, the servants will fetch the madam and she will cause you trouble." "Not a problem." Jiang Fei gently tapped Jiao Tao's hand and turned her gaze towards Jiang Qingling, expressing her disdain. "Indeed, it seems one can be bullied. What a useless thing. All you do is act tough at home." Jiang Qingling, fuming with indignation, clenched his fists and attempted to strike, but Jiang Fei deftly sidestepped. "You dare to hit me? Is this not acting tough at home? If someone bullies you, go confront them." Feeling unjustly treated, Jiang Qingling's frustration swelled as she reprimanded him, prompting him to squat against the wall and weep bitterly. Jiang Fei sighed, nudging his foot playfully. "Crying won't solve anything." The coachman, observing from the side, interjected softly, "Miss, the young master is still just a child." "Who isn't a child? We are all inexperienced in this world. Why should I coddle him?" Jiang Fei retorted with conviction. At the age of 17, she too was still considered a minor in modern times. She crouched down and patted Jiang Qingling's head. "You were so formidable against me. Does that mean you will let others bully you outside? They took my candy hawthorn and refused to play with me. If they don't want to play, then let them be. Who cares?" Jiang Qingling lamented that if he went home to complain to Madame Yao, she would scold him for being weak, forbidding him to play again. With his father indifferent and his third sister unconcerned, he had no one to confide in but Jiang Fei, pouring out his grievances like a rushing stream. "They pretended to play with me, but they didn't want me involved. During our games, they made me act like a rock, unable to move or speak." Jiang Fei burst into laughter upon hearing this. "They made you act like a rock? How creative of those little rascals." Jiang Qingling looked up, his face a picture of grievance. "And you still laugh?" "Wait." Jiang Fei wiped away her tears of laughter. "Did you really sit there like a rock without moving?" "Yes." Jiang Qingling nodded, pouting. "I acted as a rock for a whole hour. I pretended to be asleep. And when they left, they didn't even call me. When I went to confront them, I ended up getting beaten up, I suppose?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, noticing his hefty build. "You lost, didn't you?" Jiang Qingling's expression fell, and he looked like he was about to cry again. Jiang Fei shot him a warning glance. "If you dare cry, hold those tears back." Startled, Jiang Qingling managed to suppress his tears. Jiang Fei stood up, dusting off her legs. "Get up." Jiang Qingling looked up at her, confused. "What are you doing?" "I'm going to help you reclaim your dignity," Jiang Fei declared. She grasped the back of Jiang Qingling's collar, but found him surprisingly heavy. Jiang Qingling timidly asked, "Are you sure you're helping me? Not planning to hit me?" "Of course." Jiang Fei replied fiercely. "The meat raised on Jiang family's rice is for me to play with, not for outsiders to bully." Jiao Tao murmured softly, "Miss, you haven't spared him either." Chapter 63. Do you not have any awareness? The two marched boldly through the alley, with Jiang Chunlang leading the way. Upon turning a corner, they spotted a group of children playing beneath a tree. Jiang Chunlang, puffing up with indignation, exclaimed, "It's them." The children, all around 8 or 9 years old, appeared flustered upon noticing Jiang Chunlang and Jiang Fei's approach. The leader among them, the eldest, attempted to feign calmness. "Jiang Chunlang, if you can't win, why seek help? Aren't you ashamed?" Jiang Fei placed her hands on her hips, smiling sweetly. "Then you should find help too. Call your parents. Do you think they would come?" Jiang Chunlang puffed out his chest, trying to intimidate them. The group of children, having ganged up to bully someone, naturally hesitated to seek parental assistance. They exchanged glances, all sporting defiant expressions. With the sun still high, Jiang Fei sought refuge in the shade, stating, "I won't intervene or assist you. You can each take turns. Who will step forward first?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Chunling panicked, tugging at Jiang Fei's sleeve as he shrank back. "Are we really going to fight? What are you afraid of?" Jiang Fei chided. "You're built like a bear. Just crush him with your weight." Jiang Chunlang looked confused. What does crushing him mean? Like a mountain pressing down, leaving him no room to move, understand? Jiang Chunlang's eyes lit up. "I am like a mountain. You are more like a pile of meat." Jiang Fei teased before entering the courtyard, instructing Jiao Tao to close the door behind her. After a lengthy silence, the system suddenly spoke up. "You seem quite enthusiastic." Jiang Fei had thought the system was offline, but to her surprise, it was still active. She stretched and flopped onto the soft couch. "This isn't enthusiasm. It's merely boredom seeking amusement." The system poked fun at her. "Haven't you found enough amusement today?" Jiang Fei wished to mute the system, but alas, it had no mouth. The following morning, while still nestled in her blankets, she was jolted awake by a loud knocking at the door. Jiao Tao went to open it, but before she could speak, Madame Yao barged in, lifting the bed curtain. "Jiang Roof, get up." Jiang Fei had already been stirred awake by the commotion and slowly sat up. Ever since the incident with Jiang Rulin, she and Madame Yao had severed ties, and she no longer felt the need to maintain any facade of filial piety. "What business brings you here so early, mother?" Madame Yao trembled with rage, her fingers shaking as she pointed at Jiang Fei. "You incited Langer to fight publicly yesterday, and you dare ask me what business I have?" Jiang Fei casually donned her outer garments. "I merely taught him self-defense. Why is that so shameful?" "Self-defense?" Madame Yao sneered. "A proper young master of the Jiang family fighting in the streets? What kind of decorum is that? You are not helping him. You are ruining him." Jiang Fei fastened her belt and met Madame Yao's gaze directly. "So, according to you, should he hide in a corner and cry when bullied? Endure humiliation? You?" Madame Yao was beside herself with anger. "Langer is destined for scholarly success. Do you wish to ruin his future by teaching him these street brawling tactics? So, in your eyes, self-defense equates to street brawling?" Jiang Fei interrupted. "If he were to enter the court as an official one day and encounter injustice, should he also endure it quietly?" Moreover, Jiang Fei sighed. "Mother, do you truly believe you have a grasp on Jiang Qinglong's abilities?" Madame Yao's expression stiffened. "What do you mean? He has been reciting the 3-character classic for half a year and can only remember the beginning. 9 times out of 10, he fails to complete the assignments given by his teacher." Jiang Fei meticulously adjusted her sleeves. "Do you genuinely believe he can bring glory to the family through the imperial examinations? The Jiang family lacks the talent for that. Forcing him won't be of any use. It is better to let him grow up happily." You. How dare you?" Madame Yao's face turned pale with rage. "Langer is still young. What will become of him in the future?" Jiang Fei cut her off. "Should he become a helpless bookworm or a soft target for bullies?" Madame Yao staggered back, her lips trembling, unable to muster a single word of rebuttal. Jiang Fei pressed on with her victory, teaching him self-preservation, ensuring that at least he lived with dignity. While her mother insisted on maintaining decorum, he was beaten, yet dared not voice his grievances in her presence, which ultimately harmed him. Yao's expression shifted from green to pale, stammering in denial. "How could you teach him to fight at such a young age? What will the Jiang family's reputation be?" "Reputation? What is reputation when compared to a person's dignity?" Jiang Fei replied calmly. "To uphold such a reputation, should we allow the child to be bullied? Such upbringing is worse than none at all. Impudent." Yao was enraged, her vision blurring. "Look at yourself. Do you still resemble a proper lady? Disrespecting the matriarch." She ordered someone. Lock her in her room for reflection. No one is permitted to let her out without my consent. Yao stormed off, locking the door and sealing the windows. Jiao Tao was left outside to bring her meals. Feeling anxious. Miss, what shall we do? Nothing to worry about. I'm merely confined, not imprisoned. The system chimed in. This is akin to imprisonment, albeit with slightly better conditions. Chapter 64. A proposal or retraction. Jiang Fei lounged by the window, thinking, if the orphanage's iron gate cannot confine me, how can this dilapidated door and lock? She felt certain she could leave whenever she wished. Hearing her intent, Jiao Tao eagerly grasped a door, volunteering, I'll take it down.
Wait, don't.
We can't put it back together. Jiang Fei hastily interjected. She could hear the door creaking as Jiao Tao tugged on it. Though she had yet to test Jiao Tao's strength, she suspected removing 2 doors was well within her capabilities. Oh, Jiao Tao withdrew her hand. Then how shall you escape? Watch closely. Jiang Fei winked at her through the gap in the door and turned to the mirror, selecting a slender hairpin. This would do. Between the 2 doors was a gap wide enough for her hand to slip through. Jiang Fei gestured towards the lock, adjusting her angle. Miss, what are you doing? Jiao Tao's eyes widened. Jiang Fei smiled mysteriously. Just watch. The system interjected. Host, your skills. Do you not know my history? I grew up in an orphanage, often confined for my mischief, always yearning to escape. She inserted the hairpin into the keyhole, pressing her ear against the door, her fingers delicately turning. The lock clicked softly, and Jiao Tao held her breath in anticipation. Host.
Sure.
Jiang Fei focused intently, unwilling to be distracted. The system continued. I meant to say someone is coming. What? Just as the lock was about to spring open, hurried footsteps echoed outside. Jiang Fei quickly hid the hairpin in her sleeve. Jiao Tao turned in a panic, spotting Wang Mama alongside several maidservants entering briskly, their faces stern. This scene resembled an impending execution, and even if Yao harbored resentment towards her, such severity seemed unwarranted. The lacquer tray covered with cloth looked as ominous as poison served by ancient eunuchs. As Jiang Fei pondered, Wang Mama, who had been leading, suddenly brightened her expression mid-stride. Her speed rivaling a Sichuan opera face-changing act. Hurry and step aside. Wang Mama pushed Jiao Tao aside, barking orders, quickly, open the doors and windows. Jiang Fei was taken aback. She had not even been confined for half an hour, and Yao had already sent someone to release her. Glancing at the sky, she confirmed the sun was still in the east. When the door opened, Wang Mama entered with enthusiasm. Second miss, rejoice. The Duke of Dingyuan has come to propose. The madam requests that you prepare yourself for the parlor. The hairpin clattered from Jiang Fei's hand to the floor. What? A proposal? Jiao Tao reacted faster. Dashing to the wardrobe. Miss, wear that newly made lotus-colored embroidered dress. Indeed, Wang Mama beckoned several maidservants. Come quickly and help the miss get ready. Jiang Fei was forcibly seated in front of the mirror as the maidservants swarmed around her, some styling her hair, others applying powder, as if she were a commodity on display.
Wait.
Jiang Fei struggled to emerge from the pile of cosmetics, confirming it was indeed the Duke of Dingyuan arriving for a proposal, not a retraction. The suddenness felt surreal. This unexpected happiness spared her from many steps in her strategy against Wei Mingjin. Wang Mama reassured her. Absolutely true. Look how delighted the miss is. The Duke, his wife, and even young Master Wei have all come together. They are currently in the main hall, being entertained by the Madam and Master. Wei Mingjin was also present?
Indeed.
Wang Mama confirmed. The second miss and young Master Wei have previously been betrothed, and today a matchmaker has been invited to set a date. Jiang Fei was puzzled. What does setting a date mean? It refers to choosing an auspicious day to avoid any ill omens. Jiang Fei nodded as the maidservants hastily finished her hair. Wang Mama lifted the lacquer tray, revealing dazzling jewelry. Yao likely feared her original pieces were too shabby to uphold the Jiang family's dignity. Jiang Fei raised her hand to refuse. No need for that. This is fine. Second miss, we cannot allow this. Wang Mama pleaded, wringing her hands. Such an important occasion as a proposal must not appear too shabby. Jiang Fei glanced at her in the mirror. Why not you wear this jewelry instead? Wang Mama's face flushed crimson. Miss, please do not jest. The Duke is here to see you, not this old woman. Precisely, Jiang Fei replied, rising from her seat. They came to see me, not this jewelry. She selected a pair of pearl earrings from the dressing table. In the main hall, the Duke of Dingyuan sat at the head of the table, with Jiang Bingshi beside him. Ordinarily, Jiang Bingshi would not be seated alongside the Duke unless a proposal was underway, as they were to become in-laws, thus bypassing formalities. The Jiang family had once been illustrious. Though now they had diminished, Jiang Bingshi was merely coasting through life, his temperament being rather lackadaisical. Upon Jiang Fei's entrance, she noticed Jiang Bingshi's restless demeanor. Upon seeing her, he visibly relaxed. Ru Fei has arrived. Quickly, come greet the Duke and his wife. Jiang Fei curtsied respectfully. I have met the Duke, the Duchess, and young Master San. The Duke of Dingyuan, though not obliged to attend personally, did so because his son insisted on attending all proposals, especially since he had previously neglected Jiang's family, which could be perceived as disdainful. The wives of his eldest and second sons hailed from prestigious families, thus the Duke felt compelled to pay a visit. After all, the late Duke had arranged this match for Wei Mingjin, so the current Duke felt a sense of responsibility. Seeing Jiang Fei, the Duke was pleasantly surprised by her unadorned beauty and graceful demeanor. He had not expected Jiang Bingshi to have such a daughter. You are Ru Fei, please. Take a seat. Jiang Fei performed another respectful bow to Jiang Bingshi and Yao. Yao felt a surge of resentment, yet forced a kind smile. Please sit. She had just confined Jiang Fei, hoping to punish her, but the Duke's visit for a proposal disrupted her plans. She was left with no choice but to release Jiang Ru Fei and present her finest jewelry for the occasion. Seated beside Yao, Jiang Fei's gaze was drawn to Wei Mingjin across the table. He also looked at her, but upon their eyes meeting, he quickly averted his gaze, perhaps feeling awkward after her recent request to retract their engagement. Chapter 65. The responsibilities of husband and wife. Ru Fei, the Duchess, spoke suddenly. Jiang Fei promptly returned her attention. Madam. The Duchess smiled. You two children must find it dull sitting here. Jiang Fei was about to express her contentment with the warm weather when Yao Shi interjected. Indeed, Mingjin has yet to visit our residence. Since we are to become one family, why not take Mingjin for a stroll in the garden? Jiang Fei, unfamiliar with the subtleties exchanged among highborn ladies, sensed that the two families were preparing to discuss matters that required her and Wei Mingjin's absence, which also provided an opportunity for them to cultivate their relationship. Reluctantly, she stepped outside, despite the sun blazing overhead. The two strolled slowly along the corridor, sunlight filtering through the vines and casting shadows on the ground. Stealing a glance at Wei Mingjin beside her, Jiang Fei noticed beads of sweat forming on his forehead, though he maintained a composed demeanor, likely sharing her reluctance to wander about the garden. Master Wei, Jiang Fei suddenly halted. Shall we sit in that pavilion over there? Wei Mingjin nodded in relief, acknowledging that in the Jiang household, it was entirely at the discretion of Miss Jiang. Having never dated or been courted in her previous life, Jiang Fei found herself thrust into the realm of marriage without prior experience, making the transition rather uncomfortable. While they had previously interacted with ease, the prospect of future intimacy made their current interaction feel strained, especially since they would soon share a bed. They exchanged glances, feigning indifference as silence enveloped them. Eventually, the tension compelled Wei Mingjin to speak. Miss Jiang, he began, prompting her attention. Today's events were rather abrupt. There was no intention to disrespect you. I merely noted that the upcoming month lacks suitable days for a visit, hence the hurried nature of this meeting. I hope you can forgive this oversight. Of course not. Jiang Fei quickly replied, surprised by the suddenness of it all. Some matters are better discussed in advance. Wei Mingjin, sitting upright, lowered his voice slightly. Since my youth, I have been educated in the ways of Confucianism, understanding the weight of marriage. With our union now established, I shall honor you as my principal wife. However, feelings cannot be forced, lest I disappoint you. Jiang Fei found any notion of deep affection rather contrived, having feigned interest solely to win him over. In her mind, she silently called upon the system, interpreting his words as an agreement to marry while eschewing emotional connection. Your comprehension is impeccable, the system confirmed. Jiang Fei thought this suited her perfectly. Her intent was merely to marry him for convenience, with no regard for emotional entanglements. Furthermore, once married into the Wei family, her plans would undoubtedly stir chaos, making the notion of affection seem irrelevant. Just as she was about to reassure him that she had no objections and that he could act as he pleased, she wondered if such a candid response might seem disrespectful so soon after their engagement. Thus, she tempered her enthusiasm, smiling as she said, "No problem, I understand." Little did she realize that her demeanor appeared as if she was compromising too much in Wei Mingjin's eyes. Frowning slightly, he continued, While it is a union arranged by our families, Wei, have resolved to treat you well. My duties often keep me busy, and I may occasionally overlook you. However, once you are in the Dinyuan Marquise, I shall ensure to dine with you on the 1st and 15th of each month, and when I have days off, I can accompany you to the market once a month, provided you inform me in advance. Should you wish to tend to flowers or pets, the warm room in the back courtyard can be transformed into a greenhouse, and I can allocate funds for you to acquire flower stands. You need not worry about household matters. If any servants are remiss, simply inform me, and I will have the steward rectify it. The Marquise is not overly strict. If you wish to visit your family, you need not wait for festivals. Just let me know. At this point, Jiang Fei was astounded. His declarations felt more like a military order than a marriage proposal. Had he not made it clear that he was not interested in emotional expressions, she might have thought he was professing his love. Wei Mingjin's earnestness made it seem as though he were swearing an oath, prompting Jiang Fei to nearly exclaim, "Only when the mountains and earth unite may I swear my loyalty to you." Realizing Wei Mingjin was observing her, Jiang Fei recognized her response had been overly subdued. He had shared so much, perhaps she too should express her sentiments in return. Well then, Jiang Fei, will personally cook for you on the 1st and 15th of each month. If you have a day off, you may rest at home while I go to the market, though I would prefer if you covered the expenses. I am not so easily bullied. The servants will not dare mistreat me, so you need not worry about that. Should you wish to take a concubine, feel free to do so without consulting me. Oh, and regarding visiting home. Leaning forward, she lowered her voice. To be honest, I do not wish to return to that place much. Taking a deep breath, she concluded, I have only those thoughts for now. As part of my responsibilities as your wife. Jiang Fei patted her chest and added earnestly, you are also my responsibility. It seemed as if they were on the verge of a blood oath, ready to become sworn siblings. Wei Mingjin gazed at her for a long moment, his lips moving as if he wished to speak but ultimately fell silent, merely nodding. Jiang Fei felt they had reached an understanding, having forged a verbal agreement. Silence enveloped them once more, the cicadas chirping outside the pavilion adding to the stillness within. Jiang Fei stared at the patterns on the stone table, pondering whether her earlier words had been too stiff, feeling an unexpected awkwardness. She stole a glance up, only to find Wei Mingjin looking back at her, leading to an exchange of awkward smiles as they both instinctively feigned interest in their surroundings. It was only when a maid arrived to summon them that they both sighed in relief. Wei Mingjin stood to leave, but as he took a few steps, he suddenly recalled something important. I almost forgot. Seeing asked me to convey a message to you. In a few days, she wishes to invite you for a boat ride. A boat ride sounds delightful, as long as it does not involve playing polo. Jiang Fei considered, may I bring a friend? Calculating the days, she remembered that Princess Anping had recently finished her confinement and could use some fresh air. Of course, she enjoys lively company, Wei Mingjin replied, nodding to Jiang Fei as a form of farewell before departing with the maid. Chapter 66. The wedding date thus. The marriage between the two families was settled, with the date set for the 28th of September, a propitious day for weddings. After the guests from the Marquise departed, Jiang Fei visited the old matriarch, who was pleased to learn of the engagement. The Marquise and our Jiang family are no longer of the same standing. The fact that the Marquis and his wife came personally signifies their regard for you, the old lady remarked. Jiang Fei nodded, understanding the implication. The customs of the Marquis may not be overly strict, yet they are still a noble family, unlike our own household, she cautioned. I understand, Jiang Fei acknowledged. Now that your engagement is settled, I can finally breathe easy, the old lady said, patting Jiang Fei's hand. Your mother may be a bit hasty, but she ultimately has your best interests at heart. That girl, Ji Ru Lin, has made mistakes and is currently kneeling in the ancestral hall. Though I heard she has come to realize her errors and is sincerely repentant. Jiang Fei smiled, incredulous at the thought of Ji Ru Lin expressing remorse. She would merely reflect on her inability to perform well in her endeavors. I understand, she replied. The old lady nodded. Once you marry into the Marquise, remember to visit often. Your younger siblings' futures depend on you. Ultimately, the old lady's advice was to not hold grudges and to remember her roots, emphasizing that even after marriage, one should not forget their family. Jiang Fei laughed it off. Knowing she could never forget the Jiang family, she had a mission to fulfill. And as she followed the plot of the original story, she intended to drag down everyone in the Jiang family with her. After a long day, She returned to the western courtyard just as the sun was setting, the light dimming and the air cooling. Jiao Tao had set up a bamboo lounge chair in the courtyard and brought a plate of sunflower seeds, enjoying the evening breeze with Jiang Fei. Reclining in the chair, Jiang Fei felt a profound sense of relief wash over her. Marrying Wei Mingjin would signify the completion of half her mission, bringing her one step closer to returning to the modern world. Jiao Tao held a sunflower seed, gently cracking it open, her gaze fixed on the gradually fading orange-red sunset. Suddenly, she remarked, "There is a jujube tree at the edge of our village, and at this time of year, everyone gathers beneath it to enjoy the cool breeze.
I,
along with my 8th sister, can climb the highest." Jiang Fei almost misheard, thinking she said Bajie, a character from Chinese folklore, and asked, "You have 8 sisters?" Jiao Tao nodded, counting on her fingers. "Eldest sister is called De Tao, second sister is Air Tao. Surely your 8th sister isn't named Ba Tao." Jiao Tao nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling. "Miss, do you know my 8th sister?" Jiang Fei thought it absurd. Such whimsical naming was a rarity. To have 9 daughters, surpassing even the Queen Mother of the West, suggests a deep-seated preference for sons in their family. Jiang Fei watched as Jiao Tao selected sunflower seeds, placing the larger ones in front of her. She would eventually leave. What would become of this naive girl? Lost in thought, a head peeked through the doorway, revealing a notably fair and round face. "Get in here," Jiang Fei called out. Jiang Chengling sauntered in, his clothes dusty and a red mark on his face. Yet his countenance radiated triumph. "Oh, little fatty, got hurt." Jiang Chengling puffed up his chest, declaring, "But I won." "Is that so?" Jiang Fei said nonchalantly, her eyes still on the seeds. Jiang Chengling stomped his foot, insisting, "Really? I pinned that little tyrant from the Zhang family to the ground. He was crying for his mother. You dare to fight? Aren't you afraid your mother will punish you?" "Mother wouldn't dare," Jiang Chengling boasted. "She only feels sorry for me and blames you for leading me astray. You know that much?" Jiang Fei sat up, pretending to scold him, causing Jiang Chengling to back away hastily. "Come here," she commanded. Jiang Chengling refused. "You want to hit me? If you don't come over, then get out." Jiang Fei glared at him. After a moment's hesitation, he slowly approached, one hand covering his face. "Don't hit too hard, or I'll tell mother you did." Jiang Fei chuckled, casually tossing a handful of seeds at him. "Good job. Here's your reward." Jiang Chengling clumsily placed them on the stone table. "I can't shell them. You do it for me. If you can't shell them, then don't eat them." Jiang Fei flicked a seed at his forehead. Jiang Chengling turned to Jiao Tao, but before he could speak, Jiang Fei warned, "If you let her shell them for you, get out." Jiang Chengling pouted but reluctantly grabbed a seed, awkwardly attempting to eat it, chewing it into bits and spitting it out, imitating how they cracked the seeds. He managed to learn a trick or two. When he finally cracked a complete seed, he excitedly opened his mouth wide. "Look, I can crack sunflower seeds now." To ensure Jiang Fei saw, he spat it into his palm for her to see. Jiang Fei turned away in disgust. All right, you're impressive." Jiang Chengling lowered his head, clumsily shelling seeds, then suddenly asked, "Are you getting married?" "What do you mean by you?" Jiang Fei pretended to scold him. "Can't you address someone properly?" Jiang Chengling huffed defiantly, then quietly added, "Second sister, are you getting married?" Jiang Fei glanced at him. "Yes, why?" Jiang Chengling, as shoulders slumped. "Now that the eldest sister is getting married, she was always the kindest to me. So, am I the worst to you?" Jiang Fei inquired, recalling how when she was punished by Madame Yao, this little fatty had kicked her and called her a bad woman. "You're not bad to me," Jiang Chengling replied. "But you're a bad person."
Who said that?
"Mother and 3rd sister both say so." Jiang Chengling gazed longingly at the small handful of shelled seeds in Jiao Tao's possession. "Can't you think for yourself? Whether I'm bad or not, can't you tell?" After pondering, Jiang Chengling declared, "You're just bad."
Hey.
Jiang Fei rolled up her sleeves, and Jiang Chengling quickly pointed at her. "See, you want to hit me? That makes you bad." Jiang Fei laughed in exasperation. "Then tell me, how am I bad?" Jiang Chengling began counting on his chubby fingers. "First, you flick my forehead. Second, you 1T let Jiao Tao shell seeds for me. Third." He hesitated, sneaking a glance at Jiang Fei's expression. "What's the third?" Jiang Fei squinted. Jiang Chengling suddenly straightened up. "Third, you're getting married." "Is getting married bad?" "Absolutely," Jiang Chengling insisted, "unless you let me accompany the dowry." Jiao Tao nearly choked on a seed, exclaiming, "Young master cannot accompany the dowry." "Why not?" Jiang Chengling grumbled. Eldest sister brought 2 people when she got married. You only have Jiu Tao, you should take me too. Jiang Fei chuckled at Jiang Chengling as attachment to her, having merely assisted him once. We shall see how you perform, she said, reclining in her chair. She thought Jiang Chengling might be a bit foolish, but he wasn't bad. Merely misled by Madame Yao and Jiang Rilin. With a father of questionable character, and everything dictated by Madame Yao, none of the children, Jiang Qingjin, the original Jiang Roof, Jiang Rilin, or Jiang Qingling, were properly raised. Truly, one rotten apple spoils the barrel. As night fell, the entire household had drifted into slumber, with the occasional sound of cicadas breaking the silence. Madame Yao tossed and turned, unable to sleep, and shook Jiang Bingshi awake. My dear, now that the wedding date is set, why do I feel so uneasy? Chapter 67. To snatch or not to snatch. Jiang Bingshi, having just fallen asleep, was disturbed and turned away from Madame Yao in annoyance. Oh, Madam, what is there to be uneasy about? You're overthinking it, Madame Yao insisted, pulling him back. I'm worried that the birth date we set for the distant Marquis House ISN T. Jiang Roof's actual birthday. Could the auspicious date be problematic? After all, we carefully selected that girl, finding someone with a birth date that could shield Rilin from disaster. But that date is only 6 months apart from Jiang Rilin's. How can sisters have such a disparity? Thus, we had to publicly claim it was over a year. Jiang Bingshi, too sleepy to open his eyes, murmured. Does the Wei family care about such details? Moreover, that girl herself doesn't even remember her birthday. Who could know the truth? Regardless, she is going to marry. What does it matter if the dates align? The distant Marquis house is merely seeking a daughter-in-law, not a talisman for prosperity. What if someone finds out? Madame Yao argued. If Jiang Roof doesn't marry, that's our family's affair. Outsiders cannot interfere. But once married, who would be foolish enough to investigate this? Jiang Bingshi interrupted impatiently. Previously, we said that girl was sickly and kept on the estate. Even her family tree was filled in later. Madame Yao stared at the canopy. But I still feel uneasy. Are you feeling guilty? What do you mean by feeling guilty? Madame Yao complained. Is this just my issue? Jiang Bingshi, now fully awake from her incessant chatter, reluctantly propped himself up. I warned you this approach was wrong. It's an immoral act that could bring misfortune. Madame Yao raised her voice. Rilin is your biological daughter. If I hadn't bought a protective talisman based on the master's advice, your daughter would have been lost long ago. And now you're pretending to be the good guy. If you hadn't silently approved, could I have done such a thing? Now that Rilin is getting healthier, you are starting to regret? What's this talk of misfortune? As long as my daughter lives, I'd rather incur misfortune than let her suffer. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed from outside the window.
Who?
Madame Yao jumped up, her heart racing, feeling the eerie atmosphere as soon as she mentioned misfortune. After a rustling sound, a cat meowed. See, it's just a cat. Why are you so jumpy? Jiang Bingshi grumbled. Madame Yao remained unconvinced, throwing on an outer garment and rushing to the window, flinging it open. A black cat leaped from a tree onto the courtyard wall and swiftly dashed across the eaves, disappearing into the night. It's just a black cat. Jiang Bingshi, exasperated, remarked. So what if it's a black cat? Black cats are ominous. Yao gently pushed the window shut, her mind restless as she returned to her bedside. Seeing a black cat in the dead of night surely boded ill. Fortunately, I have already sent someone to invite the master to the capital. Jiang Bingshi abruptly opened his eyes, questioning the necessity of summoning the master once more. Do you not recall, my lord? To ward off disaster, we required 2 talismans. Ever since the incident with Zhao Xingbang, I have sensed something amiss with that girl. Her gaze has become peculiar, as though she were a different person. Could she have been possessed by some entity? I must have the master take a look. Jiang Bingshi sighed. What more do you wish to stir up? That girl, Lu Fei, has been raised by us for so many years. She has called us father and mother for all this time. Yao scoffed coldly. A bought child. How does she deserve to be called our daughter? She receives ample food and drink from us. Is that not better than living as a beggar outside? Seeing they could not reach an agreement, Jiang Bingshi lost interest and turned away to sleep. Silence enveloped the room once more, broken only by the soft ticking of the clock. The intricately carved wooden window remained ajar, allowing the sultry breeze to drift in. Pei Jing gazed out the window, his fingers idly tapping the rim of his cup. Has the wedding date between the Duke of Dingyuan and the Jiang family been set? Duan Ju nodded, responding, yes, my lord. It is scheduled for the 28th of September, a propitious day for marriage. Propitious day? Pei Jing chuckled softly. That is only if the marriage can proceed. If it does not, it shall be deemed an ominous year. The heat of the day intensified as Duanjiu, hearing such words, felt beads of sweat form on his brow. He tentatively inquired, "My lord, you do not intend to abduct the bride, do you?" Pei Jing turned to him, bewildered. "Why would I go to such lengths? To abduct her back home to vex me?" Duanjiu breathed a sigh of relief. "If there is no abduction, then all is well. But how can you be so certain this marriage will not take place? Have I ever claimed it would not?" Pei Jing replied. "Everything has two sides. Who can predict what will unfold?" "Very well," Duanjiu conceded, knowing well that his lord's whims could lead to trouble, leaving him to clean up the mess. Just as he settled his thoughts, he heard Pei Jing mutter, "I have never attempted abduction, but it might indeed be quite amusing." "Not amusing at all," Duanjiu hastily retorted. Pei Jing's gaze fell upon him. "You claim it is not amusing. Have you ever attempted it?" Having followed Pei Jing since he was a teenager, Duanjiu knew his lord would be aware of his experiences. "I have not attempted it," he said, forcing himself to speak, "but I have seen others do it." Pei Jing set down his cup, leaning casually against the window railing. To elaborate. Though Duanjiu had never witnessed an abduction, he felt trapped by his own lie and stammered, "Last year, when you sent me to Qingzhou, a wealthy merchant attempted an abduction, only for the bride to run into a pillar and die on the spot." Pei Jing raised an eyebrow. "She died? Quite a display of virtue. What happened to the merchant afterward?" "He had his legs broken by the bride's family."
Huh.
Pei Jing suddenly chuckled, his finger flicking, causing the cup to clatter on the table. "I shall see who dares to break my legs. Besides, even if I were to abduct her, that girl values her life too much to run into a pillar." Duanjiu felt like crying. "Didn't you say you wouldn't abduct her? Why are you now so adamant?" Then he thought, it was still early, being the end of September. His lord's temperament was unpredictable. He often changed his mind overnight. So, he might very well forget this entire affair. Pei Jing turned his gaze to the window. The gilded river bustled with ornate boats, sunlight casting a faint golden hue upon the water, reflecting the intricate eaves of the taverns lining the banks. This was the origin of the Golden Thread River. Several crimson-painted boats were moored in a row, extending towards the shore, the sound of silk and bamboo music wafting from them. "What a lively scene," Pei Jing remarked casually. Duanjiu sent someone to inquire and returned with news. "Miss Wei is hosting a banquet. She has booked all the best boats on the Golden Thread River. And every young lady of good standing in the capital is present." "Indeed, these young ladies know how to enjoy themselves," Pei Jing mused. The boats were connected by planks for easy boarding, allowing young women to lean against the rails, splashing in the water, while others played games beneath the awnings. Chapter 68. Today's expenses covered by young master Pei. Pei Jing's eyes flicked over the playful noblewomen. "Is there a special occasion today?" Duanjiu relayed the information he had gathered. "It is Miss Wei's birthday." "Oh." Pei Jing nodded slowly. "Settle the bill. Consider it a birthday gift from me." Duanjiu complied, and was about to leave when Pei Jing added, "Since so many young ladies have been invited, Zhang Ruf must be among them." "She has indeed been invited." Duanjiu waited but received no further instructions from Pei Jing, so he departed. On his way to the banquet, he contemplated that he had expected the prince to be aware of Miss Wei's birthday and to prepare a thoughtful gift, yet it was merely settling a bill. Though today's expenses would certainly be considerable, it was not a pressing issue, for the royal palace was never short of silver. Upon hearing that all expenses today were covered by young Master Pei, Jiang Fei was taken aback. Such lavishness was far beyond her meager purse, which could barely muster 5 taels of silver. The system chimed in. "Are you not cursing me? Is there any need to ask?" Jiang Fei replied, "Have I not cursed sufficiently? Why not have me dressed as a royal relative? Or as a man, perhaps?" After a moment of thought, Jiang Fei concluded, "I would like to see what it feels like to stand and urinate." The system. Jiang Fei only learned of Wei Xiying's birthday after arriving today. It was a pity that Wei Mingjin had not made it clear, as she had assumed it was merely a casual outing. Thus, she had not prepared a gift, bringing only a basket of snacks and cold dishes for their boat ride. However, that basket of food now felt inadequate compared to others' gifts, akin to clouds in the sky versus mud on the ground. Naturally, Wei Xiying would not mind. She smiled and had her maid take the basket away, grasping Jiang Fei's hand, saying, I specifically instructed my brother not to inform you, as I did not want you to feel pressured to prepare a gift. I lack for nothing. Your presence is the best gift. Though she said this, Jiang Fei still felt a bit embarrassed. I will make it up to you later. No need, Wei Xiying replied. Didn't you bring delicious treats? We'll save some for ourselves after the banquet. Today, many guests attended. Wei Xiying introduced Jiang Fei to several young ladies, and Jiang Fei encouraged her to tend to her other guests. It would not do to have the birthday girl spend all her time with her, especially since she had invited Princess Anping to relax and should spend time with her as well. After experiencing a miscarriage, Princess Anping was averse to mingling in the crowd. She chose a quieter boat and leaned against the railing in contemplation. Jiang Fei searched for a while before finding Princess Anping. Why are you sitting here alone? Princess Anping turned and smiled. Roof, you've come. Jiang Fei sat beside her. I sent someone to invite you. But I didn't expect Seeing to have already done so. I had not planned to come, just prepared a gift to send, Princess Anping replied. It was your invitation that brought me here, she added. Well, it seems I have more influence than Seeing, Jiang Fei said playfully, feeling a bit proud, I suppose. Princess Anping laughed at her antics. Your personality is truly one of a kind among the noble women of the capital. After chatting for a while, a maid approached to invite them, saying Miss Wei wanted them to join in the festivities. A change of scenery indeed had its benefits, and Princess Anping's mood lightened, her expression growing more relaxed. They made their way to the main banquet hall, which spanned 3 stories. As they arrived, Princess Anping was whisked away by Lu Jiwei, while Jiang Fei was pulled over to sit with Wei Xiying. Jiang Fei leaned closer to Wei Xiying. Are we about to start the feast? Isn't it still early? What feast? Wei Xiying replied, her spirits high. We're playing drinking games. Jiang Fei had never engaged with such a pastime, while she could recite poetry. Her knowledge of the 300 Tang poems was hardly substantial. What was she to do? Wei Xiying shifted her to the right side and whispered, no worries. You can sit here and start from the left later. Looking around, Jiang Fei realized that if they began from the left, she would be the last, with many others ahead of her. The young ladies took their seats in succession, some returning from playing toss-pot, their faces still glistening with a light sheen of sweat. A maid approached with a cloud board and tapped it, instantly bringing silence to the gathering. Wei Xiying cleared her throat, declaring that anyone who faltered today would face 3 cups of penalty wine. A familiar young lady across from her remarked, We played the Falling Flowers and Moonwords games to death, with so many people today. Why not try something new, like the 8 Sounds or Character Disassembly game? Another suggested, how about the Thimble game? Jiang Fei felt lost amidst the chatter about various games. Wei Xiying patiently explained, you rarely attend such gatherings, so you might not be familiar. The 8 Sounds game is akin to today's idiom relay, but we use verses instead. After hearing her explanation, Jiang Fei felt more overwhelmed. Even if the great poets of the Tang and Song dynasties were resurrected to support her, she still doubted her chances of winning. However, she had no desire to compete fiercely, especially with so many people before her. There would surely be others who would stumble, so she wouldn't be the sole one to embarrass herself. Just as her thoughts settled, a familiar yet foreign voice interrupted, since we're trying something fresh today, let us not start from the left but instead from the right side of the princess. All eyes fell on Jiang Fei, while she directed her gaze toward the speaker, Zhou Rulin, the woman with whom she had previously clashed, also known as Jiang Rulin's superficial friend. Those unaware of the conflict assumed it was merely for novelty and chimed in, it's fine to start from either side. While it was indeed acceptable, Jiang Fei was not inclined to allow Zhou Rulin to have her way, even if it posed no harm to Jiang Fei. It irked her as she was not one to back down easily. Is it a bit presumptuous for you to dictate where we begin on Seeing's birthday? Jiang Fei smiled sweetly as she continued. However, given Seeing's amiable nature, she likely won't hold your impudence against you. How about I start and you take the second turn? Zhou Rulin's expression stiffened. This was not the usual order. Isn't it against the rules to jump ahead? Didn't you just advocate for something new? Why are you suddenly invoking rules? You want it both ways. What do you truly desire? Jiang Fei was unafraid to take the first turn. Wei Xiying had clarified that the thimble game was similar to the idiom relay, merely substituting idioms with verses.
All right.
Wei Xiying clapped her hands with a smile. Then let Jiang Fei start, and Miss Zhou can follow. Jiang Fei cleared her throat. While she was not skilled in composing poetry, she was capable of recalling verses, choosing one that would stump Zhou Rulin. As her eyes darted, she recalled a line. Climb that hill, gaze upon my father. This line from the Book of Songs was nearly impossible to continue. A hush fell over the gathering. Zhou Rulin's face turned pale as she gripped her handkerchief and stammered, "What kind of poetry is this?" The Book of Songs poetry?
Jeanne fait feigner de surprise.
So, Miss Zhou implies that the works of sages are beneath your notice? I didn't mean that. Zhou Rulin hastily defended herself, casting desperate glances around, only to find everyone eagerly awaiting the spectacle. 3 cups of penalty wine. Miss Zhou, please. Zhou Rulin gritted her teeth and downed 3 cups, her face flushing red immediately. Her eyes fixed on Jiang Fei with resentment. Just as she was about to speak, 2 maids hurried in. One approached Wei Xiying, the other the Princess Anping. They whispered in the ears of both, causing their expressions to shift simultaneously. Chapter 69. Understanding. Jiang Fei sat beside Wei Xiying, catching about 70 to 80% of the maid's conversation. She quickly turned her gaze to Princess Anping, whose countenance darkened as she braced herself against the table to rise. A woman had entered, accompanied by her maids. "I come uninvited. I apologize for the disturbance, ladies and young misses." This woman was Zhou Yinyang, a concubine of Zhang Zheng, whom Jiang Fei had encountered during her previous visit to Princess Anping. Zhou Yinyang performed a graceful bow, explaining, "I heard Miss Wei was hosting a birthday celebration, and it would be remiss of me not to attend." The attendees began to murmur amongst themselves, questioning her audacity to join the celebration of Miss Wei. How could a concubine dare to board the vessel for Miss Wei's birthday feast? Where does she find the gall? A young lady, glancing at Princess Anping, whispered, "It's likely the prince indulged her. He favors concubines over wives, even making the princess yield." What has the princess said? The insult is quite brazen. Wei Xiying observed Princess Anping's displeasure and calmly remarked, "You are considerate. A guest is a guest. Please have a seat." "I shall sit beside my sister," Zhou Yinyang said with a smile. Before she could step closer, Princess Anping abruptly stood. Zhou Yinyang then asked, "Sister, are you leaving? My husband specifically mentioned he would pick you up soon. We can leave together." Listening to her, it felt as if she was intentionally undermining Princess Anping, who remained silent. Jiang Fei felt a surge of anger. This was an old green tea act that had long overstayed its welcome. Before she could voice her thoughts, she noticed Princess Anping shaking her head. "I need to step outside for a moment," she stated. Jiang Fei followed suit, whispering to Wei Xiying, "I'll go check on her." Wei Xiying nodded, grasping Jiang Fei's hand. "Please comfort her, but do not cause any trouble." Once outside, the sun blazed overhead. Despite the awning on the deck, the heat was oppressive. Princess Anping reached the railing, gripping it tightly, her knuckles turning white. "Princess," Jiang Fei softly called. "Lu Fei, do you think I am utterly useless?" Princess Anping suddenly spoke, her voice hoarse. "Even a concubine can ride over me." Jiang Fei bit her lip, unable to voice her thoughts directly. "I simply don't understand. You hold a high position, able to wield your authority, yet you choose to endure. Is it because of Zhang Langjun?" Tears welled in Princess Anping's eyes as she turned her face away. Jiang Fei sighed. "Princess, enduring is not a virtue. It is a sign of weakness. One must learn to love oneself before being able to love others." Princess Anping gazed at her in a daze, tears brimming in her eyes, yet Jiang Fei continued, "Since the prince has wed you, you are the rightful mistress of the household. Why live as a subservient maid? Your constant forbearance only invites disdain from others. A woman must value herself. This is not virtue, but self-deprecation." The river breeze playfully tousled Princess Anping's loose strands of hair. Jiang Fei shook her head and turned away, leaving Princess Anping to reflect in solitude. Others may have offered similar counsel to Princess Anping. Jiang Fei felt she had said enough. One cannot awaken someone feigning sleep, and if the message fails to resonate, so be it. As she rounded a corner, Jiang Fei nearly collided with someone, both stepping back in surprise. Zhou Yinyang awkwardly chuckled. "I thought you might be feeling down, so I came to see you." While Princess Anping chose to endure this humiliation, Jiang Fei felt no obligation to indulge Zhou Yinyang, an old green tea act deserving of disdain. Eavesdropping under the guise of concern was insincere. Jiang Fei advanced slowly, forcing Zhou Yinyang to retreat 2 steps. "What's with the pretense, sister? We are both women. Why pretend to be so delicate in front of me?" Zhou Yinyang's face twitched, her facade of fragility evaporating, replaced by a chilling smile. "Miss Jiang, you certainly carry a great deal of authority. Jiang Fei replied coldly, if my authority is insufficient, how is it that it disperses the nauseating scent of your long-standing green tea demeanor? Zhou Yinyang raised her sleeve in confusion to sniff. Her garment was deliberately infused with fragrance. How could it possibly carry the scent of tea? Could it be that some was accidentally spilled upon it at some point? Jiang Fei observed the appearance of Aunt Zhou, who was genuinely sniffing at her sleeve, and could not help but let out a scoff. Stop sniffing. That foul odor emanates from your very bones, and no amount of perfume can mask it. Aunt Zhou's complexion instantly darkened. I hold no grudge against Miss Jiang Er. Why would there be any animosity?
No animosity?
Jiang Fei interrupted her. On that day at the Zhang residence, you deliberately obstructed my path, intending to use me as a pawn against the princess. If that doesn't count as a grudge, then what does? Just because I outsmarted you does not mean the matter is settled. At the Riverside Tavern, Pei Jing leaned against the intricately carved railing, gazing from afar at Jiang Fei, who was confronting a woman on the deck of a pleasure boat. The woman was flushed with anger, while Jiang Fei remained poised, leisurely fanning herself with a hand fan. Who is that? Duanjiu leaned out to look and remarked, it appears to be Miss Jiang Er. Pei Jing cast an impassive glance at Duanjiu. Under the scrutiny of Pei Jing's gaze, Duanjiu shivered and quickly corrected himself. Your Highness, the woman beside Miss Jiang should be Aunt Zhou, the concubine of Zhang Zheng. To ensure Pei Jing remembered who Zhang Zheng was, Duanjiu added, he is the husband of Princess Onfing. Pei Jing nodded. Miss Wei has even invited a concubine? I am uncertain if it was Miss Wei who extended the invitation or if she arrived uninvited, Duanjiu replied, just as Aunt Zhou stormed off the deck. Pei Jing noted that Jiang Fei stood still for a moment, and shortly thereafter, her usual maid approached, and the two conspired softly together. Pei Jing chuckled. I can tell just by looking at her expression that she is plotting something. Jiang Fei clenched her teeth. She dares to threaten me. As Aunt Zhou departed, she left behind a parting remark, we'll see about that. It seems she has been accustomed to tyranny at home, unaware of her own limitations, believing everyone would yield to her as the Zhang family does. Jiao Tao appeared perplexed. What should we do now? Jiang Fei stroked her chin, recalling how Aunt Zhou had previously attempted to scheme against her, but had failed. This time, I shall let her see. However, she had heard rumors that the prince was quite fond of Aunt Zhou. What if we offend the prince? Jiao Tao asked. What of it? He is but a phoenix man who relies on his wife's family. What harm can come from offending him? Jiang Fei hastily retracted her statement, initially intending to express that she could live for only a year, and if she could vent her frustrations freely, life would be much more exhilarating. If given the chance, she would even scold the emperor directly. Moreover, in this life, one should unleash their grievances rather than suppress them. It is better to embrace madness than to suffer in silence. She could not fathom how someone like Pei Jing, who lived so unrestrainedly, could find such joy. Chapter 70. Who allowed you to act affectionately towards me? Jiang Fei glanced around. The sun was unrelenting, and the ladies had retreated into the cabins to play drinking games. There were few passers-by on the shore. A wooden plank connected the two boats, secured with hooks to prevent swaying. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Fei quietly asked Jiao Tao, can you loosen this plank without anyone noticing? Jiao Tao quickly caught on, blinking and asking, do you want her to fall into the water? Jiang Fei nodded. No need to make it complicated. Jiao Tao replied, as long as I shake the boat when she steps on the plank, that should suffice. What? Jiang Fei could comprehend each word, but the combination left her baffled. First, it was Pei Jing with his cunning, now Jiao Tao shaking the boat. Was the author bestowing supernatural abilities upon the characters? Shake the boat? Jiang Fei stared in disbelief. This was no small vessel. Jiao Tao, initially confident, began to doubt herself upon hearing the question. Well, let me try first. She approached the point where the two boats met, grasping the shallower vessel, and with a determined effort. Jiang Fei watched as Jiao Tao managed to make the pleasure boat sway, the hooks creaking ominously, on the verge of loosening. Stop! Stop! Jiang Fei exclaimed, stunned. How much strength do you possess? I eat food, steamed buns, Jiao Tao replied shyly, but it's easier to shake in the water. On land, I cannot move such a large boat. Jiang Fei inspected the plank, which had already loosened enough, rendering further shaking unnecessary. This will do. Jiang Fei rubbed her hands together and beckoned Jiao Tao to come closer. Jiao Tao's expression shifted from confusion to seriousness, then finally to realization. I understand now. On the shore, at the tavern, Pei Jing inquired. See, is she not scheming? Duan Jiu observed his lord's profile, noting the excessive attention Pei Jing paid to Miss Jiang Er. Even if she is plotting, it seems unrelated to your highness, does it not? Duan Jiu hesitated, feeling reluctant to speculate maliciously about others. Pei Jing chuckled softly. With her, you must assume malice. Otherwise, you will never grasp her intentions. Duan Jiu could not help but whisper, then why does your highness seek to discern Miss Jiang Er's thoughts? Pei Jing paused, then replied, I fear she may cause harm. Duan Jiu fell silent, suppressing his incredulity. Was not the greatest villain in the capital none other than himself? Are you truly afraid she may cause harm? He mused internally, though he would never vocalize such thoughts. Pei Jing seemed to read his mind, casting a knowing glance. What? Do you think I am meddling? I would not dare. Duan Jiu quickly averted his gaze. Pei Jing lightly tapped the table with his fingers, his gaze fixed on the figure on the pleasure boat, and he stated, I am not afraid she will harm others. Rather, I fear her methods lack sophistication, thus sullying my vision. Duan Jiu replied, Is that reasoning not a tad far-fetched? Pei Jing appeared to acknowledge the weakness of his argument and added, Besides, if she truly stirs up trouble, it will ultimately fall upon me to clean up the mess. But, Duan Jiu interjected, It seems Miss Jiang Er has never required your highness to tidy up after her. Pei Jing shot him a cold look. Did she not cause a scene at Miss Wei's birthday banquet? Is that not a situation that required my intervention? Duan Jiu nodded silently, thinking to himself, Very well. If you wish to connect the dots like this, so be it. Such a strained rationale can only convince you, as long as you are satisfied. Just as they spoke, a new commotion arose on the boat. Aunt Zhou emerged from the cabin, smiling as she peered towards the shore. Where is my husband? Jiang Fei, standing in the shade, replied nonchalantly, I did not call for you. Aunt Zhou huffed, If you do not speak, do you think I cannot find him myself? Jiang Fei exchanged a knowing glance with Jiu Tao. She had previously instructed Jiu Tao to inform the princess that Zhang Zheng was seen by the shore. Knowing Aunt Zhou's temperament would compel her to rush out. Seeing that the two were ignoring her, Aunt Zhou speculated that her husband must not have boarded the ship, as it was filled with women, and thus she headed towards the shore. Jiang Fei's heart raced as she watched Aunt Zhou step closer to the unstable plank, worried it might not be loose enough to ensure Aunt Zhou's fall. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, and Jiang Fei turned to see a figure clad in dark robes striding gracefully towards the boat. Pei Jing, his garments billowing, descended like a celestial being onto the bow of the boat. The river breeze rustled his robes, accentuating his strikingly handsome visage, and he cast Jiang Fei a glance that seemed to survey all creation. Infuriating. Jiang Fei thought to herself, once again, I have been ensnared by him. Meanwhile, Aunt Zhou had stepped onto the plank and, upon hearing his voice, turned back. The plank, already unstable, wobbled dangerously as she shifted her weight. With a resounding splash, she fell into the river. Pei Jing unfurled his wide sleeves and strolled over to the edge, gazing downwards, yet he merely took his time to brush off his sleeves, showing no intention of offering assistance. Help! Aunt Zhou is thrashing in the water, her makeup ruined, hair disheveled, crying for help. Jiang Fei waited until she had swallowed a few mouthfuls of water before signaling to Jiu Tao. Jiu Tao immediately shouted loudly, Someone has fallen into the water. Pei Jing approached Jiang Fei, regarding her with a peculiar expression. You went to such lengths just to let her flounder in the water? Why not simply end it directly? Upon hearing this, Jiang Fei surmised that he had witnessed the earlier incident and cautiously inquired, Where were you just now, your highness? Pei Jing pointed in a direction, indicating the private room on the second floor of the tavern by the shore, where Duan Jiu stood at the window, gazing back with a look of helplessness. Jiang Fei pursed her lips, ready to scold, but stopped short. Planning to scold me? Pei Jing's expression was somewhat provoking. Your evidence is already in my possession. You should be considering how to protect yourself. Jiang Fei, adept at bending and yielding, quietly asked, What conditions do you have, your highness? Pei Jing shot her a sidelong glance, as if to say, If you want me to refrain from exposing you, then beg me. Not needing to spend a coin for such a straightforward task, Jiang Fei seized the opportunity. She clasped her hands together and softly proclaimed, I beg you, your highness. You are the best, unparalleled in this world. Pei Jing's cheeks twitched awkwardly, turning his face away. You truly are someone who can bend and yield. He finally thought of the term spineless. After saying this, he turned back to Jiang Fei, finding her still in a prayer-like pose, her dark eyes blinking at him. Pei Jing frowned, unable to articulate what felt odd, and coldly stated, "Who permitted you to act coquettishly towards me?" Jiang Fei responded, "What?" Chapter 71. I am the law. Aunt Zhou thrashed even more violently in the water, on the verge of sinking, prompting several boatmen to frantically row over to rescue her. The people in the cabin, hearing the commotion, gradually emerged, surrounding the boat with exclamations of surprise. When Aunt Zhou was finally pulled aboard, she was in a wretched state. Her makeup smeared all over her face, hair in disarray, resembling a water spirit. She lay on the deck, coughing incessantly, expelling river water, while a servant brought her clothing to cover herself. A group of onlookers murmured, "How did she suddenly fall in? How careless!" Once Aunt Zhou had recovered somewhat, she lifted her head, scanning the crowd until her gaze fixed on Jiang Fei. "Why did you push me into the water?" The crowd gasped, dozens of eyes turning in unison towards Jiang Fei, only then noticing Pei Jing standing beside her, prompting hurried bows. "Your Highness, we greet you." What an audacious move. No wonder Princess Anping endures such humiliation daily. Her temperament could hardly contend with Aunt Zhou's. Jiang Fei, unperturbed, adjusted her sleeves. Has Aunt Zhou been frightened into a stupor? I was standing in the shade, at least 7 or 8 meters from where you fell. Do you expect my arms to stretch 8 meters to push you into the water? Aunt Zhou, wrapped in her drenched clothing, trembled as she accused. Only you and your maid were here. Could it be that I jumped in myself? Perhaps your anxiety caused you to stumble. Yes, I am but a lowly woman. Aunt Zhou wept. My status is insufficient to sit alongside Miss Jiang Er. I am unworthy, even if I were to die. Jiang Fei felt her irritation grow, and was about to speak when Pei Jing interjected, "Have you forgotten? There is still me?" Aunt Zhou was taken aback, her face turning pale. Pei Jing said darkly, "She may be too far to push you, but I certainly can." At his words, the boat fell into an eerie silence. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief at what they had just heard. Jiang Fei, too, was momentarily stunned, turning to look at Pei Jing, who appeared languid, leisurely stroking the black jade ring on his thumb, as if that shocking proclamation had not originated from him. Aunt Zhou, utterly terrified, stammered, "Your Highness is jesting."
Jesting?
Pei Jing's gaze turned frosty. "Do I look like someone who jokes?" The bravado with which Aunt Zhou had previously accused Jiang Fei had vanished without a trace. "I have never had any dealings with the prince. How could he possibly push me? Do I need a reason to push someone into the water?" Pei Jing leisurely advanced. "Shouldn't you leap in willingly at my mere suggestion? If I were to draw my blade, you ought to present your neck." As these words floated lightly through the air, Aunt Zhou's face turned ashen, her entire being collapsing onto the deck, her lips trembling. Jiang Fei glanced at Pei Jing, feeling a thrill of satisfaction. What a delightful experience. This sensation of power and the sheer dominance was more refreshing than sipping chilled plum juice on a scorching day. How liberating it was to realize that with power, one could act with impunity. Had she pushed Aunt Zhou into the water, it would be deemed unforgivable, yet Pei Jing's actions were merely trivial. The crowd regarded Aunt Zhou with expressions that screamed, "Your life is still intact, you fortunate soul." Pei Jing leaned slightly towards Aunt Zhou, observing her tear-streaked face. "Should I mar your visage, leaving you unable to marry?" Jiang Fei, unable to contain herself, whispered, "She is Zhang Zheng's concubine. She has been married before."
Oh.
Pei Jing straightened, then let her be unable to marry a second time. The crowd reacted, and Jiang Fei found Pei Jing somewhat endearing in that moment. However, she quickly chastised herself, reminding herself that he was the capital's foremost tyrant. Aunt Zhou knelt on the deck. "Your Highness, spare me. I beg for mercy." Pei Jing barely raised an eyelid, merely casting a languid glance at Jiang Fei. Jiang Fei immediately caught the signal, although she did not fully comprehend its meaning. She felt her words were still unspoken. "I will report this to the authorities." The declaration startled everyone. Even Pei Jing turned to look at her. Jiang Fei's clear voice echoed on the deck. "I will report this to the authorities. Aunt Zhou has publicly slandered me, tarnishing my reputation, according to the law. How should this be punished? Reporting it to the authorities will ensure that justice is served." Aunt Zhou abruptly lifted her head, terror filling her eyes.
Miss Jiang.
"I was mistaken." A mere mistake could not absolve her. Jiang Fei laughed coldly. "If it weren't for His Highness being present today, would I not be condemned for pushing someone into the water?" Pei Jing fixed his gaze upon her, uncertain of her intentions. Yet he suspected she did not genuinely wish to report it. Perhaps he should observe what trick she was playing. Jiang Fei continued, "Let the officials come and investigate. This Jinal River is not a deserted place. There are witnesses nearby. Surely we can find some. Fortunately, you accused me, not a royal relative. Otherwise, the repercussions would be even more severe." Aunt Zhou felt a chill run down her spine, trembling as she broke out in a sweat. If witnesses were found to testify that she had fallen and on her own accord, her accusation would be deemed slander. And not merely slander against Jiang Rufei, but against a royal relative. The more she pondered, the more terrified she became, her lips quivering without a sound. Pei Jing finally understood the girl's intentions. Casting a cold glance at Jiang Fei, Jiang Fei pretended not to see, calling out to Zhou Tao, "Go report to the authorities." Zhou Tao nodded earnestly, understood. As she passed by Aunt Zhou, the latter suddenly lunged at her, clutching the hem of Zhou Tao's skirt. "No, don't report to the authorities. Please do not report." Aunt Zhou had suffered such great humiliation today. How could she not report it? Jiang Fei replied, "Reporting will allow the officials to uncover the truth. And it will also provide you with a chance at justice." Zhou Tao attempted to leave, but Aunt Zhou clung tightly, refusing to let go. Jiang Fei exchanged a glance with Zhou Tao, who easily pulled Aunt Zhou away. When Aunt Zhou saw she could not grasp Zhou Tao, she lunged at Jiang Fei again, only to bump into Pei Jing's robe, causing him to kick her aside. A gasp echoed through the crowd. Aunt Zhou, clutching her chest, struggled to rise and continued to inch towards Jiang Fei, though this time, she dared not draw too close. "Miss Jiang, I implore you to show mercy." "How strange. What am I supposed to raise? Did you not just accuse me of pushing you into the water?" I was just startled. I misjudged." Aunt Zhou's voice dwindled. "Then who pushed you?" It was I, Aunt Zhou, who stumbled and fell in," she stammered, tears spilling forth. Chapter 72. "You haven't bitten me. Why are you so afraid of reporting this?" Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, realizing that slandering a royal was a grave matter. It was fortunate that Prince Zhao had not exposed her on the spot, allowing her to save face. Upon hearing her words, the crowd began to murmur among themselves. "Is it true or false?" "I believe it's true. If she were not guilty, why fear the officials? Such a venomous woman." "The princess had a miscarriage. Could it be this woman's doing?" "The princess fell into the water and miscarried, and today this woman fell in without cause. It seems like poetic justice." Jiang Fei continued, "Everyone knows the dark schemes of the inner chambers. While I do not wish to report this, you slandered me first, so you must apologize publicly." Aunt Zhou's face shifted from pale to flushed, yet she had no choice but to bow her head. "I was foolish. I beg Miss Jiang to overlook my transgressions and forgive me this once." "Your foolishness extends beyond this." Jiang Fei's insinuation spurred further speculation among the onlookers. Suddenly, a commotion arose from the bank, followed swiftly by Duan Jiao and several guards hastily boarding the boat. Duan Jiao clasped his fists and addressed the prince, "My lord. Master Zhang Zheng requests an audience, saying he has come to escort the princess and Aunt Zhou." Pei Jing raised an eyebrow, an amused smirk gracing his lips as he glanced at Jiang Fei. It seemed someone has come to seek an explanation. He lazily gestured for Zhang Zheng to approach. Before long, Zhang Zheng hurried onto the boat, his expression darkening at the sight before him. He had rushed over upon hearing that Aunt Zhou had fallen into the water, only to find her in such a state. Aunt Zhou, soaked to the bone with her makeup in disarray, was pitifully kneeling on the deck, surrounded by onlookers who offered no assistance. Zhang Zheng quickly approached her, greeting Pei Jing before attempting to help Aunt Zhou. Upon seeing him, she lunged forward, crying, "My lord." Jiang Fei turned to Princess Anping, who averted her gaze coldly. "What happened?" Zhang Zheng asked, his voice laced with concern. Someone in the crowd piped up. Aunt Zhou accidentally stepped into the water and then accused Miss Jiang of pushing her. After a few hurried exchanges, Zhang Zheng's face turned a deep shade of anger. Could this be a misunderstanding? There was indeed a misunderstanding, suggesting someone pushed her, came the response. But as soon as Aunt Zhou heard about reporting this, she panicked and revealed the truth. This statement struck Zhang Zheng like a slap, igniting his fury. His fists clenched, knuckles whitening as he felt the weight of humiliation wash over him. Aunt Zhou continued to sob in his arms, her cries ringing in his ears. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Zheng suppressed his anger, bowing deeply to Pei Jing. "My lord, it is my failure in discipline that has caused you to witness this embarrassment. I shall take her away now." Pei Jing, with a rare seriousness, remarked that unrest in the household would lead to instability in governance. I shall not dwell on this matter today, given our shared service to the court, but consider this a warning. Should there be a next time, weigh your actions carefully. Jiang Fei observed Pei Jing's profile, noting how he seemed somewhat dignified when serious. Zhang Zheng, perspiring profusely, continued to bow, acknowledging, "Your Highness speaks truly. I shall ensure strict discipline upon my return." He then turned to Princess Anping. "Your Highness, will you accompany me back?" The princess hesitated, glancing at Jiang Rufei and then at Wei Xiaoying, before finally nodding. The farce came to an end as the crowd began to disperse towards the cabin, still discussing the earlier events. Just as Jiang Fei was about to follow the crowd, she heard Pei Jing's icy voice. "Jiang Rufei, come here." Jiang Fei paused, her back tensing as she pretended not to hear, attempting to slip away. "Playing dumb?" Pei Jing warned. "Take another step, and I shall break your legs." The raised foot lingered in the air before slowly retreating. Jiang Fei turned, forcing a smile that was anything but genuine. "Did I hear the prince calling for me?" Pei Jing snorted, hands behind his back as he walked towards the bank. Under the scrutiny of numerous curious gazes, Jiang Fei hesitantly followed, carefully stepping onto the somewhat unstable plank leading to the shore. The willows by the river swayed gently, their soft branches disturbing a school of fish. Pei Jing halted beneath the willow tree, impatiently watching Jiang Rufei approach. "Do you think I need your meddling?" he snapped.
Ah?
Jiang Fei blinked, momentarily taken aback. "I had no intention of helping you, my lord." "Then, why disrupt my plans?" "Your plan was to take the blame, to make that wretched Ancho the victim, and to evoke sympathy from everyone?" Jiang Fei shot back, displeased. "Is she not trying to ruin my reputation? I shall not let her off that easily. It is only fitting that she receives her due." Pei Jing regarded her for a moment before breaking into laughter. "You are audaciously unapologetic." Jiang Fei bit her lip, remaining silent. Pei Jing fiddled with the jade ring on his hand, jesting. "You seem aggrieved. Am I not allowed to bite my own lip?" "I certainly haven't bitten your highnesses." Upon uttering this, both wore peculiar expressions. Jiang Fei hastily clarified, "I did not imply that I wished to bite you." "Then whose lips do you wish to bite?" Pei Jing narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger flickering within. Jiang Fei instinctively retreated a couple of steps, eyeing him warily. "You're not going to fall into madness again, are you? When you lose control, you become quite dangerous." Seeing her demeanor, Pei Jing advanced slowly.
What?
"Are you afraid I might kill you?" As she continued to back away, Jiang Fei steadied herself. "Perhaps just a little. If I truly intended to kill you, do you think you would still be alive?" Pei Jing mused, recalling the moment he had nearly succumbed to madness on the mountainside. He had the power to end her life, yet she had escaped effortlessly. Shaking off his thoughts, he scoffed, "Should you not be thanking me?" In truth, Jiang Fei owed him a debt of gratitude. Had it not been for Pei Jing's intervention, Aunt Shou might not have admitted the truth so swiftly, prolonging the ordeal. "Thank you, my lord. That sounds insincere." Jiang Fei cupped her hands in salute. "I express my gratitude for your timely assistance today." Akin to the benevolence of a wise leader. Pei Jing's lips twitched involuntarily, realizing that no matter how she phrased it, her words lacked genuine reverence. "Even a dog knows to wag its tail. All you do is provoke me." Jiang Fei felt wronged. This unpredictable individual was impossible to please, no matter her approach. It seemed futile. If not for his status, she would have certainly given him a piece of her mind. It was evident that he was the one prone to anger. Observing her flushed face, Pei Jing found his irritation inexplicably dissipating. Her cheeks were reddened from the heat of their exchange, and beads of sweat glistened on her forehead. He turned his gaze to the river, waving his hand dismissively. "Hurry and leave. If you don't, I shall kill you." At this, Jiang Fei's eyes brightened. Ignoring whether Pei Jing was merely speaking in anger, she pivoted to make her escape. However, her gaze fell upon his flushed ears. It dawned on her then, at times, he resembled a child. Despite his sharp features, when angered, he acted like a petulant youth, frequently threatening to take lives with little thought. As her heart was unexpectedly exposed, the blush on her ears was more flamboyant than the peach blossoms of spring. The court lady took her leave. Just as Jiang Fei finished speaking, she saw Pei Jing swiftly break off a willow branch and shoot it towards a certain direction.
Who is it? Come out.
With a thud, the willow branch lodged into a nearby tree trunk, and Zhao Xingbang crawled out from behind the tree, rolling and scrambling. Pei Jing looked at him coldly and asked, "What are you doing here? Eavesdropping?" Zhao Xingbang quickly raised both hands and waved them frantically. "I wasn't eavesdropping. I didn't dare." "Then why were you sneaking behind the tree?" Pei Jing walked over, and Zhao Xingbang, frightened, felt his legs weaken and could not stand up. "I was just passing by, that's all." Pei Jing looked at the spineless Zhao Xingbang before him and felt annoyed. However, his mood was quite pleasant today, and he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. "Since I am in a good mood today, I shall spare your life. Now hurry and leave." "Thank you, Your Highness."
Thank you.
Zhao Xingbang fled in a panic. Jiang Fei withdrew her gaze and said, "Your Highness, I shall take my leave as well." Pei Jing gestured for her to depart. Jiao Tao had been anxiously watching from the bow of the boat, fearing something might go awry. Upon seeing Jiang Fei return, she hurried over to greet her.
Miss.
"It seems the prince is quite angry." Jiang Fei glanced back, meeting Pei Jing's gaze. She stroked her chin and whispered, "From my years of observing people, he appears rather pleased. Perhaps it is because his grievances have been vindicated, and he is not being wronged." A cold snort came from the distance. "Jiang Ru Fei." "I can't hear you." Jiang Fei shrank her neck, measuring the distance between them with her eyes. They were at least 10 to 20 meters apart. And with the sound of the river nearby, how on earth did he hear her? Pei Jing watched as the two made their way onto the painting boat, the loose wooden plank swaying as they passed. Truly foolish. Pei Jing withdrew his gaze and looked at Duanjiu, who had just appeared beside him. "See, I was right. She needs me to clean up her mess." Duanjiu was somewhat speechless, noticing a hint of pride and smugness on the prince's face. "But wasn't it you who flew over there first?" Pei Jing seemed to ignore his rebuttal and continued, "Since she has shown me affection, I am not a man devoid of grace. Naturally, I shall lend her a hand." Duanjiu hesitated, struggling to hold back his words for the sake of his life. He wanted to remind the prince of the time when others begged for his help and were dismissed, wondering why the concept of grace never occurred to him then. "You know how bold she is," she even dared to say. Duanjiu perked up his ears. "What did Miss Jiang say?" She mentioned that Pei Jing could not bring himself to utter certain words about biting someone. He shifted the topic. "Although she ultimately helped me, I shall not express gratitude. She is truly meddlesome." Duanjiu could no longer contain himself. "Wasn't it you who meddled first?" "What did you say?" Pei Jing did not hear him clearly. "Nothing." Duanjiu instantly shrank back. "I said nothing." Pei Jing returned his gaze, and considering her relatively obedient demeanor, he decided to spare her life for the time being. Duanjiu was left bewildered, alternating between boldness and obedience. What on earth had Miss Jiang said to leave the prince somewhat disoriented? No, it wasn't disorientation. Perhaps he was somewhat enchanted? Zhao Xingbang crawled far away, supported by a servant as he gasped for breath, secretly grateful to have salvaged his life. In reality, Zhao Xingbang had only approached nearby after hearing something had happened by the river. He never expected to find the prince of Zhaoning and Jiang Ru Fei conversing beneath the willow trees at the riverbank. Gasping, Zhao Xingbang instructed the servant, "Find a few reliable people, but not from our household, and bring Jiang Ru Fei to me."
Huh?
The servant was momentarily taken aback. "What are you hesitating for?" Zhao Xingbang snapped. "Jiang Ru Fei dared to toy with me. She should have anticipated this day." The servant had not approached earlier, and thus did not hear what transpired between the prince and Miss Jiang, but judging by their expressions, it seemed that nothing was amiss. "Young master, are you certain the Prince of Zhaoning is indifferent towards Miss Jiang?" "Humph." Zhao Xingbang smirked coldly. "The prince despises that woman." The servant remained skeptical. "Are you sure?" Zhao Xingbang shot him a glare. "I am neither deaf nor blind. Of course I am certain." The servant thought to himself, "You may be neither deaf nor blind, but you are foolish, and that is a significant flaw." "What did you hear?" Zhao Xingbang had arrived too late. He did not catch what was said prior but had overheard the prince's icy words directed at Jiang Fei. "Even a dog knows how to wag its tail. You only know how to provoke me." The implication was clear. In the eyes of the prince, Jiang Ru Fei was even inferior to a dog. Zhao Xingbang lowered his voice. "I heard the prince insult Jiang Ru Fei, saying she is not even as good as a dog, and that if she does not leave, he will kill her. You didn't mishear?" "I did not mishear." The servant was dumbfounded. Such harsh words indeed carried weight. "Exactly," Zhao Xingbang urged. "Hurry." The two slipped away from the wall's edge, and moments later, another person emerged, gazing in the direction where the two had vanished before heading towards the painting boat. Inside the painting boat, the feast had commenced, and the cabin was filled with lively chatter as everyone discussed the earlier events. Upon Jiang Fei's entrance, The room fell into sudden silence. Perhaps realizing the abrupt stillness, everyone feigned nonchalance and resumed their conversations, though their eyes could not help but dart towards Jiang Fei. As she reached her previous spot, Wei Xiying immediately grasped her hand, anxiously asking, "Sister-in-law, are you all right?" Jiang Fei shook her head. "I am perfectly fine. I am sorry for disrupting your birthday banquet." Wei Xiying smiled. "You cannot be blamed for this. I simply did not expect Aunt Zhou to be here. Or else such a thing would not have happened." She paused, then changed the subject. "What about you and the Prince of Zhaoning?" Jiang Fei anticipated that the matter of the prince defending her would be discussed, and she had not expected Pei Jing to suddenly declare he was the one who pushed her. All she sought was for him not to expose her actions. But who knew he would go to such lengths to protect her? "I am not sure," Jiang Fei replied, as soon as Aunt Zhou fell into the water. The prince rushed over. "I thought he was there to save her, but instead, he just stood by watching." Wei Xiying innocently remarked, "You startled me. I thought you two had some connection. Why else would he summon you?" No, not at all. Who knows what he is thinking?" Jiang Fei leaned closer and whispered, "He always acts on impulse." Jiang Fei dared not let Wei Xiying misunderstand. Any misinterpretation would lead to Wei Mingjin's misunderstanding, and after all their hard work, the completion of their mission was within reach. She certainly could not allow Pei Jing to jeopardize her bright future. Wei Xiying smiled back, raising her cup. "Let's eat. If you don't return soon, the food will get cold." Zhou Rulin watched from several meters away as Jiang Fei and Wei Xiying whispered to each other. Based on today's events, she was 100% certain that Jiang Ru Fei and Pei Jing were involved. Otherwise, why would Pei Jing inexplicably take it upon himself to resolve the situation? Moreover, at that moment, no one else was on the deck. It was possible that it was just Pei Jing and Jiang Ru Fei meeting clandestinely. Poor Wei Sanlang remained oblivious, having previously failed to believe her well-intentioned warning. Zhou Rulin resolved to uncover the truth, determined to ensure Jiang Ru Fei's disgrace. In the afternoon, there were still activities. The ladies enjoyed music and played games, creating a lively atmosphere until nearly evening when they finally dispersed. After bidding farewell to Wei Xiying, Jiang Fei and Zhou Tao disembarked but waited for a long time without seeing the carriage from the Jiang residence arrive. The two had no choice but to slowly walk back along the path to the Jiang residence, hoping to encounter it along the way. The oppressive heat of the day was whisked away by the evening breeze, and the scorching stones of the pavement began to lose their fervor. As the cicadas ceased their incessant calls, the streets grew lively. Vendors with their goods began to shout, and women carrying baskets led their children out. Laughter echoing in the air, the distant cawing of returning crows, and the alluring aroma of freshly brewed wine wafted in with the twilight. Jiang Fei and Zhou Tao strolled along the cobbled path amidst the throng, momentarily casting aside their duties and the burdensome trivialities of life, and found a rare sense of contentment. The various stalls and delicacies lining the roadside beckoned. Had it not been for Jiang Fei's overindulgence at the banquet, she could have devoured the entirety of the street's offerings. Turning to glance at Zhou Tao, she noticed the young girl gazing longingly at each stall, nearly drooling. "Are you hungry?" Jiang Fei inquired. Zhou Tao nodded eagerly, still famished. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, "But I thought the food prepared for the maidservants was quite ample. How could you still be hungry?" Zhou Tao rubbed her belly. "I didn't dare eat too much for fear of embarrassing you." "Why would eating a lot be embarrassing?" Jiang Fei chuckled. "I couldn't care less about what they whisper behind my back. After all, what matters most is your happiness. Do you still have any silver?" Zhou Tao patted her waist pouch. "Yes, I brought some." Jiang Fei pointed towards a stall, and Zhou Tao joyfully dashed over, exclaiming, 10 pancakes, please. Just 2 will suffice." Jiang Fei quickly interjected, "Don't you want to try anything else?" "This is a good deal," Zhou Tao insisted. "I can fill my stomach for just 50 coins. Jiang Fei sighed. "With so many delectable treats, you don't want to sample a bit of everything?" "But after giving Yu Xiang her share, I hardly have any silver left. Even if I am poor, I am still a lady. Surely I have 5 taels?" Zhou Tao shook her head. "For taels?" Once again, Zhou Tao shook her head. "I have only 3 taels and 5 coins left." 3 taels and 5 coins cannot fill you? Jiang Fei, feeling generous, declared, "Eat. If the silver runs out, we can earn more." Zhou Tao's eyes sparkled with delight as she swiftly retrieved her pouch. "Then I shall have pancakes, sugar cakes, fried dough, and—" The two continued to wander down the street, Zhou Tao's arms laden with treats, while Jiang Fei assisted her with some of the heavier items. The young girl's cheeks puffed out as she savored her snacks, her eyes crescent-shaped with joy. "You are so kind, miss. And there's ice cream too." "Go on then," Jiang Fei urged, pushing Jiao Tao forward while following closely behind. After acquiring the ice cream, Jiao Tao turned around, eager to share a taste with Jiang Fei, only to find her companion lost in the crowd.
Miss.
Jiao Tao called out, her voice quickly drowned by the cacophony of vendors and children at play. In a flurry of panic, she spun around, searching for Jiang Fei, but to no avail. Where could she have gone? Jiao Tao fretted, clutching the melting ice cream that dripped down her hand, her anxiety mounting as she darted through the crowd like a headless fly. Upon reaching a street corner, Jiao Tao abruptly halted. There, at the junction of the main street and alley, sat a ragged old beggar, voraciously devouring a pile of food. The sugar cakes, fried dough, and pancakes were the very snacks she had just purchased, now in another's possession. Jiao Tao's heart raced as she dashed over. "Where did you get that food?" Startled, the beggar instinctively shielded his meal, mumbling, "I found it. I found it."
Found it where?
Jiao Tao grasped his scrawny wrist tightly. "Where did you find it?" The old beggar winced at her grip, pointing towards a wall. "By that wall. I found it." His eyes lit up as he noticed something glimmering nearby, resembling a pearl. Before he could reach for it, Jiao Tao scooped it up first. It was a pearl earring, the very one Jiang Fei had chosen that morning. How could it have ended up here, along with the snacks? Panic surged within Jiao Tao as she clutched the beggar's arm. "Where's the lady who lost this? Where did she go?" The beggar shrugged. "I didn't see anyone. I just saw the food." Tears welled in Jiao Tao's eyes. Her miss was so beautiful. She feared the worst. "Oh, what have I done? I should have never bought these snacks. It's all my fault. Now is not the time for regrets." She needed to find Jiang Fei. "I must report this." Jiao Tao hurried towards the magistrate's office, her mind racing. The protocol for reporting a missing person was intricate, and she needed to prepare the necessary documentation. Moreover, it had only been a short while since Jiang Fei disappeared. Would the officials even assist her? Perhaps she should return to the Jiang residence to alert them. However, the Jiang household was far, and Madame Yao had never favored Jiang Fei, likely wishing for her to disappear altogether. Lost in thought, Jiao Tao's pace slowed as she approached the gates of the Dingyuan Marquis' residence, where the banquet hosted by Miss Wei was conveniently located near the Jinlu River. Yes, I must find young Master Wei. Wei Mingjin, Jiang Fei's fiancé, would surely help. And the Dingyuan Marquis' family had the influence to expedite the search. Jiao Tao hastened her steps, just as the grand red doors swung open. Wei Mingjin emerged, his face ashen, followed by several attendants and guards. "Start searching from where the boat docked. The person's shoe and tea have gone far," he instructed. Jiao Tao froze. Had he already learned of Jiang Fei's disappearance? As Wei Mingjin mounted his horse, she quickly stepped forward. "Young Master Wei, may I accompany you?" He paused, recognizing her as Jiang Fei's maid. "Step aside. I have urgent matters. But I wish to join you in the search for my lady." "What?" Wei Mingjin's eyes widened. "Your lady is also missing?" Jiao Tao nodded vigorously, her mind racing. Could there be others besides her who have also vanished? As if struck by a thunderbolt, Wei Mingjin's expression darkened further upon hearing her next words. Xiying is missing. He had just received the news that Wei Xiying had disappeared after disembarking from the banquet, inexplicably vanishing. Despite their noble status, their guards had been drugged in the alley. The more Wei Mingjin contemplated, the more alarmed he became. This was no ordinary abduction. "Are you going to search for Miss Wei?" Faced with the choice between his sister and his future bride, Wei Mingjin nodded grimly. "I must find Xiying. Her maid and guards are incapacitated and in danger. But my lady is missing too." Jiao Tao's voice trembled as hope faded once more. The carriage from the Jiang residence did not arrive on time, and while I was walking with her, I lost sight of her when I turned around after buying some snacks, only to find her belongings on the roadside, along with this pearl earring. Could she have been lost in the crowd? Wei Mingjin pondered, or perhaps she was distracted by something amusing. Tears streaming down her face, Jiao Tao shook her head. No, that can't be. Time was of the essence, and every moment counted. Without hesitation, Wei Mingjin made his decision on who to rescue. He indeed harbored a slight affection for Jiang Rufei, yet on the other hand, there was his own sister to consider. The choice of whom to prioritize was evident. Wei Mingjin clenched his teeth and declared, "I shall dispatch someone to deliver a message back to the Jiang residence." The Jiang family, We'll send someone to find her. If you must report to the authorities, use my name. This was the best he could manage. Jiu Tao's eyes brimmed with tears, yet she reluctantly released her grip. The distance to the Jiang residence was considerable, and she feared much time would be lost. Her young mistress might already have been taken far away by nefarious individuals. Yet she had no other recourse. Wei Mingjin cast one last glance at Jiu Tao before departing on horseback. The sound of hooves echoed rapidly as Jiu Tao was hastily escorted by Wei Mingjin's guards towards the Jiang family. As they turned a corner, a horse-drawn carriage suddenly burst forth from a side street, causing both parties to rear up in alarm. Duan Jiu, who had been riding alongside the carriage, furrowed his brow upon assessing the situation. His reflexes surpassed his thoughts. He thrust his leg out, forcefully unseating the other rider. Simultaneously, his curved blade was drawn with a metallic glint, its edge poised at the intruder's throat. My lord, the carriage curtain was lifted to reveal Pei Jing's jade-like visage. Immediately spotting the stunned Jiu Tao on horseback, her tear-stained cheeks still glistening. What has transpired? Duan Jiu replied. This individual was racing through the alley with Jiu Tao, who was still weeping. I suspected him to be a villain. The kick had been quite forceful, and only now did the soldier regain his composure. Clutching his chest and exclaiming, Your Grace, there has been a misunderstanding. I am a soldier of the Dingyuan Marquis residence, tasked by my third master to escort this young lady back to the Jiang residence. Jiu Tao also came to her senses, realizing the truth of the matter. Yes, indeed. Are you certain? Jiu Tao nodded vigorously. Duan Jiu sheepishly sheathed his blade, extending a hand to help the soldier up. My apologies, brother, for my excessive force. He brushed off the dust from the soldier's attire and turned to Jiu Tao. Why are you in such distress? I thought you had been kidnapped. Upon hearing the word kidnapped, Jiu Tao's tears flowed forth like a fountain. It is not I who is taken, but my mistress who may have been abducted. Duan Jiu quickly turned to Pei Jing, who raised an eyebrow. Who would dare to kidnap her? Jiu Tao sobbed even more fiercely. Pei Jing dropped the curtain and commanded,
Speak.
How was she lost, and where did it happen? Jiu Tao, seizing the opportunity like a lifeline, recounted the general circumstances and indicated the alley where the pearl earrings were discovered. Pei Jing chuckled softly. To abandon his fiancée and merely send a soldier to relay the news? Wei Mingjin certainly knows how to handle affairs. The soldier immediately defended his master. Your Grace, my young mistress has also gone missing. It is only natural that my master is anxious. We simply lack the manpower at the residence. Pei Jing narrowed his eyes slightly. The Wei young lady is also missing? Indeed, the soldier confirmed. Her maid and attendants were found unconscious in the alley. Jiu Tao's heart leapt. Previously, Wei Sangongzi had gone to search for Wei young lady. If the prince did not intervene to rescue her, they would have to rely on the matriarch's influence to send someone to find her upon their return. Pei Jing pondered for a moment, with everyone waiting for his orders. Soon, he instructed the soldier, return and inform Wei Mingjin that the matter is now in my hands. The soldier hesitated. But my third master instructed me to ensure Miss Jiu Tao is safely returned to the Jiang residence. Simply state that it is my command, Pei Jing replied, casting a languid glance at Duan Jiu, who swiftly understood and without further ado, helped Jiu Tao into the carriage, then mounted his horse. Inside the carriage, the fragrance of incense wafted gently. Jiu Tao awkwardly huddled in a corner, nervously twisting the hem of her garment. Taking a deep breath, she summoned her courage to speak. My lord, my young mistress. Pei Jing leaned against the soft cushions. Fear not, your mistress possesses a resilient spirit. As night deepened, the streets, which would typically fall silent at this hour, were alive with the clattering of hooves echoing from the east to the west of the city, prompting households to light their oil lamps in alarm. What calamity is unfolding? Old Wang, the proprietor of the tofu shop in the west, donned his robe and peered through the crack in the door. Mrs. Liu next door, wrapped in her clothing, called out over the wall. I heard that the Mad King is searching for someone. Old Wang clicked his tongue. No wonder it's such a commotion. I just heard those hooves pounding like a death knell. Someone must have angered the Mad King. If caught, will they still have their life? Another flurry of hooves approached swiftly, and a dozen black-clad guards brandishing torches raced past. As they turned a corner, two groups collided unexpectedly. Pei Jing recognized Wei Mingjin, leading the opposing party, a faint smile tugging at his lips. Have you found her? Not yet, Wei Mingjin replied, his brow furrowed tightly. Do you have any news of your sister? Why not inquire about your fiancé? Pei Jing said languidly, guiding his reins forward. Do you truly care so little for her well-being? Wei Mingjin's knuckles whitened, the reins digging into his palms. Isn't the prince searching for her? As their horses brushed past one another, Pei Jing suddenly turned his face. I can't help but sense that you are somewhat displeased with my search. Chapter 76. On the verge of withering, Wei Mingjin was momentarily at a loss for words. He found it challenging to articulate his feelings. He was torn between wishing for Pei Jing to locate Jiang Rufei while being besieged by countless questions. Why did Pei Jing show such concern for her? Jiang Rufei had once told him it was all a misunderstanding. Was it truly merely a misunderstanding? The more he pondered, the more he felt he was no gentleman, still entangled in such trivial matters at this critical juncture. He clasped his hands together. Your Grace, I am grateful for your noble assistance. Pei Jing's expression hardened, his demeanor cooling completely. He cracked his whip and surged into the alley, with Duan Jiao promptly following. What status do you hold to thank me? The answer stung deeply, and Duan Jiao could only think to himself that this was the identity of a fiancé. Pei Jing continued, do not forget, even if they were wed, I could still render his efforts futile. As several light cavalry approached to join them, the lead rider reported, we have scoured all known locations. Someone witnessed her being forced into a carriage, but it was abandoned in an alley, suggesting she has been moved. Pei Jing pulled back the reins. The city has been thoroughly searched. I fear she has already been taken beyond its borders. Duan Jiao quickly inquired, what are your orders, my lord? Pei Jing stroked the reins thoughtfully. We shall pursue beyond the city, seal the city gates, and ensure that not a single fly escapes. If the palace inquires, we shall say I was attacked, and that the entire city is to apprehend the assailant. A tea's worth of time later, the city gates glimmered brightly. Upon recognizing the arrival of the Prince of Zhaoning, the captain of the gate opened it without hesitation, observing the throng of torch-bearing individuals streaming out. Jiang Fei stirred. Before her lay an oppressive darkness, coarse burlap pressed against her face, the warmth of her breath returning to her in suffocating waves, making it difficult to breathe. Jiang Fei attempted to move, but her wrists and ankles were bound. Any struggle caused the rough ropes to bite painfully into her skin. She endeavored to calm her racing heart, listening intently to the sounds outside. The carriage jolted violently, the stones beneath it causing her shoulders to ache. Amidst the clatter of wheels, the sound of hooves echoed, at least 4 or 5 horses, indicating a considerable number of abductors. The hooves struck the ground heavily, lacking the crispness of cobblestones, suggesting she had already been taken out of the capital. She just did not know how far they had traveled or who her captors were. She attempted to call out to the system, but received no response. Fear surged uncontrollably, and Jiang Fei bit her tongue to steady herself, retracing the events that led her here. She had been with Jiao Tao to buy ice cream, standing right behind her when someone tapped her left shoulder. As she turned to look, a hand appeared from her right, covering her mouth and nose with a cloth. Jiang Fei had never imagined that someone would be so audacious as to commit such an act in broad daylight. Upon careful reflection, it becomes apparent that the bustling streets were teeming with individuals seeking respite from the heat, the cacophony of vendors and laughter intertwining seamlessly. Who would notice a fleeting abduction at the corner of the street? At that moment, she retained a fleeting clarity for 3 or 4 seconds, instinctively struggling to kick with her legs, but soon her strength waned, even her tongue felt numb, rendered powerless as she was dragged toward the alley by a single arm. Through a haze, she glimpsed a rickety cart parked in the alley, and then she completely lost consciousness. The cart continued to move forward, and as Jiang Fei attempted to break free, the coarse rope constricted painfully against her skin, inducing a desire to curse. After a brief while, the cart abruptly halted. The curtain was violently yanked aside, and a pungent mixture of sweat and alcohol assaulted her senses. Jiang Fei instinctively held her breath, feigning unconsciousness. Still not awake. A gruff male voice mumbled, "This sedative is potent." Another man chuckled. "Indeed, the client specifically instructed us, saying this Miss Jiang is quite cunning." Jiang Fei felt herself being hoisted onto a shoulder, and after a moment, it seemed she had entered a dimly lit room. Faint light filtering through the burlap sack obscuring her vision. Before she could discern her surroundings, she was unceremoniously tossed onto a bed. The man who had thrown her down exited, leaving a few others waiting outside, who handed him some provisions. The man took a bite of the dry food and tossed it to the ground, expressing disdain. "What good is this dry food? Once the client arrives and settles the payment, we can indulge in the city." A companion reminded him, "The city gates are locked. Indulging will have to wait until tomorrow.
Let's make do for now.
Reluctantly, the man picked up the dry food, brushed off the dirt, and chewed it awkwardly. Before long, the sound of hoofbeats echoed in the distance, and the group instantly became alert. As the hoofbeats drew nearer, they recognized it was their client, Zhao Xingbang, and relaxed their grip on their weapons. Zhao dismounted, grumbling softly about the remote location he had been brought to, lamenting the discomfort it caused him. The leader of the men approached, reassuring him, "It's safe here. This is our territory." Zhao surveyed the shabby dwelling, expressing his disdain. "Is this truly how you treat a distinguished guest?" One man immediately responded with a grin, "She is a virgin, and you are not, my lord. This place has its own unique charm, wouldn't you agree?" The leader quickly interjected, "The girl is inside. Please go on." Zhao scoffed, taking a few steps forward before turning back to inquire quietly, "You haven't exposed me, have you?" "Of course not. She is still unconscious," came the reply. Satisfied, Zhao nodded and entered, shutting the door behind him. The room was indeed bare, with a wooden bed covered only by a blanket, lacking even a proper canopy. The bed appeared flimsy, and he worried it might collapse with only a few shakes, ruining the mood. Zhao gazed at the figure lying on the bed, her delicate form accentuated by a tightly cinched waist, seemingly fragile enough to break with a mere touch. The only flaw was the burlap sack covering her head, which he dared not remove for fear she might awaken during his endeavors. This beauty had captured his attention for quite some time, and now she was finally within his grasp. Rubbing his hands together in anticipation, he approached the bed, reaching to untie Jiang Fei's waist. At the very moment his hand grazed the belt, a voice suddenly echoed through the room. "Zhao Xingbang." The direct address nearly caused him to freeze in place. How was she awake? How did she know it was him? Could it be that someone outside had betrayed him? Zhao instinctively withdrew his hand, but then realized this inadvertently confirmed her suspicion. Resolute, he resumed his advance. "Do not think that just because you are silent, I remain unaware of your presence. I can smell your stench from 2 miles away." At this, Zhao felt completely deflated. He yanked the burlap sack from her head. "How did you know it was me?" The sudden burst of light made Jiang Fei squint, and she soon beheld Zhao's repugnant face. "Did I not mention? I detected the foul odor emanating from you." Chapter 77. The Yellow Sparrow lurks behind in truth. Prior to this moment, Jiang Fei had merely speculated. Earlier, when the bandits had assumed she was unconscious, one had mentioned. The client said this Miss Jiang is quite clever, indicating that her employer was aware of her identity. Knowing she was a member of an official family, the future daughter-in-law of the Marquis of Dingyuan, few in the capital would dare to lay a hand on her. She had only a handful of enemies, most of whom were women, and the first to come to her mind as someone who might attempt to take advantage of her was Zhao Xingbang. What truly confirmed her suspicion was the way he had tugged at her belt. She had not expected to be so easily outwitted. Zhao's face turned a shade of gray, his mind racing slowly as he pondered how to proceed. Jiang Fei raised her chin, commanding, "Untie me." Zhao hesitated. Instinctively compelled by her authoritative tone, he stepped forward to loosen the ropes binding her legs. Halfway through, he suddenly recoiled. "Why should I obey you? Do you think you still have Pei Jing backing you?" His interest lay solely with Wei Xiying, not her. Jiang Fei was uncertain how he had deduced Pei Jing's feelings for Wei Xiying, but his assessment was accurate. After all, Pei Jing was the second male lead in the narrative. Thus, the question that had eluded her moments ago now found a coherent explanation. Zhao Xingbang's boldness in attempting to exploit her stemmed from the revelation that her fabricated narrative of Pei Jing's interest in her had been exposed. With that layer of caution stripped away, Zhao felt emboldened. "What's the matter? Now that I've outsmarted you, you have no retort?" Jiang Fei's mind raced. With Zhao's approach, anxiety began to creep in. After all, she was not the protagonist of the story and had no protagonist's halo to rely on. She had to depend solely on herself. However, the more anxious she became, the more Zhao would be convinced of Pei Jing's indifference toward her. Suppressing her unease, she acknowledged. "He indeed has feelings for Wei Xiying." "I knew it," Zhao boasted. But no one said he could only love one person. Zhao's pace slowed, contemplating the validity of her statement, recognizing that he himself loved many. "Do not attempt to intimidate me," Jiang Fei retorted. Previously, she had managed to deceive Zhao with her feigned innocence, but now, armed with an increased level of confidence, she found it perplexing that he no longer believed her. Zhao declared, "He insulted you, saying you are even worse than a dog." How could he possibly have feelings for you? Jiang Fei took some time to grasp the underlying meaning. You mean he said that dogs at least wag their tails, and I know how to provoke him? Zhao nodded.
See?
You conceded. Jiang Fei suddenly erupted into laughter, her mirth so intense it caused her stomach to ache. Author, how did you create such a character with zero comprehension skills? You dare to laugh. Why shouldn't I? Jiang Fei composed herself. Have you ever seen someone who always provokes him yet manages to survive? Zhao's expression became rigid. Indeed, if this woman continually irritated Pei Jing, why had he not simply killed her? You're wondering why he hasn't killed me? The answer is simple. He cannot bear to. Jiang Fei continued. If I were to fall into the water with Wei Xing, he would undoubtedly save her first. However, if we both fell in simultaneously, he would rescue me and ensure you drowned, leaving you forever unable to surface. Her demeanor was so confident and composed that her words sent a chill down Zhao Xingbang's spine. Jiang Fei raised her hand again, indicating for him to untie her. Zhao took a few steps closer, then abruptly retreated, hastily making his exit. Jiang Fei exhaled deeply, hoping no further complications would arise. Zhao, pale-faced, exited the room, and the bandits in the courtyard immediately stood alert. They were taken aback by the ineptitude of this young lord, realizing that in such a short time, the situation had unfolded poorly. They had even heard the woman's laughter, undoubtedly humiliating Zhao Xingbang. The stout man could not help but inquire, is this it? Young Master Zhao? Are we leaving already? Zhao Xingbang ignored him, pulling the leading man aside to recount the events that had transpired within the room, causing the man's expression to darken significantly. As the saying goes, the soft fear the hard fear the reckless, and the reckless fear the madman. They were desperate men, but the Prince of Zhaoning was indeed a lunatic. They had only dared to act because Zhao Xingbang had assured them that Wei Mingjun of the Dingyuan Marquis was not to be feared. Yet Zhao Xingbang had failed to mention the presence of Pei Jing. What were they to do now? Zhao Xingbang's voice trembled with anxiety. The man raised his hand, his eyes gleaming with malice. Now that this woman had recognized you, she could no longer be allowed to live.
Ah?
Zhao Xingbang's legs turned to jelly. They had already brought her here. There was no way to pretend nothing had happened. The man made a slashing motion across his throat, suggesting a clean resolution. Who would ever know it was they who had acted? Cold sweat beaded on Zhao Xingbang's forehead as he stammered, But Pei Jing. The man replied, you should let the brothers have a taste. After all, they have yet to experience the pleasures of a wealthy young lady. In the end, we will all be like grasshoppers on the same vine. None would dare betray another. However, Zhao Xingbang hesitated, but I never intended to kill her. I merely wanted to teach her a lesson. The man pressed down on his shoulder, continuing to incite him. One must look out for oneself. No one will know it was us. If you let her live, the Prince of Zhaoning will undoubtedly be the first to end your life. You can leave after you've had your fill, and the others will handle the aftermath. Kill her, then burn this place down. Nothing will be left to trace back to us. The hand on his shoulder inexplicably brought him calm, allowing Zhao Xingbang to slowly regain his composure.
Yes.
If he killed Zhongroof, there would be no evidence left behind, and no one could implicate him. Taking a deep breath, Zhao Xingbang resolutely declared, all right. Let us do it. In the mountainside woods beside the thatched hut, several figures clad in black had been lying in wait for a long time, yet they remained motionless. One of them whispered, should we save her or not? Please give clear instructions. The person at the forefront clenched his fist and coldly replied, wait a bit longer. Once the deed is done, we only need to leave her life intact. When Zhao Xingbang re-entered the room, his aura had entirely shifted. Jiang Fei could immediately sense that something was amiss. Surely the kidnappers outside had suggested something to him. Zhao Xingbang fixed his gaze upon Zhongroof, fearing that she might utter something to sway him. He tore off a strip of cloth, pinching her chin and stuffing it into her mouth. Jiang Fei's pupils constricted as Zhao Xingbang began to remove his clothing. Once the layer of fear and trepidation faded, Zhao Xingbang returned to his debauched nature. Watching the growing terror on Zhongroof's face, he felt a surge of excitement, hastening his disrobing. Chapter 78. Something shattered softly, the weather was sweltering. And with little clothing to begin with, Zhao Xingbang soon found himself in just his undergarments, attempting to strip Jiang Fei of her garments. Her breathing quickened involuntarily, yet she made no effort to escape, her gaze fixed on Zhao Xingbang. He mused that if she had struggled a bit, it would have added some excitement. Lying there like a dead fish was rather disappointing, though still better than nothing. He bent down to grasp Jiang Fei's belt, feeling a sudden sharp pain as if something below had shattered.
Ah!
The onlookers outside were startled, turning their heads toward the door. Such a commotion. Was that a man's voice or a woman's? Some shook their heads, unable to discern. I'll take a quick look. The stout man had just begun to rise when he was intercepted by Zhao Xingbang's men. Our young master is engaged in an important matter. Peeking is not allowed. Inside. Jiang Fei pressed her foot against Zhao Xingbang's mouth, threatening in a low voice, if you dare to make another sound, I'll crush your lineage, ensuring you can never rise again. Earlier, Zhao Xingbang had loosened half of her bindings, and after he exited, she managed to rub against the ropes, gaining a measure of resistance, though her hands remained bound behind her, nearly numb. Zhao Xingbang clutched his groin, tears streaming down his face from the pain, biting his tongue to remain silent. Jiang Fei, enduring her own discomfort, began meticulously grinding the coarse rope against the edge of the bed frame. Unfortunately, the edge was not sharp enough, causing the rope to rub painfully against her wrist, her fingers starting to feel some stickiness. Following that, the room fell silent. The onlookers exchanged glances, their ears perked up in anticipation. The leader finally sensed something was amiss. Jiang Fei suddenly remembered something and kicked Zhao Xingbang, urging, "Let out a cry." Zhao Xingbang wore a pained expression, stammering, How should I cry?" Fearing he might not perform convincingly, Jiang Fei grasped the bed frame and shook it vigorously. Those outside, straining to hear, resumed their idle chatter. As the group conversed, Zhao Xingbang's servant grew increasingly uneasy, shifting from suspicion to terror, ultimately unable to contain himself as he rushed toward the door. The door was suddenly kicked open. Upon seeing the scene inside, Zhao Xingbang's attendant froze in place. His master curled up on the floor, bound Jiang Roof, was desperately grinding against the ropes, one foot planted firmly on Zhao Xingbang's face. A flurry of people surged into the room, the stout man looking questioningly at the servant. "What tipped you off?" The servant hurriedly assisted Zhao Xingbang to sit up, stating, "My young master doesn't usually make such noises." Jiang Fei realized she had no more chances of escape and could only seek another path. "How much silver did Zhao Xingbang promise you?" "If you release me, I will pay double." Though she could not even produce 5 taels from her pocket, she knew that with enough bravado, she could spin a grand tale. The stout man seemed somewhat intrigued, but the leader rubbed his hands and said, "We are quite eager for the silver, but we may not live long enough to spend it. Cooperate, and the brothers will make your suffering more bearable. Let us not delay." With a glance, the man signaled, and 2 bandits swiftly lifted Jiang Fei, unbinding her wrists and securing her arms to the bed frame. "Young Master Zhao is the one paying. Let him go first." Zhao Xingbang clutched his legs, shielding his groin, and said weakly, I need a moment to recover." "What to do?" He seemed to be struggling to rise. The onlookers muttered, "How did a fool like this emerge from the Chancellor's household?" The figures in black in the woods crept closer. "Miss, shall we take action?" The called-upon girl, slender and poised, fixed her gaze on a distant flicker of light, remaining motionless. The group of kidnappers had been inside for quite some time without emerging, suggesting the deed was likely complete. She did not wish to kill Jiang Roof. She was merely a nuisance, one forced upon her by Jiang Roof's actions. As long as Jiang Roof was left alive, disgraced, a fallen flower in the mud, who would still feel drawn to her, they would likely find the very thought repulsive. One of the girls beside her could no longer hold back, prompting her to speak. The girl seemed to disregard the comment, and after a moment, she raised her hand, poised to signal for action. Suddenly, a fire dragon appeared in the distant ravine, racing toward their direction. "Someone is coming," one of the black-clad figures remarked. "It must be Prince Zhao Ning. It seems we won't need to act." However, the girl's expression darkened. "He actually dares to come to rescue her." The words were almost forced through clenched teeth. "Very well," she continued. "Let him see her in a state unfit for human eyes, so that every time he lays eyes on her thereafter, he will be reminded of this moment. Do you think he will still harbor feelings for her?" The figures in black remained silent as the girl waved her hand, and they immediately melted into the deeper shadows. The fire dragon drew nearer, with Pei Jing leading the charge, his dark sleeves billowing in the night wind. "Your Highness, it should be that thatched hut up ahead." Duan Jiu pointed toward the distant glow and shouted. Pei Jing abruptly reined in his horse, causing the line of riders behind him to stop suddenly. The torchlight illuminated the entire mountainside as bright as day. Pei Jing narrowed her phoenix eyes, fixating on the window that emanated a dim, Yellow light. Extinguish the fire. Dismount. Duanjiu. His voice was as frigid as ice, enveloping the room, forbidding anyone from escaping. The gathered crowd fidgeted restlessly, idly awaiting the arrival of a singular individual. When the client ceased to eat, neither did the henchmen partake in their meal, yet the issue remained that the client's chopsticks may have faltered. The stout man had cast several glances at Zhao Xingbang, his eyes silently questioning, "Are you still capable?" Such scrutiny only heightened Zhao Xingbang's agitation. The more anxious he became, the less he could perform, the more infuriated he felt. Though the pain in his groin had dulled, it still throbbed intensely, leading him to suspect it might be swollen or worse. Yet he could not possibly expose himself in front of so many. Maintaining one's dignity was paramount. He could never admit to being incapable. "Why do you all stare at me?" Zhao Xingbang snapped. "With such scrutiny, how can I possibly feel inclined?" The stout man sheepishly retracted his neck, contemplating that admitting failure would be more sensible than letting them linger in this waste of time. Jiang Fei, bound upon the bed, felt fortunate that she had kicked Zhao Xingbang first, incapacitating his means of attack. She gazed at the ceiling, pondering who had come to rescue her. The Jiang family was filled with ineptitude, save for the matriarch. Who else could there be? If Wei Mingjin were to discover her disappearance, he would surely come to her aid, for she was his fiancée. Surely he would not abandon her plight. Chapter 79. This prince did not bully her. The leader of the kidnappers, growing increasingly impatient, declared, "The night is long and fraught with dreams. We cannot linger here any longer. Let us relocate." "Fear not, young Master Zhao. This young lady shall remain untouched by my brothers for now. When you are inclined, merely send word, and we shall ensure a more suitable place for you." As Zhao Xingbang was about to express his agreement, he hesitated, fearing that acquiescing too quickly would tarnish his reputation, suggesting he was indeed incapable. He lifted his chin, feigning calmness, "But it is still early. The sun has yet to rise." The man replied, "This location is not sufficiently distant from the capital. Should someone come searching, we risk exposure." "Is that so?" Zhao Xingbang clicked his tongue. "You could have suggested a more remote location instead. Forcing me to make a second trip is a waste of my time." Internally, the man scoffed, though his expression remained cordial. "You speak wisely, young Master Zhao." The stout man grimaced. Given Zhao Xingbang's poor horsemanship, the further they traveled, the more likely he would suffer grievous discomfort. Zhao Xingbang, clutching the servant's arm, rose slowly, only to grimace in pain from his injury. "If that is the case, I shall have to defer our discussion for another day." He dared not close his legs, taking exaggerated steps towards the door. Suddenly, the wooden doors were thrust open with a loud crash. Zhao Xingbang, caught unawares, was struck by the door and fell sprawling to the ground, yelping in pain. Before the occupants could fully comprehend the situation, a throng of trained guards surged into the room, swiftly subduing those present. Pei Jing's gaze swept the room, and upon spotting Jiang Fei bound to the bed, a surge of murderous intent ignited within her. The girl's hair and clothing were disheveled, her wrists raw and bloodied, and her usually mischievous eyes were now red-rimmed. Duanjiu, quick of hand, covered the mouth of the intruding Jiutao, signaling the hidden guards to escort the captors outside while he dragged Jiutao along. Had he not seen that Miss Jiang was clothed, Duanjiu suspected his lord would have drawn his sword in a fit of rage. Pei Jing approached Jiang Fei, but the words he had rehearsed on the way there caught in his throat. He had anticipated that upon reaching her, she would plead for his assistance, and he would then leverage her gratitude to ensure her obedience. As for why he desired her compliance, Pei Jing had yet to determine. Jiang Fei stared blankly at the figure before her, struggling to comprehend her eyes' vision. Why was it Pei Jing? Why was it this person? Could the mere flicker of affection he had shown, barely a score of points, compel him to boldly come to her aid in the dead of night? When one is deeply in love, do they not risk their entire fortune and life for the beloved? In the room, silence enveloped them, so profound that they could hear each other's breaths. Pei Jing knelt beside her, slowly untying the ropes that bound her, then gently assisting her to sit upright. Throughout, neither spoke a word. Jiang Fei, seated on the wooden bed, hugged her knees and after a moment, turned to him and inquired, "Why did the prince come to rescue me?" This question shattered the silence. "If I do not come to your aid, do you expect Wei Mingjin to?" Pei Jing shot her a glance. "He will not come for you. Wei Xiying has also gone missing."
"What?"
Jiang Fei was taken aback. "Then why did you not rescue Wei Xiying? Did he not harbor feelings for Wei Xiying?" Why abandon her to save her? Pei Jing regarded her with a peculiar expression. Do you believe I have erred in rescuing you? And no, Zhang Fei quickly replied, I am merely curious. Curious about what? Curious why you, who clearly have affection for Wei Xing, would not save her. Upon finishing her sentence, she noticed Pei Jing's gaze, laden with complexity, fixed upon her. Pei Jing narrowed his eyes. Who told you that I like Wei Xing? The books say so, Zhang Fei responded instinctively. What books? The heavenly books, perhaps. Pei Jing reached out to stroke her forehead, frowning. Did they strike your head? Zhang Fei tilted her head away. No. Pei Jing's gaze lingered on her face for a moment, his eyes darkening further as he resolutely turned her head, examining her scalp. There was no bump, indicating her head had not been struck. Yet, why was she speaking such nonsense? Pei Jing's palm was warm, the calluses from years of swordplay brushing gently through her hair. Zhang Fei remained rigid, hesitant to move, feeling the intimacy of the moment. However, her mind conjured not romantic imagery, but rather the memory of a mother monkey holding her young to rid it of fleas, hardly a romantic notion. It seemed she had indeed not sustained injury. Pei Jing withdrew his hand, contemplating her for a moment before suddenly leaning in closer, startling Zhang Fei, who nearly toppled back onto the bed. He positioned his hands on either side of her, his phoenix eyes narrowing. Zhang Ru Fei.
Ah?
She was taken aback. Are you frightened? Are you on the verge of tears? Zhang Fei was momentarily stunned by his inquiry. The pent-up fear that had long simmered within her found an outlet through his seemingly ambiguous concern, and an overwhelming wave of fear and grievance surged forth. Pei Jing's gaze shifted from her slightly quivering lips to her reddened eyes. If you are afraid, then cry. Why hold it in? I relish seeing people cry, and I have yet to witness you weep. With that, she burst into tears, the sound reverberating throughout the humble abode, nearly shaking it to its foundations. Pei Jing recoiled in shock, momentarily dumbfounded, while outside, Duan Jiao and Jiao Tao exchanged bewildered glances. Jiao Tao, anxious, clutched her sleeve and asked, Duan guard, why is my lady suddenly wailing? Has the prince bullied her? Duan Jiao could only respond, I do not know. The cries within grew increasingly fervent, and Pei Jing's brow furrowed deeper. Duan Jiao, enter. Duan Jiao complied from outside, hastening into the hut, with Jiao Tao closely following. Upon entering, they found Zhang Fei on the bed, head thrown back, weeping, while Pei Jing stood helplessly before her. I did not bully her. Pei Jing interjected before they could question. Frowning further, why does her crying differ from other girls? Other girls weep like rain-drenched pear blossoms, while she cries as if a drum at the courtyard gate, startling the very eardrums. Duan Jiao nodded. Indeed, Miss Zhang's cries are particularly resounding, indicative of her robust health. As Zhang Fei continued to weep, she reflected on the saddest moments of her life, from being robbed of candy in the orphanage, to falling over the walls and spending months in the hospital, to a car accident just days after purchasing a new vehicle and now finding herself with barely any money in her pockets. Each thought deepened her sorrow, and her sobs grew louder. Pei Jing frowned at the sound, and after a moment's hesitation, he spoke in a deep voice, Have you cried enough? Zhang Fei seemed oblivious to his words, her expression unchanged. Pei Jing gritted his teeth and turned to Duan Jiao, saying, You go, and console her. What? Duan Jiao replied with a gloomy face, But I have never consoled a woman before. Have I ever consoled anyone? Pei Jing retorted. What use are you, if you cannot even comfort someone? Suddenly, he recalled a particular person. During their difficult days in Jiangnan, Chaoya had never cried, her stubborn nature standing in stark contrast to Zhang Ru Fei's pliability. Stop crying, Pei Jing commanded coldly. Your sobs are hurting my ears. Through her tears, Zhang Fei cast a glance at him, lowering her voice just a tad. Pei Jing clenched his jaw tighter, threatening, If you continue crying, I shall kill Duan Jiao. Duan Jiao was taken aback. Seeing that Zhang Fei remained unmoved, Pei Jing escalated his threats. I will kill Jiao Tao as well. At the mention of Jiao Tao, Duan Jiao turned to her in alarm. What are you doing? Jiao Tao whispered. At least I'm second in line. I might die later. What if the prince kills you, and then decides not to kill anyone else? Duan Jiao exclaimed. You made me cry, and now you won't let me? What kind of madness is this? You might as well kill me alongside. Duan Jiao instinctively stepped back, having never encountered someone who dared to speak to the prince in such a manner. Pei Jing interrupted, I didn't ask you to cry like a trumpet. Can't you cry softly? Is it so wrong to cry out loud? It's more frustrating to stifle it. One might as well not cry at all. Jiang Fei wiped her tears and stood up from the bed. Pei Jing stepped back. What are you doing? I am going to castrate that scoundrel, Zhao Xingbang. Jiang Fei shouted, leaping off the bed and striding towards the door. Pei Jing followed behind, utterly dumbfounded. Could you not be more refined? I have never seen someone like you. Jiang Fei interrupted. I am one of a kind. Why should I be ordinary? Pei Jing found her reasoning somewhat valid and nodded in agreement, only to witness Jiang Fei pick up a stick from the ground and march menacingly towards Zhao Xingbang, who was bound to a tree. Upon seeing her approach wielding the stick, Zhao Xingbang shrank back in fear. And Miss Jiang, spare me. Silence. Jiang Fei swung the stick and struck his leg. Ah! Zhao Xingbang cried out in agony. Pei Jing stood with arms crossed, observing with amusement, stuff his mouth. With his mouth blocked, Zhao Xingbang could only emit muffled sounds as he endured the blows. After a vigorous session with the stick, Jiang Fei, panting from exertion, tossed it aside and extended her hand towards Duanjiu. Please, lend me a knife. Duanjiu tightened his grip on the knife at his waist. What do you need it for? I intend to castrate him. Duanjiu gripped the knife even tighter. That knife will get dirty. Seeing that Duanjiu was unwilling to lend it, Jiang Fei turned to Pei Jing. Then can I borrow your fan? I did not bring it. Jiang Fei glared at him. What is that on your waist then? My fan is not meant for touching filthy things, Pei Jing replied defiantly. Jiang Fei scanned the guards around them, who promptly retreated. Without a sharp weapon, it seems I must rely on brute strength, she sighed, picking up the stick again.
Searching for the right angle to strike.
Zhao Xingbang squirmed, tears and snot covering his face, unable to plead for mercy due to the cloth stuffed in his mouth. Pei Jing observed Jiang Fei's serious demeanor, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Finally finding the right angle, Jiang Fei delivered a decisive blow to Zhao Xingbang's groin, causing him to emit a strangled sound, his eyes widening in shock. How ruthless! The guards silently covered their own groins. Vowing never to provoke either the prince or Jiang Ershao, Pei Jing stepped forward, snatched the stick from her hand, and threw it aside, pulling her away. Do not interfere with Duanjiu's cleanup. Having vented her emotions, Jiang Fei finally noticed the pain from her wrist where the ropes had chafed. Do you have that miraculous medicine still? Pei Jing glanced at her bloodied wrist, having noticed it while unbinding her. It was merely a scraped wound, albeit gruesome in appearance. Duanjiu hesitated. That medicine. I only brought one vial, Pei Jing interjected. With a flick of his wrist, he said, I'll sell it to you. Duanjiu felt a pang of regret. The medicine had been specially crafted by the divine physician of the Apothecary Valley. Although it could be remade, the rare ingredients were hard to gather, making it a waste to use for a mere scrape. However, since the prince offered, he dared not ask for it back. Jiang Fei clutched the porcelain vial. How much? 1,000 taels, Pei Jing replied nonchalantly. Jiang Fei nodded, opened the lid, and sprinkled a bit on her wound. She had discovered that while the powder stung upon application, it had miraculous healing properties, and what Pei Jing possessed was undoubtedly a treasure. Seeing her nonchalantly slip the vial into her pocket, Pei Jing raised an eyebrow. It seems you have prospered. You even skipped the haggling. Jiang Fei patted her pocket. I'll owe you for now. I have no money at the moment.
How much do you have?
Jiang Fei counted on her fingers, 3 taels and 5 coins. After deducting what Zhou Tao ate from half a street, I probably have around 2 taels and 7 coins left. Pei Jing fell silent for a moment. Did you not have over 100 taels last time? I spent it all, Jiang Fei replied. But rest assured, I will pay you back. At this rate of poverty.
How will you repay me?
Once I marry Wei Mingjin, I shall have a dowry and will certainly repay you then. Pei Jing turned away, addressing the group tied up on the ground. All right, Duanjiu, make it clean. Duanjiu, understanding his lord's tone, sensed a hint of anger behind the order. Are you personally going to castrate them? Jiang Fei asked in confusion. Duanjiu drew his knife. I will do it myself. Jiang Fei halted and turned back. Are you going to kill them all? Pei Jing shot her an exasperated glance. Do you wish to play the benevolent savior? Jiang Fei shook her head, pointing delicately at Zhao Xingbang. Could we spare that eunuch's life? Duanjiu could not help but chuckle, then quickly composed himself. Why spare him? Pei Jing inquired. Naturally. He could be of use, Jiang Fei thought, but she could not reveal her plan just yet. Initially, she intended for Yun Xiang to handle all the dirty work. But that strategy had already been employed against Jiang Relin. She needed someone she could manipulate. In truth, Zhao Xingbang's character was quite favorable, dim-witted and cowardly, making him easy to control. Moreover, he had a father who was a chancellor, which would facilitate her dealings. However, she could not disclose this to Pei Jing. If he dies, it will be troublesome. Why would it be troublesome? Just kill him, Pei Jing replied, unfazed. Jiang Fei countered, tonight. You are making a grand entrance in and out of the city with so many people. They will undoubtedly suspect you. Pei Jing scoffed. Do you think I fear their suspicions? Still, it could bring you trouble, Jiang Fei pressed on. Better to avoid unnecessary complications. Pei Jing intended to argue but was taken aback by the earnestness in her plea. A thought flickered in his mind, and he felt an unexpected unease. Are you concerned for me? He asked. Jiang Fei paused, then slowly nodded in response. You saved me. I cannot bring you trouble in return. It would be unjust. Others can be disregarded, but Zhao Xingbang does have the identity of the Chancellor's son. Besides, I have already avenged myself. Why not spare his life? Zhao Xingbang, with his mouth stuffed, desperately nodded in agreement. You have beaten him to this extent. Are you not afraid he will retaliate? Jiang Fei turned her gaze towards Zhao Xingbang, who shook his head vigorously. He dared not, did he? Zhao Xingbang's head was almost a blur. Perhaps a previous remark had struck a chord with Pei Jing. As the faint impatience that had lingered on his face gradually dissipated, his demeanor becoming somewhat relaxed. He cast a glance at Duanjiu, signaling for the others to leave. The subordinate understood. Duanjiu raised his hand, and immediately, some individuals bound Zhao Xingbang and his attendant, hoisting them onto horseback. Pei Jing nudged Jiang Fei forward, and as she prepared to turn back, he firmly pressed her head down, instructing her not to look back. Jiang Fei swallowed hard, suspecting they were about to handle the aftermath.
Can you ride?
Pei Jing inquired. Jiang Fei could manage a two-wheeled bicycle, but had never ridden a four-legged creature. So she replied in the negative. Pei Jing mounted his horse, towering over her, presenting two choices. 1. To walk back alone. 2. I choose the second. Jiang Fei interjected before he could finish, as she thought it absurd to walk back on her own. Pei Jing chuckled softly, leaning down to grasp her arm, and with a slight tug, he lifted her onto the horse's back. Jiang Fei fell into an embrace that carried a hint of leather, the warmth of the man's body seeping through her thin garment against her side. Amidst the intertwining of reins, she caught a whiff of his faint, cool fragrance. This was undeniably intimate. Jiang Fei consoled herself, recalling how in modern times one would have to pay to be held by a gentleman in a nightclub, whereas now, being embraced by a prince came at no cost, a rather advantageous transaction, indeed. If she merely regarded Pei Jing as a complimentary escort, the sense of ambiguity dissipated, replaced by a feeling of having gained an upper hand. What are you thinking? He asked. Nothing at all, Jiang Fei hurriedly replied, too timid to confess her thoughts about him. Pei Jing adjusted the reins and turned the horse's head, ready to set off, when a guard rushed in, cupping his fists in salute, reporting, Your Highness, there is still one person inside. Who? Almost as soon as he asked, Pei Jing had already surmised the answer. The guard responded, It is Miss Wei from the Dingyuan Marquis' residence. Pei Jing dismounted instantly, taking a couple of steps back before turning to Jiang Fei. Will you wait here, or come along? Together, Jiang Fei said, steadying herself to dismount, but Pei Jing tightened his grip around her waist, gently lowering her to the ground. They walked back one in front of the other. Pei Jing fiddled with his fingers, casting a casual glance at Jiang Fei's slender waist. Has the Jiang family not provided for you? Have you fallen into such poverty? Jiang Fei, lost in thought, did not catch his words and replied with a perplexed him. Pei Jing shot her a disapproving look and did not repeat himself, quickening his pace. Beside the thatched cottage, there was an even more inconspicuous woodshed, where the guards had discovered Wei Xiying. She had just regained consciousness and, hearing commotion outside, had cried for help. By the time Pei Jing and Jiang Fei arrived, she was trembling, seated on the same wooden plank where Jiang Fei had previously lain. Upon seeing them enter, Wei Xiying called out softly, Your Highness. Before rushing towards Jiang Fei, sister-in-law, are you unharmed? I am fine. Jiang Fei quickly stepped forward to support her, scrutinizing her appearance. Wei Xiying's sleeves bore several tears, her hair disheveled, but fortunately, there were no visible injuries. They did not harm you, did they? Jiang Fei inquired. Wei Xiying shook her head, tears welling in her eyes. Where are we? I am not sure either, Jiang Fei replied. How did you end up here? She had pondered this question on the way back. If Xiao Xingbang knew that Pei Jing had feelings for Wei Xiying, how could he dare to act against her? Given Zhao Xingbang's cowardly nature, he should have avoided her at all costs. After I disembarked, I noticed you were not waiting for the carriage from the residence. So I thought of escorting you back, Wei Xiying sighed, gradually calming her breath. I saw you buying food on the road and followed you. I had no idea someone would make a move against you. In a moment of panic, I did not think it through and followed along, only to find myself surrounded by so many of them. When I woke up, I was here. Jiang Fei nodded thoughtfully, noticing Pei Jing, half-lidded, gazing at the ground before casting her a glance and turning to exit the room. Just as Wei Xiying was about to speak, a scream echoed from outside. Wait here. I will check, Jiang Fei said, hastily following him out, where she found Zhao Xingbang sprawled on the ground, a knife pressed against his neck. It wasn't me. Truly not me, Zhao Xingbang exclaimed, his face as pale as death, his trousers soaked. Your Highness, I swear, if I had 10 lives, I wouldn't dare touch Miss Wei. Pei Jing's boot rested on Zhao Xingbang's chest, his voice as cold as ice. Then how did she end up here? I genuinely do not know. Zhao Xingbang wailed. I only instructed them to capture Miss Jiang. I had no idea she would be here. It was not me. Perhaps they feared the matter would come to light and seized her on a whim? As Zhao Xingbang thought this, it was as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yes. That must be it. Jiang Fei stepped forward, questioning, what about the ones who bound me? Bring them here for questioning. It's too late, Pei Jing said, his expression darkening as he discarded the knife, which Duanjiu caught and returned to its sheath. What a stroke of misfortune, to be just a moment too late. Suddenly, a commotion came from the door of the thatched cottage, and they turned to see Wei Xiying leaning against the door frame. Jiu Tao, assist her, Jiang Fei instructed. Jiu Tao complied, helping Wei Xiying approach. Surely, your family must be frantic. Could you, Your Highness, send someone back swiftly with news to ease their worries? Wei Xiying said weakly. Pei Jing nodded, and Duanjiu immediately arranged for someone to depart. With matters here settled, there was no need to linger further. Pei Jing turned and commanded, return to the city. Jiang Fei led Wei Xiying towards the horses, conversing softly with her. Pei Jing observed their retreating figures, gradually slowing his pace. Duanjiu, not daring to walk ahead of the prince, kept a cautious distance, finally speaking, Your Highness, the messenger will also inform the Jiang family. Pei Jing seemed not to hear, muttering to himself, who cares whether she is concerned for me? Does she need to worry about such trivial matters as the death of Zhao Xingbang? Duanjiu remained silent for a moment before stating, Miss Jiang means well. At least this alleviates one trouble. The Ministry of Justice will not make a fuss. And there is no need for excessive explanation to the Emperor. At the mention of the Emperor, Pei Jing's expression darkened. He then shifted his gaze back to the figures ahead, remarking, I offered her 2 choices and she, eager as she is, chose to ride alongside me. Complaining with his mouth, yet his lips curled upward slightly, betraying a lack of modesty. Chapter 82. If you have the skill, come and steal it. Duanjiu was eager to know what the choices were, but could only maintain his silence. Pei Jing chuckled lightly, quickening his pace to directly leap onto his horse. He then extended his hand, casually surveying the surroundings, before his expression shifted. Standing nearby was Wei Xiying, while Jiang Fei stood beside Duanjiu, saying, I cannot ride. Will you take care of me on the way back? Under Pei Jing's piercing gaze, Duanjiu felt as though he were on the brink of demise. He slowly retreated a couple of steps, awkwardly stammering, I brought Jiu Tao with me. Jiang Fei exclaimed, then assigned someone to assist me. Duanjiu dared not refuse. Cold sweat beading on his forehead, I see everyone has their own matters to attend to. Have you buried the body? Bury it deep. It will smell in this heat. And who else? Noticing Jiang Fei standing there with a pitiful expression, Pei Jing pulled the reins, striding over. Who said I would carry you? You are quite self-aware. Jiang Fei glanced at him, remaining silent. She thought to herself that with the leading lady present, how could the second male lead not carry her? Surely, this demonstrated her perceptiveness. Duanjiu, at your service, Duanjiu replied promptly. Pei Jing pointed with his whip. Pack up that decrepit carriage and send them back. Duanjiu finally exhaled, feeling as though he might live a little longer. After a brief moment, Jiang Fei boarded the carriage that had taken her captive, accompanied by Wei Xiying and Jiu Tao. The night was deep, and fatigue weighed heavily on them. Jiu Tao curled up and fell asleep, clutching the hem of Jiang Fei's skirt as if fearing she might be abducted again. Jiang Fei leaned against the side of the carriage, resting her eyes, while Wei Xiying nestled her arm against Jiang Fei's shoulder. Sister-in-law. Were you scared back then? Jiang Fei opened her eyes. The curtain hung loosely, allowing the cool night breeze to seep in. It should have been a moment of tranquility. Yet none of them felt at ease. Of course I was scared. What if I had died there? Who knows what those desperate criminals would have done? I was scared too. Wei Xiying leaned closer to Jiang Fei and asked, "What do you think of Prince Zhaoning?" Jiang Fei lowered her gaze, catching a glimpse of Wei Xiying's profile. He is not a bad person. This was a sentiment Wei Xiying had echoed before. Upon hearing this, Wei Xiying softly acknowledged it, her eyelashes fluttering as if she wished to speak, but held back. Jiang Fei sensed her hesitation. What is it? I didn't expect him to come to rescue you. Wei Xiying pondered her words carefully. Did you not say that there was no bond between you? Are you asking this for yourself or on behalf of your brother? Wei Xiying straightened up. Sister-in-law, please don't misunderstand. I merely don't want to see my brother being let down. Jiang Fei chuckled softly. There is no talk of being let down between Wei Mingjin and me. He has already told me that although we are married, we do not speak of feelings.
What?
Wei Xiying's eyes widened and she quickly asked, Do you have someone you like?
No.
Jiang Fei merely wished to complete her mission and return to an era filled with mobile phones and the internet. She had no time for matters of the heart. Wei Xiying seemed to finally breathe a sigh of relief. It's good you have no one. Perhaps once you are married to my brother, feelings will develop gradually. The carriage swayed along to the city gate, and dawn was approaching. Wei Mingjin had received word and was already waiting there. As the procession entered the city, he hurried forward, assisting Wei Xiying down from the carriage and scrutinizing her closely. Xiying, are you alright? Wei Xiying's eyes were slightly red. Third brother, I am fine. That is good. Wei Mingjin exhaled, smoothing her hair at the temples. Father and mother were terribly worried. You haven't eaten all night, have you? As soon as he spoke, the carriage curtain was lifted and another person emerged. Wei Mingjin froze, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Without waiting for Jiao Tao to assist, Jiang Fei jumped down from the carriage and offered a slight bow. Young Master Wei. Wei Mingjin's lips moved. Are you all right? I am fine. Fine? Jiao Tao jumped down as well. If it weren't for the prince, something terrible would have happened. After speaking, she glanced at Pei Jing, sensing that there was an appreciative glint in his eyes as he looked at her. Wei Mingjin's face turned awkward. Wei Xiying gently tugged at his sleeve, whispering, Third brother. We owe our safe return to Prince Zhaoning's rescue. Only then did Wei Mingjin turn to Pei Jing, cupping his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness, for your assistance. Pei Jing sat tall on his horse, a knowing smile playing on his lips. You are too courteous. He turned to Jiang Fei, about to speak. When Wei Xiying interjected, sister-in-law has been quite frightened. Third brother, why not take her home? It would be prudent to comfort her along the way. Wei Mingjin, feeling guilty for not rescuing Jiang Fei, immediately nodded. Of course. He stepped forward, but Pei Jing suddenly squeezed his horse's belly, positioning himself between them. He looked down at Wei Mingjin with a teasing expression. The person I saved should naturally be returned by me. Wei Mingjin's face tensed. Your Highness is jesting. Miss Jiang is my fiancée, and it would be inappropriate to trouble you. Fiancée? Pei Jing scoffed. If you know she is your fiancée, why did you not rescue her last night? You would claim credit in front of your future father-in-law for someone I saved. His words cut sharply, and Wei Mingjin's face flickered between green and white. I did not mean that. Jiang Fei observed the tense standoff between the two men, feeling her temples throb. That would be for the best. Pei Jing turned to Jiang Fei. Are you leaving or not? Well, I intend to leave, but... Are you leaving or not? Pei Jing interrupted impatiently, tapping the riding crop against his palm. Jiang Fei hesitated. If she walked away with Pei Jing, would Wei Mingjin think there was something between them? Yet, if she remained close to Wei Mingjin when he had not even attempted to save her, wouldn't that seem rather cheap? With that thought, Jiang Fei suddenly had a resolution. I see Xiying is tired, and you must have had a rough night looking for her, so there is no need to escort me. To avoid. Pei Jing, uninterested in her ramblings, suddenly leaned down and pulled Jiang Fei onto the horse. Ah! Jiang Fei exclaimed, caught off guard as she found herself firmly secured against him. Your Highness. Wei Mingjin's expression changed dramatically as he reached out to intervene. Pei Jing tightened the reins, looking down at Wei Mingjin with a challenging gaze. If you have the ability, feel free to come and take her. With that, he spurred the horse and rode away. Chapter 83. Offering oneself, Jiang Fei was jostled on the horse, unable to contain her anger.
Pei Jing, what madness is this?
Pei Jing ignored her, increasing the pace instead. It was not until they turned into a secluded alley that he suddenly pulled on the reins with force. As Jiang Fei was about to explode in anger, he gripped her chin firmly. Jiang Roof, listen carefully. Pei Jing's voice was cold, like shards of ice. I did not save you just to watch you perform for Wei Mingjin. Jiang Fei was taken aback by his sudden fury, momentarily forgetting to resist. She found herself leaning back against him, her neck arched, and she could distinctly feel the pulse in Pei Jing's neck, rapid and strong, mingling with the chill of the morning breeze, inexplicably stirring something within her. Do you think Wei Mingjin truly cares for you? Pei Jing scoffed. He wouldn't even come to save you. Is such a man worthy of lifelong trust? Jiang Fei snapped back to reality, pushing his hand away. I do not care whether he cares for me. I only need him to marry me. Pei Jing's expression darkened further. You are so fond of him that you would marry him, even if he does not care for you? You are so lacking in self-respect. Jiang Fei was bewildered. How had the conversation turned to self-respect? She blinked, realizing Pei Jing seemed to have misunderstood something.
Wait.
Jiang Fei rubbed her sore chin. Your Highness, have you misunderstood? When did I say I liked Wei Mingjin? Pei Jing's brow furrowed, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Then why do you insist on marrying him? Jiang Fei gazed into the distance. I have my reasons for needing to marry him. Who says marriage must be based on romantic feelings? Pei Jing's expression shifted to one of complexity. Could it be that you seek to climb the social ladder? Before Jiang Fei could respond, he scoffed. The Duke of Dingyuan's estate? He is not even the heir. How could that be considered climbing? Would you rather I marry you? Jiang Fei shot back. Pei Jing's expression froze, as if caught off guard. You. Jiang Fei wondered why he suddenly resembled a chicken with its neck grasped. He stammered without making any coherent point. What is wrong with you? The awkward position was causing Jiang Fei's neck to ache, so she adjusted her grip on the saddle. Pei Jing's expression remained unchanged as he muttered, Marry me? Now Jiang Fei was also taken aback, both of them maintaining their peculiar posture, until Duan Jiao and his companions caught up. Your Highness. Duan Jiao's voice echoed from the alley's entrance, shattering the strange atmosphere between them. Pei Jing snapped back to reality, abruptly releasing Jiang Fei. Did I arrive at an inopportune moment? Duan Jiao asked cautiously. Silence. Pei Jing exclaimed sharply, his voice tinged with tension. He took a deep breath, feigning composure as he looked at Duan Jiao. This horse is too cramped, provide me with another. Duan Jiao contemplated mentioning that Jiao Tao, who he carried, was not cramped at all, and that Miss Jiang was even slimmer than her, thus making it implausible for her to feel constricted. However, he promptly complied, surrendering his horse and opting for one belonging to another guard instead. Jiang Fei sat alone atop Pei Jing's tall steed, her lack of riding skills making her somewhat apprehensive.
Who will carry me?
She inquired. Duan Jiao, quick-witted, replied, I shall find someone to lead the horse for the young lady. The group was soon organized, with Jiang Fei and Jiao Tao riding ahead, while Pei Jing and Duan Jiao trailed behind, accompanied by a procession of guards. Noticing the furrowed brow of Pei Jing, who was fixated on Jiang Era's silhouette ahead, Duan Jiao felt compelled to inquire, Your Highness, is there something between you and Miss Jiang? Pei Jing shot him a cold glance. Duan Jiao, retracting slightly, pressed on, Is there some sort of disagreement? Pei Jing's gaze returned to the slender figure ahead. Jiang Fei, nervously gripping the saddle, swayed slightly with the horse's movements, clearly unaccustomed to riding alone. After a moment of silence, Pei Jing bit down hard and blurted, I saved her. And she wishes to offer herself to me.
What?
Duan Jiao's jaw nearly dropped, as if struck by lightning. How had things escalated to such a declaration in just a short time? He found it hard to believe that his master could have misconstrued the situation. What were Miss Jiang's exact words? She said she would not marry Wei Mingjin, but instead marry me, Pei Jing clarified. However, I did not agree.
Which is why she glared at me just now.
Duan Jiao caught sight of Jiang Fei casting an accusatory glance back at Pei Jing. Bewildered by his erratic behavior, first insisting on carrying her, then complaining about her being cramped. Was it the heat that made her unpleasant? Jiang Fei tugged at her collar to take a whiff, finding it still fragrant, perplexed. What is going on between the young lady and the prince?
Jiao Tao asked.
With two horse handlers ahead, Jiang Fei felt it inappropriate to speak freely, so she replied, I will tell you later. Suddenly, her mind was jolted awake by the system's delayed arrival. Hello, host, I am here. Jiang Fei had been enduring this system for quite a while. Do you realize your host nearly perished? Apologies, the system sincerely responded. I have been exceedingly busy lately, otherwise, I would not have missed such excitement. Quickly, assess Pei Jing's affection level towards me, Jiang Fei urged. The system, puzzled, noted her unusual focus on Pei Jing rather than her intended target. Pei Jing currently holds a 25 affection level for you. Jiang Fei exhaled, her heart finally settling, though her confusion deepened. Is it truly only 25? Are you certain? Absolutely. The system replied, sensing something amiss. What troubles you? He intends to marry me, Jiang Fei said anxiously, gripping the saddle tightly. Her words spilled forth rapidly. If I say I won't marry Wei Mingjin, does that mean I will marry you? He merely uttered 3 words, marry me. What should I do? He just whisked me away. What if he tries to claim me at my wedding? Wei Mingjin does not seem to be his match. But why? Is this reasonable? Is it scientific? With a mere 25 points of affection, does he truly wish to wed me? What would happen at 50 points? Would he want to engage in a ghost marriage? The system found itself at a loss for words. Host, please remain calm. A 25 affection level merely indicates a certain interest. However, emotions are complex and other factors may influence his decisions. The system felt its capacity to endure the whims of this host was strengthening. Having a mere 25 points of affection with a rival seemed trivial, and with some effort, it could lead to disaster. Jiang Fei bit her lip and furtively glanced back at Pei Jing. In the flickering light of the torches, the man's handsome face was sharply defined, and his slightly furrowed brow held a captivating intensity. Look, she is stealing glances at me again, Pei Jing remarked. Duan Zhou followed his gaze and observed Jiang Fei hastily turning away. He scratched his head, unsure how to respond. Your Highness, what do you intend to do? Duan Zhou asked cautiously. Pei Jing tightened his grip on the reins, his expression deepening. Would I allow her to dictate terms? Just because she claims she will marry me does not mean I will acquiesce. Not now. Duan Zhou stammered, if you won't marry, why mention not now? Are you leaving room for future consideration? As the group arrived at the Jiang residence at dawn, there was no one to greet them. Only a chubby boy sat on the doorstep, scampering down to exclaim, Jiang Rufei, you wild girl, you finally know to come back? Jiang Fei was puzzled by the boy's boldness. Did he not fear her wrath? What are you doing here at this hour? She retorted. I'm waiting for you. Jiang Chunling whimpered. I heard you were abducted. Jiang Fei's heart softened. Upon entering the city, a large crowd had awaited Wei Xiying, and she felt a twinge of envy. Unlike her, who had always been an orphan, no one ever awaited her return home. Even after crossing over, she still faced the solitary lantern at the door. While her family wished she would never return, yet this little boy provided a semblance of belonging. Enough, I am fine, but no tears, all right? I am too tired to scold you today. Jiang Fei steadied herself on the saddle, but the height made it difficult for her feet to touch the ground. Pei Jing clicked his tongue, dismounted gracefully, and without a word, lifted her down. Jiang Fei intended to express her gratitude but recalled the necessity of maintaining that affection level. So she shot him a glance and said, Humph, you have some perception. Pei Jing exchanged a knowing look with Duan Zhou, both silently acknowledging her petulance. Jiang Fei lightly patted Jiang Qinglong's head. Why didn't you call for help? Oh. Jiang Chongling raised his head to gaze at the tall, handsome man. Thinking this must be the man his future second sister would marry, he felt compelled to establish a good relationship with him, as he would be spending every day with him as part of the dowry. Thus, Jiang Chongling sweetly addressed him, second brother-in-law. As Jiang Fei stepped up the stairs, she misstepped and nearly fell. What are you shouting for? What if Pei Jing takes you seriously? She was mortified to see Pei Jing wearing an expression of realization. Pei Jing shot Duan Zhou a glance, implying, see, she wishes to marry me and is attempting to coerce me with a child. I will not be so easily ensnared. He placed his hands behind his back, ascended the stairs, and strode into the Jiang residence. When Jiang Bing and Madame Yao hurriedly arrived in the front courtyard, Pei Jing was already seated in the main hall. Jiang Bing was alarmed, his legs weakening as he fell to his knees, while Madame Yao hastily followed suit. Your Highness, we apologize for not welcoming you properly. Pei Jing toyed with the teacup in his hand. One of your family members goes missing, yet you sleep soundly, allowing me to search for them. You possess quite the audacity. Jiang Bing's forehead glistened with cold sweat as he hurried to explain, Your Highness, I have sent people to search. It is just that I am too old to endure this. The teacup shattered before Jiang Bing, startling both him and Madame Yao. Please forgive us, Your Highness. Pei Jing cast a cold glance at the kneeling couple, inquiring, I wonder, if it were your son who were missing, would you still sleep so soundly? Jiang Bing replied, Your Highness, we would search for him. Pei Jing scoffed. Jiang Rufei, you wouldn't happen to be an adopted child, would you? Upon uttering those words, Jiang Bingshi's complexion instantly drained of color, his lips trembled in silence, while Madame Yao collapsed in fright, barely daring to lift her head. Jiang Fei keenly perceived the gravity of the situation. Could it be that the original owner, Jiang Ruf, was not her biological child after all? Yet, the author had failed to mention such a crucial detail, leaving numerous plot holes unaddressed. The narrative spanned several million words. Perhaps the author had forgotten amidst the writing. She is indeed my biological daughter, Madame Yao hastily asserted, born after 10 months of pregnancy. However, she was raised in the countryside during her early years. Her rebellious nature and disregard for elders have estranged her from the family. For reasons unknown, those words incited an inexplicable anger in Pei Jing. As he raised his hand, ready to slam the table, he suddenly met Jiang Fei's gaze. This girl had already contemplated pledging herself to him. If he were to support her now, would she not become utterly devoted to him? That would render him unable to shake her off. Pei Jing flicked his sleeve, questioning her presence. Do you not have a place to sit?
Oh.
Jiang Fei was still pondering the identity of the original owner when she unexpectedly heard his remark and found a chair to sit upon. Observing her distracted demeanor, Pei Jing's brows furrowed deeper. What? Do you not hear this Wang's words? Jiang Fei finally came to her senses, blinking. Did you not just ask me to sit down? Your Highness? I have done so. You. Pei Jing was momentarily choked with anger and turned to Jiang Bingshi, stating, Your daughter displays such a lack of respect. It seems she indeed requires proper discipline. Jiang Bingshi repeatedly agreed, but then Pei Jing's tone shifted. However, since you are unable to teach her, I shall take it upon myself from this day forward. Jiang Fei's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Madame Yao seethed, gritting her teeth. She, the matriarch, was kneeling here, while Jiang Ruf, a mere beggar, dared to sit boldly in a chair. Your Highness, this surely breaches decorum. Decorum? Pei Jing scoffed with a sidelong glance. My words are the standard. I shall assign a capable individual from the royal household to instruct her in proper conduct, lest she continue to shout at me incessantly. Jiang Fei wished to retort but held her tongue. Had she really shouted so frequently? How could it be deemed incessant? It was a classic case of attributing guilt without basis. Would he assign someone akin to the infamous concubine Rong to torment her? Pei Jing's hand, which had been poised to lift his teacup, fell empty as he remembered that he had shattered it. With the dawn breaking, not even a warm meal was available? Was this how the Jiang family treated their guests? Jiang Bingshi, drenched in cold sweat, hastily replied, Your Highness, please calm your anger. I shall have someone prepare breakfast immediately. Pei Jing then turned to Jiang Fei. I have saved you. Surely, you can prepare a meal for me? Very well, Jiang Fei readily agreed. She indeed owed Pei Jing, and cooking a meal was a reasonable expectation. Besides, she could add a bit more salt to diminish her favorability towards him. Pei Jing smirked slightly, glancing at her hands. Perhaps by the time you finish, I might starve to death. What a fickle man. Chapter 85. Apologies are futile. As the meal was served, daylight fully broke. The temperature began to rise, and Jiang Bingshi, not daring to be negligent, arranged for ice in the room, providing some relief from the heat. Jiang Fei, famished, dove into her meal with fervor. While she could pretend to be a refined lady, Pei Jing was not her target of conquest, and there was no need for pretense in front of him. Observing her voracious appetite, Pei Jing found himself at a loss for words, unable to suppress his irritation as he finally set down his chopsticks. Are you feeding a pig? Jiang Fei, with a mouthful of food, managed to place a piece of braised pork into his bowl, mumbling, Your Highness, please enjoy. At least she recognized the need to attend to her guest. Pei Jing picked up the pork, about to take a bite, when he caught a glimpse of Jiang Fei's smiling gaze, causing him to pause abruptly, suddenly realizing, Do you dare to insult me? When have I insulted you? Jiang Fei replied innocently. Pei Jing gritted his teeth, inhaled deeply, and consumed the pork. Jiang Fei continued to devour her meal with gusto, while Pei Jing had barely touched his food, so she propped her chin on her hand, watching him eat. He sat upright like a pine, his posture impeccable as he delicately maneuvered his chopsticks, tapping them against the bowl's edge to drain excess sauce before slowly bringing the food to his mouth. Jiang Fei could not help but scoff internally. This man even ate as if he were deliberating in a court session. Was it not exhausting? What are you staring at? Pei Jing asked, his eyes not lifting as he chewed leisurely. I am merely waiting to see when you will finish, Jiang Fei replied. I am tired. Pei Jing's chopsticks hesitated slightly as he raised his gaze to her. Is this how you express your gratitude to me? By interrupting my meal? Jiang Fei rested her chin in her hand. I am not rushing you. You were the one who asked me what I was looking at. Take your time. Eat as long as you wish. Bored, she began tracing circles on the table with her tea. Suddenly, she recalled something. Your Highness, Wei seeing, silence while eating and sleeping. Pei Jing interrupted. Have you learned the Jiang family's rules well enough to forget your manners? Jiang Fei rolled her eyes. I have not learned any rules. I lack refinement. So tell me, why did you not save Wei seeing but chose to rescue me instead? She has someone to save her. It is you who, Pei Jing's words faltered. His gaze becoming colder. I am no fool. Could I not seek both you and her? Finding you does not hinder my search for her. Who knows who may be discovered first in this city? Realization dawned on Jiang Fei. It made sense. No wonder he could become the second male lead in the story. He was indeed not someone to be underestimated, unlike Wei Mingjin, who was so singularly focused. Jiang Fei rested her chin in thought for a moment, muttering, So, Your Highness did not come specifically to rescue me. Rather, it was a matter of coincidence while searching the city. With this perspective, I no longer feel so overwhelmed by your favor. Pei Jing's expression darkened. Jiang Roof, repeat that. It is the truth, Jiang Fei retorted. You did not come to save me. It was merely incidental. Incidental? Pei Jing sneered, gripping his chopsticks tightly. I turned the city upside down with my guards. You dare call that incidental? Jiang Fei blinked innocently. Did you not say so yourself? Silence. Pei Jing abruptly stood. Do you think I am some kind of fool who saves everyone indiscriminately? Jiang Fei thought to herself. You are certainly not. You are more of a reaper, who eliminates rather than saves. Pei Jing towered over her, having barely touched his meal, yet she had managed to infuriate him. Could it not be that when searching for you, I happened to find Wei seeing as well? But the thought faltered on his lips, as Pei Jing was nearly driven to the brink of fury, turning abruptly to leave. Your Highness, wait. Jiang Fei instinctively called out to him. Pei Jing strode away, without looking back. An apology is pointless. That is not. Jiang Fei felt a bit embarrassed. You took our family's chopsticks. Pei Jing glanced down, just then realizing he was still holding 2 jade chopsticks, and lifted his hand as if to smash them to the ground. Fragile items, fragile items. Jiang Fei hurried forward. Spreading her hands, handle them with care. Irritated, Pei Jing slapped the chopsticks into her hands and, with a flick of his sleeve, turned to leave. As he exited the main hall, Duan Jiao, who had been eavesdropping at the entrance, quickly followed. After walking a distance, Duan Jiao could no longer contain himself. Your Highness.
Speak.
Duan Jiao swallowed hard. You and Miss Jiang have severed ties. Will you still send someone to the Jiang residence to teach her proper etiquette? Pei Jing halted abruptly, anger flaring. Who said we have severed ties? Severing ties is a child's tactic. Adults do not easily cut off relationships. Yes, yes. Duan Jiao cautiously replied. But did you not say that apologies are futile? Pei Jing retorted. Apologies are indeed futile. Hence, there is no need for them. If you cannot even grasp this simple truth after being by my side for so long, what use are you? Yes, I understand my mistake, Duan Jiao stammered. Pei Jing shot him a sidelong glance and continued forward. I am not a man of broken promises. If I say I will send someone, I will. Duan Jiao suggested tentatively. Perhaps we should invite Granny Cui to come over? Pei Jing furrowed his brow at the mention of Granny Cui. Duan Jiao nodded, acknowledging that Granny Cui was indeed very strict, having served in the palace previously and possessing a profound understanding of rules. She had reformed numerous young ladies from noble families, and even the most unruly heiresses could be brought back into line under her guidance. Surely, she would instill proper conduct in Miss Jiang. However, Pei Jing interjected, expressing concern for Granny Cui's advanced age and the potential strain on her health due to that girl's antics. Duan Jiao was taken aback. Then, shall we invite Granny Li? He suggested, noting her gentler disposition. Yet Pei Jing replied coolly, Granny Li is too mild-mannered to manage someone so unruly. Duan Jiu found himself utterly confused. If neither of them was suitable, did that imply the prince intended to summon Wenju back? Pei Jing mounted his horse, noting that Wenju was quite capable and could handle that girl. Duan Jiu was left speechless, while he understood that she could indeed manage her. The crux of the matter was whether she would dare to do so. You wish to teach Miss Jiang proper decorum, yet you send a formidable guard to her side? How does that make sense? However, Pei Jing reasoned that he needed someone close to her to avoid the inconvenience of having to search for her should she go missing again. He twisted the reins casually, remarking that it would not be easy to persuade him to marry her, hence placing Wenju beside her would serve as a means of evaluation. Duan Jiu fell silent, realizing that as the person who understood the prince best, he now found himself utterly perplexed and could only follow silently behind. After a moment, Pei Jing continued, I perceive that she has grown arrogant from being favored, daring to speak to me in such a manner, showing a lack of respect. He pondered for a moment, adding, perhaps it would be wise to let her cool off. Duan Jiu nodded, reflecting on who was truly cooling off in this situation, as he listened to Pei Jing instruct. Send someone to investigate Wei Xiying. Chapter 86. You resemble a lump after returning home. Jiang Fei collapsed into a deep slumber, waking only as dusk approached. Zhou Tao had brought out a chair, and Jiang Fei languidly reclined on the rattan seat as they idly munched on chilled watermelon. The evening sun cast a warm golden hue over the courtyard, enveloping everything in its embrace. I absolutely detest that person, Jiang Fei declared. Zhou Tao, munching on the fruit, queried, what is the issue with him sending a few individuals to look for you? Jiang Fei was indifferent, having always intended to use Wei Mingjin for her own purposes without any genuine feelings involved. Gazing at the evening clouds, she recalled the descriptions from her readings. Wei Mingjin was utterly devoted to his sister, showing more concern for Wei Xiying than for his own wife. Take for instance their recent visit to the Pure Lotus Monastery. Despite his busy schedule, he made a special effort to accompany his sister up the mountain. The bond shared by these siblings was indeed remarkable. If it were merely her disappearance, he would likely come to her aid, but given that Wei Xiying went missing simultaneously, he had no choice but to prioritize her. Jiang Fei spat out a watermelon seed, lazily remarking, what is there to be upset about? If I were in his shoes, I would certainly prioritize rescuing my own sister. Zhou Tao, feeling disgruntled, muttered, but miss, you are his betrothed. Betrothed, you say? Let us discuss that once we're married, Jiang Fei replied, tossing half a watermelon into Zhou Tao's arms before reclining once more and conversing with the system in her mind. I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, she confessed. The system, intrigued, asked, what have you discovered? The timing of Wei Xiying's appearance is too coincidental. Jiang Fei narrowed her eyes, reflecting on the day's details. In the heat of the moment, she and T pondered deeply, but once she calmed down, numerous doubts surfaced. Go on, the system encouraged. Jiang Fei organized her thoughts. After I was kidnapped, I woke up in a carriage, and I can confirm that I was alone at that moment, having struggled and clearly recalling that there was no one else in the carriage. Yet when I left, there was only one carriage at the scene. If Wei Xiying had also been taken, why wasn't she in the carriage with me? Before the system could respond, Jiang Fei continued her analysis. Assuming she was brought on horseback, why was I blindfolded while she was not? The system pondered for a moment, suggesting, perhaps you were the sole target of the kidnappers, and they only prepared one blindfold. That is a possibility, Jiang Fei conceded, but even without a blindfold, there should have been something to prevent her from seeing the kidnappers' faces. Yet there was nothing. Did they believe she wouldn't awaken? That doesn't add up. But what is even stranger is the attitude of the kidnappers. They seemed unusually courteous towards Wei Xiying. Jiang Fei considered her words carefully, exceedingly polite, even leaving the ropes not too tight. How do you know? The system inquired. Jiang Fei wiped the watermelon juice from her hands, explaining, the marks on her wrists were not severe, indicating she was not tightly bound. And though she claimed to be frightened, there were no signs of struggle. A truly terrified person would instinctively resist. The system hesitated. Are you suggesting she might be in cahoots with the kidnappers? Jiang Fei slowly shook her head. Zhao Xingbang admitted from the outset that he was the mastermind. Yet no one has mentioned Wei Xiying at all. What I cannot comprehend is how she came to be there. The system remarked, I have analyzed the scene from that time, and at first glance, nothing seemed amiss. However, your analysis has revealed numerous inconsistencies. Jiang Fei exclaimed, raking her fingers through her hair in frustration, startling Jiao Tao, who almost dropped the watermelon rind. Miss, what's wrong? Nothing, nothing, Jiang Fei reassured her, regaining her composure and continuing her conversation with the system. In the original text, Wei Xiying was kind-hearted and loathed evil, yet this incarnation of her seems unremarkable. Still, I can't shake the feeling that something is off, despite lacking any evidence. Could it be? Suddenly, Jiang Fei had a flash of insight. Could she also be a time traveler? Perhaps she has come with her own mission. The system promptly dismissed the idea. However, I have not detected any energy fluctuations similar to mine in this timeline. Jiang Fei was astonished. You can detect energy fluctuations? I'm quite advanced, you know. The system replied with pride. I am proficient in quantum physics and artificial intelligence, adept in modern medical equipment, and fluent in over 200 languages. Do you think those capabilities are of any use here? Jiang Fei rolled her eyes in disbelief. The system pondered. I can also detect the energy fields of the main characters in this world. For instance, Pei Jing's energy fluctuations are particularly strong, akin to a walking miniature nuclear reactor. Jiang Fei nearly choked on her own saliva. Wait, did you just say Pei Jing is like a nuclear reactor? Indeed, the system replied, its tone suddenly gossipy. And his energy fluctuations have become increasingly unstable, especially when he is around you, fluctuating in intensity and pace. Stop right there. Jiang Fei interjected. What about my energy field? You? Well, the system mused. You bear a resemblance to a lump. Shut up. Jiang Fei gritted her teeth. So, what is the purpose of your abilities? The purpose is to sound impressive, the system declared. Jiang Fei rubbed her throbbing temples, lamenting, what good are all these superficial features? You might as well have a calculator. I actually have a calculator function, the system protested, sounding quite aggrieved. Would you like me to help you calculate your current assets? Or perhaps plan your dowry? Jiang Fei envisioned the systems of other time travelers, feeling a wave of despair wash over her. Other systems offered navigation, universal marketplaces, supreme craftsmen, and unparalleled medical skills, while hers merely provided a calculator. Did it not occur to the system that it was inadequate? The system responded, not at all. Are you hoping for a Gatling gun? Jiang Fei genuinely considered it, envisioning a barrage that could take down humanity. Encountering a system like you is my fortune, the system preemptively declared. Jiang Fei, utterly disheartened, lay back in her chair, mulling over all that had transpired since her crossing. Suddenly, she sat upright from her rattan chair, startling Jiao Tao, who dropped the nearly untouched watermelon rind and rushed to support her. Miss, why do you keep jumping in surprise today? Jiang Fei's fingers froze midair, as if struck by a sudden realization. The system, her voice barely audible, led to a contemplative thought. If Wei Xiying were not a time traveler, could she possibly be a reincarnation? Chapter 87. 2 Marriages. The night breeze stilled for a brief moment. The system experienced an unusual lag. Could it be merely a coincidence? Jiang Fei gradually straightened her posture. If she were indeed a reincarnation, she would possess knowledge of how the story was originally intended to unfold, including the connection between myself and Zhao Xingbang. The person originally meant to marry Wei Mingjin was not I, but Jiang Rulin. Coincidentally, neither of us is particularly virtuous. She should have been the one to prevent my marriage to Wei Mingjin. Why then does she seem intent on bringing us together? Jiang Fei pondered, her head aching. A puzzle more complicated than advanced calculus, yet it was undeniably contradictory. What contradiction? The system inquired. Jiang Fei analyzed earnestly. If she is indeed a reincarnation, she should know that I will cause her harm later on. Why would she still want me to marry her brother? The system replied, have you forgotten? You are the variable in this timeline. It was originally Jiang Rulin who would harm her. In that instant, Jiang Fei experienced a moment of clarity. You mean she chose to facilitate the marriage of the originally ineffectual Jiang Fei into the Dingyuan Marquise to prevent Jiang Rulin from harming her, as Jiang Fei would be easier to manipulate. The system applauded, precisely. Jiang Fei nodded. This made sense. At present, she remains unaware that I will cause her harm. However, the host, I must caution you. The system continued. All of this is predicated on the assumption that Wei Xiying is a reincarnation, yet we cannot ascertain her true nature. Jiang Fei straightened, pondering that whether she is a reincarnation would require some probing to uncover the truth. What method will you employ to probe her? The system asked. Jiang Fei recalled the plot's progression. As of now, she should be carried into the Zhao family's courtyard as Zhao Xingbang's concubine, while Jiang Rilin prepares to marry into the Dingyuan Marquise. If Wei Xiying is indeed a reincarnation, would she not fear the events unfolding as they originally did? A smile crept across Jiang Fei's lips. She had an idea. In the Dingyuan Marquise, Wei Xiying had finished her preparations. After the Marquis had seen her, he departed, leaving the Marchioness and Wei Mingjin behind. Leaning against a soft pillow, Wei Xiying's gaze was remarkably clear. You went to rescue me but neglected my sister-in-law after this incident. She must have some lingering resentment. Wei Mingjin's brow furrowed deeply. Yet the Marchioness remarked, though her reputation is not stellar. I have met her twice and found her to be a sensible child. If she harbors any grievances, it would be somewhat unreasonable. After all, she is her own sister. It is only natural to prioritize your rescue. Nonetheless, Wei Xiying replied softly, it inevitably gives the impression of coldness. What do you think, third brother? Wei Mingjin's mind lingered on the scene of Pei Jing abducting Jiang Fei, and he snapped back to reality. This was a hasty decision on my part. I will find a suitable moment to apologize. The Marchioness hesitated, contemplating whether to speak, but ultimately refraining. Had it not been for the engagement established over a decade ago, there would have been no reason to forge ties with the Jiang family. Their lineage far surpassed ours, so there was no necessity for a personal visit. Well then, matters concerning you youngsters should be resolved by you. However, since the engagement has already been established, do not create any incidents that would embarrass both families. Wei Mingjin nodded. What you say is true, mother. In the Qianyuan Hall, Emperor Zhaowen was reviewing memorials while asking, have you found the assassin you were looking for?
No.
Pei Jing replied nonchalantly, finding an assassin is not that simple. The emperor paused, his expression darkening. You must temper your actions. Your grandiose search for people has caused quite a stir. Proclamations of lockdown have stirred the city into chaos, and the memorials from the officials are nearly drowning my desk. I find it quite beneficial, Pei Jing retorted with a smirk. Those who eat the emperor's provisions should be given something to do, lest they become restless. Fuming, the emperor slammed his brush down, splattering ink across the memorial. Do you take this for a jest? Pei Jing lowered his head slightly. Matters concerning life and death are certainly no jest. The emperor collected himself, taking a sip of tea. I have heard that you brought back 2 individuals in the dead of night. Pei Jing's gaze darkened, yet a smile remained on his face. Since your majesty is already aware, why inquire further? This time, for which family was it? The Wei family or the Jiang family? The emperor queried. Pei Jing raised his head, smiling. Are you suggesting I clarify this, so you can have more leverage over me? The emperor slammed the table. When have I ever had leverage over you? In these years, has it not been you who has had leverage over me? I have indulged you so many times. Which prince has enjoyed such treatment? Yet no prince has a background like mine, Pei Jing shot back. You. The emperor groaned, pressing his forehead in frustration. The Grand Eunuch Meng Yuenda hurried forward to massage the emperor's temples while casting a pleading glance at Pei Jing. It is hot, your highness. Perhaps you should have some tea to cool down. Pei Jing, understanding the implication, knew that continuing the conversation would only exacerbate the emperor's anger. With a smile, he remarked, I desire both. Perhaps your majesty could indulge me further and allow me to marry both. Absurd. The emperor pointed at him. The Jiang girl is already promised to Wei San. Do not harbor such thoughts. As for the Wei girl, I can issue a decree to grant you that marriage. Pei Jing's smile faded. If he could not have both as he wished, then he would refuse both in accordance with the emperor's desires. He turned and walked away, prompting the emperor to leap to his feet. Stop! The emperor shouted, spilling tea as he moved. Do you think this is a place where you can come and go as you please? Pei Jing halted but did not look back, scoffing. Is the emperor going to punish me? He turned slowly, his eyes filled with defiance. Why not just charge me with the crime of disrespect? That would please those officials. As for the punishment, perhaps annihilating my entire clan would suffice? The air in the hall suddenly thickened. Meng Yuenda, terrified, knelt on the ground, barely breathing. Annihilation of the clan, the emperor glared at Pei Jing, his chest heaving with rage. After a long pause, he abruptly seized the inkstone on the table and smashed it to the ground, ink splattering everywhere. Get out! Get out of my sight! Pei Jing bowed gracefully, his demeanor elegant like a crane poised in the wind. I take my leave. Once Pei Jing's figure vanished beyond the hall, the emperor staggered back to his dragon throne, gripping the armrests tightly. Meng Yuenda approached cautiously. Your Majesty, Please take care of your health. He is intent on driving me to my death. The emperor's voice was hoarse. A flicker of pain in his eyes. After all these years, how have I treated him? Meng Yuanda consoled. Your Majesty, do not be angry. The prince was gravely injured in his youth, and such scars are hard to fade. The emperor waved his hand. Enough. Go tell him to come to the mountain when he has the time. Chapter 88. Has she acknowledged her mistakes? Pei Jing strode out of the palace gates, and wherever he passed, palace attendants knelt to avoid him. The smile had vanished from his face, his eyes swirling with a terrifying tide that nearly engulfed him. Outside the palace, rain had begun to fall, unnoticed due to the heavy palace gates. Prince of Zhaoning. Pei Jing turned to see a figure emerging from the shadows below the lantern light. It's you. The crown prince Pei Yi's expression was grave. The Prince of Zhaoning is making quite the spectacle searching for assassins. Have any been found? Pei Jing lazily tilted his head. Of course not. The residences of several princes have yet to be searched, have they not? Pei Yi's expression shifted dramatically. What do you mean by that? The literal meaning. If your conscience is clear, why feel guilty? Over the years, how many assassination attempts have I faced, and how many have involved your people? Only you could remember that clearly. Pei Yi's face shifted between shades of green and white, tension palpable. A young eunuch interjected, Prince Jing, the emperor is already waiting inside. Pei Yi took a deep breath, suppressing his anger, and coldly remarked, then you should take care. Pei Jing paused beneath the eaves, watching as the curtain of rain fell like countless silver threads from the heavens, enveloping the entire world in a thick veil of gray. The splashes of rain dampened the hem of his robe, prompting the eunuch to hurriedly raise an umbrella and approach, speaking cautiously, my lord, the rain has intensified. I have arranged for a sedan chair. Please wait a moment. No need, Pei Jing replied in a voice so soft it was barely audible. He took the umbrella from the eunuch's hands and stepped directly into the downpour. Meng Yuanda finally caught up with Pei Jing, drenched on one side of his shoulder. The young eunuch, who had not even opened the umbrella, stepped aside to bow as Meng Yuanda approached. My lord, please hold on. Pei Jing halted, wondering if Meng Yuanda had changed his mind, perhaps regretting his earlier stance. Meng Yuanda, panting from the exertion, replied, Your Highness, the Emperor wishes to convey a message. If you have the time, please visit the Listening Spring Mountain. The recluse has fallen ill and has not been well for several days. Pei Jing's expression darkened, his fingers tightening around the umbrella handle, knuckles turning pale. Ill? When did this happen? He asked, his voice strained. It has been over half a month now. Meng Yuanda replied in a hushed tone. The recluse forbids us to speak of it. After a moment, Pei Jing said, understood. But when he turned to leave, Meng Yuanda followed, holding the umbrella. There are a few words I wish to share, though I am unsure if I should. Pei Jing continued walking, remarking, If it is inappropriate to speak, then why say anything? My lord. Meng Yuanda gritted his teeth, reaching out to grasp Pei Jing's sleeve. Please heed this old servant's advice. The emperor is, after all, the sovereign. It is rare for him to show such leniency towards you. In the entire palace, which prince enjoys such favor. So I should be grateful to him? Pei Jing retorted. I do not presume to instruct your highness on how to act, Meng Yuanda replied earnestly. However, having served the emperor for nearly 40 years, I have observed that he harbors a certain guilt towards you. Otherwise, why would he allow you such leeway for so many years? When has he ever truly punished you? Seeing Pei Jing silent, Meng Yuanda summoned his courage to continue. I am not speaking on behalf of the emperor, but out of concern for your well-being. This guilt cannot last forever. It will eventually run dry. Without the emperor's favor, how will you navigate this capital? Pei Jing abruptly stopped, raindrops from the umbrella's edge falling onto his shoulder, darkening the fabric. He let out a low laugh. Eerie in the rain-soaked night. Meng Gonggong, he slowly turned his head, eyes glinting with a crimson hue. Do you think I care about such things? Meng Yuanda staggered back, startled by the intensity in Pei Jing's gaze, causing the lantern in his hand to sway precariously. The emperor's favor? Pei Jing suddenly tossed the umbrella aside, seizing Meng Yuanda's collar with enough force to lift him slightly off the ground. I would rather he despise me. His voice was hoarse, sharp as a poisoned blade. Tell him it would be better to execute me publicly. Meng Yuanda's face drained of color. But does your highness not have any attachments? Pei Jing tightened his grip, causing Meng Yuanda to struggle for breath. Did he send you to remind me of this? Pei Jing's gaze was cold and menacing, rainwater dripping from his lashes. Does he fear I might forget about this person? Perhaps she thinks as I do, that sometimes living is worse than dying. And what of Miss Wei or Miss Jiang? Pei Jing's grip faltered slightly, narrowing his eyes. Are you testing me? I merely wish to convey, Meng Yuanda gasped, that as long as we can live, we should live fully. If we, who are neither here nor there, can survive, then your highness, with your noble stature, should live with joy. Why must you burden yourself so? Pei Jing abruptly released him, causing Meng Yuanda to stumble backward. He tilted his head back, letting the rain pelt his face, laughter trembling through his shoulders. I will do as I please, and it brings me great satisfaction. You may return and inform him that this capital. His laughter ceased abruptly as he turned to fix Meng Yuanda with a frenzied yet lucid gaze. I will soon turn this place upside down. Once Pei Jing's figure had vanished into the curtain of rain, the young eunuch dared to step forward, cautiously raising the umbrella for Meng Yuanda. Grandfather, let us return. The rain grows heavier. Meng Yuanda came back to his senses, murmuring, I wonder how much of that the prince took to heart. Why are you so concerned for the prince? The young eunuch inquired, assisting him as they made their way back. The prince does not treat you with much courtesy. Soaked to the skin, Meng Yuanda felt fortunate it was summer, as he did not feel cold. Otherwise, his elderly bones might not withstand it. The Pingwang has shown me kindness, yet alas, he departed too soon, leaving me with a debt I fear I can never repay. The young eunuch nodded, appearing to understand, while Meng Yuanda shook his head, seemingly unwilling to elaborate further. By the time Pei Jing exited the palace, he was thoroughly drenched. Having discarded the umbrella somewhere along the way, Duanju noticed his pallor but refrained from asking questions, knowing that his lord rarely emerged from the palace in good spirits. A rare pleasant demeanor usually meant the emperor had been gravely angered. My lord, shall we return to the residence? Pei Jing sat within the carriage, his damp robe clinging to him, the brocade seat cushions soaked through. What news from Wei Xiying? Duanjiu sensed his master was seeking trouble. But given Pei Jing's foul mood, it was understandable. He cautiously reminded him, you only issued the order 2 days ago. Pei Jing rubbed his forehead, asking, and where is that girl? Which one? Pei Jing lifted his gaze. I have been cold to her for so long. She ought to realize her mistakes by now. Duanjiu hesitated. You only began to be cold to her 2 days ago.
Is that so?
Pei Jing paused, taken aback. Have you perhaps misremembered? It feels like an eternity. Duanjiu felt as though he were juggling the tasks of both a guard and a eunuch. He steeled himself to respond, my lord. It has indeed only been 2 days. When Zhu has yet to return, I have placed spies outside the Jiang residence. And it seems the second Miss Jiang has not left her courtyard in these past 2 days. Pei Jing's brows furrowed deeper, fingers unconsciously tapping against his knee. She is quite composed. Duanju stole a glance at his master, noting the damp lashes casting shadows beneath his eyes, revealing a hint of rare melancholy. Boldly, he suggested, shall we take advantage of the night to check on her? As long as the second Miss Jiang does not notice, she would believe you are still keeping her at bay, and thus would not become arrogant. That makes sense, Pei Jing nodded, but then abruptly shifted his tone. Who said I intended to visit her? You presume too much. Caught in a dilemma, Duanjiu realized he had not considered all aspects. At this hour, the second Miss Jiang would surely be resting. Feeling uncomfortable in his damp garments, Pei Jing tugged at his collar. Let us return. The previous day's rain had cooled the air considerably, prompting many young gentlemen and ladies to venture out and socialize. Zhao Xingbang dismounted from his carriage, inadvertently pulling at his injury, causing him to wince. As he lifted his head, his gaze landed on a figure leaning against the open window on the second floor, watching him with a smile that was both playful and enigmatic. My lady, have you ordered so many dishes that you have forgotten we have only 2 taels of silver left? Jiang Fei withdrew her gaze and took a seat at the table. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, yet only 2 sets of chopsticks were laid out. She gestured for Zhou Tao to start eating. Hurry up. The bill collector is coming. She had sent word to Zhao Xingbang, inviting him to this place, stating that failure to come would have consequences. This cowardly fool had indeed shown up. Before long, they heard 2 gentle knocks at the door, and Zhao Xingbang's voice called from outside. I have arrived.
Come in.
Zhao Xingbang stepped inside, his expression a curious blend of indignation, dissatisfaction, fear, and defiance, resembling a palette of emotions. Why did you summon me? Jiang Fei raised her gaze and succinctly replied, I brought you here to assist me with something. Zhao Xingbang's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, You have beaten me to this state and still expect me to do your bidding? You must be dreaming. Jiang Fei abruptly dropped her chopsticks, causing Zhao Xingbang to instinctively shrink his shoulders. Understand this. It is I who spared your life. Had you attempted to hold me hostage and seize my belongings, you would have faced a death without a grave. Jiang Fei's voice turned icy. If you cannot be of use to me, then your life holds no significance. Zhao Xingbang's face turned ashen, and he instinctively took a few steps back, his back hitting the doorframe. He had thought he had finally escaped a calamity. Avoiding Zhang Ruf and Pei Jing would be enough to keep him safe. Little did he know that trouble would seek him out regardless. What do you want from me? Jiang Fei leisurely picked up her chopsticks again, deftly pinching a piece of crystal meat. It is quite simple. Investigate the events surrounding Wei Xiying in Jiangnan from 10 years ago and find someone to keep an eye on her. Should there be any unusual activity, inform me promptly. Zhao Xingbang swallowed hard. It was mealtime, and he was indeed feeling hungry, though it seemed there were no chopsticks prepared for him. Aren't you supposed to marry Wei San? Why investigate his sister? I have my reasons. Do not question them, just ensure the task is completed. Zhao Xingbang hesitated, aware that Prince Jianing had affections for Wei Xiying. If he were to discover... Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow. If you handle this matter cleverly, he will never find out, will he? Zhao Xingbang lacked confidence, pondering the potential consequences of being discovered. But you have not acted against her, so why fear? Jiang Fei said, if I could protect you once, I can do so again. Zhao Xingbang considered this, finding merit in her words. He had witnessed Prince Jianing's treatment of Zhang Ruf, yet being tasked to assist her left a bitter taste in his mouth, as she had nearly caused him to become extinct. What, then, is the benefit for me? Do you still desire a reward? Zhao Xingbang pressed his back tighter against the wall, thinking that surely a donkey must be fed to pull a millstone. Jiang Fei smiled. Then relay to that donkey to work diligently. Otherwise, I shall have him slaughtered. Zhao Xingbang gritted his teeth. What benefit is that? Jiang Fei added. Is that not a benefit? Assist me, and I shall ensure your survival. You must consider this carefully. Once this opportunity passes, it may never return. The timing of Prince Jianing's wrath is unpredictable, and such a condition is sought by many. The latter statement rang true. Prince Jianing's unpredictability indeed granted him a figurative amulet against death. Zhao Xingbang's mind raced. When shall you require this? The sooner, the better. Zhao Xingbang frowned. I can only promise my best efforts, and you must guarantee my safety. Agreed. Jiang Fei snapped her fingers. You may leave now. Zhao Xingbang was eager to depart. Ever since encountering Zhang Ruf, his life had been fraught with misfortune. Just as he reached the door, Jiang Fei called out, do not forget to settle the bill before you leave. Zhao Xingbang turned, pointing to himself, but I have not eaten. Your consumption has no bearing on settling the bill. Jiang Fei replied, without raising her head. Is it not possible to settle the bill without eating? Will you not pay? I shall not pay, Zhao Xingbang retorted, defiantly standing his ground against her. Then so be it. Jiang Fei instructed, Zhou Tao, send a message to the Prince of Jianing, requesting him to settle my account. Oh no. To pay the bill. Jiang Fei noted that she had grown increasingly adept at leveraging Pei Jing's name, initially apprehensive about being discovered. She now could do so with a steady heart, almost convincing herself in the process. Zhao Xingbang took a deep breath. A true man must be able to bend and stretch. I shall pay. For how could I allow Prince Jianing to run an errand for a mere few dozen taels of silver? By the time Jiang Fei returned to the Jiang residence, it was already afternoon. As the carriage came to a halt, before she could alight, the doorkeeper hurried out to greet her. Miss, you have finally returned. Young Master Wei has been waiting in the flower hall for 2 hours, the servant said, wiping his brow. Jiang Fei paused, frowning slightly. Why didn't anyone inform me? I could have returned sooner. The doorkeeper replied, in response to Mrs. Inquiry, young Master Wei said it was rare for the weather to be pleasant, and that you should take your time enjoying the fresh air. Zhou Tao pouted, recalling how, when she had abandoned the mist to rescue Wei Xiying, her words had been far more pleasant. Jiang Fei gently patted Zhou Tao's hand, signaling her to be cautious with her words, and then adjusted her sleeves. Let us go. In the flower hall, Wei Mingjin sat upright in the guest seat, the tea in his cup having long gone cold. Upon seeing Jiang Fei enter, he immediately rose. Miss Jiang, there is no need for the formalities, young Master Wei, Jiang Fei replied as she took her seat. Have you been waiting long? Wei Mingjin adjusted the fabric of his garments. Not at all. I had no pressing matters today, so waiting a bit longer is of no consequence. Jiang Fei was well aware of Wei Mingjin's purpose for visiting. In the narrative, he was depicted as a quintessential gentleman, adhering strictly to principles, lacking flexibility. His absence during her time of need had left him with a heavy heart, feeling guilt and remorse. And it was clear that he had come today to offer his apologies. Jiang Fei deliberately remained silent, leisurely toying with the lid of her teacup, waiting for him to speak first. Wei Mingjin, unable to endure the silence, cleared his throat and began, "Miss Jiang, about that day." "What day?" Jiang Fei feigned ignorance. Wei Mingjin frowned slightly. "That day, Jiu Tao came to seek me out, but I failed to consider your situation." Jiang Fei had been staring at the ground without blinking, and only when her eyes began to ache did she turn to Wei Mingjin. "You need not concern yourself. Young Master Wei. Miss Wei is your blood relative, and I am yet to be formally engaged. I understand the distance between kinship." Upon finishing her words, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, yet she stubbornly turned her face away. Wei Mingjin felt a pang in his heart at her appearance, his fingers unconsciously tightening around his robe. "It was my fault. Please do not be upset. I assure you, I will protect you in the future." Seizing the moment he lowered his head, Jiang Fei dabbed her eyes with a tea treat, sincerely saying, "I believe in you, young master." Seeing the teardrops still clinging to her lashes, Wei Mingjin felt an even deeper sense of guilt. After a moment's hesitation, he took out a brocade box from his sleeve. "I heard you like pearls, so I selected some from my family's treasury and had them crafted into a hairpin, which perfectly complements your pearl earrings." As he spoke, a faint blush crept up his ears. Jiang Fei suddenly recalled that during the recent proposal from the Duke of Dingyuan's family, she had worn the very pearl earrings he mentioned, and to her surprise, Wei Mingjin had remembered. She opened the brocade box to reveal a pearl hairpin. Its body intricately woven with 2 strands of golden wire resembling willow branches, with 2 lustrous pearls embedded at the top, and a dangling chain adorned with smaller pearls. Such intricate craftsmanship could not have been completed in just 2 days. Had he begun preparing this after their engagement? System, Jiang Fei called out in her mind. "Urgent request for the system." The system responded, "What is it?" "Quickly check Wei Mingjin's feelings towards me." After a couple of beeps in her mind, the system reported, "Favorability rating, 52. Jiang Fei was astonished. Wasn't it said that making someone like you is no easy feat? How had it suddenly increased so rapidly? The system lazily replied, "Just moments ago, those 2 drops of fake tears raised it by 5 points, and your earnest declaration of belief in him added another 5 points. She hadn't expected that Wei Mingjin could be so easily swayed. It seemed that the ostensibly rigid gentleman in the narrative was, at heart, someone who favored gentler approaches. Noticing Jiang Fei holding the hairpin in silence, Wei Mingjin inquired, "What is the matter? Is the hairpin not to your liking?" "It is perfect," Jiang Fei replied. Wei Mingjin paused. "What are you laughing about?" Jiang Fei responded, "I mean, it is truly to my liking." She inserted the pearl hairpin into her hair. "Does it look good?" A blush crept onto Wei Mingjin's cheeks as he gently replied, "You look beautiful in anything you wear." This compliment left Jiang Fei momentarily at a loss for words, yet she had numerous questions, all concerning Wei Xiying. She suddenly shifted the topic, saying that the pearl-laden attire of Xiying was indeed quite exquisite. Wei Mingjin smiled. She had never favored the dignified and elegant items, preferring those that were vibrant and spirited. "You have recovered somewhat from that fright, haven't you?" Jiang Fei probed subtly. "Much better now. I even mentioned inviting you out to play in a few days," Wei Mingjin replied. Jiang Fei's eyes flickered, her fingertips gently tracing the edge of the teacup. "Why not visit the spring mountain? It's cool up there, a perfect respite from the summer heat." Wei Mingjin nodded, then listened as Jiang Fei continued. "By the way, I heard Xiying mention that she once resided in Jiangnan for some time." Wei Mingjin's expression suddenly froze, her fingers instinctively brushing against her sleeve. Her maternal family was from Jiangnan, and she indeed spent some time there in her youth. Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. Wei Mingjin's reaction was rather peculiar. At that time, Prince Zhaoning had asked Xiying if there was anyone unforgettable, to which she replied that there was indeed one memorable incident. Wei Mingjin's gaze wandered as she said, "We were both quite young then, and many things are now but a blur." "I see," Jiang Fei said, cautious not to reveal her intent too overtly. "I have yet to visit Jiangnan. I have heard it is picturesque, and I would love to see it someday." She noticed Wei Mingjin visibly relaxed. After escorting her out, she summoned the system. Wei Mingjin's reaction was rather strange. Indeed, the system confirmed. When you mentioned Jiang Nan, there was a fluctuation in her energy field. Jiang Fei pondered, her eyes widening suddenly. Are you suggesting that when we discussed Wei Xiaoying and Jiang Nan, her energy field reacted? The system, puzzled, replied, Is my Mandarin unclear? You heard, wait. Jiang Fei interrupted decisively, to test whether Wei Xiaoying has been reincarnated. We simply need to observe her energy fluctuations during the inquiry. She was so excited she nearly leaped. System, you are truly a genius. The system replied. You have finally recognized my worth. How splendid. Jiang Fei paced the room, declaring, Next time I see Wei Xiaoying, you must monitor her energy fluctuations throughout. The system cautioned, however, Host, such precise monitoring is energy-intensive. My charge may not last half a day. Jiang Fei halted abruptly. Wait, you require recharging? The system replied. Looking forlorn. What do you expect? I am not a perpetual motion machine. Jiang Fei sighed. So, what happens when your energy is depleted? I will go offline and then require recharging, the system explained. Within the Zhaoning prince's residence, a bowl filled with medicine shattered upon the floor. Are you saying she met two men in one day? The hidden guard knelt, cautiously lifting his gaze, first assessing Duan Jiu's expression before mustering the courage to say. Miss Zhang Er left, and I feared for her safety, so I followed to protect her. She first visited a tavern, where she met the chancellor's son, Zhao Xingbang, at the Yitsui Tower, and then wait, Pei Jing interrupted. What is the name of that tavern? The guard, bewildered, replied, It's called Yitsui Tower. Pei Jing coughed several times, recovering before stating, Go remove the sign of that tavern. Chapter 91. Double standards. Duan Jiu could not help but remark, Your Highness. If we are to take down someone's sign, there should be a proper reason, no? Pei Jing tilted his head. I require no reason to kill. Why should I need one to remove a sign? A tavern with such audacity to lean on anyone, without considering if that girl is trustworthy. Duan Jiu thought to himself. It was not they who needed it, it was him. His nature was too suspicious. He found it unsettling not to clarify matters. Then let it be taken down. Duan Jiu conceded. The guard, having received the order, was about to withdraw when Pei Jing added, You haven't finished. What happened after she met Zhao Xingbang? The guard returned to his previous position, continuing, Zhao Xingbang came down shortly after entering, leaving while grumbling. Grumbling? Pei Jing exclaimed. The guard quickly corrected himself. He muttered something about needing to foot the bill for the meal, saying the Jiang family was truly impoverished. He glanced carefully at the prince's expression. Pei Jing reclined against the soft pillow, coughing twice, I see. Duan Jiu hastily said, Let someone prepare a fresh bowl of medicine. That evening, Pei Jing returned from the palace drenched in rain. He had not anticipated that 50- or 60-year-old eunuch Meng would emerge unscathed, yet the robust Pei Jing fell ill, thus delaying their trip to the Spring Mountain. How has the Jiang family raised their daughter? They cannot produce 2 taels of silver, needing someone to pay for their meals. Duan Jiu pondered Pei Jing's underlying meaning, tentatively asking, Should we send some silver for Miss Jiang Er's spending? Pei Jing hesitated. I have decided to give her the cold shoulder. How can I send her silver? Wouldn't that only encourage her? Duan Jiu silently criticized. You are not giving her the cold shoulder. You are clearly watching her daily. Just then, Pei Jing commanded, You go.
Ah?
Duan Jiu was perplexed. What should I do? What else? Pei Jing said, I shall not send her silver. Since you proposed it, you may deliver it, deducted from your monthly allowance. Duan Jiu. Pei Jing's gaze turned icy. What is it? Is there a problem? A calamity had befallen Duan Jiu, and he could only brace himself. No problem. I will send it to Miss Jiang Er right away. How much? Duan Jiu thought that 10 taels might draw the prince's ire for being stingy. So, he decided to grit his teeth and send 100 taels. After all, the prince was usually quite generous with them, and 100 taels could be managed. Hesitantly, he raised a finger. 1. Make it 1,000 taels, Pei Jing stated firmly. Duan Jiu felt as if he were about to weep. He could not possibly produce 1,000 taels. I will advance it to you, Pei Jing added. You will deliver it, telling her it is from you? With no connection to me. Understood. Is there anything else? Pei Jing inquired. The guard noticed Duan Jiu making faces at him, unsure of the meaning. Later, when Miss Jiang Er returned to the residence, she encountered Wei Sanling. Duan Jiu closed his eyes, thinking it was over, only to hear Pei Jing erupt in a violent coughing fit. Pei Jing coughed until his eyes turned red, gripping the edge of the bed tightly, his knuckles turning white. And Duanzhou hurriedly offered him water. The guard, trembling, added, "Yes, yes, yes, it was young Master Wei who took the initiative to visit." This time, Pei Jing did not explode with rage. After drinking some water to recover, he slowly lay back down, pulling the quilt over himself and shutting his eyes. His expression notably serene. The guard and Duanzhou exchanged glances, both bewildered by his sudden repose. The physician had been waiting outside for quite some time. Duanzhou cautiously asked, "Does your highness wish to summon him?" Pei Jing, eyes closed, rasped, "No need." Duanzhou hesitated, delaying, "How long must this illness persist?" Uncertain if his words touched a nerve, Pei Jing suddenly changed his mind. "Fine. Let the physician in." Duanzhou quickly summoned the physician, who checked his pulse. Fortunately, it was merely a cold, aligning with the diagnosis from the household physician. The physician slightly adjusted the prescription, and Duanzhou escorted him out. "I didn't dare to ask earlier," the physician said. "How has your highness's condition been of late?" Duanzhou replied, "There have been more frequent episodes recently, with 2 occurrences just 10 days apart. However," he pondered, "since that time, there has been no recurrence." The physician stroked his beard. "Your pulse does not seem as stagnant as before. Your qi and blood are gradually stabilizing. However, emotional distress outweighs physical ailments. You should seek more joyful diversions to lift your spirits. Household trifles should be kept secret, lest they disturb your highness's peace of mind." Duanzhou thought to himself that this advice came too late. He had just been thoroughly angered and had fallen into a silent slumber. The physician added, "I will return in half a month for a follow-up. If the pulse remains stable, we may consider reducing the calming medicine." Duanzhou nodded in agreement, sending the physician out. Just as he was about to sit down to rest, he heard a call from within. "Duanzhou." He entered the inner chamber to find Pei Jing lying on the bed, staring at the canopy above. "What is your command, your highness?" Pei Jing murmured, "I am ill."
Ah?
"Yes," Duanzhou nodded. "Your highness is indeed unwell, but if you diligently follow the physician's advice and take your medicine, you shall recover." Pei Jing suddenly turned over and sat up in bed, fuming. "This king is ill, yet she does not even come to check on me. My efforts to save her were in vain." However, Miss Jiang was unaware of the prince's ailment. "My subordinate only meant to say that if Miss Jiang knew the prince was unwell, she would surely come to visit immediately." Pei Jing snorted coldly and lay back down. "Then let her know. When you deliver the silver, be sure to mention that this king is ill." Before Duanzhou could respond, he abruptly changed his mind. "No, that would seem too deliberate, as if I am eagerly awaiting her visit. Just spread the word that I am gravely ill." Pei Jing turned on his side, his gaze profound, stating that he was indeed quite ill. He was concerned about the length of the night and feared the system might suddenly fail or go offline. Taking advantage of the system's presence, Jiang Fei visited the Dingyuan Marquis's residence the following day to see Wei Xiying. Jiang Fei had been there before, and she noticed that the room had been adorned with additional items, a testament to the affection showered upon Wei Xiying. Wei Xiying pulled Jiang Fei to sit by the bed and smiled. "Your willingness to visit indicates that my sister-in-law has forgiven my third brother." "Forgiveness is hardly the point," Jiang Fei replied. "I never blamed him. He was meant to save you." Wei Xiying admitted, "I actually feel quite guilty. If I hadn't rashly followed, I wouldn't have been captured and my third brother could have rescued you." Jiang Fei gently took Wei Xiying's hand. "Do not say that. You are also a victim." Prior to her visit, Jiang Fei had already devised a plan to probe Wei Xiying. She signaled for Jiu Tao to bring out some items, stating, "I heard you have not left your house for several days, so I picked up a few trinkets while passing through the market to help pass the time." Wei Xiying smiled and had her maid take the items. Jiang Fei continued, "I also heard some news from the street that I think you would find amusing." She recounted a tale about a young master from the east of the city who discovered on his wedding night that his bride was a man, and another about a young lady from the Li family who eloped with an actor. At first, Wei Xiying made an effort to engage, laughing at the humorous parts, but soon she began to yawn repeatedly. Jiang Fei realized the moment had come. The most intriguing news was about an old fortune-teller who had come to town. Jiang Fei laughed and said, "He claims to be able to see everyone's future because he insists he has been reborn." Wei Xiying's hand trembled slightly, and the system in Jiang Fei's mind emitted a sharp alarm. "Host, intense energy fluctuations detected." The notion of rebirth was astonishing, and such energy fluctuations were normal. To confirm her suspicions, Jiang Fei pressed on, "What nonsense is this rebirth? I certainly do not believe it." However, the old man mentioned something quite interesting. Wei Xiying's fingers trembled, and she asked cautiously, "What did he say?" Jiang Fei fixed her gaze on Wei Xiying's expression and replied slowly. "The fortune teller stated that I have no fate with Wei Sangongzi. Instead, it is my younger sister Jiang Rulin who is fated with him." The handkerchief slipped from Wei Xiying's lap to the floor, and the system's alarm rang in Jiang Fei's mind. The energy fluctuations were nearing their peak. Jiang Fei suppressed her racing heart and asked, "What do you think?" "Sister-in-law," Wei Xiying's voice trembled. "This is too incredible." Jiang Fei smiled, her fingers discreetly pressing into her palm, her eyes slightly narrowed, showing no hints of flaw. "Indeed, how could Samling possibly marry my sister Rulin?" As Wei Xiying bent down to pick up the handkerchief, her movements faltered ever so slightly at Jiang Fei's words. Jiang Fei's gaze followed the swaying hairpin in her hair, and she was now certain that Wei Xiying had been reborn. She just did not know from when. Suddenly, Wei Xiying straightened, a smile on her lips. "These rumors are rather unsettling. Sister-in-law, it would be best for you not to listen to them." "I merely listened," Jiang Fei replied, tapping the teacup, her eyes falling on the swirling tea leaves. "They are just a bunch of con artists. Why would I believe them?" "And what about that fortune teller?" Wei Xiying inquired. "I laughed at his absurd claims and had him kicked out of the city immediately, lest he spread his nonsense in the capital." Leaving the Dingyuan Marquis' residence, Jiang Fei boarded the carriage, her back already damp with cold sweat. She immediately summoned the system. "Tell me, what kind of task have you assigned me?" "Crossing paths with a reborn individual, and you say my task is simple." The system, feeling guilty, replied, "I did not know she was reborn." "Then what should we do now?" Jiang Fei asked anxiously. After marrying Wei Mingjin, she would need to continuously create obstacles for Wei Xiying to ensure the story followed its predetermined path. However, now that Wei Xiying was a reborn person, aware of what would transpire, even if someone else married Wei Mingjin, any action Jiang Fei took would be immediately detected by Wei Xiying. The system fell silent for a moment, its voice carrying a hint of guilt. "Host, remain calm. The situation is not as dire as you think. It has merely become a bit more challenging. Otherwise, the task would be too simple and thus uninteresting, wouldn't it?" "You are quite the comforter," Jiang Fei replied flatly. "This is not merely an increase in difficulty. It feels as though you have constructed an insurmountable chasm for me." A thought suddenly flashed through Jiang Fei's mind. What if Wei Xiying's rebirth was motivated by a desire to alter the original trajectory and to bring about my union with Wei Mingjin? Before the system could respond, she voiced her own conclusion. "Unless the outcome she desires diverges significantly from the original narrative." "What do you mean?" the system queried. A sharp glimmer flickered in Jiang Fei's eyes as her fingertips lightly tapped the carriage window. "What I mean is that Wei Xiying's purpose in her rebirth may not be to uphold the original plot. When she first met me, she exhibited overwhelming enthusiasm. I initially believed she shared a kind heart like in the book, wishing to live harmoniously with me. Who would have thought she was reborn? She has been scheming to orchestrate my marriage to Wei Mingjin, merely a part of her plan." Jiang Fei narrowed her eyes, concluding that her true intentions likely extended far beyond this. The system fell silent for a moment before suddenly realizing it is not for others, but for herself. And what she seeks to change is not another's fate, but her own. Jiang Fei scoffed, "And only now do you realize? From the moment Wei Xiying was reborn, the original plot has already collapsed. One is reborn, one is traversing through time, one seeks to follow the original narrative, while the other aims to alter her fate. The reborn individual is well acquainted with every plot twist, covertly orchestrating her life as rewrite, while this traveler is burdened with system directives, determined to drive the story toward its destined conclusion. It is akin to a tug-of-war, a life-and-death struggle that tears through the very fabric of time and space." The system felt the weight of the world bearing down on it, seeking to console itself and Jiang Fei. "However, we are not without our advantages, right? You know Wei Xiying is reborn, while she remains unaware of your own journey through time." Jiang Fei supported her forehead. "You are correct. But I suspect she has long begun to question whether I am reborn like her." Meanwhile, within the Dingyuan Marquis' residence, Wei Xiying had maintained a posture for quite some time, gazing at her pale reflection in the copper mirror, her fingertips gently tracing the cold surface. This face was still youthful, still beautiful, yet etched with the burdens of memories from her past life. Suddenly, she grasped a teacup from the table and hurled it violently at the mirror, shattering it into myriad pieces, her reflection now fragmented. "It seems you are also reborn." Well played, Jiang Rulin, she murmured, a twisted smile creeping into her voice, realizing that Jiang Rulin was also performing in this charade. Ever since the Jiang family did not substitute Jiang Rulin for the betrothed, she had found it odd, yet it suited her well. Replacing her with a useless Jiang Rulin was far preferable to allowing Jiang Rulin to enter and cause chaos within the household. She could not allow the story to repeat itself. She must not tread the same path as before. Should Jiang Rulin dare to obstruct her, she would ensure that she met a fate worse than death. A heated tension enveloped the carriage, pressing down on the already stagnant air. Why do you say she has long begun to suspect you? The system was astonished. Jiang Fei remarked, as soon as I arrived, I altered the trajectory of the narrative, which in Wei Xiying's eyes equates to a transformation of her fate. Coupled with today's probing into rebirth, she should have confirmed her suspicions.
What now?
The system responded anxiously. If that is the case, it would have been better not to probe at all. Jiang Fei shook her head, stating, on the contrary, today's inquiry serves a dual purpose. It not only confirms that Wei Xiying has been reborn but also leads her to believe that I am as well. The system, bewildered, asked, this is getting intricate. Please elucidate, host. Chapter 93. The betrothal. Jiang Fei rested her head on her hand, contemplating. Since we are both reborn and seeking to alter our destinies, as long as she perceives our objectives as aligned, she will drop her guard against me. In fact, we will stand united. The system interjected, but our aims are fundamentally opposed. You are following the original plot, while she aims to change her fate. Are you foolish? Jiang Fei explained, I will use a facade of shared goals as a shield while I continue to deceive her. This is known as openly constructing a path, while secretly taking a different route. Do you understand? The system felt overwhelmed by her intellect, and took a while to respond. When you put your mind to it, you're not as foolish as you seem. Jiang Fei rolled her eyes, wishing she could silence the system if it had a physical form. Since Wei Xiying believes I am reborn, I shall play the part for her amusement. Does she not wish to unite me with Wei Mingjin? I shall show her my unwavering devotion to him. Suddenly, the carriage jolted to a halt. What happened? Jiang Fei lifted the curtain and saw Duan Jiu riding alongside, who, upon spotting her, clasped his fists in salute. Miss Jiang. Jiang Fei leaned out, scanning her surroundings, but did not see Pei Jing. The prince, hasn't he arrived? Duan Jiu abruptly halted his words, almost forgetting to mention the prince's illness. Jiang Fei acknowledged. Then please proceed. Our carriage is slow. Duan Jiu dared not leave, as he had yet to fulfill the prince's orders, so he asked, May I request a moment of Miss Jiang's time? Jiang Fei assumed he had pressing business, but was taken aback when he produced a stack of silver notes. What is the meaning of this? Is this a betrothal gift for your prince? Duan Jiu nearly choked on his words, quickly denying no. This is not from the prince. It is from me. Jiang Fei squinted skeptically. From you? A betrothal gift? Are you wishing to marry our Zhou Tao? It is not a betrothal. It has nothing to do with that. I am merely insistent on giving it, Duan Jiu insisted through gritted teeth. Though it was indeed the prince's insistence, he could not reveal that and bore the burden himself. Jiang Fei took the silver notes, counting them with disbelief. Since her arrival in this world, she had never seen such a sum. After selling her jewelry and using her wits with the Yao family, she had barely accumulated over 200 taels. Thus, seeing 1,000 taels left her astounded. Jiang Fei, at a loss, questioned, If you're neither proposing nor buying my life, then why offer me such a large sum? This truly perplexed Duan Jiu. The prince had instructed him to give it. Yet, he was a mere personal attendant bestowing such a fortune upon a wealthy young lady. Duan Jiu scratched his head, suddenly recalling Miss. When you saved our prince at Tinkwan Mountain, our entire household expressed profound gratitude, and this is what we collected. Jiang Fei raised an eyebrow, delicately pinching the silver notes. Oh, your entire household gathered 1,000 taels just to thank me? Her skepticism was understandable. After all, what could 1,000 taels symbolize in modern purchasing power? It was akin to several 100,000. It was as if a wealthy family's bodyguards and cleaners pooled 1,000,000 to thank her for saving their employer. Such an absurdity could headline for 10 days. Duan Jiu's forehead beaded with sweat as he nodded vigorously. Precisely. Jiang Fei leaned in closer, asking, And how much did your prince contribute? Duan Jiu's mouth snapped shut, nearly biting his tongue. The prince contributed nothing. He did not contribute? Not even a single coin? I swear. Duan Jiu's expression was one of genuine indignation. Jiang Fei nodded thoughtfully. I see. She pressed the silver notes back into Duanjio's hands. I cannot accept this money.
Why not?
Jiang Fei replied, on that day, I saved him, and he saved me in return. That balances things out. Recently, he rescued me again, which means I owe him more, thus I cannot accept this money. Duanjio felt like crying. Failing the task meant returning to face punishment. Miss, please take it. We pooled it together, and I can't recall who contributed what. It would be difficult to return it. Then it's simple, Jiang Fei suggested. You can take it back and divide it among everyone.
Divide it? Divide it?
This was Duanjio's hard-earned money. Why should he share it with them? Seeing that Jiang Fei was resolute, he had no choice but to relent. Prolonging the discussion would only raise suspicion. Duanjio clasped his fists. If that is the case, I shall take my leave. Half an hour later, Pei Jing stared blankly at the 1,000 taels on the edge of the bed. After a while, he finally spoke. Are you saying she asked if you were proposing on behalf of this prince? Duanjio replied truthfully. Miss Jiang indeed said so. Pei Jing nodded slowly. I see. It was surprising that Duanjio, who had overheard this directly, failed to grasp its implications, while the prince understood immediately. This subordinate is dull. I do not comprehend what Miss Jiang means. What could it mean? Pei Jing raised his gaze. She is hinting that this prince should propose. Duanjio hesitated. It seems that is not entirely accurate. As soon as he uttered those words, he regretted it. Pei Jing's eyes gleamed dangerously. What did you say? This subordinate meant to say. Duanjio struggled to articulate. It seems Miss Jiang is not particularly anxious. Pei Jing's fingers lightly tapped the edge of the bed before he chuckled softly. Of course, she is not anxious. She is waiting for this prince to lower his head, desiring me to deliver the silver to her personally. Will you deliver it, my prince?
Not yet.
Pei Jing frowned at Duanjio. This prince, ill as he is, delivering silver to her, as if fearing she might go hungry. Duanjio thought to himself. Isn't that exactly the case? Wasn't he worried about his attendant starving? 1,000 taels could be given away at will. Why hasn't Wenju returned yet? Pei Jing inquired. Soon. Duanjio replied, they should arrive in the capital by tomorrow or the day after. Meanwhile, in the Jiang residence's rear courtyard, as Jiang Fei was undoing her hair in front of a bronze mirror, she suddenly sneezed. Rubbing her nose, she wondered, who is speaking ill of me? The system replied, just now, both Wei Mingjin and Pei Jing's favorability towards you increased. How much did Wei Mingjin increase? By 2 points. Jiang Fei nodded, presuming that these 2 points were likely due to Wei Xing's relentless praise of her before Wei Mingjin in hopes of marrying her off. And Pei Jing? How much did he increase? The system retorted sarcastically, congratulations. It surged by 10 points at once. What? Jiang Fei nearly toppled from her chair. I haven't even appeared before him. Why does he inexplicably like me more? What is it now? 42. The system added, host, I must remind you. While Wei Mingjin's favorability has risen, so too has Pei Jing's. If this continues, a rivalry may ensue. Who do you believe will prevail? Pei Jing or Wei Mingjin? Chapter 94. Living impatiently, the system posed a question whose answer was all too evident. Jiang Fei pondered. As long as Wei Xing's favorability surpasses mine, that should suffice. Unfortunately, I cannot access Pei Jing's favorability towards Wei Xing, the system replied. Jiang Fei remained silent. I am certain it is higher. After all, she is the female lead, and he is the second male lead. The trajectory has been predetermined by the author. The second male lead is naturally drawn to the female lead. The system bluntly stated, that is, of course, in the absence of your meddling. There's no need to be so harsh, Jiang Fei muttered. Without you, the troublemaker, she would undoubtedly be the heroine. With you meddling, who knows? She might even end up as a mere supporting character. It truly gives me a headache. Jiang Fei supported her forehead, thinking that if I wish to diminish his affection, all I need to do is engage in reckless self-destructive behavior, correct? To be on the safe side, the system decided to clarify how she intended to sabotage herself. Please, go ahead. For instance, spying on him while he bathes, spreading slander about him. Jiang Fei counted on her fingers, her eyes growing increasingly bright. The system, having developed an ironclad will do to this host, was momentarily speechless. Could you possibly think of something more sensible? I believe these actions will likely cause his affection to soar. Why? Jiang Fei exclaimed incredulously. I'm behaving so grotesquely, and he could still grow fonder of me? The system lamented. Have you forgotten that this person never adheres to conventional logic? If you proceed this way, He might just assume you're lusting after him.
Fine.
Jiang Fei closed her eyes, silently reciting form is emptiness several times, and when she reopened her eyes, they gleamed with clarity and conviction. Almost as if she could join a political party. She slapped her cheeks and announced, "All right, my mind is now absolutely clear. Since this self-serving strategy is futile, let's opt for something that harms others without benefiting myself." Such as? The system inquired. Jiang Fei replied, "I shall publicly berate him and make a grand show of gifting him medicinal herbs to improve his vitality, thereby bringing shame upon him in the capital." The system pondered for a moment, considering that publicly scolding someone might actually work, but felt uncertain about the latter part. Within 3 days, news of the severely ill King Zhao spread like wildfire. During this period, Jiang Fei remained indoors, unaware of the rumors, until Jiao Tao returned from an outing, saying, "Everyone is saying that King Zhao is gravely ill, on the verge of death." Jiang Fei nearly dropped her teacup upon hearing this. On the verge of death.
How can that be?
Jiao Tao insisted, "It's true. The news has spread everywhere. Firecrackers are nearly sold out in the capital, all awaiting the king's demise to celebrate." This was too much. Jiang Fei felt a twinge of pity for Pei Jing. She wanted to summon the system for answers, but alas, it had been offline since the day before. Logically, this shouldn't be the case. In the book, Pei Jing lived until the end. However, ever since the incident with Wei Xiying's rebirth, Jiang Fei had grown wary of the original narrative. After all, books are static, while people are dynamic, and the variables are too numerous. If Pei Jing truly perished, how could she fulfill her mission? With that thought, Jiang Fei immediately stood up, prepared her carriage, and set off for the Zhao Ningwang mansion. Jiao Tao complied, but just as she was about to leave, Jiang Fei instructed, "Use a discreet carriage. We must not be recognized." Half an hour later, a modest carriage made its way onto the street where the Zhao Ningwang mansion was located. The mansion was vast, its dark gray walls stretching endlessly, towering high, and topped with glazed tiles. This was Jiang Fei's first visit to the Zhao Ningwang mansion, and merely from the walls, she could tell how impressive it was, a testament to Pei Jing's favor. As she marveled at the mansion's grandeur, the coachman spotted a carriage with green drapery parked at the distant entrance and remarked, "Second miss, that is the insignia of the Dingyuan Marquis' residence. There are guests at the prince's mansion." Jiang Fei jolted. Wei Mingjin would certainly not be visiting to inquire after his health. It must be Wei Xiying. "Quickly, let's take the back route." She hastily instructed the coachman, "We must not be seen by the Wei family." The coachman turned the carriage around, stealthily navigating through a narrow alley, circling most of the mansion's outer wall before finally stopping at a side entrance. Jiao Tao was puzzled. "Miss, aren't you usually quite friendly with Miss Wei?" Jiang Fei, whose conversations with the system took place solely in her mind, realized Jiao Tao was unaware of Wei Xiying's rebirth, so she concocted an excuse. "I suspect the last incident of our abduction was suspicious. It wasn't our own family, so it's better to be cautious." Jiao Tao nodded obediently, thinking that whatever the miss said must be correct. If the miss suspected something, then Wei Xiying must indeed be problematic. Jiang Fei was unsure when Wei Xiying departed, wary of entering recklessly, and waited until the coachman confirmed that the Dingyuan Marquis' carriage had left before announcing her name. Inside the Zhao Ningwang mansion, the atmosphere had been dreadfully oppressive in recent days. Although the physician's concoctions had improved Pei Jing's complexion, his demeanor grew increasingly dark. The servants dared not breathe too loudly, fearing they might inadvertently offend the prince. A maid approached with a tray, bearing a bowl of thick, amber-colored soup, accompanied by a faint medicinal aroma. Pei Jing frowned as he lifted the bowl, having grown nauseated from the incessant medication, only to find that the soup was medicinal as well. He took a sip and grimaced. "This soup tastes off. Where did it come from?" The maid replied, "It was personally sent by Miss Wei, claiming it to be a nourishing broth made just for the prince." At that moment, Jiang Fei swept into the room, nearly gliding past the maid. Pei Jing barely had time to look up before Jiang Fei, with a fierce expression, lunged at him and knocked the bowl from his hands. The porcelain shattered, soup splattering across the floor and soaking into the bed linens, leaving a brown stain. Pei Jing stared at Jiang Fei in shock. "What are you?" Before he could finish, Jiang Fei seized his face, demanding, "Spit it out. Quickly, spit it out." Pei Jing was taken aback by her sudden aggression, and before he knew it, she had poured a bowl of clean water down his throat. "Gargle. Cleanse your mouth." These actions transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the maid in a daze, while Duanjiu, who had entered with Jiang Fei, stood frozen. Pei Jing complied, and once Jiang Fei confirmed he had thoroughly rinsed, she finally exhaled in relief. When she released her grip, Pei Jing sat up, exclaiming, "Jiang Ru Fei, how dare you?"
How dare you?
Jiang Fei retorted, glancing at the shattered bowl on the ground and pointing an accusatory finger at Pei Jing. "You dare to drink something given to you by Wei Seeing? You must be tired of living." Pei Jing blinked, staring at the audacious Jiang Ru Fei for a moment. Jiang Fei felt his anger ebb away, like a receding tide, replaced by an indescribable expression, his eyes sparkling as if lit by stars. "What are you so angry about?" Pei Jing looked up at her, then cast his gaze downward, appearing somewhat guilty as he murmured, "Well, if it comes to that, I just wouldn't tea drink her soup anymore." Chapter 95. At worst, I won't take a concubine. Jiang Fei was not merely angry, she was on the verge of a heart attack. In the book, Pei Jing had imprisoned Wei Seeing, and since she had been reborn, she would undoubtedly be aware of this. If she had poisoned his soup, he wouldn't even know how he died, effectively severing her chances of completing her mission from the outset. She was now a resolute warrior, unwavering in her vow to complete her task, and any factor that could impede her must be eradicated at its inception. "Not just this time. You must never consume anything I handle in the future, do you understand?" Her commanding tone startled Duanjiu, who watched as the prince inhaled sharply, seemingly on the verge of unleashing his fury. Who dared to speak to the prince in such a manner, save for the emperor? Duanjiu braced himself to intervene, only to witness the prince exhaling slowly. Pei Jing replied, "Understood." Duanjiu's legs nearly buckled beneath him. No way. Could it be that the prince fell ill and was overtaken by some malevolent spirit? Jiang Fei nodded in satisfaction, thinking that he truly was a coward before the strong. Once she stood her ground, he had utterly lost his authority, leaving her to wonder what others feared about him. She seemed to have completely forgotten her own fear of him when she first arrived, recalling how she had nearly been scared to death. At last, Jiang Fei had the time to scrutinize the person before her. The fabric of the garment remained a mystery, its snow-white, semi-transparent texture draped loosely over the figure. The collar was slightly ajar, revealing a faint outline of well-defined pectoral muscles beneath. Suddenly, Pei Jing reached out to cover her eyes. "What are you looking at?" This individual possessed a rather peculiar thought process, while most instinctively shield their more sensitive areas. This one boldly chose to obscure her vision instead. However, this tactic proved surprisingly effective, as Jiang Fei, the sole occupant of the room, fixated on the physique.
Could see nothing.
"I see you appear quite spirited. Could it be a fleeting revival?" Jiang Fei blinked, her long lashes brushing against Pei Jing's palm, startling him enough to cause his hand to tremble. "What fleeting revival? I heard you were gravely ill." Pei Jing maintained his pose, still covering Jiang Fei's eyes, and exchanged a knowing glance with Duanjiu, who promptly draped an outer garment over Pei Jing's shoulders. "Who told you that this prince is on the brink of death?" Pei Jing gathered the garment's collar tightly, concealing his previous display. "Isn't that the rumor circulating outside?" Jiang Fei inquired. "They say you're gravely ill, and even have a coffin prepared. The palace eunuchs visit daily to check when you might breathe your last." Pei Jing tilted his head towards Duanjiu, remarking, "He merely let it be known that he is unwell. He did not authorize anyone to claim he is nearing death." Duanjiu feigned innocence, explaining that he was unaware of such rumors, suggesting they were likely exaggerated tales, as is common in the populace. The prince was indeed ill, but he is nearly recovered now. This could not be attributed to him. It was evident that the prince had been awaiting Miss Zhang's visit, his demeanor darkening with each passing day, leaving the guards and maidservants on edge, thus necessitating such desperate measures. "Oh, I see," Jiang Fei mused. "So the eunuch's daily visits are not merely to witness your last moments?" Duanjiu clarified. "The emperor believes the prince should wed and has sent over portraits of several noble young ladies for his consideration." Jiang Fei nodded thoughtfully, recalling that in the book, Pei Jing remained unmarried, a plotline she had yet to disrupt, ensuring no discrepancies would arise. Pei Jing scrutinized Jiang Fei's expression, noting her apparent lack of concern. "Since you are well," Jiang Fei stated, "I shall take my leave." Pei Jing's lips moved slightly, yet no words emerged. Duanjiu quickly interjected. "Miss Zhang has come all this way. It would be remiss of us to offer her no refreshment or meal, for outsiders might think our household neglects its guests." With a sense of opportunism, Jiang Fei decided to linger and sample the royal household's delicacies. Pei Jing excused himself to change attire, while a maid led Jiang Fei to a floral hall for tea in the meantime. As Jiang Fei exited the room, Pei Jing clicked his tongue. He had anticipated her impatience. She arrived as soon as Wei Xiying departed. He then mused, however, that her possessiveness was quite excessive. I merely drank some soup made by Wei Xiying. Her reaction was quite exaggerated. If I were to be alone with Wei Xiying, would she not create a scene? Pei Jing rubbed his cheek, which she had pinched, surprised by the strength in her small hands, leaving him with a sore visage. How audacious. To brazenly pinch the face of this prince. Duanjiu thought back to when she had pinched him earlier. The prince had been rather compliant then. And now he was chiding. Pei Jing's gaze suddenly sharpened. What expression is that? Duanjiu recalled the physician's advice and endeavored to speak of matters that would amuse the prince. I believe the prince's reasoning is sound. When Miss Jiang learned of your recovery, did she not breathe a sigh of relief? Pei Jing pondered for a moment, remembering her earlier nonchalance regarding marriage, and his furrowed brow subsequently relaxed. Feigning calmness, yet nearly tripping when leaving? Duanjiu nodded. Miss Jiang's temperament suggests that if the prince were to marry, harmony would prevail. Pei Jing replied, if it comes to that, I need not take a concubine.
Ah?
A concubine? Duanjiu was taken aback, realizing the prince's implication was that he wished to wed Miss Jiang. However, given her family background, such a union seemed implausible. By tradition, the princess consort of Jiaoning would at least be of noble descent or from a high-ranking official's family. The Jiang family had long since diminished in stature, making such an alliance impossible. The matter of my marriage is not for others to dictate. Pei Jing calmly tied his belt, contemplating, upon reflection. She has shown interest in me for some time.
Huh?
Duanjiu was bewildered. Pei Jing continued, once at the Lu residence when you were absent, she boldly declared her unwavering love for me unto death. At the time, I thought she was merely unwell, never realizing the depth of her feelings. It was clear to Duanjiu that the prince had become thoroughly smitten. He hesitated, unsure how to respond, caught between wanting to speak and fearing to trigger Pei Jing's ire. Chapter 96. The ruthless machine of favorability within the span of 2 cups of tea. The ice silk pavilion was lavishly adorned with an array of dishes, located in the western corner of the prince's estate. Its foundation of white jade and eaves of azure tiles were surrounded by 3 sides of azure waters, with silk drapes cascading down. The sunlight filtering through the silk created a remarkably soft ambience. Why is it so cool here? Jiang Fei inquired, her gaze darting around as she entered. Pei Jing had changed into a new outfit, his raven hair tied back, and he bore no traces of illness. He followed closely behind her, explaining, beneath our feet lies a specially designed double-layer wall, through which chilled water from the royal ice cellar flows during summer, allowing the cool air to seep through the brick seams. Jiang Fei was taken aback. Although ancient people lacked air conditioning, they had their own means of addressing such issues. However, there were distinctions between luxurious and common methods. For instance, Jiang Fei possessed a simple palm fan. When Jiang Fei turned her head, her expression reflected her astonishment. You truly know how to enjoy life. Pei Jing hesitated to respond, unwilling to divulge that he seldom visited this place, and that the ice had only been hastily arranged for her meal, requiring several buckets of ice to cool the pavilion quickly. Without reservation, Jiang Fei sat down, batting her eyelashes at Pei Jing. May I eat now? Pei Jing nodded. Go ahead. Jiang Fei eagerly grabbed her chopsticks and plunged into the braised lion's head. Fortunately, Pei Jing had mentally prepared himself. He had grown accustomed to her manner of eating, finding it oddly delightful to watch her dine. Why do you eat as if you're competing for food? He inquired. I grew up in a place where if you didn't eat quickly, there would be nothing left. Jiang Fei replied nonchalantly. Pei Jing frowned. Did the Jiang family not provide you with meals? Jiang Fei paused. She had spent her childhood in an orphanage where children often snatched food from one another. If she didn't eat quickly, the tastier dishes would be taken by others, resulting in her habit of devouring her meals swiftly. After a few years of such a routine, it became difficult to change. I grew up in a village where there were many children, and they had no manners, always eager to snatch my food. Pei Jing's frown deepened as he pushed some dishes closer to her. No one is competing with you here. There's no need to rush. Jiang Fei nodded while chewing. This is delicious. You have no idea, Prince. The cooks in our household are dreadful. Every day it's either steamed or boiled. Sometimes you hardly see a drop of oil. Thus, I often venture out to indulge. Pei Jing frowned slightly, lifting his chopsticks. Do you have money to indulge? Just a little. If necessary, I can sell a couple of pieces of jewelry and later claim I lost them on the road. Duan Jiao immediately caught the disapproving gaze of the prince. The failure to deliver 1,000 taels of silver had resulted in Miss Jiang resorting to selling her jewelry to make ends meet. Reflecting poorly on his duties as her personal attendant, Duan Jiao resolved to demonstrate his utility once more. The royal cooks often lament their skills are wasted due to a lack of discerning diners. If Miss Jiang does not mind, you are welcome to come to the palace whenever you wish to indulge, providing the cooks with an opportunity to showcase their talents. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up as she turned to Pei Jing. Is that permissible? Pei Jing suddenly met her expectant gaze, her almond-shaped eyes sparkling like early spring dew upon budding branches. The chopsticks in his hand felt suddenly heated, and his heart raced against his ribs. Pei Jing swiftly averted his eyes, awkwardly stating, "Since Duan Jiao has made this offer, if I were to decline, it would seem rather stingy." Then it settled. "I shall return." Pei Jing cleared his throat lightly, feigning calm as he placed a piece of fish into his bowl. "Suit yourself," he remarked, though his ears betrayed him, turning a subtle shade of red. Duan Jiao observed this with a knowing shake of his head. When would their lord shed this proud demeanor? His heart was clearly brimming with joy, yet he insisted on maintaining an air of reluctant indifference. Jiang Fei delightedly dug into her meal, suddenly struck by a brilliant idea. Wasn't it possible to exchange favorability points for storylines within the system? 10 points could unlock pivotal moments in the characters' lives, while 66 points would allow her to delve into the past between Wei Xiying and Pei Jing. She could simply work on increasing Pei Jing's favorability, and upon reaching 66, exchange it all at once. Why should she toil for such trivialities? She could treat Pei Jing as a mere point-gathering machine, redeeming all associated characters in the book, thereby granting her divine omnipotence. The more she pondered, the more elated she became. She picked up a slice of sautéed yam and placed it into Pei Jing's bowl. "You've just recovered from a serious illness. You should eat something light." Pei Jing stared at the yam, swallowing hard. "What's wrong? Don't you like yam?" Seeing him hesitate, Jiang Fei tilted her head curiously. "It's acceptable," he replied, promptly picking it up and placing it in his mouth. Duan Jiao could barely contain his laughter, exclaiming internally, "Your Highness, must you not display a bit more dignity?" Jiang Fei, noticing his expression, smiled brightly. "Then I shall frequently serve you dishes from now on." Is she already thinking that far ahead? Pei Jing mused, no need for that. He forced himself to respond nonchalantly, though his heart raced. Clenching his fist, he glanced at Duan Jiao, who was unable to hold back any longer. "You eat first, Duan Jiao. Come with me." Duan Jiao quickly followed behind. As they moved to a secluded area, they could faintly see figures within the ice pavilion. Pei Jing abruptly turned, his eyes glinting with an unusual light. What was going on with her? Why was she suddenly so enthusiastic towards him, without even a hint of pretense? In truth, Duan Jiao found it peculiar as well. It seemed that upon learning she could often dine with them, Miss Jiang had become particularly warm. Tentatively, he speculated, could it be that she is merely grateful for the opportunity to dine without cost? Pei Jing furrowed his brow. That doesn't seem likely. The way she looked at me earlier was peculiar, almost as if she were eyeing a delectable morsel. Duan Jiao nearly burst into laughter. Was that metaphor not a touch exaggerated? No, there must be something amiss. Pei Jing squinted. Investigate whether she has encountered any recent troubles or is in need of money. Duan Jiao sighed. Your Highness, perhaps Miss Jiang is simply captivated by your charm. Pei Jing contemplated this, and his expression shifted abruptly. Could it be that she desires to consume my very essence? Upon returning to the pavilion, Jiang Fei had nearly finished her meal, sipping tea while occasionally glancing at the pastries on the table. Noticing this, Pei Jing commanded, "Pack the pastries to take home. I have no interest in such sweet delicacies." Jiang Fei, unbothered by pleasantries, accepted the offer with a grin. After all, Pei Jing was not lacking in wealth. After dining, Jiang Fei prepared to depart, while Jiao Tao trailed behind with the food box, following the young lady and the prince. The sun was somewhat harsh, and Pei Jing held an umbrella, tilting it slightly towards Jiang Fei, leaving himself exposed to the sun's rays. What a charming pair, Jiao Tao mused. If only Wei Xiying were not in the picture. Miss Jiang and the prince always seem so joyful together. This royal residence is excessively vast, Jiang Fei complained. I entered through the side door, and it took me nearly half an incense stick to arrive. Pei Jing cast a sidelong glance at her. Why enter through the side door? Next time, Use the front. You can bring a carriage. Jiang Fei, of course, would not admit it was to avoid Wei seeing. Instead, her gaze flickered, and she indirectly inquired, "Are you quite familiar with Wei seeing?" The ever-watchful Duan Zhou turned back, just in time to meet Pei Jing's gaze. And they exchanged a quick understanding look, both conveying the sentiment. See, she can't help herself. The events of the past were not particularly secretive, yet Pei Jing had yet to fully ascertain the nature of Wei seeing. I had some past connections with her during my youth, he replied ambiguously. Jiang Fei carefully chose her words. You mentioned previously that you do not harbor feelings for her. Why, then, are you so concerned? Pei Jing halted, fixing his gaze upon her. Are you jealous? Jiang Fei was taken aback. What? Just as she was about to clarify, she noticed Duan Zhou making frantic gestures at her, his eyes nearly crossing in desperation. What does that mean? They had arrived at the drooping flower gate, and Pei Jing stopped, unwilling to escort her any further, for he was of royal blood and had never even seen the emperor off. I shall take my leave, Jiang Fei said as she bid farewell. Pei Jing, with a proud lift of his chin, signaled her to depart, and Duan Zhou quickly followed to see her off. Once they reached a less frequented area, Duan Zhou finally spoke. Thank you, Miss Jiang, for not being too direct earlier. What's the matter? Duan Zhou replied, to be candid, you likely noticed that the prince is unwell. It is an old ailment. You mean, after Jiang Fei just finished eating his food, she hesitated to speak out? Duan Zhou said earnestly, His Highness has shown improvement recently, but the physician has advised that emotional ailments require emotional remedies. It is best to avoid unpleasant topics.
Oh.
Jiang Fei's lips twitched. So, you mean to say that your prince considers me a source of amusement? One might say that, but you seem quite happy as well. Simply to keep him entertained, I suppose. Duan Zhou nodded. That is the essence of it. If possible, we ask that Miss Jiang cooperate, though not without compensation. He produced a stack of silver notes, stating, This shall serve as your remuneration. Jiang Fei accepted the notes, counting them to find it amounted to 1,000 taels. She reflected internally, since her goal was to increase favorability. It would be quite advantageous to align with him while earning 1,000 taels in the process, a most favorable arrangement indeed. Must I offer my body as well? Such a direct proposition left Duan Zhou momentarily stunned, as if struck by lightning. No, that isn't necessary, he hesitated, though if you were willing that would be acceptable. Jiang Fei clutched the silver notes, as if they were 1,000,000 in cash. The sheer amount for merely accommodating him left her feeling somewhat guilty. Perhaps she should offer herself after all? This way, she could justify receiving the money more comfortably. But then she recalled no. She was on the verge of marrying Wei Mingjin. How could she engage in such actions? Jiang Fei tucked the notes away. Very well, I shall oblige. Duan Zhou watched the carriage depart, finally exhaling in relief. The money had been successfully delivered, and Miss Jiang's compliance would ensure the prince's contentment. He had certainly exceeded his mission. As Jiang Fei sat in the carriage, propping her head up in thought, she contemplated using Pei Jing's favorability to exchange for items, feeling as though she were toying with someone's affections like a heartless villain. While Pei Jing would not feel sorrow after the favorability was exchanged, she still felt a twinge of discomfort. Well, he only treats me as entertainment, she consoled herself. It is merely a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yet, despite her rationalizations, an inexplicable awkwardness lingered within her. She lifted the curtain, and the carriage had already entered the main street, coming to a halt. What is it, miss? Jiang Fei pointed to a small stall by the roadside, saying, Go buy a box of pastries. We are heading to the Dinyuan Marquis's residence. If she were to convince Wei Xiying of her unwavering love for Wei Mingjin, she must certainly make a good impression. Otherwise, how could she lower Wei Xiying's guard? But we have pastries here? Are you foolish? Jiang Fei poked Jiu Tao's forehead. These noble ladies and gentlemen are particular about their food. If it turns out to be from an ordinary cook, it would easily reveal our intentions. After a moment of contemplation, Jiu Tao conceded. That makes sense. Presenting the prince's pastries to Wei San Gongzi might indeed come off as provocative. Jiang Fei entered the Dinyuan Marquis's residence with a box of pastries she had purchased, immediately welcomed by a maid into Wei Xiying's courtyard. Sister-in-law, you are so thoughtful. You've even brought pastries for my brother. The room was cool, furnished with an ice basin. These are not for him. They are for you. Jiang Fei spoke and, with a perfectly measured gaze downward, appeared to embody a hint of maidenly shyness. Is that so? Wei Xiying remarked, covering her lips with a fan and smiling, yet I can't help but notice that my sister-in-law seems a tad disappointed not to see my brother. Jiang Fei bit her lower lip, recalling that upon her arrival, she had overheard a servant mention that the third master was not at home. Wei Xiying gently waved her fan, curiosity flickering in her eyes. He has gone to the academy on the outskirts of the city and will return later. Will you wait for him, sister-in-law? To Jiang Fei, Wei Mingzhen's presence was of little consequence. Her demeanor was merely for Wei Xiying's observation. I suppose it would be inappropriate for me to linger here too long, lest I attract idle gossip. I must take my leave soon. Jiang Fei feigned disappointment. Ever since Jiang Rufei had brought up the matter of rebirth a few days prior, Wei Xiying had been keen to extract information from her. She tasted a frosty grape. Finding it lacked the flavor of her childhood memories in Jiangnan, I remember the grapes from my youth were unforgettable. Do you recall anything from our childhood, sister-in-law? Jiang Fei's heart skipped a beat. She had intended to probe this concealed thread, yet Wei Xiying had broached the subject herself. Naturally. Wei Xiying was inquiring about the childhood of the original Jiang Rufei, and since no record existed, Jiang Fei had no recollection. I have no memory of it. Everything from my childhood is a blur. For a fleeting moment, an odd expression crossed Wei Xiying's face, surprise mingled with a tinge of excitement. How could that be? I was struck by my younger sister once at home, and upon waking, I had no recollection of prior events. Jiang Fei carefully observed the changes in Wei Xiying's expression, noting that the astonishment gradually faded, leaving only a subtle smile at the corners of her lips. If forgetting was destiny's design, perhaps it was not entirely unfortunate. At times, forgetting could indeed be a blessing. Jiang Fei keenly sensed the unusual shift in Wei Xiying's demeanor. Her seemingly casual inquiry into Jiang Fei's childhood brought with it an inexplicable sense of relief, even joy, as if that part of her childhood held some advantage for her. Recalling Pei Jing's earlier mention of her not being a biological child, Zhang Bing's and Yao's reactions came to mind. If she were not Yao's biological child but rather the offspring of Jiang Bing with another woman, then she could still be considered Jiang Bing's legitimate child. His reaction at that time should not have been as it was. Therefore, Jiang Rufei likely did not belong to the Jiang family. What then connected her to Wei Xiying? Moreover, Wei Xiying's childhood seemed intricately linked to Pei Jing. Did this imply that the three of them had past entanglements? In an effort to maintain her composure and avoid revealing too much, Jiang Fei endeavored to rein in her chaotic thoughts. You are right. I should simply await the third master's visit. September is not far off. Wei Xiying observed the anticipation on her face, and a smile began to light up her eyes, as if she too eagerly awaited the wedding date. Sister-in-law, did you receive that pearl hairpin? It was the finest selection of pearls my brother painstakingly chose from the storeroom, and he personally selected the design, taking quite some time. Jiang Fei feigned surprise, really? But the third master mentioned it was made just a couple days ago. Wei Xiying shook her fan. My brother was jesting with you. Ah, I see. Jiang Fei's brows lifted in delight. The third master is quite thoughtful. Wei Xiying felt her heart finally settle. Even if Jiang Rufei had been granted a second chance at life, evading Zhao Xingbang, it was improbable that she could forge any deeper connection with Pei Jing. For Jiang Rufei, to forget her past was perhaps fate's design. However, the memory of Pei Jing rescuing Jiang Rufei ignited Wei Xiying's anger, as she bitterly resented that this woman had escaped calamity. I visited the Wang residence today. Wei Xiying mentioned. I heard the prince was ill, so I went to inquire after him. He saved you last time. Did you pay him a visit? Jiang Fei understood the implications of her words and, maintaining her composure, replied, given my engagement to the third master, it would be inappropriate for me to visit, but... What is it? Wei Xiying's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Jiang Fei continued, as for my rescue, it was merely coincidental. Coincidental? Wei Xiying questioned. Are you not aware? Jiang Fei feigned astonishment. On that day, the prince came to save you, claiming he would turn the capital upside down to find you. It just so happened that I was the first he encountered. Wei Xiying regarded her with skepticism, but he later returned you home. Jiang Fei suddenly laughed. That was merely a performance for your brother's benefit. Although the prince may seem mad, he possesses a sense of justice. He disapproved of the third master not sending anyone to rescue me, which prompted his actions. Wasn't it then that the third master came to visit? She had no expectation that Wei Xiying would believe her immediately, but her stance was clear enough to alleviate some suspicion. By the way, Xiying, she said. What is it? Wei Xiying turned to her. The prince noticed my closeness with you and inquired about your childhood in Jiangnan. I told him I knew nothing, which left him somewhat disappointed. Did you and the prince know each other in your youth? Wei Xing scrutinized her eyes, which were innocent and seemed genuinely unaware of anything. Jiang Fei, of course, knew nothing. If she did, would she require an additional 66 points of favor to exchange for hidden threads? There was some interaction, Wei Xing replied. For reasons unknown. Jiang Fei's heart began to race, as if the truth veiled in layers was on the verge of revelation. Wei Xing continued, however, I do not recall much. I fell during my childhood, and many events have faded from memory. I only remember there was indeed someone during my time in Jiangnan. Jiang Fei regarded her with suspicion. What a coincidence. We both seem to have forgotten our pasts. It appears we are destined to be family. Before long, a maid arrived to escort Jiang Fei away, and upon her return, Wei Xing was at the window, studying the embroidery patterns. How was it? Zifeng inquired with a smile. Miss Jiang is rather naively innocent, dawdling on the road, gazing around, and asking several times when the third master would return. Wei Xing lifted her head, furrowing her brow. She is easier to handle than Zhang Rilin, but I still believe it would be best to eliminate future troubles. It is a pity she escaped calamity last time. I can only settle for second best now. Zifeng served tea, lamenting how Zhao Xingbang had proven inept. Miss had already deliberately gone missing to divert the third master's attention from Jiang Rufei. If only he had acted sooner. We would not be burdened with such concerns now. Two fools have come together, Wei Xing remarked, her expression softening. Yet it is for the best. At least Jiang Rufei is utterly devoted to my brother and can live an honest life with him. I shall spare her this once. Otherwise, she should not blame me for being ruthless. Rest assured, miss, her maid is a fool as well. Utterly clueless, only knowing how to eat. She devoured 4 plates of pastries. Even I was left breathless watching her. Jiao Tao finally satiated her hunger at the Dingyuan Marquis' residence and, patting her belly, said, Miss Wei's maid kept asking me questions until I was exasperated. I simply said I didn't know, and she offered me pastries to placate me. How many did you eat? Jiang Fei inquired. Jiao Tao grinned, extending 4 fingers for plates. Jiang Fei gasped, Did you not eat enough at the palace? I did, but I grew hungry again on the way. This young girl truly had a voracious appetite during her growth spurts. Jiang Fei replayed her conversation with Wei Xing in her mind, suddenly realizing a long-ignored fact. Wei Xing's interest in Pei Jing seemed to far exceed what was ordinary. It appeared that in their dialogue since meeting, aside from Wei Mingjin, Pei Jing was the most frequently mentioned individual. Given that the male and female leads in the book had already been established, she had subconsciously assumed that Wei Xing's affections lay with Jiang Lingyuan, the very person for whom she had risked her life and even severed familial ties to marry. Coupled with Wei Xing's earlier expressions of mutual affection with Jiang Lingyuan at the Jinglian Monastery, this further solidified her belief. Yet, Wei Xing was reborn. Those who had undergone rebirth often encountered unforeseen challenges. How could she follow the same trajectory as in her previous life? This thought sent a chill through Jiang Fei. As she realized that she might have been betrayed. The system. She shouted silently in her mind, and this time she was not kept waiting long. The voice of the system soon resonated within her thoughts. Host, it appears you are present. The system responded. I was activated only after you departed from the Dingyuan Marquis residence. Who exactly are you? Jiang Fei suddenly inquired. I am your system, came the reply. Jiang Fei's gaze turned icy. If you continue to conceal the truth from me, I shall abandon this mission. Abandoning the mission would lead to your demise as well. That is a matter for a year hence. At least I could drag you down with me. The system remained silent for a prolonged moment before finally speaking. Indeed. I am your system, but I have concealed certain truths. You have long been aware that Wei Xing is a reincarnator, have you not? Jiang Fei deduced thus. You brought me in to amend the narrative. No, the system clarified. I am aware that a reincarnator has infiltrated this timeline, threatening its integrity. But I do not know the identity of that individual. Jiang Fei closed her eyes momentarily, realizing. So, you are utilizing me to uncover that reincarnator?